This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Europe Central by William T. Vollmann. This book contains the following dedication. This book is dedicated to the memory of Danilo Kis, whose masterpiece, A Tomb for Boris Davidovich, kept me company for many years while I was preparing to write this book. The majority of my symphonies are tombstones. Dmitri Shostakovich. View from a ruined Romanian fort, 1945. Steel in motion. As often as not, the things that attract us to another person are quite trivial, and what always delighted me about Blumentritt was his fanatical attachment to the telephone. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, 1958. 1. A squat, black telephone, I mean an octopus, the god of our signal corps, owns a recess in Berlin, more probably Moscow, which one German general has named the core of the enemy's whole being. Somewhere between steel reefs, a wire wrapped in gutta-percha vibrates. I hereby zzz, the critical situation, a crushing blow. But because these phrases remain unauthenticated, and because the penalty for eavesdropping is death, it's not recommended to press one's ear to the wire, which bristles anyhow with electrified barbs. Better to sit obedient, for the wait can't be long. Negotiations have failed. Away flees Chamberlain crying, "Peace in our time." France obligingly disinterests herself in the Prague government. Motorized columns roll into snowy Pilsen and keep rolling. Italy foresees adventurism's reward, from which she would rather save herself, but, enthralled by the telephone, she somnambulates straight to the balcony to declare, "We cannot change our policy now, we are not prostitutes." The ever-wakeful sleepwalker in Berlin and the soon-to-be-duped realist in the Kremlin get married. "This will strike like a bomb," laughs the sleepwalker. All over Europe, telephones begin to ring. In the round room with the fan-shaped skylight, with Greek gods ranked behind the dais, the Austrian deputies sit woodenly at their wooden desks, whose black rectangular inlays enhance the elegance. They were the first to accept our future. Their telephone rang back in 38. Bulgaria, denied the British credits, which wouldn't have preserved her anyway, receives the sleepwalker's 45 million Reichsmarks. The realist offers credits to no one but the sleepwalker. Shuffling icons like playing cards, Romania reiterates her neutrality in hopes of being overlooked. Yugoslavia wheedles airplanes from Germany and money from France. Warsaw's humid shade is already scented with panic gasps. The wire vibrates. Fanatical determination, ready for anything. According to the telephone, for perhaps I did listen in once, treasonously, Europe Central's not a nest of countries at all, but a blank zone of black icons and gold-rimmed clocks, whose accidental, endlessly contested territorial divisions, essentially old walls from Roman times, can be overwritten as we like. Gauleiters and commissars blanching them down to grey dotted lines of permeability convenient to police troops. Now's the time to gaze across all those red-grooved roof waves oceaning around, all the green-tarnished tower islands rising above white facades which grin with windows and sink below us into not yet completely telephone-wired reefs. Now's the time to enjoy Europe Central's Kathe umbrellas like anemones, her old, grime-darkened roofs like kelp, her hoofbeats clattering up and bell notes rising, her shadows of people so far below in the narrow streets. Now's the time, because tomorrow everything will have to be, as the telephone announces, obliterated without warning, destroyed, razed, Germanified, Sovietized, utterly smashed. It's an order. It's a necessity. We won't fight like those soft cowards who get held back by their consciences. We'll liquidate Europe Central. But it's still not too late for negotiation. If you give us everything we want within 24 hours, we'll compensate you with land in the infinite East. In Mecklenburg, we've prepared a demonstration of the world's first rocket-powered plane. Serving the sleepwalker's rapture, Goering promises that 500 more rocket-powered planes will be ready within a lightning flash. Then he runs out for a tryst with the film star Lida Barova. In Moscow, Marshal Tukhachevsky announces that operations in a future war will unfold as broad maneuver undertakings on a massive scale. He'll be shot right away. And Europe Central's ministers, who will also be shot, appear on balconies supported by nude marble girls, where they utter dreamy speeches, all the while listening for the ring of the telephone. Europe Central will resist, they say, at least until the commencement of Case White. Every man will be issued a sweaty black machine carbine, probably hand-forged, along with 10 round lead bullets, 3 black pineapple grenades, each not much larger than a pistol grip, and a forked powder horn of yellowed ivory adorned with circle-inscribed stars. The telephone gloats. Liberating advance, shock armies, ratio of mechanized forces. Across the next frontier, where each line of fence posts leans away from the other, our shared victims' proud military poets dull all apprehensions by equating Warsaw 1939 with Smolensk 1634. While they dispose their hopeless echelons, we draw the Ribbentrop-Molotov line, on which we stamp Geheim, which means secret. And why stop there? The sleepwalker gets Lithuania, the realist Finland. Our creed's a lamp, whose calibrated radiance bows down into its zone. It was and is Jews who bring the Negroes into the Rhineland. That is precisely why the party affirms that Trotskyism is a social democratic deviation in our party. The telephone rings. General Guderian receives his instructions to activate Case Yellow. We'll whirl away Europe Central's wine-tinted maple leaves and pale hexagonal church towers. 2. You won't get to watch it happen. They don't allow windows in this office, so you may feel a trifle dull at times. But at least you'll never be alone, since on the steel desk, deep within arm's length, hunches that octopus whose 10 round eyes, each inscribed with a number, glare through you at the world. The pact of steel, a correct decision, my unalterable will, rally round the party of Lenin and Stalin. In the bottom right-hand drawer's a code book, whose invocations control the speeds and payloads of steel. But the octopus seems to be watching. Take the gamble if you dare. How well can those 10 eyes see? The sleepwalker in the Reich Chancellery could tell you, not that he would, they're his eyes, lidless, oval, which imparts to them a monotonously idiotic or hysterical appearance. In the ditch outside, 100 other open-eyed heads revert to clay, not that they have anything in common with the octopus, whose glare remains eternally sentient. What about the mouthpiece? Is it true that it can hear your every breath through its black holes? In his underground headquarters with its many guards, the realist sits tired behind a large desk, awaiting the telephone's demands. Although he's good at hanging up on people with as much force as the soldier who slams another shell into our anti-tank gun, he's hanging up on them, not on the telephone itself, which he can't live without. He subsumes himself in it, all-hearing. He knows when Shostakovich takes his name in vain. At the first ring he'll summon his generals to attend him at that conference table with its green cloth. The sleepwalker's all eyes. The realist is all ears. Their mating forms the telephone. 3. This consciousness may indeed derive, as the American victors will assert, from entirely mechanical factors. Within the bakelite skull of the entity hangs, either nestled or strangled in a latticework of scarlet-colored wires, a malignantly complex brain, not much larger than a walnut. Its cortex consists of 2 brown and yellow lobes, filamented with fine copper wire. It owns ideas as neatly, numerously arrayed as Poland's faded yellow eagle standards. The camp of counter-revolution, German straightforwardness, the slanders of the opposition, the soundness of the Volkisch theory. It knows how to get everyone, from Akhmatova, who, visionary that she is, mistakes it for a heart of rose coral, to Zhukov, who fools himself that it can be played with. From Gerstein to Guderian, those twin free-thinkers who dance alone within their soaring bullet prisons in obedience to the telephone brain's involution at the center of the shell. Don't trust any technicians who assure you that this brain is neutral. Soon you'll hear how angrily the receiver jitters in its cradle. Kollwitz, Krupskaya, and the rest, it will dispose of them all magically. It's got their number. As the sleepwalker admonishes Colonel General Paulus, one has to be on the watch, like a spider in its web. In short, it will enforce the principle of unified command. It makes the connection. It rings. From the receiver, now clattering like a dispatch rider's motorcycle across the cobblestones of Prague, to the black, cold body runs a coil whose elasticity draws out the process of strangulation. Thanks to this telephone, General Vlasov will perish in a noose of piano wire. From the anus mouth behind the dial extrudes another strand of black gut, thinner and less elastic than the receiver's coil, and this pulses all the way to the wall socket. Since this morning our troops have been— some frowning little Romanian blondes in the way. We've got to shoot her. Now into the deep green forests of Europe Central. The relationship of forces in the Stalingrad sector, ferroconcrete defense installations. Can rubberoid sinews feel? How do I make them bleed? Ruthless fanaticism. We'll find a way to deal with him. They undulate now as the telephone rings. The telephone rings. It squats like an idol. How could I have mistaken it for an octopus? Behind the wall, rubberized black tentacles spread across Europe. Military maps depict them as fronts, trenches, salients, and pincer movements. Politicians encode them as borders, destroyed, razed, utterly smashed. Administrators imagine that they're roads and rivers. Public health officials see them as the black trickles of people dwindling day by day on Leningrad's frozen streets. Poets know them as the veins of partisan Zoya's martyred body. They're anything. They can do anything. 4. In a moment steel will begin to move, slowly at first, like troop trains pulling out of their stations. Then more quickly and ubiquitously, the square crowds of steel-helmed men moving forward, flanked by rows of shiny planes. Then tanks, planes, and other projectiles will accelerate beyond recall. Polish soldiers feebly camouflage their helmets with netting. Germans go to the cinema to fall in love with film stars. When Operation Citadel fails, they'll be swooning over Liska Malbran. Russian cavalry charge into action against German tanks. German schoolgirls try to neutralize Russian tanks by pouring boiling water down the turrets. Barrage balloons swim in the air, finned and fat like children's renderings of fish. Don't worry, Europe Central's troops will stand fast, at least until Operation Barbarossa. Their strategic dispositions are foxed and grimed like a centuries-old Bible. Steel finds them all. Steel, imbued with the sleepwalker's magic sight, illuminates itself as it comes murdering. Amidst the cemetery snowdrifts of Leningrad lie the coffined and the coffinless. Steel did this. The broad rays of light as a Nebelwerfer gets launched from its half-track, those inform Steel's gaze, mark Steel's reach. From the heavy pleated metal of a Dushaka machine-gun sight, a soldier's gaze travels so that his bullet may speed true. Steel needs him to launch it on its way, but don't the gods always need their worshippers? From the telephone's brain, thoughts shoot down insulated copper conductors. It's time to commence Operation Blau. The Signal Corps prepares to receive and retransmit the dispatch. Defend the achievements of Soviet power, a severe but just punishment. And already the telephone is ringing again. Who will answer? Maybe no one except the Signal Corps, whose flags, attached to arms evolved from human, can transform any command into a series of articulated colors. The telephone rings. The telephone rings. The receiver clamps itself to a mouth and an ear. Where did those come from? I thought they were mine. Another order flies up the black cable, down the elastic coil, and into the ear. Under no circumstances will we agree to artillery preparation, which squanders time and the advantage of surprise. The V-phone rings, the S-phone rings. Jackboots ring on Warsaw's uneven sidewalks. The Tirakians have mined their bridges with Turkish dynamite. We believe, on the contrary, that the combination of the internal combustion engine and armor plate enable us to take our fire to the enemy without any artillery preparation. All across Europe, telephones ring. Teleprinters begin to click their hungry teeth. A signal corps functionary waves the first planes forward, and velocity infuses steel-plated monsters whose rivets and scales shimmer more blindingly than Akhmatova's poems. Within each monster, men sit on jump seats, waiting to kill and die. Just in case, shouldn't we now call up our rectangles of knobbly reptile flesh, each knob a helmeted Red Army man, the rectangles marching across the snow toward the Kremlin domes, while chilly purple sky stripes rush in the same direction, white cloud stripes in between? They're dark icons, almost black. The telephone rings. Commence Operation Little Saturn. Everything becomes a mobile entity comprised of articulated segments. Don't worry. In the cinema palaces, Liska Malbran will help us pretend that it isn't happening. Here come the guns like needles on round bases, and the guns which protrude from between two grey shields, and the guns which grow out of steel mushrooms, and the guns as long as houses, anchored by chassis large enough for a crew of 20, the guns whose barrels are as long as torpedoes, and the wheeled guns with fat snouts and long flare suppressors. It's only a question of time and manpower. And so the mechanized hordes go rushing east and west across Europe. 5. Guarding itself against posterity's blame, the telephone has qualified itself. Provided always that the operation obeys the following conditions: appropriate terrain, surprise, and mass commitment. Moreover, it warns, each component must be metallic, replaceable, reliable, rapid, and lethal. In spite of mass commitment, there were not enough components. The operation will fail. Some day, bereft of propellants, steel must fall to rest and rust. The telephone pleads, "Mechanical reinforcement!" Smiling wearers of the starred helmet will raise high the red banner as filmed by R.L. Carmen. Hold fast to the last bullet. Then, in the shell-shocked silence of Europe, which squanders time and the advantage of surprise, morgues and institutes will blossom through the snow. In one of them, in a windowless telephoned recess, I sit at a desk, playing with a Gecko 7.65 shell. 6. What once impelled millions of manned and unmanned bullets into motion? You say Germany, they say Russia. It certainly couldn't have been Europe herself, much less Europe Central, who's always such a good docile girl. I repeat, Europe's a mild heifer, a plump virgin, an R-maiden or P-girl ripe for loving, an angel, a submissive prize. Europe is Liska Malbran. Europe's never burned a witch or laid hands on a Jew. How can one catalogue her jewels? In Prague, for instance, one sees dawn sky through the arched windows of bell towers, and that sky becomes more desirable by being set in that verdigreed frame whose underpinning, the finger of the tower itself, emerges from the city's flesh, the floral-reliefed, cartoushed and lion-headed facades of it whose walled and winding streets have ever so many eyes. Europe's watchful, since she's already been raped so many times, which may be why some of her eyes still shine with lamplight even now. But what good does it do to see them coming? The first metal lice already scuttle over her skin, which is cobblestoned with dark grey and light grey follicles. Europe feels all, bears all, raising her sky-ringed church fingers up to heaven so that she can be married. What sets steel in motion? The late SS Obersturmführer Kurt Gerstein has counselled me to seek the answers in Scripture, meaning Europe Central's old Greek Bibles, with their red majuscules and black woodcut engravings of terrifying mummies bursting up from narrow sarcophagi. A few dozen of those volumes survived the war. To Gerstein, elucidation became even more magical a solvent than xylol, into which our forensicists immersed the identity documents dug up from Kachin Forest. In that bath, inks bleached away by cadaveric fluid come back to life. Have you ever seen a railroad tank car of fuel shot up by incendiary bullets? Elucidation must be even brighter than that. He asked himself what he dared not ask his strict father. Why? Why all the death? His blood-red Bibles told him why. The telephone rings. It informs me that Gerstein's answer has been rejected, that Gerstein has been hanged, obliterated, ruthlessly crushed. It puts the former Field Marshal Paulus on the line. Paulus advises me that the solution to any problem is simply a matter of time and manpower. So I ply myself now, on this dark winter night, preparing to invade the meaning of Europe. I can do it. I can almost do it, just as when coming to a gap in the wall of some ruined Romanian fort, one can peer down upon thriving linden treetops. You can see them waving and massing, then far away dropping abruptly down to the fields. Pincer Movements, 1914 to 1975. The Saviours, a Kabbalistic Tale. 1. The tale of Fanya Kaplan, that dark-haired, pale-faced, slender idealist, tells itself with grim brevity in keeping with her times. For just as tyrannicides spurn slow justice, so likewise with tyrants. Between exploit and recompense lay only 4 days, which in most histories would comprise but an ellipsis between words, a quartet of periods, thus. But which, if through close reading we magnify them into spheres, prove to contain in each case a huddle of 24 grey subterranean hours like orphaned mice, and in the flesh of every hour a swarm of useless moments like ants whose queen has perished, and within each moment an uncountable multitude of instants resembling star-pointed syllables shaken out of words, which, at the close of this interval, Fanya Kaplan was carried beyond Tau, final letter of the magic alphabet. Her attempt took place on the 30th of August, 1918. It is written that after Lenin fell, the young assassin hysterically fled, but then, remembering that the moral code of the social revolutionaries required her to give up her life in exchange for her victims, stopped running, turned back, and in trembling silence surrendered to our security forces. On the 3rd of September, Fanya Kaplan, who happened to be noted for her Jewish features, was led into a narrow courtyard of the Lubyanka, and there shot from behind by the commandant of the Kremlin himself, P.D. Malkov. That luminary, I.M. Sverdlov, who'd already played so indispensable a role in the liquidation of the Romanov family, instructed Malkov, "Her remains are to be destroyed without a trace." Thus the life and works of the black-haired woman. The tale of Lenin's bride, N.K. Krupskaya, makes for a happier parable. And doesn't the parable possess greater integrity, greater righteousness, we might almost say, than any other literary form? For its many conventions weave a holy covenant between the reader, who gets the mystification he craves in a bonbon-sized dose, and the writer, whose absence renders him divine. Granted, those very stringencies sometimes telescope events into dreamlike absurdity. In Krupskaya's case, were it not for her nearly accidental marriage, she'd surely have remained as hidden to history as the silent letter Aleph. What was she, then, in her maiden days? We don't want to call her a cipher. We can't deny that her parable, like ours, began with birth. But in this genre, as in the lyric poem, there can be no random causes. Every death must occur for good reason. Every word, right down to its gaping letters O and grinning letters E, must offer resonance with sentences before and beyond. Not predictability, mind you, for that would be tedious. But after each comma, the hind-sighted reader needs to be in the position of saying, "Why didn't I see that coming?" Fanya Kaplan, for example, was never notified that she'd been condemned to death. And yet, when Malkov's very first bullet exploded between her shoulder blades, she experienced coherence, and screamed not with surprise, but with desperate fear and outrage against inevitability. As for Krupskaya, call her the darling of parable-mongers, introduce her as the perfect personification of convention. This is why her collected works are so deadly dull. Trotsky patronized her. Stalin by the end commanded her. Lenin himself merely used her. Historians regard her as a faithful mediocrity. I myself have always read in her a striving for kindliness, for which I offer praise. Unutterably typical of her epoch, and thus perhaps curiously akin to Fanya Kaplan, she was agitated all her life by fervour. Just as the same letter may appear in two words of contrary meaning, so the lives of those two women write themselves in nearly identical characters. Who am I to find in Krupskaya's enthusiasms anything alien to Fanya Kaplan's? One loved the revolution, the other hated it. What force transformed them into opposites? If they were opposites. 2. We read that Krupskaya was first, that is, before her parable is supposed to begin, a pious little girl who prayed to the icon in her bedroom, then a rapturous Tolstoyan. In company with her friends she attacked a wealthy factory owner with snowballs. We find her cutting hay to help hostile and uncomprehending peasants at age 15, then teaching night classes in literacy to factory workers at 22. She was one of those souls who long more than anything to be of use in this world. Unknowingly, she found herself drawn to the letter chet, which resembles the Greek letter pi, and which, thus visually representing a gate, refers to ownership. She yearned to give herself, to be possessed, to know where she stood. By the time she was 26, she was receiving, materializing, and carrying to underground printers the invisible inked manifestos which Lenin sent from prison. The legend says that one of her greatest joys was to watch the magic letters appear in the boiling water, as if they comprised a secret message written expressly for her, instead of being merely another metallically impersonal appeal to the workers. After all, reader, don't you prefer to believe that this story, which you're taking the trouble to read, has something to say to you? But for just the same reason that she shunned fashionable clothes, chocolates, and other frivolous pleasures, Krupskaya strove to persuade herself that in the self-abnegation of transcription lay her destiny. When she reached the age of 27, N.K. Krupskaya was arrested for the first time. After 2 months in preliminary detention, they released her, thinking her to be a shy nobody who'd gotten mixed up in illegal activity only by mistake. But so brazen and exalted were her actions on behalf of the Kostroma strikers that she was arrested again after only 18 days. Here again I seem to see that pallid, protuberant-featured social revolutionary woman who sought to kill Lenin. It's said that Fanya Kaplan had already become a committed anarcho-terrorist by the time she was 16. When the gendarmes burst in, she and her comrades were arrayed around the bed, carefully assembling the components of a bomb, like those Kabbalists who, in their circle-beset diagrams, arrange into bristling molecules the various emanations and manifestations of God. It's even said that the police themselves were moved by the perfection of the urchin-spined grey spheres laid out upon the young girl's white sheets. Fearing for the Tsar's safety, the court at first condemned her to death, but in view of her youth and sex, the sentence was commuted to hard labour for life in Siberia. There she dwelled between the river ice and the celestial alphabets of constellations until the October Revolution amnestied her. By then, Fanya Kaplan was more determined than ever to redeem all Russia from centralist abomination. As for Comrade Krupskaya, who proved equally unrepentant, they kept her in the blankness of the cells for 5 months, until a convict named M.F. Vetrova burned herself to death to protest her own fate. So, in garments of flame, this woman, otherwise almost unknown, dictated her tale of righteousness. Who says that tales are only words? Embarrassed by Vetrova's propaganda triumph, the authorities felt compelled to exercise upon their remaining female prisoners the same leniency which they would grant Fanya Kaplan. In March of 1897, not long after her 28th birthday, they freed Krupskaya on grounds of failing health. Fanya Kaplan, for her part, was also 28 when she was freed forever by Malkov's bullets. A photograph from this period reveals Krupskaya's pale, stern beauty. Her smooth forehead glows like winter sunshine on a snowy field. Her clenched lips cannot entirely deny their own sensuousness, and her eyes gaze with painful sincerity into the ideal, dark eyes these, longing eyes from which a craving for meaning steadfastly bleeds. Her high and proper collar hides her almost to the chin, so she is but a face, closed but promising something, like a flower bud. She's combed her hair severely back and cropped it short. She's a recruit, a fighter, a militant. 3. Knowing that Lenin needed a copyist in his Siberian exile, and learning that she too would be exiled, the police themselves being not entirely illiterate readers of dangerousness, she accepted her leader's proposal for a marriage of convenience, replying in those famous words meant to show her imperviousness to bourgeois institutions. Well, so what? If as a wife, then as a wife. In fact, there is every reason to believe that beneath this bravado lived an idolatrous passion. Upon her arrival the following year, when Fanya Kaplan was celebrating her 10th birthday, the reunited atheists submitted to a full church wedding in Shushinskoye, which is wistfully called the Siberian Italy. The law required an exchange of rings, and devotees of that most Kabbalistic genre, the parable within a parable, might well concentrate on this most pathetic episode of the ceremony, unable to resist dissecting the ironic symbolism of those two copper wedding bands lying side by side on the black velvet cushion. It said that when the eternally virginal Krupskaya first saw them, she blushed. Freshly worked copper has a peculiar brightness, like bloody gold. We need not detain ourselves here with mystic correlations and analogies, God being ineffable anyway. It seems that the raw luminosity of the rings exposed her unacknowledged feelings in their revelatory glare. They'd been fashioned by a Finnish comrade who was still learning the jeweller's craft. Indeed, he was indebted to Krupskaya for his tools, so he'd taken special pains, inscribing them with the names of the bride and groom in characters which, in their squat angularity, might well have graced some 17th-century diagram of astrology's nested spheres. In their shape, the rings are said to have resembled the letter Samek, a sort of O which tapers as it rejoins its starting point, and which sports a tiny bud on top, imagined by dreamy brides to be a precious stone. Need I add that this character of the mystical alphabet symbolizes both help and sleep? Recall Marx's ambiguous proverb, "Religion is the opium of the masses." Who knows the fate of those shining circlets? The ring which Krupskaya slipped upon Lenin's finger was never seen again. As for the one he slid onto hers, she removed it immediately, for the sake of revolutionary convention. Then the ceremony was over, and they walked home by separate ways. So she became both drudge and disciple, the good soldier, the bedfellow, or occasional bedfellow, as I should say, for in their Kremlin suite each spouse had a private room and a single-width metal-framed bed. The harmless mediocrity, the liquidator of pessimism, the amateur who transcribed Lenin's essays and sewed his nightshirts. That German communist Clara Zetkin, more glamorous than Krupskaya by far, visited the happy couple before and after the revolution. Her memoirs indulgently commend the wife's frankness, simplicity, and rather puritanic modesty. He called her Nadia. She called him Volodya. 4. On that August day, 2 decades later, when the dark-haired, pale-faced, slender woman approached Lenin's Rolls-Royce, then took shaky aim with her little Browning as a line of hysterical determination sank from each corner of her tight, compressed lips, the supreme deity of the Soviet Union ought to have been gathered in, rising to the heart of heaven, just as letters of the Hebrew alphabet are said to take wing during the course of certain Kabbalistic raptures. Certainly Fanya Kaplan, alias Dora, was banking on that when she gave herself up in observance of the covenant, a life for a life. But the black-haired woman, member in good standing of the Social Revolutionary Combat Organization though she was, which is to say self-spendthrift, lacked competence. One cannot forbear to recall the half-built bomb on her girlhood's bed. Was the premature ending of that story mere bad luck? Or had she and her accomplices forgotten to post sentries? In this connection we do well to invoke the letter Daleth, whose shape, the upper right-hand angle of a square, implies both knowledge and unenlightenment, being a door which can open and close. The young anarchists had faith that the door would stay closed until they'd completed their preparations to murder the Minister of the Interior. The police forced it open. Either way, the tale would have gone on and the door remained. What else should we expect? So many revolutionaries are intellectuals, a class of people whose aspirations tend to run ahead of their capabilities. Just think of that Paris communard of the previous century who used to sit in cafes, constructing such beautiful little barricades out of breadcrumbs that everyone admired him. Come the uprising, he built a perfect barricade out of stones, and the troops marched around it. Shall we interject here that Krupskaya was perfectly useless with a gun, and that her attempts at cryptography brought smiles to the lips of Tsarist police spies? With typically hysterical exoticism, Fania Kaplan had incised her bullets with dum-dum crosses so that they represented magic atoms, then dipped them in a substance which she believed to be curare poison, but which would prove to exert no effect whatsoever. Then she set out to try her luck. As soon as Lenin had completed his Friday address to the workers, she fired 3 shots, which hummed like the letter mem. One pierced a woman who was complaining about the confiscation of bread at railroad stations. The second shot struck Lenin in the upper arm, injuring his shoulder. The third soared upward through his lung into his neck, coming to rest in a fortuitous spot, if any bullet wound can be considered such. Lenin's face paled, and he sank to the running board, bleeding, unconscious. 5. The Cheka sent a car for Krupskaya without telling her anything. She was in terror. That day the leading Chekist, Yuritsky, had already been assassinated. At such moments, when we find ourselves in danger of losing the protagonist we love, the tale of our marriage begins to glow, and the letters tremble on the page, as once did our own souls when we realized the inevitability of the first kiss. Later, if he lives, those same words will go dry and stale. But for now, the beloved name trembles in every constituent, and we feel weak and sick. Krupskaya had already begun to suffer from the heart condition which would underline the remaining chapters of her life. She felt half suffocated. Her vision doubled. The streets of Moscow shimmered with tears. When, penetrating the magic circle of Latvian riflemen, she found her husband apparently dying, she composed herself and gripped his hand in silence. Years later, she'd be dry-eyed at his funeral. He was lying on his right side. They said he'd opened his eyes when the car pulled up. He'd wanted to ascend the stairs himself. In the secret pocket of her dress, her fingers clasped the copper ring he'd given her in Shushinskoye. The doctors had already cut his suit off. Lenin's eyes would not open. He breathed with the desperate, shallow gasps of a lover nearing orgasm. And, as if to reinforce this impression, a curl of blood had dried upon his paper-white chest in the shape of the letter Lamed, whose snaky shape has Kabbalistic associations with sexual intercourse. At dawn his breaths deepened, and then he looked at her. Krupskaya whispered, "We have no one but you. Stay with us. Save us." To comfort her, one of the nurses, who herself was weeping, said, "He needs you, Nadezhda Konstantinovna." Then they all began to heal him, giving him injections with a squat glass syringe whose shape was reminiscent of the letter Kof, emblem of inner sight. As soon as he came back into his mind, he became impatient. He had many things to do to ensure that his revolution would be irreversible. Krupskaya rarely found herself alone with him. First it was the doctors, then Trotsky, Stalin, and the rest, come to congratulate him on his survival. He gazed at her half-humorously, rolling his eyes. She knew he longed to be at work by himself, preparing new commandments and testimonies. What could she do to aid him? How could she prevent him from tiring himself into a relapse? Shyly clearing her throat, she said, "Pretend this convalescence is only another term in prison, Volodya. You know you can deal with that." He laughed delightedly. On the 14th of September, she took him to somebody's confiscated estate in the pleasant village of Gorky. He recovered secretly behind those walls. Krupskaya remained at his side as often as he would let her. While he slept, she sat in her room, repeating his name with such whispered fervour that the nurses said, "It's almost as if she believes he'll fade away if she closes her eyes for 1 minute." They tried to get her to rest, but she burst into tears. In another week, Volodya's bandages came off. Before October, he began to walk again without her help, although he'd lost much blood, and there were circles under his eyes. She brought him home to the Kremlin just before the end of that month, sleeping with her door open in case he should call for her. He'd already reverted to his habit of pacing his office on tiptoe throughout the night hours, muttering, searching for clear policies. These well-known sounds soothed her. By November he was almost entirely restored, and in celebration the Bolsheviks everywhere replicated his graven images. 6. Vanya Kaplan was executed on the same day that the Commissar of the Interior released the infamous Order Concerning Hostages, which decreed that all right social revolutionaries be arrested at once and reserved for mass liquidation as needed. In Perm alone they shot 36 captives to avenge Lenin and Uritsky. Thus the terrorists were requited to their faces. Less than 24 hours later the Red Terror was born. The birth announcement went hissing across telegraph lines like the letter Shin, whose 3 vertical arms culminate in poppy heads of flame. Meanwhile, the press kept calling for more blood, more blood. In the ever-timely words of Comrade N.V. Krylenko, whose own destiny would be death by shooting, "We must execute not only the guilty, execution of the innocent will impress the masses even more." But unlike the assassin herself, whose sweat had reeked of anger and fear, Krupskaya could not believe that a fellow revolutionary ought to be put to death. "The Central Committee will have to decide," her husband said. He knew that Vanya Kaplan's corpse had already been burned, and the ashes buried in an unmarked grave. "Volodya, don't think I'm a conciliationist. During all these 30 years my attitude has not changed." "I shall consider it. I'm so sorry to disturb you about this. I've only taken her case to heart because—" Slowly raising his bald crown from the outspread Pravda, upside down to her, which it was his habit to grip in both of his hands, he gazed at her across the neutral zone of his desk, guarded from her by his 2 inkwells, whose brass caps shone like the domes of Orthodox churches, by his lamp and telephone, by his long, narrow scissors whose point faced her, and his eyes were very sorrowful as he said, "Where's Makarov's dictionary? I think I'll study it. The alphabetical arrangement of words creates such a refreshing sort of chaos. Ah, look here. In a row we find sleepy, never drying, truancy, obscurity, bliss, then inharmoniousness. What unlike ideas! And all because they begin with the letters H-E. In English or in Hebrew, for instance, I fancy they'd be arranged quite differently. And what if there's some perfect ordering that's never been thought of before? But my opinions on linguistics are not important." "Promise me you won't let them do this," pleaded Krupskaya, who, thanks to her thyroid condition, had already developed the protuberant eyes which would give her the nickname the Fish. Strangely enough, in her youth, one of her revolutionary aliases had been the Lamprey. Lenin blinked and said, "Nadia, you know very well that right now our revolution faces so many dangers. I never asked you for anything. I married you. I mended your clothes. I let you have your mistress, and even collaborated with her. Save this woman, Volodya, I beg you." Lenin said to her, "Nadia, you need to control your emotions." Trembling, breathing heavily, she sat down. She was overweight, unhealthy. Not long afterward she'd suffer her first heart attack. Lenin was not undevoted. He'd carried milk to his wife with his own hands when she'd lain in a sanatorium. On one such mission, bandits had robbed him of his coat. On another, they expropriated one of his cars. He'd granted her political power in accordance with her abilities. He'd given her a small, ornate desk in the Kremlin, a window view, a sofa flanked by bookcases, a personal library of 20,000 volumes. These were her luxuries. This was the first and last time she'd ever ask him for anything, and so Lenin called to him Comrade J.V. Stalin, who was so useful in matters of this kind. Stalin smiled angrily and said that it would be done. "Just because she fucks Lenin doesn't mean I have to get up on my hind legs for her," he said to his understudy Molotov, who quickly agreed. "She understands nothing about politics. Nothing." A week later, Lenin told his wife, "It's all right, I've made inquiries. You can talk with her tomorrow. But it's all got to stay top secret. Right now the whole world is against us." Krupskaya knelt and kissed his hand. 7. Typically enough, she set out for the prison alone, in her stained and dirty peasant dress, with her hair tucked up in a bun. It was snowing, and the streets remained dangerous with ice. In those days it was the custom for every pass to be scrutinized in turn by dozens of menacing, half-literate faces, none of whom could grant the bearer absolution from fear, but any one of whom possessed full authority to shoot. Under the stipulations of the Red Terror, mistaken ruthlessness would be forgiven. Mistaken mercy might not be. By virtue of her special association with Lenin, Krupskaya possessed the security of the elect, but even she must expect inconveniences, particularly when seeking out a convicted enemy of the people. And yet, strange to say, the sentry, whose cap was pulled low over his eyes, opened the squeaking gate without demur, and when she descended the stairs, she found in a labyrinth of brickwork corridors another guard already waiting for her, although of him she never saw anything but his back. Silently he led her down another staircase, darkness oozing from his boots. Through the walls came rhythmic screams, sometimes muffled by the earth of those deep-sunk grave-wells, sometimes amplified by the ventilation pipes. Just as they say, in classical times, the cries of Sicilian victims echoed from the throat of a hollow brazen bull, inside which the condemned were slowly roasted. As we know, Krupskaya was a sentimentalist, who secretly among all her books preferred Louisa May Alcott's Little Women, and these sounds horrified her. But from childhood it had been impossible to unsettle her heavy, melancholy steadiness, which disguised itself as optimism. She trudged on behind the guard, who finally stopped to unlock an ancient iron door with 3 keys. He stood aside, his face in the shadows, and as soon as she had entered, closed the door upon her. 8. In regard to this cell, it should have been observable to Krupskaya that the walls were incised with Hebrew letters, which seemed almost to flutter in the luminescence of the guttering lantern. Of course, she was so long past her religious days as to be blind to the uncanny. And yet anyone can read in her memoirs that her heart had literally pounded with joy when she first read Das Kapital, because Marx had proven there, with scientific infallibility, that capitalism was doomed. Well, what might constitute uncanniness to a devout Bolshevik? The presence of a social revolutionary? But why seek the uncanny out? Motivations lie nested in motivations, like the numerological values of the letters of Hebrew parables. If, as the Kabbalah posits, the most secret meaning is also the most precious, then we must sink into hermeneutic darkness. Krupskaya needed to prove herself to be so excellent, so above vindictive personalism, that she could forgive even the one who would have killed her husband God. And forgiveness need not exclude contempt. Within the coils of this rationale hid a second craving which she hardly dared read, a lust for reassurance about her revolution. But even this did not explain the intensity of Krupskaya's attraction to Fanya Kaplan. In her girlhood there had been an 18-year-old teacher named Timofeika who preached socialism to the peasants. Krupskaya adored her, and expressed that adoration through emulation. Her desire to give up her own self and become Timofeika hung between them like a glowing letter T, which is Y-shaped like the female pudendum, but which terminates in a fishhook, symbolizing attachment, penetration, and parasitism. Don't mistake me, they never so much as touched one another. The key words of their tale are not lascivious, but have as usual to do with honor, worship, burnt offerings. In any event, Timofeika soon got arrested. Krupskaya never saw her again. Very likely she became a social revolutionary, like Fanya Kaplan. So Krupskaya would have had to break off with her in any event, to avoid compromising Volodya, who in Siberia had refused to allow her to color Easter eggs, because that would have been falling into religious superstition. In her curiosity regarding Fanya Kaplan there lurked perhaps a shade of longing for Timofeika's purity. And yet, As had increasingly become the case with all she loved, her yearning was polluted by repulsion and rage. And so Krupskaya sat with her hand upon the table, wearing the white blouse and grubby striped vest which she so often affected, gazing drearily upon the prisoner and blinking her tired, protuberant eyes. Her face was tanned almost to griminess, thanks to all her propaganda work in the open air. Her stringy hair and the 2 vertical creases between her eyes gave her an urgent, almost crazed expression. 9. As for the convict, she scarcely deigned to turn upon Krupskaya her half-closed gaze. The visitor took this unceasing coldness, or at least guardedness, to be evidence of guilt. But in her socialist faith, as in her private relations with her husband, she had been so long accustomed to consider individual peculiarities to be irrelevant that this reticence scarcely affected her. Questions could be answered without personality colouring any words. The neat ranks of book spines behind Volodya's desk offered statistics, errors, energy, fertilization. What mattered the gaze of their authors? She was interested in Fanya Kaplan only insofar as she embodied a force which threatened her interpretation of history. At last the other woman, half turning away, brushed her hair out of her eyes with a long, pallid hand, cleared her throat, and huskily said, "Well, why did you come?" Krupskaya replied, "I did not come to save you. I came to understand you. I came to lift a stone from my soul." "Ah, you speak like a true Russian, so mystical, so emotional." "And you? You're not Russian?" "I'm a Jewess." "What has that to do with anything? Trotsky's a Jew, and Sverdlov, Litvinov, Chicherin, Radek, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Krestinsky. When I was alive, I was a social revolutionary, but now that I'm dead, I've become quite a little Jewess. When they arrested me, they continually spoke of my Jewish features." "That's all cant," Krupskaya insisted. "You know that national origins mean nothing. Don't tell me you committed that crime because you're a Jew." She'd found herself saying that crime because she did not want to utter her husband's name in front of this wretch. To call him Lenin would be to deny her relationship to him, which felt almost like a betrayal, whereas Volodya would be too intimate. She certainly desired no intimacy with F.D. Kaplan. In public she frequently used the familiar, yet still somewhat official, Ilyich, which might be thinkable here, but somehow she preferred that the victim's presence loom unnamably between them, like the blade of a giant guillotine. "But why not just call what I did a religious act?" asked the woman, with a nervously goading smile. "Why not call it a mystery?" Her lips pressed together, her chin thrust ever so slightly forward, Krupskaya said, "So you acted out of some fanatical superstition?" "I shot Lenin because I believe him to be a traitor." "Then you do deserve death. At a time like this, when Russia is— Of course I'm a fanatic. The fewer possibilities I have, the more urgently I must imagine." "I cannot understand you." The brooding mouth said, "Nadezhda Konstantinovna, you know very well what we demand. Universal suffrage, freedom of the press, peasant power, a representative people's government. But those pseudo-democratic phrases of yours are printed in the constitutions of capitalist republics all over the world. Don't you see that they mean nothing? How can you support universal suffrage when the richest people control the vote? Freedom of the press. Who owns that press? A people's government. Of which people? You've let yourself become a pawn of the White Guard clique." "Even a pawn sometimes controls destiny," replied the woman with a beautiful smile. "USSRs want to stand in the middle. That's your error. You're trying to persuade the people that it's possible to refrain from choosing between the capitalists and us. That's a crime for which you all deserve to be shot like mad dogs." But at these counter-arguments the criminal merely smiled again. Something almost inexpressible did find expression in her. What was it? Krupskaya's indignation and hatred were beginning to be supplanted by sensations of murky confusion. 10. Lenin's eyes had taken on the famous ironic twinkle when he'd said to Stalin, "She'd better be good. You know that Nadia is not stupid." Stalin grinned rudely back, thinking, her intelligence may not lie beyond honest controversy. More weird word consonants. Nadia also happened to be the name of Stalin's brown-eyed wife, 22 years younger than he, whom he'd just wed, and who was already giving him trouble. Of course she was as beautiful as a perfect story. The tresses curled round her ear in imitation of the letter Pe, one of the few in the Hebrew alphabet which are not angular. It relates not only to the ear, but also to submission, and, of course, to its opposite, and, coincidentally, to that dream of all politicians, eternally perfect speech. During her lifetime, Comrade N.A. Stalin was indeed but a subjugated ear. More acute than Krupskaya, or at least more sensitive, she was characterized by friends and relatives in that hackneyed phrase, a trembling doe. Her future was suicide. Beside her bleeding corpse she left a note denouncing her husband's crimes. Thus, in the end, she did dominate him, that letter Pe hanging forever now above his head, condemning him unreachably. But in 1918 their final quarrel still lay 14 years away. Stalin had deciphered a few characters of the threatening message upon her forehead, but, mistaking her silence for blankness, convinced himself that he'd read nothing there. A pathetic reversal of his paranoia toward all other human beings. Upon his face God wrote, "For the thing that I fear comes across me, and what I dread befalls me." Job 3:25. Doubtless that slogan colored his own reading of Krupskaya. Her wifely solicitude had sometimes interposed itself between Lenin and himself, which was unforgivable. And in the present case, her compulsive attachment to a traitor she'd never met constituted no less than an assault upon the party. She'd embarrassed Lenin. Here was a chance to do Lenin a favor, but also to put that fat old hag in her place. Moreover, he now had perfect means to blackmail Lenin should he ever need to. And so, when the actress was brought to his office and stood before him as straight as the letter Vav, which resembles a nail, Stalin lit his pipe, looked her over, then said, "Well, comrade, do you understand that you've been given a gigantic moral responsibility?" "Yes, Comrade Stalin, I have my doubts that you do. Listen, you. We don't want the old cunt to put us to this trouble again. Just because she shares the same bathroom with Lenin is no reason why I have to respect her. Hey, did you hear what I said? You're not sick, are you?" "No, Comrade Stalin." "Make her hate you, and don't let her pin you down on anything. Mystification is in order, get it? No, you're a Yid, so act like a Yid." Stalin's will, if the black-clad woman had correctly deciphered it, was that she punish and terrify Krupskaya. Each syllable departing her mouth must become a ravening animal to attack the grand lady's soul. Unlike most inmates of that epoch, the woman could see the future as brightly as if it were a six-pointed star of violet fire, around which whirled all the signs of the heavens. Until she ceased to exist, Lenin and Stalin would worry that the trick might be exposed, and therefore she must take refuge in gnomic utterances. Her apprehension now ascended higher, until she realized that even so obscure a course, mystification, as he'd called it, would profit her nothing. No matter what she said or did, she was doomed. And so she felt herself even more pinned to silence, like Fanya Kaplan herself, who'd done nothing, it is said, but stare out the window of her cell, waiting for the bullet in the back. It was all hopeless. But as soon as Krupskaya had entered her cell, the woman had pitied her. She would be true to the text, whose letters crawled around her so uneasily. The lot is cast into the lap, but the decision is wholly from the Lord. Proverbs 16:33. 11. Most literary critics agree that fiction cannot be reduced to mere falsehood. Well-crafted protagonists come to life. Pornography causes orgasms, and the pretense that life is what we want it to be may conceivably bring about the desired condition. Hence religious parables, socialist realism, Nazi propaganda. And if this story likewise crawls with reactionary supernaturalism, that might be because its author longs to see letters scuttling across ceilings, cautiously beginning to reify themselves into angels. For if they could only do that, then why not us? A kindred longing for autonomy doubtless animated the prisoner, when in her low and leaden voice she whispered,
"Nadezhda Konstantinovna, have you ever read the Kabbalah?"
"I haven't time for that trash. Say what you like." "It's written that man is the moving hand and God is the shadow. Only man can save God. And now you and Lenin are the two gods of Russia. Don't deny it, Nadezhda Konstantinovna. You yourself are God. And only I can save you. Only I can repair your glory." Krupskaya half rose, staring at her in astonishment. "So that's the kind you are," she said. "You're not even intelligent." "Not at all. But at least I am real. I tried to kill Lenin because he wanted to be God, but now that he's achieved his aim, he's become my shadow, so I must worship him. And you too, with your tremors, your isolation, and your silliness, you're my shadow too. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be here." "You should be in an asylum. I'm leaving." "I seek hidden worlds," the woman said into Krupskaya's staring, steadfast face. And then, in a very low voice, since Stalin was undoubtedly listening behind the wall, she whispered, "Are you true to yourself?" "I beg your pardon? Why should I answer to you, murderess?" "I don't ask for justifications, Nadezhda Konstantinovna. I ask only for your pity." Krupskaya's heart was pounding. Rubbing her forehead, rapidly gasping, she wondered when a stroke would finish her off. "Will you pity me?" the woman was demanding. Look at me. Look at where I am. Will you pity me?" Krupskaya wanted to weep, but dared not. Clearing her throat, she haltingly said, "I remember when I was in prison, and I felt so passionately that armed struggle was necessary, and I think that you, too, must feel passionately." The woman's face swelled then with a dull ecstasy, and she knelt before Krupskaya on the flagstones of the cell, flinging back her head, offering her throat, so that in her shape she resembled the letter Bet, which means both wisdom and madness. "But you're deranged. You need a doctor. I'll tell Ilyich—" "Don't trouble yourself, Nadezhda Konstantinovna." Then Krupskaya began to tremble, and she said, "You're not Fanya Kaplan, are you? If I'm not who I say I am, draw your own conclusions." "Is she dead?" Rising, the woman said, "In other words, you wish to know whether I am the assassin in herself, or the manifestation of an assassin." "Who are you?" "I am your revelation." Then the woman, who, unlike both Krupskaya and Fanya Kaplan, sought to delay her own doom, knelt down once more and began to murmur these words. "Surya, Prince of the Presence, I have fasted with my head between my knees. Now I adjure you 112 times with the name of God. I adjure you with the name Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya, Hashem Melochei Yisrael." Paling more and more in the darkness, until her flesh was as a white flame, 111 times, each time in a single long breath, she repeated this clandestine name, nodding her head with each syllable, counting on the fingers of her ecstatically outstretched hands. Krupskaya sat paralyzed. Afterwards she could scarcely remember her sensations. It was as if she hadn't been there at all, or been there only in some insubstantial sense, like a wisp of smoke. And then, whispering, "Learsi Yehole Mesan Ayexpork, Anvonit Natsnok Adjedan," the woman trembled and fell upon the floor, foaming at the mouth. And in her eyes was darkness, like the darkness within Krupskaya's nostrils. At that moment the writhing Hebrew letters upon the wall became as red as fire, and took wing, gathering into a circular swarm about the woman's face, so that her features were obscured, just as Fanya Kaplan's execution had been veiled in the mysterious roaring of an automobile engine. Malkov had been afraid that bystanders might otherwise hear the screams. Then the letters disappeared into the woman's mouth. Krupskaya was speechless. The woman began to glow more and more, until the light from her was as white and pure as a page of the Torah. She stood and approached Krupskaya, who, overcome by a mysterious impulse, kissed her upon the mouth, so that those two drank from each other at last. Then, in a voice as soft as the lace in Russian shop windows before the revolution stripped them, the woman said, "I have beheld you. I have prayed to you, and I have repaired your glory with the power of righteousness. You stand guiltless. But as for me, now that I have beheld you, I shall surely die." "Who are you?" said Krupskaya, squeezing the woman's hand. "And if I told you, would you be swept aside by the telling? Who are you?" "I am you. I have become you. I have given myself utterly to you. And now what will you do? You are innocent and perfect, so you can do anything." "Who are you?" "I am unknowable," the woman whispered. "I am nothing." 12. Brushing past the fixed bayonets of ironically polite Chekists outside the Kremlin wall, she ascended the 3 long, steep flights of stairs, clenching her trembling hands. Her worshipper had drunk from her the kiss of enlightenment, but who can enlighten God herself? Krupskaya felt as if she were trapped within a circle of fire. "Yesterday we talked about legalizing them. Today we are arresting them," she heard Volodya say with that cheerful chuckle of his. "That's the way to cut off counter-revolution." Not long afterward, Comrade Angelika Balabanov came to visit. When the latter raised the subject of Fanya Kaplan's execution, Krupskaya is said to have wept many tears. 13. Here, perhaps, the parable should end, because in her last years Krupskaya shared scant sisterhood with either of the 2 Fanya Kaplans. She preached, lectured, travelled, set up schools, ever remaining enchanted, though she could not admit it, by the old Narodnik slogan, "Go to the people." Well, and so she did still resemble her husband's assassins. How can we end yet? She wrote austere essays on pedagogy. Krupskaya loved children, and would have been so happy to bear her own. But Volodya was embalmed now in the mausoleum she'd opposed. In her writings recurred this phrase, "the task before us." In the years when her party was murdering Ukrainians by the millions, a certain comrade, otherwise unrecorded, told her the tale of a poor little boy who liked to draw pictures of flowers, but had been born paralyzed from the waist down, so he had to remain indoors and scarcely ever saw real plants. As usual, Krupskaya wept. She wanted to do something. And what right have I to belittle weeping? Were not her goodness and her judgment laid up in store against all adversaries? Kabbalistically she now possessed affinity for the letter Yod, which resembles a deformed bullet dug out of a corpse, and which means, above all, praxis. In short, she followed the correct line, remaining worthy of the supreme experience. Convicts told her, "I am well treated." Before Volodya's death, she was already transmitting directives requiring libraries to suppress undesirable books, including the harmfully superficial ecstasies of Tolstoyans. Blame Volodya if you want to. It was upon his instructions that she had long ago broken off with the Narodniks, whose printers once set in illegal type his invisible inked prison essays. Had Volodya then been the key to her submission? Or was it simply her lack of intellectual self-confidence, which left her convinced throughout life that she still knew too little to render any unguided sacrifice? When the new wave of repressions began in 1928, the peasants, who worshipped her, sent her many letters begging her to save their families from dekolakization, exile, and imprisonment. It was impossible even to answer them all. She said to herself, "My personal reading of these words is irrelevant. The revolution must be saved." The rapture was gone. She no longer hoped to write in the Book of Life, or even to be Lenin's copy-editor. All that remained to her was to read aloud whatever might be set before her. In 1936, we find her writing in support of Stalin's show trials that many of her own former comrades-in-arms deserved to be shot like mad dogs, a stilted commonplace of the time. By then she'd become a sad, round-faced babushka, a good kommunistka, who stared slowly at the world. Sometimes it was whispered to her that Fanya Kaplan was still alive. She credulously gobbled such rumours, which were presented to her like offerings. Superior in her destiny to the murdered murderess, she escaped even the show trials. The rumour that Stalin poisoned her need not be credited. She died of arterial sclerosis in 1939, and this seems to me a strangely appropriate disease for one whose vitality and spontaneity had been gradually clogged. Stalin was prominent among those who carried her funeral urn to its waiting niche in the Kremlin wall. Mobilization. I have often observed in myself that my will has decided even before my thinking is over. Bismarck, circa 1878. 1. In the Kaiser's time, iron crosses hung from the Brandenburg Gate, and there were processions of white horses and of Prussian officers whose immense brass buttons gleamed fiercely. The Russians didn't mind at first. The Tsar and the Kaiser were cousins. After our spectacular adventures in France, we had begun to overcome the human fearfulness of death, and even, on certain very hot nights, to speak to each other of destiny. A man leaped up in the beer hall and cried out that this would be the year when our century finally began, 14 years late. Never mind those 14 lost years, because we had 1,000 more ahead of us. And nobody laughed. Pretty soon we were all in the streets. The July breath of linden trees, the sheen of rivers, the Kaiser's promises, and the perfumed humidity rising up from between women's breasts now dissolved one another into a supersaturated solution whose molecules swarmed apart, perched in the lindens, opened their wings, then, unable to remain alone beyond the saturation limit, rejoined the Kaiser's newly crystalline slogans. A generation before, the Iron Chancellor had observed, "I've always found the word Europe on the lips of those statesmen who want something from a foreign power which they would never venture to ask for in their own name." And so the Kaiser, inaugurating a century of perfect honesty, divorced the word Europe. He said Germany. At once, Berlin's department stores became as airy and multi-windowed as hothouses. The clock faces which crowned them opened gilded hands to embrace a futurity of undying summer. The Kaiser shouted, "Germany!" On the outer walls of the Zeughaus, stone helmets which had obediently overshadowed stone collars for nearly 2 centuries came alive. Within each helmet darkness, drops of excited moisture strove to become eagles. 2. The winged figures on the bridges of Berlin are now mostly flown, for certain things went wrong in Europe, which was supposed to become Germany. Indeed, the wrongnesses ripened into bombs, so our angels had to flee or go smash. But even now, I'm writing in the year 2002, Berlin remains the city of eagles. And in 1914, when everything began to happen, we were, if I may say so, graced to perfection by those kingly warbirds, who inspired us as much as they guarded us, sometimes disguising themselves as winged deities on columns. I'm thinking of the gilded Victory, who still flexes her wings atop the Siegersäule's triumphal phallus, sometimes protecting our dead, as does, for instance, the black eagle in gold upon the ancient pall of Anna Elizabeth Louise, the Margrave's daughter. In the Hitler years we still believed in books enough to burn them. Imagine, then, how much life our faith could impart to stone effigies of eagles back in the Kaiser's day, when belief really meant something. The Brandenburg Gate had not yet been time-scorched to the colour of earth. None of the people in the old photographs were dead, not one. Berlin's pale green willow trees bent over the water, craving to marry their own reflections and thereby complete eternity's circle. Several succeeded. On the bridges and columns, eagles shrieked. New atoms of humidity flew up to become eagles. 3. Here came our Kaiser, jaunty and true. He was sterner than a Bismarck statue in a crypt. His soul was a sarcophagus of gilded lizard dragons and gaping faces, eternally melded to black bronze. He came in uniform, with his iron cross and dark sash, emerging from a crypt gate between pillars crowned by a pair of eagle angels. He'd been communing with the white grave effigy of Kaiser Friedrich III, the gilded bier of Friedrich I. He'd rested his ear against the marble and heard a voice groan, "Germany." Do you want to know more? Beneath that bier the marble was cunningly tunnelled through. That's where it got secret. Farther down, it got top secret. That was where the stone always sweated, and the tunnel stopped forking. There was only one choice. The deep passage ended in a niche into whose wall a medallion had been set forever, which is to say until 1945. Whose likeness did it carry? Whose could it have been but his? The one who won the Pope's kiss of peace, even when all Europe stood against us. The one who sent our first iron tentacles into the Slavic East. The one who launched the Third Crusade. Oh yes, It was Barbarossa's round, cruelly bird-like face beneath that squat crown. He was bulging-eyed. He clutched floral spearheads. He glared at us all from within his heavy round money disk. And so the Kaiser came down to him. He knelt and placed his ear against the face of Barbarossa, as we do with telephones. And Barbarossa sighed in a voice neither gravelly nor liquid, "Germany." The Kaiser rose up. Germany was on his lips now. Germany would come out. Awaiting his words, we beer hall men got our hats ready to throw up in the air. We'd brought our martial-looking mothers, wives, and children, all of whom were blank-eyed, tranquil, and strong, the children protected by their mothers' hands, the mothers guarded by the gilded profile of Friedrich I, which was, in turn, upheld by gruesome, menacing eagles. Our Kaiser began to speak. Clenching his hand in the white glove, he said that, like the bravely honest people that we were, we must honor our promise to the Austrians and punish the Serbs, that this meant war against England and France, that because Russia refused to disinterest herself in the Serbian question, the only correct thing was to declare war on Russia also. Then the Kaiser shouted, "Germany!" And before we could even wave our hats, all the Medusa faces which had glared somnolently on stone shields since the creation of Berlin, which was the creation of the world, woke up. They wanted war games and adventures. Soon our white-clad girls would be waving goodbye to troop trains. On the Schlossbrücke, a winged goddess held a dying naked warrior above an eagle who was about to eat a snake. Their flesh was stone, but now the snake writhed, the warrior groaned, the goddess laughed, and the eagle shrieked. In the Berliner Dom, an immense white eagle, blocky and menacing with a fantail, had masqueraded as an angel for centuries. Now it, too, began to scream, flapping its wings until all the picture postcards blew out of the little kiosk outside. The church's stained glass windows glowed yellow. Then the silver gun barrels of the organ began to fire. Gold and silver music notes rained up into the air. And right beside me, a pale little man, probably a tramp, with dishevelled hair and a dark trapezoidal moustache, began to caper, smiling at the world with a sleepwalker's eyes. He was the one who'd leaped up in the beer hall that time. He gripped my hand and cried, "I saw them! I saw them come to life! It happened when the Kaiser said Germany." He was a ridiculous little man, but he threw back his head to yell, "Germany!" and his shout drowned out the Kaiser's. Moreover, it grew louder the farther it travelled, and by the time it passed beyond the Egyptian Museum and the Schloss Charlottenburg, it was so loud that our ears burst and we could no longer hear it. And then creepers and vines of fire began rising up to hide Europe, just as they did in Wagner's Magic Fire music. Woman with Dead Child. A new bride cries until sunrise. A sister cries until she gets a golden ring. A mother cries until the end of her life. Russian proverb. 1. Berlin, 1914. Crowds shouting and waving their hats when mobilization was announced. That was her epoch, the epoch of eagles. She'd once met Rodin. That fact alone proves how old she already was in this terrible new Europe. At the Kaiser's word they'd overruled themselves, declining to award her the gold medal after all. She was a woman, you see, and with leftist views besides. She stood there, white-haired, but still young-looking in her pale smock, her white-sleeved wrists crossed against the darkness, proud and angry in defeat. Karl raged for her, then brought flowers. And now the Kaiser had fled and would never come back. Her familiar, hated, hero-worshipping Germany had died with its heroes, after which the eagles stopped screaming, pretending once again to be stone. What would become of us now? Her only hope was world socialism. Russian children played with the fallen head of Alexander II's statue. German children longed for a savior. As for her, she kept making her quick, crude placard drawings of sick men, despairing mothers, children huddled in terror as the skeleton prepared to strike. In a sense, the Weaver's series had been her life's work. In another sense, her life's work was the iteration and reiteration of a single image, which achieved its final expression where she stood before a woman whom she'd made out of stone, gazing at the woman's face, her own face, as she wept and stroked the granite woman's cheeks. That wasn't yet. Just now she couldn't stop thinking about Karl's patient, Frau Becker, who kept losing her children. 5 out of 11 were already in the ground. Frau Becker used to talk about it as if it had nothing to do with her. The big ones died off, and the little ones were always coming back. In her honor, Kathe made another etching of a mother with a dead child. Strange to think that she'd once felt at loose ends. Look, red flags on Unter den Linden. Soldiers were shouting. Who knew what they might do? Karl had begged her to stay home, but she couldn't have borne to miss this. She was at the Brandenburg Gate when they threw their cockades into the dust. Peter would have joined them in that, she was sure. Then, from the window of the Reich Chancellery, Herr Scheidemann proclaimed a republic. Never mind that all he wanted was to forestall Liebknecht from spreading Lenin's revolution. God be thanked for the result. Of course it made the eagles scream, but the cheering crowds drowned them out. She came running to witness this, still wearing the pale smock she wore in her atelier. The idea of human brotherhood drew her here. A republic in Germany. She was so happy now. And then, enraged with herself for having felt happy, she remembered the first victory of Peter's War, 11/8/14 it was, when we regained Alsace-Lorraine for the Reich. Even the Social Democrats had been hypnotized by 11/8/14. We rained roses on our soldiers as they marched through the Brandenburg Gate, and even the family of Dr. Karl Kollwitz hung the imperial flag from the balcony. They'd never done that in their lives, and never would again. Who celebrated 11/8/14 now? Alsace-Lorraine had long since gone French again, and our soldiers who'd won it were hungry now, or maimed, or else they were a close-packed line of corpses in a groove of dirt. A moment ago she'd felt happy about Scheidemann's republic, and for what? Across the street, a crazy little man with a mustache was shaking his fist in a rage, stamping like Rumpelstiltskin, while at her side a crowd of workers kept singing the Internationale. The fact remained that last year, when news came of the Russian Revolution, she'd wept for joy. She wasn't ashamed of her tears, and never would be. And now a republic. Surely there was something fine about that. She ran home to tell Karl that we had a republic. He lifted her up in the air in his joy. Then the electricity went out. The railroad workers struck again. Troops guarded the bridges, every soldier with his hand grenade. Here, with a hollow clap of horse hooves, came the police. A line of green miners waited to take the prisoners away. And the Spartacists got beaten down. It was the old story. People were singing Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. They'd sung that when Peter and Hans marched off with their regiments. She remembered Peter's flag hanging from the balcony, hymns coming from the tower, and then Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles. How young they'd all been then. And before that, when he was little, Peter used to shout hurrah at the Zeppelins. She asked Hans if he remembered, and he nodded silently. He lived separately on the 4th floor. She heard shooting in the streets. Karl was in the city. She didn't know where Hans was. The day she voted for the first time in her life should have been joyous, but the day before that she found herself writing in her diary, "Vile, outrageous murder of Liebknecht and Luxemburg." Everything changed in her republic forever, just as it already had within her heart once she received the news about Peter. Living over Karl's office all those years, and sometimes hearing the groans of his patients through the floor, she found that the suffering of others pressed upon her ever more tightly. As an artist, as a leftist, as a German and a human being, above all as Peter's mother, she couldn't avoid feeling, even had she wanted to. And so she didn't simply imagine the last moments of the two martyrs, she experienced them. Karl had likewise wept when he heard. 9 days later, Liebknecht was buried, along with 38 others. For Rosa Luxemburg, an empty coffin near Liebknecht. They'd thrown Rosa in the Landwehrkanal. The tale of Easter's empty tomb used to haunt her. If we could only leave death behind. Oh, all those dreams she used to have. She wrote them in her diary. She told them to Karl, and to her sister Lise. She tried not to torture Hans with them. That wouldn't have been fair. The occupied grave was worse, far worse. On the other hand, how many times in her life had she found the stone rolled aside, the skeleton bereft of his prey? The best one could hope for was Scheidemann's republic. Under those conditions, wasn't a hollow monument worst of all? Rosa Luxemburg's coffin wasn't void because she'd been resurrected, but because she'd disappeared. That was what assassins did nowadays when they— She carved the mourners light on dark over Liebknecht's snow-white bier, her chisel strokes in each wood-blocked face resembling muscles beneath flayed flesh. The communists told her that she had no right, because she wasn't one of them, but the family had asked her to come. They'd laid red roses on his forehead to hide the bullet holes. Outside, the rightists were singing Heil, dear im Siegerkranz. Liebknecht wasn't the last. It got almost unbearable, but of course it couldn't compare with the World War. To get right down to it, what could she do but work, and sometimes catnap in Peter's room when Karl wasn't there to be hurt? What he'd always wanted of her was intimacy increasing without limit. She knew now that she'd never desire that, not ever. There wasn't space. Berlin's trains kept shooting over the steel bridges, Berlin's boats kept boring underneath them. Our exhausted frontline veterans kept gathering. Now they called themselves old fighters, although most were only in their 20s. Rightists and leftists, they killed each other in their rage. She visited the morgue and counted up to 244 murdered corpses, naked behind glass, with their clothes rolled up on their bellies. She heard the people who loved those dead ones weeping. She said to herself, "Oh, what a dismal, dismal place this is." Then she went home to Weissenburger Strasse to etch in tears and paint in blood what she had seen. Of course, in the World War, it had been worse. She must never forget that. Another of Frau Becker's children had died. Karl said that nothing could have been done, given the conditions in which that family had to live. He got emotional, actually. Even the living ones didn't seem to grow very much. She remembered the way that Peter had suddenly grown so large at age 14. She could hear Frau Becker sobbing in Karl's office. Karl must be giving her a sedative. Then that grocer's apprentice came back, although by now it was practically the middle of the night. She could hear him coughing, and the atmosphere of Karl's office, humid with tears and sputum, began to seep up around her. She'd do another woodcut of Frau Becker, but not now, because she didn't have the strength. Sometimes she felt numb, and then her work wasn't any good. She longed to feel. But when feeling came back, it often overcame her, and then she could do nothing but weep or stare at the floor. She went into Peter's room and closed the door. Here she felt at peace. Many years ago she and Karl had been quarrelling, and so she had slept alone. Then Peter, who had been very little, had a nightmare and came scurrying into bed with her. As soon as she pressed him against herself, all the desolation she'd been feeling went away. Of course, it was not quite like that any more. Oh, she felt tired, so tired. She wasn't yet so old that she had any right to be tired. She said to herself, "Work." She worked without reference to the fiery proto-Cubism of those years, the representational classical past, as dead as the Second Reich itself. Dead. Dead. As dead as the Tsarist officers who'd now sunk beneath their own weedy, mucky parade grounds, so that the party of Lenin and Stalin could march across their mouldering faces. Since 1912 she had kept a room on Siegmundshof for her plastic arts. That was where she would create the morning woman out of stone. Mostly she carved, etched, and painted in that flat on Weissenburger Strasse. Those were the years when the figures in other people's paintings began to go ever flatter, more garish, more distorted, the colours hurtful to her, although she liked some of the galloping calligraphic riders in Kandinsky. Gross's desperately angry caricatures, the X-ray bitterness of Otto Dix, not to mention abstract constructivism. She didn't swim with that tide. Kathe Kollwitz kept painting poor people, starving people, white figures in dark fields, dark chalk on brown ingress paper, raped women, mothers with dying children, mothers with dead children. In the end she depicted mainly herself, her stricken, simian face thinking and grieving. She, too, was a mother with a dead child. 2. The child had died quickly. He'd been the very first of his regiment to die. He died innocently, like our German hero Siegfried, who in Latin chronicles, Norse epics, German poems and songs dies over and over again, invincible from the front, stabbed in the back. Goethe was her favourite writer, very possibly because he was not happy. He'd never seen his death coming because it was sent to him by machine. How could he have fought it? People forget that Hagen, the man who murdered Siegfried, was also a German. He had his reasons. This war was Siegfried's war. The next war would be Hagen's. After the first anguish, the stretch of loneliness which she, too strong or weak for suicide, had yet to cross, remained as immense as the entry on the war in our 1935 Grosser Brockhaus. 47 pages, 10 charts, 12 full-colour maps, inset photo portraits of our German heroes. 3. As I've said, she lived on Weissenburger Strasse with Karl in a neighbourhood whose red-roofed, multi-storied pillars enclosed humid courtyards for the working poor. She lived there for 52 years, accomplishing such works as the lithograph Fallen, 1921, which depicts a mother clapping her hands to her face in utter grief, her children gathered around her, bewildered, anxious, distressed, reaching up toward her for the reassurance which just then she cannot give. The little girl at her back, who seems to be clutching a doll, stares up at her with the same black dots on white domino face as so many of the dead children. Then came widows, more bereaved mothers. It might have been a theme. That was inside. Outside, the police kept taking strikers away in green minas. The workers kept striking. It was in their honour that on a sheet of copper she dry-pointed the wrinkles, threads and shadows of prisoners' trousers as they crowded together behind the wire. She printed it, and it wept for ever and ever in shiny, trembling tears of ink. The birds in the Tiergarten, the green summer light in the Tiergarten, she didn't have those. She had blackness. Sometimes she bought her hope from the small newspaper kiosks which stationed themselves between flower stands. She wanted to keep up with developments in Russia. Why not still hope? But the Kapp Putsch, when Berlin went utterly dark, and then the street battles between strikers and swastikaed Freikorps men, the shooting and the shouting, it went on and on. After the World War, you'd think that people could have learned something. Naturally, how could they? She'd been 4 years old when Germans raised their swords to victory in the Mirror Hall of Versailles. That was what Germans still wanted. Sometimes she felt so tired. There was neither beginning nor end. Karl had turned Social Democrat. After the murder of Luxemburg and Liebknecht, he'd said that it was time to be realistic, especially in Scheidemann's Republic. Kathe hadn't argued. She felt herself more communist than Social Democrat and made lithographs for the communists because they were more active and lively. Anyhow, Karl had always been a realistic sort of person. A few weeks after they'd received the telegram about Peter, Hans's regiment got sent into a zone of typhus. Karl proposed to write the Ministry of War to advise against this on medical grounds. When Kathe, pleased but surprised that he would even attempt so vain an errand, asked what on earth he was thinking of, he told her, almost spitefully she later thought, "You have strength only for sacrifice and letting go of things, not for keeping track of trifles." Although his face was bonier and he had less hair, he had scarcely aged much. Of course, Kathe's hair was now entirely white. In the early winter hours, when she heard fighting in the street, her grief for Germany got mixed up somehow with those recurring dreams she used to have that Peter was still alive. Sometimes he and Hans were on the battlefield together. She tried to help him discover what he should do to avoid being shot again. 4. He had fallen on 22-10-14 in Flanders, 10 days after his war began. He was the first of his regiment to die. Peter was the volunteer. The other son, Hans, the one she hardly knew, of course survived. Hans saw through the war to its skeleton of politics. He later became a doctor like Karl. He was always realistic. 5. Karl had refused Peter permission to go, so he had turned to his mother. She never knew exactly how he succeeded in getting her to overcome her fear, but he did, after which the father, as usual, obeyed the mother. Then came the telegram. Ihr Sohn ist gefallen. Her friend Liebermann gave her this advice. Work. 6. Having been raised by a perfect, untouchable mother, she was fated, indeed she had been brought into the world to be the same, all the while exuding a secret, lavish maternality. And then, from a jet-black cloud, Death's long grey arms reached to pick her child from amidst a harvest of wide-eyed children. How many women have we all seen wilting away because they were prevented from fully giving the love which was in them to give? The great Soviet encyclopedia, which criticizes her favorably, explains that she perceived World War I through the prism of personal tragedy, which imparted a gloomy, sacrificial tone to her creative work. Hence her crazed figures dancing open-mouthed around the guillotine. Hence those elongated, muscle-striated arms reaching up at the sky in grief and anger. Throughout most of the following decade, she created posters for the German Communist Party. Meanwhile, she continued her mournful simian self-portraits. She woodblock printed her 100th screaming mother bearing her dead child in her arms, other mothers crowding around her in the procession to the grave. 7. The myth that her son's death was the inspiration for this work is easily exploded. For instance, Death, Mother and Child dates from 1910, when Peter still had 4 years left to live. It formally resembles the previous year's chalk sketch entitled Goodbye. The child's face, lovely, stark white and realistic, clutched by the mother against her own larger, greyer face, which seemed in its grief to be decaying into the black smudge beneath it. In 1903, in both her Pietà and her mother with dead child, the positions had been reversed, the mother clutching the little corpse from above, resting her head on the breast, while the child's head dangled in space, the lips slightly parted in the white face. There had been another mother with dead child in that same year, this one almost Blakean in the foregrounding of the leg, foot, and toes. The mother was sitting cross-legged with one knee up, bowing her head down against the child, whose form, shrouded into a phallic blur, blended into hers. Her ear, wrinkled forehead, and one sunken eye were there, but only in that furred, decomposed fashion common to embryos and unfinished art. The Kaiser would not have seen any virtue in this. In 1911 Peter was growing rapidly, but remained underweight. He read his New Testament in Greek and ran to see Zeppelins. Meanwhile, his mother completed her Mother in the Bed of a Dead Child, again the white face, this time almost resembling a skull, the crudely cross-hatched sheets, and then the mother's face, dark-hatched against the black hinterground, with a single candle flame shining forlornly behind her. Her dark, heavy fingers reached forward to caress the white cheek. Her deep, dark eye sockets seemed to contain fibers of muscle, like those of a thoroughly anatomized cadaver. The slow love and grief upon which Kollwitz has superimposed the living body's almost reptilian grossness combine into something quite simply horrifying. Soon enough she etched another version of Mother and Dead Child, this time entitled Tod und Frau das Kind ringend, 1911. The child's mouth blackly gaping in a face gone slightly darker, the mother's correspondingly lighter, so that the two black slits of her clenched mouth and eye leap out at us. Here, too, is Death, a white skeleton whose round eye-socket gazes at the pair with something between curiosity and glee. Shreds of flesh, perhaps hiding ribs, join it to the two forms which it has now begun to sever. We'll ignore such variations as Death and Woman, in which the little child fights with all its feeble strength to save Mother from being raped away by Death. I suppose you get the picture. 4 years before the World War, and 2 years before the Kaiser ordered the removal of her poster demanding playgrounds in tenement housing, a sad girl stands by a wall, clasping a sick baby. Behind them the sign reads, "Playing Forbidden." We find her writing in her daybook, "Today started work on the sculpture, Woman with Dead Child." 8. For years she looked out her window at the same gaunt man who grimaced under his top hat. She never learned his name, but she learned to recognize his footsteps on the cobblestones. For a while he used to be accompanied by a little blond boy with sunken eyes, but the blond boy died of tuberculosis, and then the man came down with it too. He was one of Karl's patients, but he wouldn't give his name. He felt very ashamed because he couldn't pay. No doubt that was why he then stopped being Karl's patient. Perhaps Karl had saved him. He lived on year after year. Kathe, newly a mother, was still at work on her Weavers series when she first came to know him. She was still scratching the dark, fine lines of anguish on brown paper, bringing to life the pale children, the weak figures in black, the death. Once, in about 1895 it must have been, the gaunt man removed his top hat to scratch at his hair, and then, right then, when his eyes almost met hers, she caught him, sketching his head for 3 or 4 seconds of passionate struggle. Yes, she'd possessed him. Now he was hers. His agony wasn't in vain any more. He became one of her weavers. In 1921 she drew a poster for the Russenhilfe. She wanted to do what she could to help the communists fight that terrible hunger in their country. But she didn't care to join the party, because their tactics didn't suit her. She made 2 pairs of hands, respectfully reaching to support the swaying head of someone Slavic, someone with dark hair whose eyes were closed in extreme weakness. All the sick proletarians Karl treated, whose stories were so sad and who all too often lived and died beyond anyone's power to help, she remembered them when she made that Russian face. No, not all of them. That man in the top hat, when he passed beneath her window, he conveyed so dramatic an impression that she took up her graphite stick, but there was too much anger and not enough weakness in him. Frau Becker's son, the dark one who died last year. She remembered his drooping eyes when he was dying. She worked him into the Slavic face. She looked it over and said to herself, "It's good, thank God." Karl agreed, as he always did. She sat herself down in Peter's room and considered doing a series of very straightforward posters about Lenin. But when she and Hans came by some accident to be discussing politics, she said, "There are other problems that interest me now, essential human problems like death." "But your woodcut about Liebknecht." A little sternly she said to him, "I'm not the old hating, fighting Kathe Kollwitz." In fact, she remained as unchanging as Berlin's pale green summer weeds and trees along the water, because her anguish was as dependable as the ochreish brownstones. 9. In 1922 she rendered Death's Skull Moon in the darkness above bowed children, who spasm in concert with our century's millions of enchained volunteers. The title is Hunger, and I've read that this image, badly reproduced in a second-hand monograph, lay in wait for decades like an anti-personnel mine for the specific purpose of horrifying Shostakovich's daughter Galina. One day, when she, still unmarried and presumably in Leningrad to attend the premiere of her father's 11th Symphony, was browsing the book kiosks along the Nevsky, the mine exploded. Galina, who was actually trying to find a present for her brother's name day, opened the volume by accident. Well, isn't that a tautology? Isn't every accident an accident? I won't exaggerate. I won't claim that the young woman screamed. After all, she'd lived through the Great Patriotic War. Even if she couldn't remember all of it, she'd seen real skulls enough. All the same, such was the power of this image that she had a nightmare. And in the morning her famous father, who was himself feeling a bit anxious just then, saw some peculiar wretchedness in her face, which he experienced like a punch in his stomach. This sensation, suitably translated into the chord D-E-S-C-H, later found its way into both his 15th Symphony and the unholy Opus 110. Meanwhile, the man in the top hat promenaded sadly under Kathe Kollwitz's window. 10. In 1926, A. Lunacharsky, who was then our People's Commissar of Culture, paid her this compliment. She aims at an immediate effect, so that at the very first glance one's heart is wrung. She is a great agitator. That was the year she went to Rogefelde with Karl to visit Peter's grave for the first time. In 1927, she stood amidst the jury of the Prussian Academy, those short-haired, dark-suited old men with canes and top hats, with both hands gripping the mat of one of her woodcuts, as the man beside her, resting his hat against his large belly, gazed respectfully down at art. Perhaps they regretted that the Kaiser had not permitted them to give her the gold medal 29 years ago. They reminded her of Hans and Peter when they were little, the 2 pairs of eyes staring at her above the white collars they hated. Their hall glowed with the light of heavenly privilege. They presented her with a prize. After the ceremony, a gentleman from the National Front tried to talk to her about the mystical role of motherhood, and Professor Moholy-Nagy, fresh from the Bauhaus, scolded her that her latest composition, another white-on-black woodcut of a woman and child going into death, was both too static and too dark. After all, she said wearily, it's a representation of death. It is an elementary biological necessity, Moholy-Nagy sternly said, for human beings to absorb colour, to extract colour. What do you mean, a biological necessity? We live in a colourless age. So you're sad, like me. Don't say that. I reject emotion unconditionally. As gently as she could, there were many people in the room, she said to him, We've all been injured by the war years. In your case, perhaps you're afraid to feel because— Professor Moholy-Nagy vindictively interrupted. The traditional painting has become a historical relic and is finished with. She smiled at him. Then slowly she turned away to receive more congratulations from elitists and militarists, the ones who had killed Peter. And not just Peter, but all the brave young men in helmets who toiled white-faced through zigzag trenches and marched through hellscapes, falling a dozen at a time, the smoke-skinned young men with daggers who crept through tunnels to murder one another, the brave young men who rushed against barbed wire, got impaled, and hung there until the bullet wind blew through them, or else, if they were lucky, they became squinting prisoners, marched away between lines of Frenchmen on horseback. Then they could look forward to coming home years later, bitter, poor, and hateful, ripe for the next war. When she couldn't bear any more of it, she caught the tram for Weissenberger Strasse. She went home to her nervously overworked husband, whose patience had so often modelled poverty's face to her. The man in the top hat stood outside. This time she spied him in conversation with that tubercular young grocer's apprentice, who was in ecstasies about Hitler. Karl said that little could be done for him. He'd be in the grave in 6 months. Kathe had once asked the boy why, what he had against Jews, how he could possibly wish on Germany more hate and war. He replied, "Excuse me, Frau Kollwitz, but I would like to stand for something. I would like to be there for something." Now both of them wore swastika armbands. They looked more cheerful than she had ever seen them. They didn't even notice her at first. Then they did see her. The man in the top hat said, "Well, well, it's Frau Kollwitz again." And she realized that all these years he had also been watching her. She'd put up with enough at the Prussian Academy. She had nothing to say to him. But the man in the top hat had something to say. Taking 2 steps closer while the ashen-faced grocer's apprentice gazed at him with shining eyes, he said, "You know the difference between you and us, Frau Kollwitz? We're optimists." This shocked her so much that she could scarcely breathe, because it was true. The dying apprentice chimed in, "We never gave up. Even at the end we still believed in victory." She looked him in the face and said, "Do you believe in it now?" "Yes, Frau Kollwitz. We at least will keep our faith." She rushed upstairs to Karl's office. The door was closed and a man was groaning. She needed Karl right then, but so be it. The last flight of stairs exhausted her. She unlocked the flat and went straight to Peter's room. That was the night when she dreamed that the man in the top hat had come 2 steps closer, and 2 steps closer, until suddenly he turned into a drawing she did once, of a mother catching her dead soldier boy as he tumbles gruesomely into her arms. It was early next morning, when she awoke in Karl's arms, sobbing, that she realized that death had now become a friend. And there would be one famous self-portrait, catalogue number 157, where death kindly leads her away. As the sleepwalker laughed to Colonel Hagen, "Don't you think there's something Jewish about that?" "Ruf des Todes," she entitled it. That hand descending in the fullness of time to touch the artist's shoulder, whose was it? Not a skeleton's, but also not Peter's. His hand was eternally frail and little to her now, just as he was no grown man, but a beautiful, naked little boy. The hand in Ruf des Todes was heavy and old. Perhaps it was Karl's. Its touch was domestic. It called her to herself so that she, weary and not at all surprised, could go with its owner to lie down in peace. But even if the hand wasn't Peter's, it was Peter's bed she lay down upon. 11. In that same year, 1927, the fraternal peoples of the USSR prepared to celebrate the achievements of Soviet power. In spite of Trotsky, the kulaks, and the bourgeois monopolists, we'd built socialist democracy. Specifically, the immiseration of the masses under capitalism, which our dear friend K. Kollwitz has depicted so powerfully in her graphic work, was forever vanished, like the pre-war prostitutes of the Nevsky. Moreover, we'd carried out this feat of humanism without giving ground to the capitalist anaconda which encircled us. By 1927, we could show the world an unbroken and unbreakable chain of victories. This was the year when an airplane of our R3 series accomplished the first Moscow-Tokyo-Moscow flight. On the musical front, Shostakovich had not yet been disgraced. Photographically and metallurgically, we held our own on the educational front. We'd nearly liquidated illiteracy. Therefore, to mark our revolution's 10th birthday, it was decided to invite 947 foreign delegates, among whom K. Kollwitz came quickly to mind. K. Kollwitz, who empathized so sincerely with the working class. The Kaiser had called her a gutter artist. K. Kollwitz, who had never joined the party, and whose presence in our land would thereby prove the broad-mindedness of our goodwill. K. Kollwitz, whose grief-hued tableaus of worker martyrs, by being set in Germany, showed the superiority of our own system. I myself especially admire her lithograph of a proletarian woman in profile, 1903, whose tired old hands clasp one another uncertainly, and whose pale face bows submissively in the darkness. Kollwitz has done the hair in stipples rather than in lines, so that this worker resembles a shaved convict. K. Kollwitz, who offered good odds of dying before she could turn against us. She was 60 years old, tired, worried she was done. Retrospection proves that we gambled well. In 1944, the second-to-last year of her life, with the sleepwalkers' war against us obviously lost, we find her writing her children, advising that little Arne be taught Russian. With the two countries bound to be so linked, so let him learn the language while there is still time. That same month she wrote, "My only hope is in world socialism." Needless to say, she also wrote, "The desire, the unquenchable longing for death remains. I shall close now, dear children. I thank you with all my heart." In other words, she remained as reliable as our Polikarpov-Grigorovich I-5 biplane fighter of 1930, 280 kilometers per hour. So Dr. Kollwitz and his wife boarded the tramcar which carried them past a boarded-up window in a 4-story flat, trees and birds, shadows near the river bridge. Then came a flag battalion, whose 14 crimson banners spoke out against the big financiers who headed the Jewish Hydra, and she thought she saw that man, that gaunt man who'd stood below her window grimacing under his top hat for all these years. But he wore a brown uniform now, and his right arm touched the sky, and he was shouting in ecstasy. Sounding its bell, the tram turned the corner, and before they even knew it they'd arrived at the Ostbahn station. Leaning, hunched figures were begging on the steps. They could have crawled out of one of her etchings. Kathe gave them all the coins she had in her pockets, while Karl, smiling patiently and stroking his iron-grey beard, guarded the luggage. They had one valise each. They bought their tickets knowing that we'd reimburse them. Then they went upstairs to the platform. The train came. Their seats were reserved. They stowed their luggage and sat down, and the train began to move. She'd never forget that slow-departing troop train, Peter waving to her from the window. The Kaiser had called merrily to the departing troops, "Back home when the leaves fall." A young girl with reddish-blonde bangs lowered the train window until she could rest her chin on it. She leaned, gazed, stretched and turned as fluidly as a newt. Karl adjusted the reading lamp for her. Kathe sat writing in her diary. "And I must do the prince on death. Must, must, must." She had always wanted to visit Russia. The German boy who chaired their compartment on the train, his slender legs crossed as he plucked half-consciously at his long raven hair, read Hölderlin, with a flask of water wedged beneath his arm. He suddenly realized that this doctor's wife was somebody important, but by then it was too late. "Well, well, we think that Hölderlin or Kollwitz is a choice, but what is culture but a historically determined form of social organization?" The farther east they went, the colder it grew. By the time they crossed the border, it was actually snowing. "It's another world," said Karl. Changing trains, waiting for their documents to be inspected, they arrived at the Byelorussian Baltic station 3 hours late. But a man in raspberry-coloured boots was waiting for them on the platform. He led them into one of our black, flat-topped Russian automobiles, whose chests sloped doubly down over the wheels like the clasped mandibles of praying mantises. Karl helped her in, and although the car proceeded very slowly on account of the ice, before they knew it, they found themselves exactly where they were supposed to be. The luggage got sent on to the hotel. Karl had been hoping to stretch his legs. He'd been looking forward to a promenade on the Tverskaya, but was told that there wasn't time on account of the delay with the train. He looked sadly across the street into the window of a pastry shop. Now here stood the curator, shivering and waiting. Here stood the pretty interpreter, who had long dark hair. The man in raspberry-coloured boots, who seemed much taken with some private joke, waved goodbye and rode away with the driver. Then Kathe and Karl had to check their overcoats. Kathe was feeling a bit dizzy. She didn't know quite why. Karl had to help her out of her coat. She had longed so much to be here, and now she hardly even felt curious. And she worried about doing something wrong, of leaving something important in her coat pocket, or somehow offending these Russians, although they seemed so jolly. This interpreter, for instance, who must be nervous, for she kept trying so fervently to be welcoming that Kathe couldn't think. The interpreter's name might have been Elena. Kathe couldn't remember anything the way she used to. Karl would certainly remember it, but how could she ask him when the girl stood right here? Never mind. The curator was twittering and beckoning. This husband who used to bring her red roses in bed, who wept when he saw her completed work, and who used to examine Peter in the consulting room, then share with her his every worry about the boy's fragility. What a fine man he was. He murmured sweetly in her ear, "I'm completely proud of you, Kathe." She took his hand. On the walls of the exhibition hall her grief was already in place, framed and captioned. Woodcuts in the main gallery, lithographs on the left, important etchings on the right, drawings in the other gallery. This was perhaps not exactly the way she would have done it, but the nervously ecstatic curator, who kept biting her nails, gazed on her so worshipfully that she had to express total satisfaction with the organization, selection, and illumination of Kathe Kollwitz's uncountable, round-eyed, up-gazing children, pallid figures leaning on their hands, pale and grimy women whose faces were lit by exploitation's arc-lamp. They were all real people whose tragedies were tied as much to life itself as to anything else. Greta, whose insanity had a strong sexual component, and who at 30 was married and remained a virgin. Anna, who'd experienced bleeding and pain from constant sexual intercourse, and who had considered suicide. That old proletariat frau who'd stood grim and angry outside the morgue after those 244 communists were shot. In the midst of other agony-angled, grief-distorted compositions, her woodcuts loomed largest, with their gaunt pseudo-realism. And here was an enlarged photo-portrait of her from long ago. In her 20s she had strangely resembled Lenin's wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya, who, as it happened, was only 2 years younger than she. Both women had the same intense eyes, the same lips clenched as if to hide their fullness. Kathe stared at her youthful self for a long time. For some reason, she knew not why, she dared not look at Karl. They introduced her to the Soviet people, explaining, her family was involved in the workers' movement. So densely was the hall ornamented with her life's work, and in such a loving fashion did all these Russians regard her, that she hardly knew who she was. They photographed her seated in the center of a gathering of our Soviet artists, her ancient eyelids drooping, young women leaning lovingly against her, light shining on the spectacles of painters, photographers, and actors. A fellow from Meyerhold's theatre standing stiffly or ironically to one side, as if he knew that he wouldn't be above ground much longer. Karl stood self-deprecatingly out of the picture, except when they called him. About him his poor patients remembered, the doctor came immediately, and his invoice never. Another man in raspberry-coloured boots, who said he was an art critic, pointed to one of her etchings and brusquely demanded that she explain it. "Well," Kathe said, "that's the typical misfortune of a worker's family. A man drinks or gets sick, Then he becomes a parasite, or goes crazy, or kills himself. And then, you know, the woman's misery is always the same. But here that doesn't happen anymore, because we're all part of the collective. I'm so glad, she said. It's very, very good to be in a place where there's actually hope. The man nodded, unsmiling, and wrote something in a notebook. They'd devoted an entire room to her Weaver's series, whose every wrinkle was dark, the ground made of fine lines, everything marching or progressing or fissuring, outstretched hands, bent bodies, fists grasping stones, dark houses with corpses on the floor, crazed widows reaching at nothing. This was the work whose gold medal had been vetoed by the Kaiser himself. A proletarian woman cried out, very vigorously, but through the dark-haired interpreter, that since Frau Kollwitz had lost her son in the last war, she doubtless was at one with us in our unflinching class hatred. I have experienced those feelings, yes. Is it really true about your child? Inquired the interpreter. Frau Kollwitz, I am so very, very sorry. And also in my family. And the curator fluttered excitedly about, exclaiming over everything. Kathe knew that these new friends of hers, with their soulful Slavic natures, saw at least as deeply into her work as her compatriots, and, indeed, their comments, particularly regarding the Weaver's series, lacked for neither passion nor intellect. All the same, the interpreter, who'd known nothing of the most important event in her life, not to mention the poor curator, who, like many of her peers throughout this world, found herself so burdened by the necessity that this event be successful that she had no time to communicate with the creator of the work. The woman who thought to substitute hatred for sorrow. These people began to infect her with disappointment, which she battled as desperately as any old fighter ever fought an enemy. Frau Kollwitz, is it true that the rightists call you an enemy of the nation? Karl laughed proudly, and with a half-smile she agreed that it was. Several of her new colleagues, such clever, frail young theoreticians, it goes without saying that all but one of them were doomed, opined that since revolution was a dynamic and ultimately all-embracing process, art ought to be dynamic too. They pointed out to her that paintings and etchings could depict only moments, whereas a film could actually unscroll time when the projectionist plucked it out of its jar. Furthermore, so one young man insisted in excellent German, he wore small oval spectacles, as Hans had done when he was a student. The temporal sequence of a movement could be more effectively conveyed through acoustical rather than through optical articulation. That's all beyond me, she replied calmly. She was hardly listening to him. There was a woman she'd seen in the street that morning, an old woman who obviously knew nothing but hard work. She could have been one of her husband's patients. She kept wishing she'd embraced that woman. Your woman with dead child is superb propaganda, the young man was saying. With great effectiveness it mobilizes us against the bloodbaths and massacres which will remain inevitable as long as capital dominates the world. Thank you, she said. You think I have no compassion, I can see that now. To you I'm just a fool in love with an idea. It's a beautiful idea, she said, as politely as she could. How tired she was. That seemed to encourage him. Coming a little closer, he confessed, I used to believe that if I lived out my life without making anybody feel compassion for me, I would have done well. And I loved the masses because they didn't excite my compassion, even when they perished. I see your disappointment and disapproval, or is that compassion in your eyes? Maybe I can't explain it. At that time I'd simply made up my mind, to hell with personal feelings. I wanted to live only as part of a collective. She had to laugh a little. She liked him now. And is that still what you want? Of course. The young man, whose name was Comrade Alexandrov, offered to escort her and her husband to a Shostakovich concert. This Shostakovich was apparently the darling of the Soviet Union just then. His second symphony would soon premiere in Leningrad, the young man said. Karl was happy because now he'd finally get his promenade. He'd lived with her for all these years, and the Weaver's series was not exactly novel to him. In point of fact, she herself had lived with it for so many years that it was almost dead to her. When she'd seen it again tonight, all she could think of was that there were a few details which should have been done differently. For the rest, It was what it was. As for the promenade, Kathe would rather have gone home. "I think the concert would be wonderful," she said, stroking her husband's grey hair. "Look, Kathe," he cried out in astonishment. "That store sells nothing but butter, and everyone's queuing up for it." "Correct," said the young man, shooting him a long look. "The Romanovs left our country in a shambles." Karl grew silent. As for Kathe, she hadn't even seen the store he was talking about. The sidewalk was so icy and the night so dark that all she could do was watch her footing. Actually, there was quite a bit to see. The Museum of Atheism was open. The tapering metal lacework of the Shukov radio tower wasn't quite finished. The windowed bays of Zholtovsky's electric power station wouldn't glow for 2 years yet, but no one could deny that we were ahead of Berlin. Red Kiel, Red Leipzig, Red Munich, Red Frankfurt, Red Stuttgart, all fallen like Alexander II's statue. A shivering old lady stood in a doorway, trying to sell dough and sugar figurines. Kathe would have bought one, simply for pity, but Comrade Alexandrov, who reminded her more and more of her son Hans, said they hadn't time. She didn't look at Karl's face. The composition which they attended, the scherzo in E-flat major, had the flavour of something modern but not quite new. Her husband, as she could see quite well from the vagueness of his smile, did not like it at all. How much he had to endure for her. She, for her part, preferred Schnabel, whose music she called clear, consoling good. Whenever she listened to Beethoven on the gramophone, the heavens opened. This scherzo was like a peek into hell. The stench of grief rose up from its grey and lifeless earth. As Shostakovich's notes wailed out, the great hall seemed to get so cold that she wouldn't have been surprised to see icicles on the ceiling. All the same, there was something about the music which haunted her. Not simply its acoustic colour, which beneath the greyness resembled a gruesome aurora borealis, but a desperate encoded message which baffled her. She said as much to Comrade Alexandrov, who suavely replied, "Why then, if he's incomprehensible, then he's failed." She thought that rather harsh. At the end she saw this Shostakovich, for they called him on stage to take his bow. She thought him a nice-looking boy, somewhat nervously high-spirited. Everything in Russia was so strange. "You look tired, Frau Kollwitz. If you wish, we can go back to your hotel by sleigh. You might enjoy the lights of Tverskoy Boulevard." Truth to tell, she certainly was very, very tired, but she found herself saying, "Thank you, that sounds beautiful, but I'm all right." "As you wish." They walked and walked, with Russia curving ecstatically all around her, like the Soviet trams swerving in double tracks through the mosaic of paving stones, the intersection almost empty, a few sparse stragglers crossing behind the tram, then nothing but stone blankness and concrete blankness, flat and eternal. "And now I think we'll take a tram, Frau Kollwitz. Herr Dr. Kollwitz, don't you agree? Your wife looks done in." Hands folded, the tram driver watched her through his round mirror. The janitress and her little boy were sleeping on a mattress under the stairs, the child's plump cheek pressed against the mother's weary mouth, her work-worn hand around his neck. Karl's observant old face, rendered pseudo-enthusiastic by the lenses of his spectacles, turned itself upon the sleepers, and then he sighed. The next morning, while Comrade Alexandrov took her husband to see Red Square, which bored him, and St. Basil's Cathedral, whose domes, variously patterned in balloon stripes, pine-cone knurls, ice-cream swirls, and ocean waves, he reported to be quite fairy-tale-like. She stayed in. She was old. She wanted only to sleep. Karl, who was so devoted to her, and who always told her how much good and luck she brought him, how she loved him, how she hated him. "Marriage is a kind of work," she'd once told her friend, Lena Bloch. He'd never understood why she needed to be alone. It hurt him. It wasn't that she didn't love him. She'd learned to conceal from him how happy she became when she withdrew alone into Peter's room. Even Russia stifled her today. She must be really, really old. Then there was a parade on Red Square, with Lenin's mausoleum always in the background, so she went to see that. A military parade, then armed workers, followed by demonstrations. In its own way, it was as lovely as a service in the Marienkirche. Karl, the empathic social democrat, hurrahed with the rest of them, although he didn't understand a word. It was then and there that she made the pencil drawing entitled Listening, which would be lithographed the following year, with the title translated into its Russian equivalent, Slushayostchi. The eyes rendered more bright and innocent still, and the contrast increased. Otto Nagel, out of Moscow, Kathe Kollwitz brought with her a beautiful page which was later worked in stone. At that time, listening was simply a pencil drawing of 3 rapt young heads gazing upwards, the farthest with its mouth agape like the dead child. But there is life in this young man's eyes, amazement and inspiration, for he hears the words of Comrade Stalin. Next comes a head with closed lips. He is lost in the speech. Then in the foreground, seated on his lap, snuggling in against his right arm with its head on his shoulder, is the child, white-faced, wide-eyed, the mouth open, utterly curious and surprised, but in the same position as so many of Kollwitz's dead children, head back lifelessly. But what am I saying? It wasn't lifeless at all. When they used to drink coffee or hot chocolate with the children in some cafe under the trees, the little ones sometimes gripped the backs of the chairs, peering over them at the world just like that. And Peter had said, her husband said, "I keep dreaming of elaborate Russian cakes." 12. This story, like this book itself, is derivative. In his unsurpassable A Tomb for Boris Davidovich, the Serbian writer Danilo Kis relates a fable. Edouard Herriot, highest-ranking French radical socialist, charismatic orator, effective politician, thanks in part to him, France recognized the Soviet government, has come to pay a visit to Odessa. Monsieur Herriot, Comrade Herriot I can almost call him, has one weakness. He's squeamish about the persecution of priests. Unfortunately, he's due to arrive in 4 hours, and we've long since converted St. Sophia Cathedral into a brewery. What to do? Steady now. Take down the anti-religious banner outside. Under my personal supervision, 120 inmates of the nearby regional prison camp carried out another restoration of the church in less than 4 hours. And Herriot is tricked. What about Kathe Kollwitz? Didn't she also want to be tricked? If nothing else, didn't she crave to feel just once the antithesis of that morbid grief she'd been condemned so long to tunnel through? So what if it were false light? At the end of that year, back in Berlin, she took up her diary and commended Moscow with its different atmosphere, so that Karl and I came back as if we had both had a good airing. It would be a simple matter to write this story as a parable of the heart, which through its very empathy was duped. But she saw the janitress even though they wouldn't have wanted her to. She sensed secret meanings in Comrade Alexandrov's tone. The speeches on Red Square meant less to her than the rapt children who listened. She was all too well aware that the jury of the Prussian Academy, like their predecessors in the Kaiser's day, would have preferred to insert her somewhere within the list Frauensport, Frauenheim, Frauenhaus, obsolete for bordello, Frauenhaus, rather than recognizing her as an artist. Why not give her the credit of supposing that she also saw through their Soviet equivalents? For example, when Comrade Alexandrov, perhaps genuinely wanting to know, but more likely wishing to determine the extent of her cooperation, requested her views on the immiseration of the German proletariat, she looked steadily into the man's face, then replied, "When the man and the woman are healthy, a worker's life is not unbearable." In retrospect, what should she have thought or understood? Joy in others, being in harmony with them, had always been one of the deepest pleasures in her life. Shouldn't that be everyone's? Given the limitation of her bourgeois origins, shouldn't the fact of her empathy for the working class have counted sufficiently in her favour for posterity not to expect anything else of her? It may well be that her impressions of Russia are of a piece with the memorial to Peter, which once depicted Peter himself, but now depicts his parents. I sometimes fear that this is the case with everyone's impression of everything. Danilo Kis would say all this much better in his trademark ironic style. Unfortunately, he's now in the same place as Peter. Perhaps she really did continue working without illusions. It would be too cheap to write that someone eavesdropped on her while she drew, listening. But even if that were true, and even if she didn't notice, what then? I've read, not in her daybooks, but in the account of Comrade Alexandrov, to whom I am very close, that at one point, when he uttered a remark which she might have construed as sinister, for it seemed to call on her to praise Comrade Stalin's portrait, dark-haired, dark-moustached, not quite Asian, almost smiling, she simply replied, "We each must fulfill our own obligation." It's fair to say that this new Red Russia of dog-nosed, sprawling trucks and flat-roofed trams literally intoxicated her, and that for this pretty, dark-haired Elena, yes, her name actually was Elena, who explained to everyone that the reason Frau Kollwitz had taken up etching was in order to distribute the maximum number of prints to the working class, Kathe suddenly felt a surge of physical feeling, such as she had not felt for any woman since she was much, much younger. She heard a ringing in her ears. Gamely she tried to sing the propeller song. 13. When it was time for her to go, they made another party for her, of course, and when she arrived at the train station, she found some people spontaneously organized in her honor. Some of them even had banners. Among them stood a young photojournalist from Odessa. He asked permission to take her picture with his dead father's camera. In a low, shy voice, he informed her that he was hoping that an editor he knew would agree to publish a portrait of the great artist Kollwitz in Vzierminaya Illustratia. She was feeling very tired by then, really, really tired. But she also felt sorry for him, so she nodded. He was very sincere and very quick. She ended up liking him. He asked if she would be willing to pose right there on the station platform with her latest masterpiece, Listening, which had been drawn from life in our own Soviet Union, but she explained that it was already packed away. He smiled understandingly. She asked him what he aimed to do with his life, and he said that he wanted to document the progress of the communist revolution here and throughout the world. He was considering attending the State School of Photography if he could find somebody to help him. He wanted to go into films. Kathe nodded, leaning against Karl's shoulder. All she wanted to do was take her seat on the train and rest. If she never answered another question again, except from her grandchildren, that would be so perfect. At the same time, she couldn't bring herself to be rude to the young man. If she could only keep Karl from realizing how tired she was. Trying to rescue her, he would surely hurt the young man's feelings. "Excuse me, my dear," she said to him, "but could you kindly repeat your name? We elderly people find ourselves becoming a bit stupid, unfortunately." "Of course, Frau Kollwitz. My name is Carmen, Roman Lazarevich. Perhaps some day I'll make a name for myself." "And where did you say you come from?" "Odessa. This camera is actually my late father's. It's all he was able to leave me. The White Guards tortured him because he'd published a few articles in the communist press. Later they released him, but he never recovered. He died quite young." "You poor, poor child," said Kathe, shaking her head. She hoped that her husband hadn't heard. Karl, who'd lost his own father and mother early, was easily upset by such cases. "It's a common story, unfortunately. Your expression is perfect. Could you hold still for just a moment?" And the handsome young Carmen, in his corduroy cap, smooth-faced, sighted through the camera, whose bellows were part way extended and locked in position by the steel X across the top. She saw that the metal lens board of the front standard was armored, and so was everything else. Shall I describe that perfect expression of hers? She conveyed an impression most of all of sad steadiness. Not only did she no longer need any model but herself, but she turned into one of her own sculptures. Her eyes were not unlike Shostakovich's, in that grief seemed almost ready to explode out of them, like corpses flying into the air when a stray shell hits a mass grave. He didn't seem at all bitter. There was something in him of Peter's, of that mobilized idealism we all had in Germany during that first week, although old Reschke in the Café Monopole had probably got it right when he said to her, "God be thanked that mobilization is happening. The suspense wouldn't have been bearable any more." When Peter joined the Colours, she'd thought him still a child. He was 18 and a half, but his enthusiasm moved her almost to tears. As for Karl, he'd said, "This noble young generation, we must work so that we can measure up to them." That was at the beginning, of course, when even she had believed the Kaiser, and Peter still lived. "How old were you when your father died?" 14, he replied with his quick smile. "That was when the Poles took Kiev." He clicked the shutter, The magnesium powder flashed. "Thank you, Frau Kollwitz. I'll send you a copy. Well, this camera gave me my start, but now I'm becoming bored with still photography. I don't think it represents the dynamism of our new age. Have you seen the Rodchenko exhibit?" "Yes, I have," she said politely. Comrade Alexandrov had arranged to take her. She had hated it. "Well, those strange angles, those distortions, I love that. And he's useful, too. He does billboards which catch people's interest and educate them. Only I want to go farther. I want to animate everything. At the same time, it's important to remain true to life, as you've always been. I won't make escapist films. I'll make documentaries." He now reminded her so much of Peter that she could hardly bear it. Specifically, he reminded her of Peter in the last month of his life, smiling in his dark uniform with its column of big shiny buttons. He wore his new cap as often as he could, and he kept gazing off into what he thought was the future. "That sounds very admirable," said Kathe, smiling at him. "And now I must board my train." "May I please ask you for one bit of advice?" said the young man. "It's time to go," said Karl. "I'll gladly help you, Roman Lazarevich, but only if you don't cause me to miss my train." Where was Karl now? Oh, God be thanked, he'd gotten all the luggage on board. This young Roman Lazarevich flashed her one of his quick smiles and said to her, "How terrible it must seem to be a mother who weeps over her dead child, and a man to see it and film it. At least, that's how I imagine it. I haven't made any films yet, but I know that it's going to be my task to seek out misery and hopefully to reveal its causes and solutions. So in a sense, I want to become the next Kathe Kollwitz. I want to devote my life to women and dead children. But it seems wrong to use them for any purpose, even for the universal good." Karl, whose smallish eyes seemed ever in retreat behind his glasses, was back now, and had slipped his arm around her. He murmured, "You're not obliged to answer that if you don't wish it, Kathe." What should she have said? Should she have confessed that without ever asking she'd caught that gaunt man who grimaced under his top hat and imprisoned him forever in her Weavers series? That was true. But how much more often she'd hunted down her own ancient, exhausted face. All at once she thought she was going to cry again. She would have hated that more than anything. She said, "Roman Lazarevich, with me it's very simple. The woman with the dead child is me, myself, and the child is also myself." 14. And so they came back through the arch-shaped door at number 25 Weissenburger Strasse. Peter's room remained the same as it had been 13 years ago, with his white bed made up just so, his framed silhouette on the wall, the glass panes closed on his cabinet of boyish curiosities, flowers in the vase, clothes on the hooks. A commentator notes that, in the diaries one finds almost nothing about this journey, and even her son in Berlin, to whom she so often reported in such detail on all her trips, seems to have received only one letter from her. All the same, she must have been contented with her experience, because the following year, while the sleepwalker, wearing a business suit and a fancy hat, was giving another speech in Hamburg, striding back and forth in a frenzy with a short riding-whip in his hand, Kathe finished chiselling out a woodcut of Elizabeth pregnant with Johannes, and Maria pregnant with Jesus, took off her apron, sat down at the wide wooden table in the living-room, then wrote Gorky, "All that I saw in Russia I saw in the light of the Soviet star." Coming from a German, her next sentence now seems ironic, to say the least. "And I have a longing to go again, deep into the land, to the Volga." 14 years later, her grandson, who was also named Peter, would die there, drowned in an eddy of bullets and bombs near the great whirlpool called Stalingrad. She didn't gaze out the window so much nowadays, so I can't report whether or not she saw the man in the top hat parading up and down the cobblestones of Weissenburger Strasse with his fellow brownshirts. Perhaps he'd died by then. The grocer's apprentice was long in the grave. She was much too busy to take in the late summer light, let alone the mist on the Wannsee. She was too encumbered with honours. By the time the Great Depression stabbed her republic in the back, they had promoted her to department head of the Prussian Academy of Arts. When Shostakovich's Second Symphony premiered, she was making another dark woodcut, the mother's face blurred like a shrouded mummy's, the little one apparently dead. She called it Sleeping with Child. In 1931, her huge lithograph, "We Protect the Soviet Union," showed bitterly stern proletarian men locking arms with one determined proletarian woman. They were all in a line, walling away evil. Coincidentally, they remind me of the rows of figures in Roman Carmen's documentaries. Her creative work, which is devoted to the German proletariat and its liberation struggle, is one of the high points of European revolutionary realistic art. In the following year, while S. Korolev's RP-1 rocket plane first flew through the Soviet sky, and the sleepwalker summoned his lieutenants to headquarters at the Kaiserhof Hotel, demanding speechless obedience, she arrived at the cemetery where Peter was buried. It was July. She spent 2 days grieving alone, shrugging off Karl's touch. When, after years of hesitation, she finally decided to marry, her mother had promised her that she would never be without his love. The cemetery looked more pleasant to her each time she saw it. The first time she had come, it had been walled in with barbed wire. A Belgian soldier helped her get in and led her to Peter's grave. She had been grateful for his silence and his lack of surprise. Oh, but everything had seemed so dreary then. Now she was quite accustomed to it. Hans came on the 25th. And in an instant the bullet struck him, she kept explaining over and over, while Hans stared at her, slowly shaking his head. "Keim and the others put him in the trench," she said, "because they thought he was only wounded when he was actually dead in that moment." That dull or guarded look, she could never be quite sure which, had come into Hans's eyes during the war years. Perhaps it was only when he was with her. It would have been natural for him to believe that she loved Peter best, simply because she'd never stopped mourning him. For his 16th birthday, she'd made Hans a bookplate of a blonde and naked angel, whose genitals were neither overstated nor hidden in the American manner. And the angel stood on the edge of a white island, with his wings and fists raised as he gazed down into a grey sea, the whole scene illuminated by the riches of futurity which, as it proved, Hans would be able to spend, and his brother would not. Hadn't she sensed that? She knew both their bodies so well. First Hans used to model for her, then Peter. And Karl used to worry about Peter's lungs, his lack of weight. Well, poor Hans was going grey now. The figures were installed on the 28th, not at the grave itself, which would have been too small, but across from the cemetery's entrance. The kneeling father, his arms folded rigidly inward as he stares straight ahead, or pretends to. Really he's gazing down into the earth, which is nowhere. His face is frozen. He bites back his grief. "Such is our life," she said to Karl. The mother, for her part, bows frankly forward and down. She seems about to pitch into the grave at any moment. Indeed, in the course of its placement, this female figure began tipping forward in the mucky ground. The workmen had to correct the pedestal, and then lower the mother back onto her vigil stone a second time. I'm not sure that the World Congress of Friends of the Soviet Union would have been interested in such details. All the same, that was the year of her second and more extensive Soviet exhibition, the one in Leningrad. Framed prints, 1 or 2 high, depending on size, wound round the walls of a rococo salon, whose carved ceiling flowers and moulding flowers the revolution had not yet removed. Slender Otto Nagel put on his striped suit and went there for the opening. Many Leningraders attended. In the photograph, 11th from the left, I see a young girl with dark hair. I think her name is Elena Konstantinovskaya. 2 rows behind her, and not looking in her direction at all, because they hadn't noticed each other yet, I definitely see Dmitri Shostakovich. His new wife Nina is away at work. But Kathe stayed home, which is to say at Peter's grave, with yellow wooden crosses all around her. Then everything in Germany became black, white, and red, the colours of the Third Reich. She thought of something that Professor Moholy-Nagy used to say. I don't care to participate in this sort of optical event. 15. In the end, her art got supplanted in both zones. A grief-stricken mother holding her dead child is all very well, but perhaps a trifle too universal. Or, as Comrade Stalin would say, incorrect. For how could our ends be served by implying that everybody, even the enemy herself, grieves over dead children? Better by far that famous poster of the Red Army woman, with one hand on her hip, another on her bemedalled breast, standing sentry straight before a bullet-pocked German wall, her red-starred cap at an angle to show off her hair, short yet feminine, as she smiles into the sideways future. Thus runs the Russian view. On the other side, we merely need to quote our Führer's dictum that the Germans, this is essential, will have to constitute amongst themselves a closed society, like a fortress. You have shut the Danube's gates. At the very point when death becomes visible behind everything, it disrupts the imaginative process. The menace is more stimulating when you are not confronting it from close up. Kathe Kollwitz, 1932. 1. In our Soviet literature of today, nationalist in form, socialist in content, there is scant room for epics and such-like old trash. However, the 12th century Song of Igor's Campaign does contain a passage which I find relevant to my context. Addressing eight-minded Yaroslav of Galich, whom I myself couldn't care less about, the anonymous bard sings, "You reign high upon your throne of gold. You have locked closed Hungary's mountains, bolting them with your iron troops. You have barred the king's way. You have shut the Danube's gates." It's true. He had shut the Danube's gates, and you know who I mean. You understand what the Danube stands for. The king he'd barred the way against was presently gazing down a long tree-lined gun barrel whose steel was comprised of angled cobblestones. The rifle's mouth gleamed gold, and through that gun barrel roofed with trees came the Condor Legion straight ahead, bearing arms and standards as they marched like bullets through the gun barrel's mouth. It was their victory parade. I wasn't there. I was guarding the Danube's gates. I did have observers in place by the swastika-buntinged Brandenburg Gate when the Condor Legion came marching through. That night the black telephone rang, and when I lifted the receiver, my red orchestra began to play me a song. Not Shostakovich, but Hindemith. Closing my eyes, translating program music into pictures, I got to see it all. First came that trio of scowling young warriors in canted berets and shiny calf-length boots. The centre man bore the standard, which was topped by an eagle and swastika. All three of them were decorated. At a discreet distance behind them strode the columns with their upraised rifles. Prestissimo, now. The Condor Legion came goose-stepping forward with bayonet-fixed rifles pointing straight up, passing a line of drummers in uniforms and steel helmets. 2. Call me a Kirov made of bronze, burly in my worker's jacket, broad, smiling and hatted. Elderly women are susceptible to me. My duties are as tedious as Leningrad's dogs, snow, horses. I wander amidst the booksellers on Nevsky Prospect, making sure that all's well with our Danube's gates. Yezhov rings me up on the big black telephone. Send me more little ballerinas. That's not my job, but I'll do it. My job's everything long and low. Have you been to the neutral countries? Not I. To me there are no neutral countries. That's why listening to foreign broadcasts in Leningrad will soon be a capital offense. I turned in my report on Operation Magic Fire and went home. Yezhov's ballerinas were already whispering to me about Operation Barbarossa, but Case White hadn't even been opened yet. We still had infinite time. The future doesn't exist until it happens. I live alone, and that's by choice. My one desire is to aggravate the contradictions of capitalist culture. Are you stupid enough to believe that? What I really like to do is listen to the Red Orchestra. And whenever they tell me to, I'll drive over to listen in at Akhmatova's. I'll bet that Lydia Tchaikovskaya's over there again tonight. No one's ever caught them doing it, but I know they're both lesbians. If it were up to me, they'd both be shot. The humble secretary on his throne of gold had shut the Danube's gates. I know what I know, so I didn't argue. The Red Orchestra said that the king would sign a treaty with us first, so he didn't have to fight a two-front war. Well, that would be logical. The king could never get through. We were safe. You-know-who would reign forever on his throne of gold. 3. Pyotr Alexeyev, with whom I sometimes do wet work, told me a funny one yesterday. It seems that a herd of kolkhozniks with fresh manure on their shoes get to Moscow. You know, they're shock workers. They've won the prize. Think of them as Rodchenko's robot-like abstract paper cutouts painted with dark oil and mounted on circular wooden bases. The guide explains that they are now in the world capital of progress, abundance, freedom, you name it. Eventually one of the farmers comes up timidly and says, "Comrade leader, yesterday I walked all over the city and didn't see any of those things." The guide has just the right answer. He replies, "You should spend less time walking around and more time reading newspapers." That's what I tell myself. He's shut the Danube's gates, so all's well. It doesn't feel that way to me, but I should spend less time walking around and more time reading newspapers. Unfortunately, my job is to walk around. Tukhachevsky informs Comrade Stalin that the next war will be fought with tanks. Very good. Let's experiment with tanks in Spain. Straight away, 60 of our tanks get captured by the Condor Legion, mostly with the assistance of Moors, to whom the fascists paid 500 pesetas each. To this provocation, Comrade Stalin has an answer. Shoot Tukhachevsky. Tukhachevsky should have spent more time reading the newspapers. Then he would have known that tanks will never be any threat. And the Condor Legion goose steps forward. I lift the big black telephone. All the better to listen in, my dears. Chukovska is saying, in that peculiarly arch tone she adopts whenever she's trying to impress Akhmatova, "The streets are so wet and gloomy now." I'm thinking, "Lydia Korneeva, you don't know the half of it." Akhmatova says, "One might say that Leningrad is peculiarly suited to catastrophes." I'm thinking to myself, what horse shit. It offends me that such a person ever got published. Akhmatova's running on. That cold river, those menacing sunsets, that operatic, terrifying moon. Chukovskaya whispers, "The black water with yellow flecks of light." Under the black water's where you deserve to be. That's what I thought. Of course, nobody gives a shit about my opinions. 4. The Danube's gates are safely frozen, just as the sleepwalker's frozen, with his left hand on his belt and his right arm up and out, the fingers slightly open. While facing him, General Major Freiherr von Richthofen mirrors him, and the Condor Legion is frozen in its multiple goose-step, one leg up in the air, its hydra faces grimacing. This is a sailor's dance. Elena's rockets. The children invented a game for themselves that involved hurling a stocking which has been tightly packed with dust through the air like a rocket, and as it falls it creates an entire cloud of dust. The youngsters play this game a lot, although it has been forbidden by the management. Anonymous. Memorandum to Deputy Chairman of Moscow City Children's Commission, Re. Children's Commune, Barybina, 1936. 1. Even then there was something about Elena Konstantinovskaya which rendered her an object of obsessive desire. In the fantasies of Shostakovich, whom she was not to meet for several years yet, she occasionally resembled a certain Rodchenko angel, whose long dress was a tippy-like construction of electric blue slats. Atop this triangle, which is to say right at her infinitesimally narrow waist, she outstretched pure white skeleton arms, which resembled picket fences. These blessed the world with their triangular golden hands. For the sake of completeness, I want to tell you that this particular angel also possessed a crimson scapula, not to mention a triangular crimson head, whose only feature was a single straw-like white protrusion. Elena might not have looked much like that to anyone but Shostakovich, and even to him only on certain days, when the music she inspired achieved its extreme limit of formalism. As has been written about the rocket scientist F. Zander, one of the tragedies of this outstanding intellect was that his engineering solutions, however mature, did not correspond to the technical possibilities of his time. Well, what did Elena really look like? Akhmatova, who met her briefly, compared her to a church. Specifically, to one of the 40x40 churches in Marina Tsvetaeva's poems about Moscow. Remember that in those days it was unwise even to mention churches. They were getting demolished or converted into museums of atheism all over our Soviet land. Church times church, all those 40x40. Akhmatova couldn't stop chanting that nursery rhyme, which certainly cost Tsvetaeva dearly, and may have helped bring about Akhmatova's own punishment later on. But at this point in the story, the fact of the untrustworthiness of those three people, Shostakovich, Akhmatova, and Tsvetaeva, feels less important to me than the fact that they couldn't stop comparing one thing with another. Rodchenko made avant-garde constructions, an act which also seems slightly untrustworthy, now that I come to think of it, but all right. Let's suppose that they were correctly conceived. Why did Shostakovich have to distort her into one of them? What was wrong with Elena just being Elena? Why did she have to be a church? One theory I have, this is Comrade Alexandrov speaking, is that Akhmatova had so many women in her life that they might as well have been the 40 times 40 churches of pre-revolutionary Moscow. This gets to the root of what makes intellectuals dangerous. We use them to add newness to life, which is what keeps it bearable, but newness shouldn't mutate into utter alienation. A woman never ought to become a church. And now I beg your pardon, and we'll get out of the story. Shostakovich, Akhmatova, Tsvetaeva were all, in so far as it was possible to be without getting liquidated, Tsvetaeva liquidated herself, rebels. Elena Konstantinovskaya was more the good girl. I see here that her parents applied on her behalf for membership in the Little Octobrists, but she was a few months too old. In the Young Pioneers, Carpenter-Link N.K. Krupskaya Brigade, she became a leading force among the other children, thanks to her enthusiasm for making floats and banners. Her excuse for not immediately entering the Komsomol, namely dedication to her schoolwork, strikes me as plausible. When she did join, at age 15, her marks continued to be excellent. One of her professors, the widow Lyadova, seems to have been responsible for the girl's decision to take up linguistics. In the course of preparing this summary, I have reviewed Elena's translations of German military documents, for in 1941 I myself had unfortunate occasion to learn that other language. In spite of the adverse report of Lieutenant N.K. Danchenko, which I also happen to have here, I can testify to her literalness and neutrality. Such qualities cannot be taken for granted, particularly in translators of the front echelon, whose perfectionist quest for exactly the right word sometimes gets corrupted into expression of self. Konstantinovskaya's work reassures me with its touch of stiltedness. Here is a professional who is more concerned with correctness than with style. Furthermore, she lived the quiet life. I am creditably informed that when Shostakovich uttered rash, irreverent, and at times even provocative speeches against Soviet power, she urged him to be more pleasant. She disapproved of his more extremist acquaintances, and in the course of a quarrel informed him, "I'm glad that your friends aren't my friends," which I myself will always count in her favour. Her expressions of support for his formalist individualist Opus 40 may be excused, since he dedicated it to her. When we sent her north in 35, it was simply to put pressure on Shostakovich, to remind him. Take it from me, we had nothing against her. We arrested Akhmatova's son and boyfriend in the same year, and for equivalent reasons. It was my pleasure to help her get an early release, not that she ever knew about my help. My work tends to leave me with the worst thoughts about people. I'm left with only good thoughts about Elena Konstantinovskaya. Nonetheless, and this may have been one of the qualities which attracted Shostakovich, she bore her own not-so-secret deviation, a harmless one, to be sure. How should I say it? I've said it more bluntly about Akhmatova, but that's because I never liked that woman. In 1928, when rocket projectiles were first launched from our Soviet land, Elena was abnormally close to her schoolmate Vera Ivanovna. A report on those two stated that, "We noticed 2 black and blue marks on the neck of Elena Konstantinovskaya. First, Elena did not want to explain the reason for those marks, but then, with embarrassment, she said that Vera Ivanovna had kissed her in the woods, which resulted in the blue marks on her neck." This incident impels me to reconsider the girl's relationship with Professor Lyadova, who, by the way, introduced her to the poems of the bisexual Tsvetaeva. After Vera, a whole year later, in fact, the year that Shostakovich married Nina Vazar and Comrade Stalin's wife shot herself, the year after Hitler's niece shot herself, and the year before Hitler became Chancellor, there would take place a conference in international linguistics, one of whose delegates would be a German comrade named Lina, a woman with brown eyes and brown bangs, who that very first time would sit on the soft red armchair of that hotel room in Leningrad, watching Elena and pushing the collar of her sweater up around her throat with both hands. For the previous half-hour, Lena and Elena would have been engaged in a fervent discussion as to the best Russian rendering of the following 13th-century verse. Isolde's secret song was her marvellous beauty, whose invisible music crept through the windows of the eyes. Aside from the sweater, Lena would be naked, with her white knees drawn up almost to her shoulders, and her white thighs shining, and the long white lips of her vulva as irresistible as candy to Elena, and her anus was a white star. In a moment, Elena was going to kneel down and bury her face in the German girl's flesh. She knew it, and so did Lena. Just before that happened, Lena was going to say, "We have almost the same name, don't we?" And Elena, hardly able to bear her desire for the other woman, would nod rapidly while Lena let go of her sweater with her right hand and slowly reached out, rested her fingers in Elena's hair, twisted it into a knot, and forced her head down. No, it wouldn't be that way at all. Elena, who had won a prize in the Komsomol fencing competition, would be lunging for Lena's cunt like a pikefish striking at bait. Then Lena would be stroking the top of Elena's head, murmuring, "We're both so white, aren't we?" And then Lena would wrap her hand in Elena's hair and pull her head more firmly against her, whispering, "Oh, baby, but you're white like snow, and I'm white like a cloud." And before she'd even finished uttering these words, Elena would begin to melt from the heat of Lena, while Lena would turn to rain in Elena's mouth. There would be a second time, and a third, by which point Elena would be ready to die for Lena, then a fourth and a fifth, all in the space of a long white night. At mid-morning, Lena would set out sleepless to Berlin, and Elena would never even know what happened to her. Do you want to know the difference between Vera Ivanova and Lena? Elena did the same thing, performed the same sexual act with both of them. But with Lena, because she was now more adult and more experienced, she did it in much the way that von Karajan conducts Shostakovich's 10th Symphony. More smooth, rounded, polished, elegant. One hears this especially in the brasses, less harsh and desperate than as Andrei Previn does it. The ferocious second movement especially, although Karajan's tempo is actually faster than Previn's, sounds richer, more modulated than his. I myself prefer Previn's starkness here. In the third movement, all irony is lost, resulting in what I consider to be a serious misinterpretation of Shostakovich. But in exchange, Karajan imparts a haunting sweetness to the music quite unlike what Previn achieved. Uncanny how different the same notes can sound. By the way, Karajan got his Nazi Party card in April 1933, less than 2 months after the sleepwalker became Chancellor. By the time she'd become Shostakovich's mistress, which is to say the muse of his cello sonata in D minor, she'd learned to make love even more smoothly and perfectly than she had with Lena. There was something about her, Akhmatova was correct, something akin to entering an ancient church. It wasn't just that she knew how to hold and how to tease vibrato, how to manipulate. Thus she later summed up sex for her husband, Roman Carmen. There was something about her that made her lovers cry. But the strangest thing of all about her was that she knew how to disguise herself in plainness. I suppose so that she wouldn't get hurt. Once she'd put on her round glasses and tied her hair into a bun, hardly anybody looked at her when she walked down the street. And in school she was likewise inconspicuous, a highly adaptive trait in her time and place. I've read that those who were lucky enough to see her literally let her hair down could never forget her for the rest of their lives. In 1927, the year of A.Y. Fedorov's rocket-powered automobile, a girl committed suicide over her. Shostakovich, in a moment of curiosity, once asked her whether she might ever stop being attracted to women, and she gravely, proudly replied, "I'll never change." And why should she? As I said before, why should Elena be compelled to be anything other than Elena? I think that the reason she loved him above all others was that to him, who and what she was perfect. An E-sharp cannot be improved, nor can it be replaced by a B-flat. It is what it is. She loved women, and he loved her for it. 2. In 1931, when construction of the first Soviet rocket glider commenced, Elena seriously considered applying to the S. Ordzhonikidze Moscow Aviation Institute. She could have done anything. She was good at becoming part of the collective. That must have been why she kept dreaming that in every room there was a big black telephone which buzzed when she walked by. She'd saved last year's newspaper about the 7th All-Union Glider Rally, when S.M. Korolev's Red Star glider proved capable of spectacular acrobatics. Elena imagined falling in love with Korolev. In 1934, when she was having her affair with Shostakovich, Roman Carmen stood young and handsome in a flyer's suit and a warm beret, everything buttoned up around his throat as, holding up a snow-white camera, he filmed the flyer W.S. Molotov, hero of the Soviet Union, who was also young and handsome, but covered up, wearing a thick round fur cap, so you couldn't really tell who either of them were. Molotov had goggles pushed up against his hat, and Carmen didn't. It was when she saw that photograph of Carmen that Elena fell in love with him. By then, our first liquid propellant rocket, a rather small one, had succeeded in leaving the launching rig. It would soon be superseded by a rocket as tall as the spire of the fortress of Peter and Paul. Elena read all about it in Izvestia. And just when she had definitively resolved to marry Roman Carmen, she received a card from Vera Ivanova, who would not get expelled from the Komsomol until 1937, a year after Elena, who, as she opened it, remembered the mud on Vera's shoes as Vera leaned forward naked in the chair, with her long, beloved, slightly greasy hair falling over her eyes, shadow in her cleavage, shadow between her legs. 3. Elena would most certainly have been there, gazing up through the flags and streamers, when the AHT-20 Maxim Gorky plane flew overhead in 1935. But that was when we locked her away. I remember when we arrested her. I was there, and she stood before us with her eyes half closed like the blacked-out headlights of a tramcar in wartime. That was when I knew that this was her intimate look, that Shostakovich and Vera and Lena and those other boys and girls alike in love with her, always throwing rockets, they'd all seen this. This made me crazy. It was right then that I fell in love with her. I became another of her victims. Squares of Red Army men marched along the base of a wall of airplanes whose propellers had all been oriented perfectly parallel to the ground. But Elena wasn't there. She was with us. I repeat, what did Elena really look like? Not like a Rodchenko angel at all. Not any more than she resembled the KPIR-3 glider of 1925, wings like squared-off banana fronds, a skeletal body of hollow triangles. In her own interest, I freely confess to altering certain details of her appearance throughout this book. For instance, Elena Konstantinovskaya was blonde, and it was as a blonde that Shostakovich, the protagonist of these stories, would certainly have thought of her. But to me, and what I say goes, she will always be the dark-haired woman, or if you prefer, the woman with the dark, dark hair. 4. In 1930, People's Commissar Voroshilov was present at the maiden voyage of the TB-5 bomber, but Elena was too young. Her Komsomol report for that year reports her as being extremely proficient in sharpshooting and first aid, two skills which would serve her well in Spain. How happy she would have been to watch the take-off of the TB-5. I'll write her in if I care to. I'll give her a front-row spot in front of what they still like to call the Cosmodrome. Can't I be allowed my amusement? After all, the great aviator V. Chkalov was grounded for prankishly flying under a bridge in Leningrad. In proof of my deservingness, let me remind you that I never touched Elena Konstantinovskaya. I never even introduced myself, not even when I arrested her. Vera Ivanova was another matter. So it's not from personal experience, but from personal observation, that I can so accurately describe the way that Elena could be so distant and angry with those who loved her, so sweet to win back those who were slipping away. I didn't lean on Roman Carmen, nor even on that bastard Shostakovich, until Elena had definitively moved on. From 1953 on, I resisted checking up on her more than once a week, no matter how tempted I felt. I remember on one winter morning in Leningrad watching her flicker between each of the 8 white columns, formerly yellow, of the Smolny Institute. When she died in 1975, I respectfully refrained from attending her funeral. Establishing that code of behavior for myself didn't require me to own a degree in rocket science, an endeavor of great importance to our Soviet land, and accordingly always supported by Marshal M.N. Tukhachevsky. As a matter of fact, most rocket scientists end up being traitors. I wish it weren't that way. But since it is, why not imagine that there's one loyal rocket scientist? And who would that be but Elena Konstantinovskaya, who is pure and perfect and good? Shall I make her an astrophysicist right now? Don't tell me I don't have the nerve. Why, if I felt like it, I could anoint her with those crimson rhomboids which we find exclusively on the shoulders of our Red Army commanders. B.N. Yuriev was the very first to construct a rigid theoretical proof that helicopter flight was possible. What could you do to me if I corrected history so that the name of that theoretician became E. Konstantinovskaya? At the very least, can't I place her within one of those blue and green Soviet biplanes which used to be all the time buzzing in the slipstream above our heads? I know everything. I really do. I could tell you precisely which two of Akhmatova's lines it was that Vera Ivanova murmured in Elena's ear on that last day by the river bank, when she understood that it was truly over between her and Elena. I've read Elena's diary, which is now in our archive, and I'm more aware than she ever was, thanks not only to the gift of distance, but also to my own professional training, why she dreamed what she did the night after she first met Shostakovich. These temptations I'm likewise proof against. Surely you're not interested in biochemical accidents of personality. But another of her dreams I'll report to you, because it was a dream that all of us had in those years, thanks to the deteriorating international situation, which resulted inevitably from the struggle between capitalists to devour the hugest profits. Over and over, Elena Konstantinovskaya woke up sweating from a dream she hated almost as much as her dream of the black telephone. She dreamed of a long-finned bomb slowly flying through darkness above a glowing pyramid. Maiden Voyage. What child is there that lives, as I did, midway between reality and fairyland, that does not long sometimes to leave altogether the familiar world and set off in search of new and fabulous realms? Hannah Reich, German pilot, circa 1947. 1. The telephone rang. Then it was agreed. Krakow to us, Lvov to them. Warsaw to us, Brest-Litovsk to them. That was how we established the Ribbentrop-Molotov line. Not another inch, the sleepwalker shouted into the heavy black mouthpiece, but that obedient buzz of assent might have concealed something. He longed to smash open the telephone's Bakelite shell and peer within, but dreaded what he might find. Never mind. He'd win with commands and arguments. He told the telephone, "Get somebody over here with the order of battle." "Trudel," he said to his favourite secretary, "would you be so good as to bring me that white Barbarossa folder?" "Thank you, child." He instructed the telephone. "That makes absolutely no difference. Over there they've got nothing but low-quality Slavic formations." Then it was time to confirm with Goering that our rocket planes were ready. As a matter of fact, we weren't even supposed to have tanks. Even armoured scout cars had been forbidden to us by the Anglo-American plutocrats. Well, what about rockets? Our enemies had overlooked those. I myself was already a fervent rocket man, and had been ever since the Rhön gliding contests of 1933. How else were we going to get the Polish corridor back? If we could only go to the moon, sighed Herr Dr. von Braun. I met him once, a certified genius. He died in America long after the war. Imagine, he'd sold himself to the victors just so somebody could get to the moon. But in the sleepwalkers' time, our moon wooers were flying inside of bombs powered by intermittent propulsive duct engines. You probably don't even remember your first rocket, for the same reason that I forget my first telephone. The first rocket I ever saw was a long grey-green monster with a helmeted, goggled man in the cockpit, black crosses on each wing, screaming engines and fat little bombs, not to mention a pair of machine guns on the upper deck. You wouldn't call it a rocket at all. You live in the future, when the Americans stand on the verge of conquering Saturn. That first rocket was actually nothing but a fighter with a rocket engine. Its bomblets only for show. Dr. von Braun hadn't started working on our V-weapons. The Russians hadn't yet stolen a march on us with Sputnik. Still, why not call it a rocket? By the way, it happened to be equipped with a quintuplicator to record 5 pieces of aerial data. That I can swear to, because I invented the quintuplicator myself. Oh yes, I was there. I was there at the very beginning, even before the Heinkelhirt turbojet experiments. I'd always wanted to visit the moon myself, you see. Of course, I was also practical. As Heidegger writes, the upward glance passes aloft toward the sky, and yet it remains below on the earth. You're too young to understand the spiritual nature of flight, because rockets and planes are everywhere now. Flying's debased. When I was a boy, we'd all run out into the streets to watch our fire-red biplanes pass over us. Just take it from me. You'll never understand. I don't mind telling you that we cheered when that rocket plane took off on its maiden voyage, rising up a ladder of speeding flames. Where did it go? That's top secret, but we all saw it. Everyone who mattered saw it as it sped over villages decked with flags and flowers. I'm reliably informed that it made a soft landing in the sand dunes of East Prussia. You're probably sneering, but that was an achievement in those days, especially given the political limitations imposed by our adversaries. East Prussia might as well have been the moon, and yet we got there. I'll never stop believing that this was a triumph for the human race. Before 1934 was half over, we had BMW jet propulsion power units in production. By the sleepwalkers' orders, we couldn't say anything about those, of course. You're the first person I've ever told. I was there, and in uniform. By 1937, the Junkers Company was also experimenting with jet propulsion. I'll never forget the maiden voyage of a certain immense steel bullet with shark fins and German designs. Swastika on the rudder, black cross on wings and fuselage. My heart glowed even more than the first time I heard the sirens of a Stuckergeschwader 77. When a rocket or anything at all rocket-like soars into the sky, there's a beautiful inevitability to the experience. Gravity has been defeated, overruled, just like that. And how easy it's turned out to be. With that rocket go all of us, rising toward our dreams, steel in motion, doing what we've been told all our lives we can't do. And there it went, faster and faster, growing upward, steel fruit of a tree of flame, the flame clinging to earth for a long time, then rising behind the rocket, uprooting itself to go somewhere new, the steel bullet diminishing into a metal speck, then into nothingness. All we could see now was the flame, and then the flame entered a cloud and was gone. Even though the security situation didn't permit us to talk about it, Germany saw it. We saw it in Swabia, and we glimpsed it from the Ostmark. We tilted up our heads as we stood in crowds on Hermann-Göring-Strasse, and we saw our dreams arise. Meanwhile, Professor Fokker invented the world's first helicopter. 2. In those days I dreamed of nothing but flight. Whenever I was with a woman, her arms around me reminded me of the inverted gull wings of the Ju-87. By the time that the BMW 003 project had begun in 1939, I'd seen it all. Have you seen it all? You most definitely haven't, unless you've seen the test flight, or better still, the combat flight of an Me-163B rocket plane, which deserves its name because it's powered by a genuine Walter rocket. Walter was a friend of mine. As with so many other things in life, you have at best 5 or 6 minutes in the air in this machine, due to the ferocious rate of fuel consumption. Moreover, you need to jettison the undercarriage, which never makes for happy landings. But whether you come back or not, you can dictate your sensations and emotions to the world by laryngophone. We had T-Stoff and C-Stoff for fuel in those days. I knew it all. Unfortunately, I never got to fly a rocket myself, but I stood so close to the action that it seemed to me I could have done it in my sleep. Press the black button, so that the hydrazine hydrate and alcohol begin to marry the hydrogen peroxide. Then press the red button, and experience the shriek of flame. In a twinkling, you've risen past the Ak-Ak Tower. You'll land on a secret runway in dreamland, then continue on by armored car. Stay cool and brave, You'll win an Iron Cross. 3. Rocket flame is sacred, like a flower placed in the hands of a wounded German soldier. Rockets are sacred because their mission is to approach the ideal. And with each new generation, right up to the V-weapons and beyond, they become more themselves. Their slimness grows more elegant, their tapering payloads more aerodynamic. But now that the war's over and they're perfect, nobody cares. Isn't that sad? That's the reason why I prefer to dwell on maiden voyages. Our rockets were mere prototypes then. Our test pilots took risks. Nobody knew what might happen. When I go back in time to 1936, before the sleepwalker called Goering on the black telephone, I see squatter, cruder rockets traversing our German skies. That was when we reoccupied the Rhineland. In 1935 the rockets were even wider, almost rectangular. They burned alcohol mixed with liquid oxygen. In 1935, when we purged Röhm and those scum, our flying machines were essentially square in cross-section, and their double wings resembled metallized pages of sheet music. In 1933, when the sleepwalker took power, I happened to be a philosophy student in Freiburg. It was night. We stood in a circle outside the library, waiting. The command came. I was ready. I did my part. Liftoff. And so it rose and flew, gloriously propelled by human force. With indescribable joy I watched it spinning sharp-cornered like some strange new propeller device designed to cut the wires of enemy barrage balloons. I estimated its mass and velocity. I predicted its trajectory. I foresaw the duration of the flight down to the last second. I already knew the combustion temperatures involved. Just before it reached maximum altitude, it vanished for the merest eye blink in the smoke that rose up all around us. Next it entered the zone of pitiless light, first as a silhouette, then, once its descent had begun, it opened, revolving about its spinal axis with the print on its pages stark enough for me to read it, had I wanted to, all the way across the pyre. It was some Jew book, something about pacifism, I believe. And Professor Heidegger, now unanimously elected rector since his Anglo-Bolshevik predecessor had resigned, was speaking to us, or shouting, I should say, his voice deep, exultant, and more certain than it had ever sounded in any lecture I'd ever heard. He was telling us all that this marked a new night for German culture, that the old must burn for the sake of the new. Beside me stood my classmate Edelgard, who would later be killed with both her children in a British bombing raid, and I got excited by the firelit rapture on her face. She was hurling books by the handful, and her hair was more beautiful than fire. So I grabbed the collected works of the Jew Freud and threw them right up into the sky. They reached their apogee just as the first book I'd launched swirled finally down to commit itself to the flames of German summer. When Parzival killed the Red Knight. 'Twas in olden times when eagles screamed. First Helgi song, 12th century. 1. When Parzival killed the Red Knight simply because he longed to wear his armour, the king felt sad and the court damsels wept. All the same, one couldn't blame Parzival any more than one can the kitten who proudly slays his first robin redbreast. Action is what it is. Scarlet feathers, red blood, grey guts, and a stench. Cruel? Yes. Useless? Not at all. That's how they learn. When a certain sleepwalker liquidated the brownshirts, don't think he didn't have his reasons. All the same, his heartbeats rushed away like machine-gun bullets, thanks to the novelty. He was just beginning. He was still kittenish. The telephone rang. "We have Röhm in custody," it said. "Tell me." "Yes, my Führer. We caught him in bed, with a man. They kissed each other goodbye." The kitten didn't need to think. Parzival saw the red armour and knew in his bones what would make him happy, but the sleepwalker hesitated. Röhm had been his friend. Röhm had helped him. Well, no damsels were going to weep this time. He mounted the red horse. He slammed on his new armour, which was so red that it made one's eyes red just to see it. 2. He derived himself as perfectly from legend as Parzival ever did. To prove it, let's open his storybook. If we page through Volume 5 of Meyer's lexicon, we come in time to Hakenkreuz. illustrated with an ancient white pictograph in Sweden, a bronze shield, nabel, with 4 curly arms, each ending in a 3-knobbed pommel, then a chandelier, Gewandsspange, in swastika form, each arm spiralling inward to its candle socket, then an old pot from Hanover with swastikas marching around its sides, a skeletonized bronze disc from Baden with a swastika in the center, followed by a longish entry which ends with this quotation from Mein Kampf. And simultaneous with him stands the victory of the reified idea, which has ever been and ever shall be anti-Semitic. Now for the full-page galleries of black and white plates. Adolf Hitler I and Adolf Hitler II. Look, his father, his mother, his birthplace. Here he is with his comrades in the World War. There will never be another war. It's a snapshot of soldiers in their uniforms and caps, all sprawled carelessly in front of trees. In the center of the front row, one man has his hands in his pockets. But he's too relaxed. After all, romantic heroes must begin in star-crossed obscurity. So maybe Parsifal's the one on the far left. He seems lonelier, as befits that night-born man, foredoomed to sink a horde of German fighters deep down below the sun. He already wears the mustache. On the next page, in Adolf Hitler II, we see him going over city plans with Albert Speer. Berlin's roads will now crack apart the whites and greens of our mapped German landscape. Adolf Hitler II also depicts him receiving flowers from German girls in traditional dress. In Adolf Hitler II, he's embracing a fellow old fighter, his head low and sideways against the man's chest as he grips his shoulders. Do you want to know how modest he is? Although he's already killed the Red Knight and his whole race screams for encores, although he's Führer und Reichskanzler, although he's Gründer und Führer der Nationalsozialism. Bewegung. He insists that the curtain fall after Adolf Hitler I and Adolf Hitler II. In comparison, Garten I doesn't end with Garten II, a victory garden, so I recall. Oh no, Garten III joins the attack, which successfully terminates with Garten IV. And that's nothing. Germanen I reaches all the way through Germanen VIII, a stretch nearly as vast as Operation Barbarossa itself. In Volume 8, in the National Socialism entry, there he is again, full page and in color, glaring. 3. When Parzival killed the Red Knight, it happened to be 1934, a good year for Kathe Kollwitz's Death series. I especially admire Leaf 1, Frau vertraut sich dem Tod an. A woman who resembles the artist is holding her child in against her skirts, stretching out her hand to entreat bony death. But death follows orders. In Leaf 4, Tod packt eine Frau, one of her most powerful compositions, the skeleton seems to be embracing a woman from behind, biting her in the back of the neck, while she turns toward him, screaming, and the little child reaches up, trying to fight him off. Nor should we forget Tod hält Mädchen im Schoss, catalogue number 153. The child's lip draws back as if in a sob as she sits in the lap of maternal death, whose face is black like a veiled Muslim woman's. Her face lies against death's dark head. Oh, and Tod greift in Kinderschar. The bony angel with black wings like a paratrooper and wasted flesh around its skeleton comes swooping down to grab wide-eyed, uncomprehending children, just as Skorzeny will seize Mussolini in 1943. By then, we'll all have become characters in Parzival's fairy tale. We could have won the World War. Don't you remember how our 305s blasted right through the French battery at Verdun? Unfortunately, the Jews got to us. That won't happen again. On every canted, bird-inscribed iron cross we wear, the white bird will clutch the white bones of a swastika. We'll all become as hard and fundamental as skeletons. And Parzival's most fundamental of all. His skeleton's invulnerable, ceaselessly growing, his heart pistons pound behind a bridge's steel ribs. But this is still 1934, when a woman embraces death and gazes on his dark face as lovers do, drawing his head close to hers. The title, Tod wird als Freund erkannt. Death perceived as a friend. 4. When Parzival killed the Red Knight, he did it for white-armed Lena and for Freya and Elena, not to mention white-armed Liska Malbran. In olden times, wars were waged by heroes who admired one another, but found themselves forced by fate or blood revenge to do each other harm. In our time, we fought for hateful ogres against other ogres equally hateful. From a practical point of view, can't it be argued that nothing has changed? Parzival killed the Red Knight for us. In our name, blood-stained tank treads will soon grind down the corn. Tot wird als Freund erkannt. Don't shun the shock. Grind out more gold for him. He knows how to make it red. 5. What else was happening when Parzival killed the Red Knight? On the far side of Mirkvit Forest, where ogresses ride wolves and use snakes for reins, past Sunfell and Snowfell, in Soviet Russland, another Red Knight, Kirov, fell to Russia's Parzival, who attended the funeral, called for vengeance, and launched his great terror. It was a year after Erich von Manstein had been promoted to colonel, and a year before Friedrich Paulus would be promoted to colonel. Captive blacksmiths were forging us red gold rings. German schoolboys began a new course of study, knighthood. It was the year that Shostakovich's future wife Irina was born. Our composer, 2 years married to Nina Varza, was sleeping in Elena Konstantinovskaya's arms when Irina came into the world. It was for Elena that he composed the romantic Opus 40. Meanwhile, Elena's future husband, good, loyal Roman Carmen, made the film Kirov. Parzival killed the Red Knight and became king, all of us now hoping for good harvest years. 6. When Parzival killed Galogandres, the standard-bearer of King Clamid, the attackers called the battle off. The long, dark, pipe-like barrels of their anti-tank rifles couldn't frighten him. Parzival had saved Queen Konviramors. On the next day, it's true, he had to best King Clamid in single combat, but even though at the time it seemed difficult, so difficult, in fact, that the blood gushed from Parzival's eyes, it ended correctly, with the sleepwalker's arm rigidly parallel to the ground as he stood at the reviewing stand, Berlin, noon, exactly, 7/6/39, and the returned Condor Legion striding past with their guns straight up. Opus 40. There is nothing in you which fails to send a wave of joy and fierce passion inside me when I think of you. Lyalia, I love you so as nobody ever loved before. My love, my gold, my dearest, I love you so. I lay down my love before you. Shostakovich to E. Konstantinovskaya, 1934. Each of Shostakovich's symphonies I consider to be a multiply broken bridge, an archipelago of steel trailing off into the river. Opus 40, however, is a house with 4 rooms. In front, it's true, there's an ornate golden staircase ascending out of a snowy plain, then ending unconsummated in air. But Shostakovich always liked his jokes. Oh, me. In those years he still resembled a boy. Sweetly gazing at the world through his round, dark-framed spectacles, he captivated Elena Konstantinovskaya. That sliver of starched white shirt within his dark suit, she couldn't wait to stroke it with her talented hands. He peered shyly down through half-closed eyes. Then he built Opus 40 for her and him to dwell in, and she led him inside. They were going to have an apartment with a dark passageway, then steps and half-steps. They'd live there, deep below the piano keys in Moscow. Nina could stay in Leningrad. 2. It was 1934, the year of Y. Biliokh's immortal elegy Kirov, with camera work by R. L. Carmen. But Kirov wasn't yet dead on the white night between May and June, when Elena first held Shostakovich's hand. The music festival had ended, and the pale boy, who was newly married, crossed his soft white wrists, gazing rapturously at her through his glasses. "Elena, you're the one for me," he said. Time for private English lessons. Before he'd even kissed her, his bass and treble glands had begun composing Opus 40, which prefigures his most beautiful fugues. 3. Her electric clitoris, and the phrase electric clitoris, were the first 2 aspects of her to be translated musically, a claim which the translator would have rejected, since right up until his 7th symphony he proudly disdained program music. But sometimes the critic's exegesis is wiser than the composer's, for the same reason that in recordings of Opus 40, Emanuel Ax plays the piano part better than Shostakovich. No one who has read the entire case file can deny that Elena Konstantinovskaya's clitoris was electric, and that its sweet vibrations sing forever in the cello melody which opens the first movement. The phrase or alias which derives from her clitoris gets expressed in the happy, comic, rocking-horse sexuality of the piano in the second movement. When our young Shostakovich looks self-deprecatingly down between his own shoulders, if you've ever drunk absinthe, you'll understand what it's like to be weighed down by the drug almost to paralysis, and at the same time to exist within an invisible ball of consciousness which hovers precisely halfway between your body and the ceiling. From an eminence which sparkles with dust motes in the bedroom of that dasha in Luga, the second movement, Allegro, gazes irreverently down upon its pale and awkwardly ecstatic father, whom I'd rather call a child. Groaning for joy, the child is riding his hobby-horse, Elena. His shoulder-blades rise and fall as elaborately as the mechanical arms of a player piano. He's copulating in a frenzy. This brief theme expresses a typical lover's sentiment. Look how ridiculous I am compared to you. Joined to you, I make us both ridiculous. All the same, let's, so to speak, do it, my darling little Elenochka, because you're the one for me. Marry me, then, said Elena Konstantinovskaya. And why shouldn't he marry her? She was the only one he ever found who could have dwelled with him in that four-roomed house within his chest, which they were fully capable of connecting by means of trumpet-like passageways with the four chambers of her own heart, so that then they would have had quite the castle together, oh my, sharing refuges and secrets. And on that very first night he took her inside the world beneath the black keys, whispering, "My tonic must have been D minor when you know." And she understood him. She always did. She smiled and took him in, just the merest half-step. I actually mean a semitone, which is the space between adjacent notes in this diatonic scale we all live by. She was the only one. 4. Therefore, Opus 40, and in particular the first movement, composed of firelight and kisses, remains the most romantic thing that Shostakovich ever wrote. In the recording which he made with D. Shafran 10 years later, he played the piano part and Shafran the cello as vivid as Elena herself, the piano steady and glittery like Shostakovich. Even though I have already stated that Elena's song was more perfectly realized in the recording by E. Ax and Y. Ma, everything was already there. The piano was the skeleton, the cello was the flesh. He was the knowledge and commemoration. She was the life. 5. Elenochka. Lyalya, I mean, or better yet, my most perfect of all Russian Lyalkas. You possess all the names. You're my jewel, oh, indeed, and I'm just I want to be a rocket scientist for you. I know you like rockets. Unfortunately, all I can do is, This is a very complicated decision for us to make, Elena, with many, many factors, such as, what if I'm not the one for you? Because if you leave me, I'll never forgive you. I'd rather be the one to... Oh, aren't I contemptible? Lyalochka, I can't sleep any more for thinking of you. Please don't leave me for a rocket scientist. And no heroes either. You'd better not be attracted to brave individuals who like to go places. I'm only a mollusk. I need to hide forever within your lovely shell. 6. The red glow of embers seen through her hair as they lay by the hearth in Luga, then her vehement kisses, and his mouth on her cunt, his tongue seeking as tenderly as a true pianist's fingers, obeying the timbre of her sighs, to give pleasure as exactly as he could. In short, her sighs were the score, his kisses were the performance. Which is also to say that his kisses were the score, and her sighs the performance, the music of Opus 40 itself. And his mouth on her mouth when he penetrated her, and the unearthly beauty of her face in orgasm, and the way she held him tight for a long, long time, until they drowsed with his penis still inside her. They were still literally one flesh. All this seems to be grammatically the subject, but please confirm this with Comrade Academician Alexandrov. The verb comes only here because these various acts, occurrences, and results have become, as were their bodies, one thing, a coherent self-sufficiency of being which, like a noun, simply is. What they did is what they were. They were love. When she sighed, "I love you." And then her soft, smooth arms went rigid, so that she could brace herself against the warm hearthstones, and the sighs became inarticulate expressions of ecstasy, by which I mean again music. He said to her, "Thank you for all the happiness you've given me." She kissed him passionately. His music became as heavy-lidded as the eyes of Kathe Kollwitz. 7. He could sight-read her, so to speak. He knew how to make her feel as though an orchestra were playing. Well, wasn't it? This facility he lost later in life, around the time that the Berlin Wall went up. Women began complaining that this Shostakovich had no erotic empathy, one of the two reasons why G. Ust-Volskaya would refuse to marry him in 1954. By then he was talking to himself. After Nina died he used to say, I think, to the piano, "Oh me, oh my, Elena. Well, if it's not working as it is, then maybe we should leave it and, avoid our mistakes next time we're each with I'm sorry. That's just my, my personal point of view." But he hadn't lost anything in 1934, neither courage nor confidence, let alone integrity. In 1935 he still sparkled with jokes. Elena never stopped laughing. She counted on him to keep her always high-spirited. That was one of the myriad ways he cherished her. He remained untouched by what I'll call history, which is why I assert that foreseeing the future is as worthless as observing that the third theme of Opus 40's fourth movement appears more uneven on the page than does the second theme of the first movement. But imagining the future, then mistaking imagination for foresight, is one of life's luxuries. Certainly it seemed to him and her, and how could it have been otherwise, that whenever they kissed, they were drinking the future. Kissing her again and again, he got drunk. All around them both the dull grey and pinkish-grey building fronts of Leningrad angled and articulated in accordance with canal curves. One more kiss, Lyalochka. When he slowly slid his finger in and out of her, she uttered soft clucking sounds from deep within her throat. Her eyes closed in ecstasy. 8. The extent of his infatuation with this young woman, who was still, by the way, a member in good standing of the Komsomol, no matter that she smoked cigarettes, may best be conveyed by noting that 3 weeks into their affair, in June, he had to leave on a concert tour. In July he met Nina in Yalta, then vacationed with her in Polanovo, where the cellist V. Kubatsky, pitying his desperation, implored him to distract himself by composing a new sonata. And the very next month, within a few days of their return to Leningrad, Nina had already moved out, at which her husband burst into tears and said, "It's entirely superfluous to, how can I make my point, Ninushka, to take the line of least resistance and—" Then he rushed off to take Elena Konstantinovskaya to another concert. 9. That was on the 13th of August. He walked down the great avenue of trees in Alexander Park, just so he could, think about Elena. On the 19th of September, the fourth movement of Opus 40 was already finished, because he couldn't help, bustling about. As a small child he'd never been able to sit still in his chair, so his mother had to— Oh, never mind. Elena wept when he played her score on his piano. In affairs of the heart, my friends, considerable weeping tends to go on as part of the, background music. On the 10th of March, 1935, he informed his closest confidant, Soletinsky, that he might never come back to Leningrad. He could now envision himself in Moscow with Elena, where we'll have a little, with 2 sets of 4 rooms. His mother had never liked Nina anyway, not that she liked Elena much better, but his sister Maryusa adored her. In Moscow the 2 of us can get away from everything. We'll start over, and I'll never see Nina again. And indeed it was in Moscow that he showed L.T. Atovmian his divorce certificate. 10. What about Nina? Well, what about her? The late S. Khentova, in whose Udivitelyenui Shostakovich, 1993, 42 of Shostakovich's letters to Elena are published, although not without the excisions of certain intimacies. I have all that right here, but it's going to stay in my secret collection, bequeathed us the following summation of the two rivals. In contrast to Nina Vassilievna, who was not interested in fashion, she dressed elegantly, cultivating grace, femininity, and sensuality. All the same, he did come back to Nina. Twice. 11. Akhmatova, whom Shostakovich avoided like death, cannot always be trusted. I'm not saying she was in the hire of any foreign powers. I do maintain that her intelligence service was less reliable than mine. For example, she claims that our composer did not become Elena Konstantinovskaya's lover until the summer of 1934, when one of the private English classes in his apartment ended with kisses. But Opus 40 itself proves that their love was consummated in the very first movement, the Allegro non troppo. No doubt they took precautions on those white nights. He hadn't yet volunteered to leave Nina, nor had Elena become unshakably certain of her love for him. So they hid within their 8-chambered house, where even sharp-eyed Akhmatova couldn't see. They fooled Mravinsky, Glickman, Solotinsky, Nina, unquestionably. Oh, come to think of it, perhaps they didn't fool Nina. And, most impressively, Shostakovich's mother, who still read his diary whenever she could. Deep down they went, down to the red core that he'd revisit alone 26 years later, when he composed Opus 110. A pianist can sometimes resemble a slow underwater swimmer, and a lover likewise swims within the sea of the other, far down where no waves can reach. Overhead, the piano's lid, heavier than a coffin's, shuts out extraneous vibrations, while simultaneously demarcating the boundary between water and air. It's too perfect underwater. That's what kills us, the perfection. This is not my theory, of course. I don't believe in perfection. And the addictive poisonousness of this perfection was what flooded Shostakovich with the joy of something illicit. First when he was a boy playing weirdness on the piano when others expected a foxtrot. And now when he was Nina's husband and playing out his passion for Elena. Another English lesson pretty pleased Lyalochka. Elena is to poor Nina as Opus 110, the 8th string quartet, will be to the 1st, which its composer dismisses as a particular exercise in the form of a quartet. Forgive me, Ninusha. 12. After the divorce went through, he went to his previous muse, T. Glivenko, and said to her with a sad laugh, "I have a very clever wife. Oh, yes, very clever." 13. Because he couldn't stop kissing her, her delightfully puffy lips were the next parts of her to get translated. In the course of translation, he necessarily sucked on them. Private English lessons, oh me, oh my, he couldn't stop. And so Elena's lips kiss us all forever in the second movement. Elenka, dearest, I'm going to write a Moscow concerto, so that you and I can go to Moscow. And there we'll do it again. Oh yes, Lyalka, we'll orchestrate something else all over again, because you're my— Then her hair. Oh, how should I say, her long, dark hair. 14. Right here in Sovietskaya Muzika, No. 3, a certain Didi Shostakovich denies translation in any specific sense. He's like one of those wretches I deal with at the office every day. They grovel and admit to being Trotskyites, but then when I demand a detailed confession, with acts and especially names, they try to wriggle out of it. Can you imagine? In that same spirit, Shostakovich says to Sovietskaya Muzika, when a critic for Worker and Theatre or for the Evening Red Gazette writes that in such and such a symphony Soviet civil servants are represented by the oboe and the clarinet and Red Army men by the brass section, you want to scream. Well, at my office we know what we hear. And if Shostakovich wants to argue with us, we'll take him down into the cellars and show him what screaming's all about. He has the impudence to deny her long, dark hair. 15. I promise you that from the first time she took his hand, the very first time, he actually believed. She was ready, lonely, beautiful. She wanted someone to love with all her heart, and he was the man. She longed to take care of him, knowing even better than he how much he needed to be taken care of. He still couldn't knot his necktie by himself, and, well, you know. He believed, because an artist must believe as easily and deeply as a child cries. What's creation but self-enacted belief? Now for a cautionary note from E. Mravinsky. Shostakovich's music is self-ironic, which to me implies insincerity. This masquerade imparts the spurious impression that Shostakovich is being emotional. In reality, his music conceals extremely deep lyric feelings which are carefully protected from the outside world. In other words, is Shostakovich emotional or not? Feelings conceal feelings. Could it be that this languishing longing I hear in Opus 40 actually masks something else? But didn't he promise Elena that she was the one for him? And how can love be self-ironic? All right, I do remember the rocking horse sequence, but isn't that self-mockery simply self-abnegation? The old lover's trick? Elena believes in me. I know she does. How ticklishly wonderful. Even Glickman can see it, although perhaps I shouldn't have told Glickman, because what can love be if not faith? We look into each other's faces and believe. Here's the one for me. Lyalia, never forget this, no matter how long you live and whatever happens between us. You will always be the one for me. And in my life, I'll prove it. You'll see. Solitinsky claims that Elena's simply lonely. What if Elena's simply 20? Well, I'm lonely, too. Oh, this Moscow-Baku train is so boring. I can't forgive myself for not kidnapping my golden Elenochka and bringing her to Baku with me. Or does she, how shall I put this, want too much from destiny? My God, destiny is such a ridiculous word. I'll try not to be too... I mean, why not? It's still early in my life. The nightmare of the whirling red spot won't stop me. I could start over with Elena, and... she loves me. Ninusha loves me, but Elena... oh, my God, she stares at me with hope and longing. Her love remains unimpaired, like a child's. I love children. I want to be a father. I'll tell Nina it's because she can't have children. That won't hurt her as much as... well, you know. Well, actually, it's true, because Nina... maybe I can inform her by letter, so I don't have to... Ashkenazi will do that for me if I beg him. He's very kind. Very kind. Then it will be over. As soon as I'm back in my Lyalka's arms, I'll have the strength to resolve everything. If I could only protect that love of hers from ever falling down and skinning its knee, much less from growing up, growing wise and bitter. Then when she's old, she'll still look at me like that. I'll still be the one for her. It's true that you didn't even tell your mother and sisters when you got married? My dear Elenochka, that's true. Oh, yes, because, you see, I didn't want to. Let's go to the summer garden and... You didn't want to what? I didn't want to marry Nina, but I couldn't bring myself to hurt her, and she, well... And do you want to stay married to her? No, he said steadily. Whom is it, if anyone, that you want to marry? You, Elena. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Then she laughed for joy and pounced on him. That was the genesis of the fourth movement, Allegro again. Call it a sprightly yet stately dance in a minor key, a dance not of skeletons. They're too mischievous, too dramatic for that. Although for a moment Opus 40 does lapse into what will become Shostakovich's signature greyness. The piano brings it back to life. Elena and Shostakovich are stalking each other like cats. A renowned pianist who has performed this composition argues that the brilliance here is sinister rather than exhibitionistic. I disagree. Shostakovich is happy. Here comes the pizzicato. Elena is drawing her long fingernails lightly and lovingly down his belly. Then the piano cascades gleefully into a warm bed of strings, where the young couple's bright, brisk, expert love-making glitters at us. Why expert? Because they're expert in each other. Mitya dear, I'm so happy, I can almost taste gingerbread. Back to the opening song, the richly Russian tune which stretches itself in several post-coital variations. Then Opus 40 ends in a delicious surprise of snapping teeth. That was when Elena bit him again. A nice mark of ownership, right there on the side of his neck. 16. In Baku, the sea wind covered the grand piano with sand. So many people came to his concert that we requested him to perform again the next day, which he did, because he could never say no to anyone who was nice with him. Then he went out to the restaurant New Europe to hear gypsy songs. Every time the gypsies sang of love, he almost cried, but not quite. He knew now that
Without Elena he would die.
And he was meeting with Nina in Yalta. He had headaches. It was all Elena's fault. That love bite of Elena's, it was itching now. He felt happy when he scratched it. How could he represent it musically? He got drunk and showed it off to the gypsies, who applauded. Well, in the fourth movement at the very end, Well, just wait, and I'll show you all. I'm going to make her live forever, because— Oh, Lyalia, oh God. When he thought of Elena, he was sure that he could do anything. 17. Since so many souvenirs of her have been found in this sonata, doubtless many more await the discovery of musicologists. Can we speak of a Konstantinovskaya theme in Opus 40? First of all, for the benefit of persons such as my good colleague Pyotr Alexeyev, who's a musical illiterate, allow me to draw 3 distinctions. Motif is a very 19th century sort of term, which is not the slightest bit applicable to our Soviet music today. Leitmotiv, which we most often find applied specifically to Wagner, is a very short passage relating to a character, object, or event. For instance, the magic fire music. Leave that to the fascists, I say. Theme, at least in Shostakovich, gets worked out, developed, is longer. It's now widely agreed in progressive social circles that all humankind constitutes a single superorganism. Extending this correct line to culture, why not consider Shostakovich's body of work as a whole? In that sense, a Konstantinovskaya theme can be detected from 1934 to 1960. According to Beria, Yagoda, and T. N. Khrenikov, its characteristics are rainbow tones oozing unpredictably into puddles of metallic greyness, dance melodies which alternate between ponderous and skeletal, and, most happily, achromatic patterns which soar into regions beyond human comprehension, a perfect example of the latter being the fugue in A minor, which lives within Opus 87. Loyalty to the state now requires me to step back and take the long view. Can we lay bare the context of the Konstantinovskaya theme? How shall we define the general character of D.D. Shostakovich's production? The East German musicologist Eckhard Oakes, writing after Shostakovich's death in a spirit of appropriately comradely reverentiality, reminds us of the dialectic process. When the world changes, so does the man, so the composer, and art also. The same source speaks of his symphony's dialectic between life and death. In this spirit, we find Shostakovich writing to a certain E. Konstantinovskaya, I tried to stop loving you, and instead I love you more and more. There is much sadness and disappointment in my love to you. Very complex circumstances. How should I write this so that she'll, not hate me? Play a very important role here. 18. Others, optimistic, public-spirited types, have claimed to find in Opus 40, probably in the second movement, the smell of flowers at Kirov's funeral. Who am I to say that I can't smell flowers? But I can't. When I inhale Opus 40, I scent wood smoke, wine, and Elena's hair. 19. They went to a showing of R.L. Carmen's Comrade Dmitrov in Moscow, because the film sounded so boring that no one they knew would be likely to go, not even Glickman. When the Kino Palace was dark, she held his hand. From this experience derives the third movement, the Largo, completed on 13 September, which might sound melancholy to those who don't know Shostakovich, particularly the later Shostakovich. In fact, this is his secret bunker, the deepest of his heart's 4 chambers, whose roof is timbered with regular bass notes of the piano. Here the piano and the cello sing a duet, which might sound sad to the rest of the world, or even, here's Elena's favourite English word, creepy. But they've hidden themselves away so safely that there is no one else to hear them, let alone misjudge them. They have shut the Danube's gates. In its darkest corners, the room is irregular, its base roof timbers as fantastic as the whalebone beams of an ancient Arctic dwelling, and in this darkness Shostakovich and Elena Konstantinovskaya fall asleep in each other's arms, her head on his chest, his ankles locked around hers. They're like two vines grown together in an old graveyard. 20. On the 1st of December, the assassin Nikolaev took the life of our beloved comrade Kirov, a treacherous blow, for which we set out to make the foreign spies and wreckers pay in full. On the 4th of December, the first death sentences were issued. On the 29th of December, we shot Nikolaev, who double-doomed himself by attempting to implicate the highest circles of our Soviet state. By mid-January, we were arresting his accomplices by the tens of thousands. Meanwhile, Shostakovich was living with his darling Ninochka again. When she returned, he cried, "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you very much." He wrote Elena that he continued to be so busy nursing his Ninusha through a serious illness that he hadn't found time to telephone her. "Please forgive me, my dear Lyalia, because I—" Elena declined to answer. Then he rang her up in terror, whispering, "Lyalia, I have a very strange feeling, a very creepy feeling, as you would probably say." He felt that he was being watched. How ridiculous. Of course he was being watched. He was still a hero in those days. If I may say so, he didn't have a clue. He started taking her out to concerts again. He needed more English lessons. Zolotinsky had gotten nowhere trying to teach him German. He went home with her. 65 Kirovsky Prospect, number 20. When they made love, they were so noisy that the neighbours pounded on the walls. That's the second movement for you. The cellist, A. Ferkelmann, who performed Opus 40 with Shostakovich in 1939, informs us that, "I never succeeded in getting any other pianist to take such fast tempi. His playing was on the dry side, but on the other hand he played extremely loudly, doubtless on account of his great force of temperament." In short, he still loved her. They played the third movement with diabolical ease. All the same, something wasn't right in Elena's song. He wept and said, "Lyalka, I don't believe that I'll be yours and you'll be mine. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Now my mood is such that I find it very difficult to, believe." Elena was sitting beside him at the Kirov Theatre, just before the curtain rose on his new opera, Lady Macbeth. Wordlessly she slipped her coat over her shoulders, rose up, turned away, and walked out. 21. He rushed after her. He knelt down in the dirty slush and begged. I was there, trailing A. Akhmatova. I remember snow on the iron fence around the summer garden, snow on the summer garden's trees. And she took him home with her. She knew he loved her. What was he so afraid of? Between the two of them, they'd long since determined the way that the second movement begins, with its haunting Russian melody in a minor key, passageways of Rodchenko like golden scaffolding, subsequently connecting it to a merry melody, which, after a very particular, never-to-be-replicated cello caress, becomes buttery sweet and brief, because he was on his back and she was astride him, teasing him with the succulent inner lips of her cunt, and slowly possessing him, taking orgasm after orgasm, forbidding him to move, pausing whenever she liked, as long as she liked, and all the while he had to keep lying perfectly still like a good boy. Then comes that rocking horse sequence I've mentioned, which transforms itself into another sweet eternity of melting butter. He'd finished, and Elena was back on top of him again, riding him in just the way she liked, until she climaxed with the sound of a honeybee, the bow passing smoothly and shrilly across the sounding board. Returning to the Russian melody, Opus 40 then gives the piano another turn at pleasuring itself, so that a second rocking horse copulation gallops to a happy ejaculation, at which point the piano sparkles and glows. I have it on good authority that at that point they were making love at dawn, and right before they finished, the sounds of morning began as the sun sparkled and glared most busily upon an upturned water-glass, transforming it into an improbable spider-jewel, whose legs were beams of white light. 22. The true story of Opus 40 comes to an end at the end of a certain night in the summer of 1935, when the sleepless woman finally dialed Shostakovich's number. Nina answered, and curtly said, He's staying with me." I kept waiting and waiting by the telephone, whispered Elena, just in case he was going to call. 23. Regarding Opus 40, Shostakovich remained everlastingly coy, no doubt for Nina's sake. But he did state for the record that a certain great breakthrough, or as the Germans would say, ein großer Durchbruch, took place for him that year in the sphere of chamber and concert platform music. Shostakovich to Konstantinovskaya, "Why did I meet you? Why did I fall in love? I could have lived peacefully. My life as it was does not exist any more." The premiere took place on the 25th of December, 1935. Elena Konstantinovskaya was absent. Those who wish us ill would doubtless insist on drawing attention to the fact that, following the line laid down by Comrade Stalin, we'd arrested a few thousand more of those scum by then, including Elena. I'm well aware that in the transit prison she received a postcard from Shostakovich, another black mark against him. Having verified all the documents in this matter, I can assure you that the reorganization of the Komsomol had become urgently necessary by then. Every district branch was crawling with class enemies. Nothing definite was ever proved against Elena. All the same, let's not cry crocodile tears over inconveniences suffered by a person who was, like all persons, the legitimate focus of interest of our Soviet state. Far more germane to this study of Opus 40 is the fact that the concert, as I can personally testify, was a success. I might even say a glittering success. So what if she wasn't present? After all, the composer had dedicated it not to her, but to his friend V. Kubatsky. Operation Magic Fire. And it's in that vague grey middle ground that the fundamental conflicts of our age take place. It's a huge anthill in which we all crawl. Shostakovich, circa 1970. 1. The Poles say that life itself is a long, smelly train of refugees which travels Europe's slowest tracks, getting shunted aside to make room for military transports and industrial freight. There everyone sits, sweltering, stinking, fearing and grieving. The whistle shouts, "Time to move again." Here comes the next border, where policemen and plainclothesmen will winnow more of us away. Her visa is incorrect. He's actually an escaped Jew. The most laughable thing is that we hated life. We wanted to get somewhere. And now that they're taking us somewhere by the truckload, we wish that we were still on that long train where everything stank. Well, that's life, all right. 2. The story goes, and for all I know it hasn't yet been discredited, that a quarter-hour after the best performance of Wagner's Siegfried since our German recovery began, a certain sleepwalker retired to Haus Wahnfried, where the composer himself once lived, and as soon as Winifred Wagner had poured the tea, and he'd kissed Verena Wagner's wrist, those two ladies withdrew. Goering shut the door behind them, and Colonel Hagen, who'd been waiting in the corridor, led in a German businessman whose financial interests coincided with those of General Franco. This was the summer of 1936, when Franco's cause remained desperate. Indeed, our Foreign Office most earnestly advised the sleepwalker not to involve himself, especially since the rebels needed not only bombs, but money. Herr Schacht at the Reichsbank kept warning that we couldn't afford to rearm ourselves, let alone underwrite other people's adventures. The sleepwalker, however, reasoned as follows. If Franco fails, then the leftist government in Spain will surely become a communist satellite. And if that happens, France will also go red, at which point our Reich will be menaced both from the east and from the west. And wasn't he correct? What brought us down in the end but a two-front war? In short, he agreed to help the Phalangists. On the desert airstrip our long line of propeller planes stood ready to stab the air with their needle noses. Incidentally, he also dismissed Herr Schacht, thereby saving him from getting hanged by the victors of 1945. And so our Condor Legion drew first blood. The Blitzkrieg got worked out. The aerial bombardment of Guernica turned out to be a contrapuntal masterpiece, and our new machine guns didn't jam either. We did what we chose to. Mussolini's Blue Arrow troops took up the slack. I think we can all agree that the war advanced rapidly. 3 years later, there was Franco in the capital, with his trademark cigarette half burned down between his fingers. Mussolini sent him a bill, but we were more generous. We took the longer view. The sleepwalker not only initiated this exercise, he also named it Operation Magic Fire. 3. Now, in point of fact, it's at the very end of Die Valkyrie, not in Siegfried at all, that the famous magic fire music occurs. Traditionally, the 4 operas in the Ring cycle get performed in an afternoon and 3 evenings. So when Colonel Hagen led in The Businessman and Verena Wagner poured tea, it would have been only the previous night that Die Valkyrie was sung. I grant that that's well within the bounds of a memory which was always supposed to be perfect. I'm referring to those statistics on troop dispositions and tank production, eternally ready on our Führer's lips. If anybody on earth knew the Ring by heart, it would have been he. That's precisely the reason I want to know why he didn't draw on Siegfried when he christened the operation. After all, that opera offers plenty of dramatically appropriate music to choose from, the reforging of the sword, the slaying of the dragon, etc. One of my most plausible speculations, I adore inventing those since I can't be held responsible for them, is that he'd already made up his mind to aid the Phalangists on Valkyrie night. After all, why would he have troubled himself to meet the businessman at all if he hadn't already made his decision? For he was not exactly the sort of fellow whose conclusions could be altered by discussion. But it is also possible that the magic fire in and of itself means something in our Spanish context. Recapitulation. Brunhilde has disobeyed Wotan by doing what he would have done himself, had he not been constrained by his own resentful promise. She saves Siegmund from death in his duel with Hunding, who's an impure, un-German element. Our sleepwalker could empathize with Wotan. He got quite angry whenever he had to pretend to endorse this or that non-aggression pact. Wotan accordingly slays Siegmund for duty, Hunding for pleasure, disowns Brunhilde, casts her into a supernatural sleep, and finally rings her round with flames which only a hero, Siegmund's son Siegfried, as it will transpire, would dare to cross. The scene is touching. Wotan, doomed and perjured ever since the very first opera, Das Rheingold, knows all too well that Brunhilde is right. This correctness of hers springs from instinct. As such, it's as impossible to disprove as Aryan superiority. Brunhilde is Wotan more than Wotan is himself. This is why he loves her so much. He rumbles out a lullaby whose last words are, "For so goes the god from you, so he kisses your godhead away." His voice cherishes and broods, then it trails off. After a moment of silence, the music becomes tense, imperious. Wotan is now invoking Loki, the amoral fire spirit. I seem to see the Condor Legion in a triple line at the edge of their airstrip, as a uniformed figure gazes down at them from a hill of flowers and desert shrubs, with their biplanes waiting. He strikes his staff upon the ground. Instantly the fire springs up, walling in the sleeping woman who was once a Valkyrie. The biplanes take off. Wagner's genius makes the fire music pleasant, not threatening. Loki is all play. He's anything and everything. He eats a bad woman's half-burned heart, gets pregnant, and gives birth to the race of ogres. He saves us from cold, and he roasts us to death. His essence dances with equal gusto atop Brunhilde's mountain and the pyres at Dresden. Probably it is for this reason that when I hear the magic fire music, I imagine not the rainbow of flame which the motif, played in isolation, might suggest, but the blue and green flames which spring from sea-salted driftwood. Wotan sings no more. The opera is ending now. But I seem to see him, black-cloaked and leaning on his staff, as he stands outside the circle which protects the daughter he has lost. So let's kiss away democracy from Spain. Let's put her to sleep for 100 years. Now here comes the wall of flame, flowering up from the metal seeds we've sown. And if you care to know how we planted them, I'll draw you a full-page double-column illustration of airplane formations. The Gruppenwinkel, 3 Vs in a row. The Gruppenkeil, 3 groups of 3 Vs, each of which consists of 3 machines, with the center one below the other 2. Meanwhile, the centermost of the 3 groups likewise flies below its neighbors, so that this constellation itself forms one more immense V. I should also mention the Staffelkolonne links, the Staffelwinkel. When we flew to Valencia, our Gruppenkeil dropped many seeds at once, each one something between a bullet and a dart, with a stinger on its end. They tumbled 2 by 2 through the air. But now that everything has gone so wrong, I wonder which fairy godmother we forgot to invite to the christening of Operation Magic Fire. 4. One evening, almost 5 years later, Colonel Hagen and I agreed to meet for a steak dinner at the Ausland Club on the Leipziger Platz. I arrived early, so I had a beer and sat reading in the newspapers about the China affair. Speaking frankly, even though the Japanese were now our allies and had even been labelled honorary Aryans, until then I had never been very much interested in the atrocities and conquests of the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. No doubt this reveals my own limitations. I don't know why I even remember the China affair now. After all, I was never in China. And we were having our own difficulties by then. Let's call them harmonic stresses. Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, France, even Norway, those operations had all gone satisfactorily. No one would deny that it's healthy for us Germans to try to get what we want. But now the most powerful nations on earth were against us. Naturally, I didn't count Russia in their number, since the sleepwalker had informed us that we only had to kick in the door and the whole rotten structure would come crashing down. Moreover, we'd signed a treaty of near-eternal friendship with those Russians. What next? Our German machine guns were faster than most other varieties, the French, for instance, but a drunken gunner whose legs had gotten blown off in the siege of Warsaw wanted me to tell him whether we could keep making enough machine guns to take on the whole world. "Absolute confidence," I replied to him. "That is our capital. That's what will see us through." But I wasn't confident myself. I was whistling in the graveyard. For months, British time bombs had been falling in the Tiergarten, and yet the sleepwalker had aborted Operation Sea Lion. He knew he couldn't conquer England. Franco wouldn't help us either. The sleepwalker had made a personal appeal, which went nowhere. Franco merely smiled and smoked another cigarette. I don't know what to say about a man like that. And so the sleepwalker occupied himself in covering Central Europe with Wagner's melodic castles, which are built up of varied repetitions. But England was getting stronger. The armies, manipulated by their Jew president Roosevelt, were helping them, and might enter the war at any time. Meanwhile, the sleepwalker was reasoning, Eastern Poland is now a communist satellite. If we don't step in soon, our own new eastern lands will be imperiled. The Russians can break through the Ribbentrop-Molotov line before we know it. Reacting to that won't be quite as easy as organizing one of our motorcycle parades. In short, everything good was already rationed. Everything bad was coming. So what did I care about China? And yet I remember everything about that night so perfectly. Let's not call it a Wagnerian presentiment. Oh, speaking of presentiments, I now feel confident that Hagen already knew about Operation Barbarossa. We were all going to have to be brave, brutal, and loyal. When he came, he looked grimmer than ever. He didn't want to drink beer, so we ordered a bottle of blackish red Romanian wine. He said to me, "How well do you remember our national epic? The one that's 700 years old, or the one we're writing now? They're the same. Do you remember how Siegfried bled anew in his coffin when the murderer passed by? That's why I ordered the dark wine." "An ancient German touch," I said to him. "But blood is only blood. When Siegfried was killed, his wife wept tears of blood. What did that signify? The poet wrote it in to give us a hint of what's coming. The intention must have been to unify past and future, but to me it's a cheap touch, like you're drinking wine to make a point. You don't even like wine." "I stand guilty," he replied with a laugh. "But next time we meet at Bayreuth, I expect you to protest those gloomy leitmotifs in the ring. Of course, then Verena Wagner won't smile at you any more." 5. When I think back on Operation Magic Fire, I seem to see Verena Wagner in her slim-waisted white dress. It was so white that it was really cotton white, like a puff of anti-aircraft smoke. She was pouring tea for her Uncle Wolf, who was our uncle too. Meyer's Lexicon, 1938. He is no dictator suppressing the disenfranchised, but Führer of a believing people who fully trust in him and enclose him in their utter love. Her wrist displaying sequence and variation. And for some reason I also visualized that perfect anti-aircraft light on the wall of swastika standards, and on the long glittering rectangles of steel men. That was the Berlin Nazi rally of 1536, half a year before Verena Wagner served Magic Fire's tea. Franco remained a nothing then. Even after Magic Fire had surrounded Spain, and the sleepwalker shut that case folder for good, life was almost the same. The British still believed in peace in our time. So had Siegfried's wife. Magic Fire's ambiguous, almost keyless chords have fooled many listeners. The tone colour is red and orange. Everything seems cheerful. As the armies say, it's only the hearth fires burning. Condor legionnaires sang round the campfire. Franco handed out medals from a little white-clothed table. Barbarossa beckoned. Verena Wagner wiggled her wrist enchantingly. She poured us a war whose various cases, manoeuvres, and operations would be as tight as the berets of the clean young men in our Condor Legion. And so the leitmotif was vindicated. And I'd dry my salty hair. And I'd dry my salty hair on a flat rock far from land. Anna Akhmatova, 1914. On the 23rd of August, 1942, when Air Fleet 4 Stukas and Ju-88s were bombing Stalingrad, our Komsomol members rallied to the assistance of citizens who came out between waves of planes to sort corpses and ruins. Whenever anyone recognized a body, the Komsomols instantly embraced him. This made a valid contribution to our defense. I'm not against using children where they're needed. And the previous September, A.A. Akhmatova had spoken on the radio to extol the bravery of Leningrad's women, who were already dying by the thousands. In light of her fame, the sole reason her punishment had been delayed, this broadcast must be considered the equivalent of 10 Stalin tanks sent directly to the front. At least that's what Comrade Zhdanov said to me. From my point of view, the correct thing to do would have been to erase her from the picture and then blame the fascists. A German shell landed. Brown smoke rose up. But nobody listens to me. I'm certainly willing to agree that a consistent policy is better than no policy, which is why we demanded that Shostakovich complete his 7th Symphony, the one now known to the world as the Leningrad. This task he successfully fulfilled in December. Upon the personal recommendation of Comrade Zhdanov, we'd even evacuated the bastard, and his family, too. Akhmatova got the same treatment. As Comrade Zhdanov remarked to me, we could deal with her later. She was said to be rather freakish, exotic, in bed, probably on account of her well-known talent for hooking her leg behind her neck. What she did with Ailuri you wouldn't believe. Yet she was equally renowned for her coolly retiring politeness. Oh, ice wouldn't have melted in her mouth. That's why my job is so important. I expose those people. I've seen that drawing of her, the one we should have seized and sold abroad. Those libertine counts they still have in the West would have paid enough to endow an orphanage or a collective farm. Pyotr Alexeyev has informed me that it's her souvenir of a rose-strewn tryst with Modigliani in Paris shortly after her first marriage. We've obtained photographs of her various affairs. She used to be the biggest joke going at our office. A standing joke, said Pyotr Alexeyev, and I won't tell you what he meant. It's untrue that she was nearsighted, but like most of these so-called intellectuals, she kept her precious head up her ass, or somebody else's. You can't imagine all the filthy things I've seen her do. So it proved a simple enough business to keep an eye on her. I, for my part, enjoy more of a challenge. If I say so myself, I'm very adept at foiling the designs of sneaks. For instance, had he been left to me, Solzhenitsyn never could have smuggled his poisonous Gulag archipelago to the other side. Once it fell into the hands of the New York Times, that so-called history did us incalculable harm. In time we'll give him what Trotsky got. One thing I'll say for Akhmatova, she cooperated with us, for the sake of her son. One of her post-war odes runs, "Where Stalin is freedom, earth's grandeur and peace." What a good little whore. From our point of view, she really did keep her nose clean as anyone can who sticks her nose up other people's. Oh, the things I've seen. Ignorant people say that she founded a secret society of grief. Take it from me, that never happened. I'm in a position to say so. I know what that woman ate for breakfast for the past 30 years. I do grant that she had her admirers. The seventh Northern Elegy is clever enough, for all its unwholesomeness. To tell you the truth, literature bores me. The first time I saw her, she was wearing one of her many necklaces, posing in profile, wrapped up in herself, with her eyes slyly half-closed. "Not bad," I said to Pyotr Alexeyev. Amidst the other poets of her time, she stood out as much as E. Konstantinovskaya would have if she'd been transported into one of Larionov's paintings of pinkish, purple-fleshed, meaty-thighed dancers. The Trotskyite N. Punin, who admitted to drinking her urine and whom I myself personally arrested— oh, you'll like this part— we disposed of his predecessor Gomiliev on the 25th of August 1921. So when we took Punin away in 49, we waited until the 26th of August, just to keep her guessing. Like to argue, and I've got his exact words somewhere, that art does not so much derive from life as actually change the perception and appreciation of it, casting itself across existence like a shadow. Unfortunately, he was correct. Derivative as she was, Akhmatova definitely made her mark. Like a bitch in heat. It wasn't just her perverted lovers, it was our Soviet culture that she pissed on. 2. Anna Akhmatova, née Gorenko, is best known for two poems. First and foremost, the nasty Requiem, which attacks the organs of state security and incidentally slanders our prison system. Shostakovich was among that literary effort's admirers. I wish I had enough space to tell you a few things about that cocksucker. On the other hand, he did make us laugh from time to time. I don't mind telling you that my job has its compensations. In 1953, Akhmatova was trying to impress him with some drivel she'd written about his Seventh Symphony, and he thanked her in his usual insincere fashion, then went to the Hotel Sovietskaya and said to his then-mistress, G.I. Ustvolskaya, ingenuously assuming the walls don't have ears, "Basically, I can't bear having poetry written about my music." Our line on that so-called work of art was this. Since she had the good sense not to make a cause out of it, why not let her live out her pathetic little life? We'd already isolated her. Shooting her might have lost us hard currency in the West. Since Requiem accuses us, and we already know ourselves, it's of zero investigative interest. That leaves the Poem Without a Hero, whose publication I, for my part, have always welcomed. Do you remember when Hitler staged that exhibition of degenerate art? Don't get me wrong. Every time I see a German I want to string him up by the balls. Nonetheless, I'm man enough to say this straight. Hitler wasn't incorrect in that instance. Now, Poem Without a Hero is as degenerate as anything the Nazis banned. It portrays the so-called life of a clique of parasites and intellectuals in Leningrad before our revolution. This was the symbolist epoch, whose atmosphere N. Badaev aptly characterized as the putrefied air of a hothouse. My children even studied it in school. I had the teacher arrested. To me, the main interest of the poem is this. All the characters are real, in which case, have we identified all those bastards and sent them where they belong? 3. Once upon a time I found beauty, but beauty left me. I can't say that I'm the worse for the experience, because it helped me appreciate that pallid, dreamy face, the dark eyes and dark bangs, the shadowy sensuality of Akhmatova. After the war, her portrait hung in the Shostakovich's apartment in Moscow. I know why. That famous regality of hers, which so many found condescending, was a quality entirely lacking in Elena Konstantinovskaya, who was shy rather than retiring, sad instead of grave. Akhmatova's calm was impregnable, thanks to the greatness which she knew herself to possess, or be possessed by. Konstantinovskaya's was a leaden defensive mask. Both women proved extraordinarily selfish in love, but in Akhmatova's case we can speak of a higher fidelity to the muse. In Konstantinovskaya's, of an irremediable disappointment. In 1934 she sent Shostakovich a one-line note in a cipher all her own, with the attached invitation, "Whoever translates this gets to keep me." I don't mind informing you that we opened this communication and did our best to decode it. We failed. Pyotr Alexeyev wanted to get her for that, but I was magnanimous. I said, "Hands off." The point is that there was, self-evidently, a key to Konstantinovskaya's inner world, and one other person had it. He allowed the key to fall from his hand. He said to himself, what an error I've committed. Oh, my God, Lyalka, oh, my God. As for him, he had his own world beneath the piano keys. He was engaged in what it's now fashionable to call inner emigration. At my office we don't much care for that term, and I'll tell you why. Hindemith, von Karajan, and Furtwängler make music for the Hitlerites, and then, when it's all over, they have the effrontery to plead, "Word of honor, I wasn't really here. I couldn't possibly have collaborated since I was living in my head the entire time." You know what I say to that? I say, give 'em 8 grams. And if you don't know what that means, believe me, you're better off. Now, what about Akhmatova? In a sense, everybody who could read Russian was invited into her inner world. It's true that many of her most so-called personal lyrics remained unpublished in her lifetime, but in our Soviet Union we don't give a shit about individualism anyhow. The half-belligerent, half-adoring mockeries by that suicide-to-be, Mayakovsky, expressed true love, of course, based on an intimate knowledge acquired only through words. Icons and ivy, private kisses, ambiguous embraces behind the shutters of old St. Petersburg. Mayakovsky dreamed of her, to be sure. Once I watched him stalk her through the pavilions of the Taurida garden. But all he got from her was a yellow dress in summer, blue snow in winter, you know, that kind of thing, which any other also gets. Talk about promiscuity. Pyotr Alexeyev, who, although he'll never admit it, is still in love with her, insists that every time he rereads At the Seashore, he inhales the lilac fragrance of Akhmatova's braids. He, Mayakovsky, and dozens more. What's wrong with our Russian men? Shostakovich's inner world was a bunker in which he lived under constant attack. I have a blueprint of it right here. The fact that at any moment one of their 88s or one of our special detachments was going to break through couldn't help but influence the character of his surroundings. Konstantinovskaya's world was a walled garden with a dead fountain within. Once the fountain had jetted into the air, and the trees had borne flowers and fruit. Only once. After 1935, what grew there but rubble and mummies? Well, but the reason why I admire her is that, unlike Akhmatova, she made no career out of feeling sorry for herself. Good girl. That Order of the Red Star she got, why shouldn't I inform you that I had something to do with it? But Akhmatova's world was the semi-public one of Tsarskoye Selo. In the early years of my assignment, trailing her meant promenading along the long, pale-pillared coast of the Catherine Palace. It used to keep me in shape. As a rule, those scum force us to sit in a chair all day listening in on them, so I can't say I hated Akhmatova. In fact, one time I told her that I was considering reading Pushkin's Bronze Horseman. I asked for advice. Was it really worth my while, I wanted to know? And in that same uninflected voice in which she recited her poetry on demand, she assured me that it would be a waste of my time. I'll always be grateful to her for that, because I'm a busy man. Sometimes she took me to the garden of the toilers on Uritsky Square, where I could inhale a little sunshine. I'm considered excellent at what I do. She never saw me, even when she turned on me that smooth, cool face like an enamel icon. For a time, the Engineering Academy of the Red Army on Ulitsa Rakova, which she persisted in calling Italianskaya, was also a favorite destination of hers. I didn't mind that. I know a lot of engineers. Where do you think she was when the February Revolution broke out? At one of Meyerhold's dress rehearsals. It's true that we did see her gliding from barricade to barricade, but not to participate in our struggle. Only to do what poets do, play with fire. And what was she doing when we seized power in the October Revolution? Standing on the Litani Bridge. Where might she have been in 1936, when the white-clad Stakhanovite workers came marching toward us on Red Square, with the gigantic white image of Comrade Stalin stretching out his arm toward them from atop his column, while R.L. Carmen filmed everything? Where do you think? She was in a certain tree alley by the Vitolovsky Canal. That's why it hurts me when ignorant people claim that we isolated her. In 1918, when she divorced Gumilev and entered into that so-called marriage with Vishileiko, I've seen the block warden's book, and I can assure you that their union was never properly registered. The happy couple withdrew into the icy labyrinth of the Sheremetev Palace, which always reminds me of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tale of the Snow Queen. Walls of ice, frozen puzzle pieces, silence, deadness, and a woman with an ice-cold kiss. Don't tell me I'm not poetic. Meanwhile, I took note of a black ring worn around a departing lover's neck, a poem about weeping, a poem about white crosses. But that's not the point. What caused us concern is that after we'd arrested those snakes who dared to vote against Soviet power at the Constituent Assembly, we found Akhmatova rallying enemies of the people with a poem entitled, "Your Spirit is Clouded with Arrogance." 4. When she was still young and beautiful enough to write that the past's power can fail, she mourned unkissed lips. When our revolution proved that the past can, in fact, be broken, what then? Unkissed lips returned to hang eternally over her in the yellow fog over Leningrad. I've seen her linger by a pale archway ornamented with bearded heads. She spent an hour there. My toes were getting cold, I can tell you. She gazed at each effigy as if it were someone she'd loved. Well, with her anything was possible. Unkissed lips, when we were supposed to be building socialism. Each mouth was a noose. Oh, she hanged herself 1,000 times. But from the beginning she celebrated her mourning in coloured icons of words. She needed to doom herself within those opened lips. I've uncovered a term for that behaviour. Sexual asphyxia. Just as the reflections of railings get broken up by ripples, then begin to heal themselves, never finishing, so her pain of love and life pulsated in and out of exaltation. A kiss, then mourning for a kiss. To know both, one must experience love's end. One summer night in 1935, while Shostakovich lay in Elena Konstantinovskaya's arms, whose arms did Akhmatova rest in? No one's. She lay down in the wet grass, gazing at the Chinese pavilion's crown. I was there. I saw how her cold lips trembled. Shostakovich found salvation within the curtain of Elena's hair. Akhmatova haunted herself with swans and dead water. By then she'd begun to learn that even greater than the power of the absent lover is our power, Soviet power. We were going to plait her braids more tightly for her. I've seen her at Gumilyev's shoulder, gazing away at right angles to him. He wears a rose above his heart, oak leaves on chest and sleeve. A sword of moonlight fails to cut deeply the black water behind them. Statues spy on them from behind the trees. I have every reason to conclude that at that moment he was dreaming about his own Elena, to whom he gave the name Blue Star. In those years it was still believed at my office that her sensibility resembled some rainbow-coloured clock, whose hands were church towers creaking round and round Petersburg for the very last time before we stopped that clock. Nobody could have imagined Requiem. We associated her with At the Seashore. 5. Then, thanks in part to her unhappy marriage, and also to her native disposition, she began to more than express her suffering. In typical Russian fashion, she treasured it. Her muse no longer reassured her. Your happiness will be guarded by the statues in the summer garden. That was all the same to Akhmatova. Since her suffering was strong, if she could only allow it to define her, why couldn't she be indomitable? As early as 1915, N. Nedobrovo noted her calmness in confessing pain and weakness. In the interests of justice, I'm compelled to remind you of her dismissive cruelty to Nedobrovo's wife, whom she despised for her ignorance of poetry. At least she found the husband to her taste. In the end, she left the husband. She abandoned everybody. By then, Marina Tsvetaeva was already writing love poems to her. In 1916, a lover whom I have identified as B. Unrep caused her a highly specific agony which shone within her like a white stone in a well. When it came to grieving, she was far superior to Shostakovich, who jittered and went to pieces. Then Shileko caused her sorrow in the Sheremetev Palace, and more sadness in the Marble Palace. That was how she passed her time. Petersburg became Petrograd, then Leningrad. It starved and rotted all around her. The shiny, dark lips of A. Lowry, the affected gestures of Oglebova Sudeikina, the droopy eyelids of that so-called poet Kuzmin, that entire pallid rabble of aesthetes of the Stray Dog Cabaret, one by one we made them all irrelevant. Do you think our Anna learned any lesson from this? Not at all. She immortalized all those individuals in Poem Without a Hero. 6. The introduction to this work bears the dateline of the 25th of August 1941 from besieged Leningrad, which really pisses me off. She never fired a shot in our defense. So she was in Leningrad when the fascists attacked. So was I. I was always against the medal we gave her, but that's not the point. Ever since 48, I've become convinced that there's one person in the poem, a dark-haired woman, whom Akhmatova is shielding with her double-talk. In other words, this dark-haired woman is still out there. We haven't caught her yet. Late at night, when I can't sleep, I read the poem over. I know it almost by heart, which is ironic, because quite a number of the politicals I've sent to the Gulag also quote from it. In my own private museum, I have a nearly complete copy, written from memory on pages of birch bark. I don't mind admitting that it's got a few nice turns of phrase. 7. On the 11th of December 1920 our patience ended, so we exposed Akhmatova's suppurating apoliticism for the people to see. That experience became another pearl for her oyster shell. Bitterness and musings on bitterness became inseparable in her poetry, like the concentric ovals of arched bridges and their reflections upon the winter canal. Not long afterward I saw her praying and weeping at Bloch's funeral procession. Those tears became new beads on her necklace of sorrows. In our Soviet Russia of today, when art is supposed to be positive and life-affirming, there is simply no place for this kind of person. When we liquidated Gomilyev in 21 for anti-Soviet conspiracy, another crimson jewel splashed into the well. I was there. I made sure that everything went professionally. At the last moment, he stood as stiff and pale as one of those statues outside the Catherine Palace. I allow that he didn't grovel like the others. I was there in 1930 when she discovered his grave. 2 holes for 60 people, because why should these scum deserve tombs of their own? There she was, praying and sobbing again. Had it been up to me, I would have shot her right there. But who listens to me? And so naturally she went home and wrote more anti-Soviet poems. Long before that, in her odious When in Suicidal Anguish, she'd already compared Leningrad to a drunken whore. Well, she ought to know. That's why I'd just as soon give her 8 grams, although she's so bird-like that 7 would suffice. In 1933, when we arrested her son Lev for the very first time, just to tease him, another jewel of suffering glowed within her poetic well. Exegesis reveals it to be a second red jewel. The red dot feared by Shostakovich, it haunted all his nightmares, was death, of course. What was it for her? Stars and water, poisoned drinks, salt and churches, these very specific entities made up her world, in which everything not only meant what it meant, but existed independently. For Shostakovich, the red dot equaled nothing more than death. For Akhmatova, no matter what else it was, it also became a ruby. Presumably it is this concretion of treasures to which L.K. Chukovskaya is referring when she writes Akhmatova's fate became something even greater than her own person. All the same, we'd finally begun to make progress with her. The way we educate these people is first to shoot someone they love, so that they realize that this can and will happen to them. Next, we take away someone they love more than themselves. When we did this to Shostakovich, the results were excellent. In Akhmatova's case, we were also quite effective. Where Stalin is freedom, and you know the rest. No doubt she suffered other shocks, because our revolution ripped out almost everything, even the brass plates on the doors of what used to be called St. Petersburg. I almost laughed at her surprise when she saw Krylov's half-sandbagged statue in the summer garden. In that same year we banned her so-called work, a measure which I'm happy to say remained in force until 1940. Her white face and black braids, like the snow and willows at Tsarskoye Selo, lived on as if they'd been forgotten. In fact, no one forgot her, especially not us. She once wrote that death eases thirst, with lie. We said to ourselves, Let her get thirstier first. Kisses and prayers, unanswered knocks, more kisses, boredom, abandonment and death. What did we care about any of that? However, I'm not ashamed to tell you that I enjoyed watching her kissing. 8. By now that tight black silk dress of hers had holes in it, and she'd long since sold the oval cameo in her belt. Who among us Russians hasn't been desperate for bread? Our objective for her? No more summer poems. Give us the greenish skies of Leningrad in autumn, then we'll know she's where we want her. In 1937, we fulfilled the Stalin route, the non-stop flight across the pole to America in an ANT-25 with a red star on each wing. You'd think that this event would be worth commemorating. I made a point of attending the ceremony. Elena Konstantinovskaya and Roman Carmen, freshly wed and newly returned from Spain, were also at the aerodrome. Elena failed to recognize me, I'm relieved to say. I've watched Carmen's newsreel half a dozen times. It's quite good, really. But do you think Akhmatova cared to participate in our victory? Instead, she polished another jewel in that poisoned necklace called Requiem. In 1938 we arrested her son again and condemned him to death by shooting, but we were still just playing. We were curious to see if that would bring her around. I was one of the ones who recommended that his sentence be commuted to 5 years, and that's what he got. Not that he deserved it. He tried to defy us even after we'd beaten him for 8 months. At this point her persona had assumed certain qualities most convenient to us: resignation, poverty, martyrdom, and the pretense of meekness. Not that you can ever trust those bourgeoisie, even when we keep our heels on their necks. Then there were the religious trappings, which I'm personally not averse to in the case of such people. It's to our advantage when a dying class stupefies itself with the opiate of the masses. We'd stripped her of her yellow dress. Now she was no better than all the shivering men in jackets, the bowed women in shawls, waiting in the sun of searchlights beneath fatality's moon-breath for their turn at the window. Will the clerk take my package or not? If not, the person I meant it for has gone to stay with Lev Gumilyev. Zhukova, whose relatives we'd already sent away, encountered her one winter's day in the queue at Litany Prospect, No. 4, and described her in a letter as an aloof mannequin. That was how we liked her. Unfortunately, her presence still electrified any crowd. To me, this proves we hadn't been sufficiently strict with her. An aloof mannequin she might have been, as still as water under ice, but our task was to freeze her solid. In this we never succeeded. After all, Akhmatova was the poet of Requiem, which even our yes-man Shostakovich admired, and which, I'm sorry to say, I've heard on the lips of students, prisoners, prostitutes, peasants, and kerchiefed factory women. Needless to say, it gets no mention in the great Soviet encyclopedia. All I can say is that world events have confirmed the correctness of that policy. 9. This was the period when El Chukovskaya, infatuated by those Russian eyes of hers, grave but not sad, steady but not fixed, aware, capable of gentleness and ruthlessness, became Akhmatova's confidant. In her diary, I've read every page, Chukovskaya insists that she herself, her words, her deeds, her head, shoulders, and the movements of her hands were possessed of such perfection which, in this world, usually only belongs to great works of art. Tell me she wasn't in love. Later on, Akhmatova turned against her in Tashkent for no reason. That's how it is with people like that. 10. I followed them across a stone bridge over a canal, and a stone church head trembled in the dark water below, not decapitated yet, only reflected. Anna Andreevna, what do you think of Shostakovich's music? Well, of course there are brilliant pages, replied Akhmatova. Chukovskaya took her arm. Then they turned right. For the sake of inconspicuousness I stayed behind, smoking my cigarette, and thinking about Elena Konstantinovskaya. Pyotr Alexeyev was already in position. He enjoyed those outings, although he was much more in love with the two beefy, cheery sisters who'd become the tennis champions of our Soviet land. He got ill-tempered when Akhmatova went to Litany Prospect to send another package to Lev. That was a busman's holiday for him. He informed me that on one occasion, when she came up to the window and spoke her name, a woman in the long line behind her burst into tears. This was unpleasant to us. Whatever our next move against her might be, we had to plan it out. On those afternoons when I stayed behind, I had a very pleasant time arranging Akhmatova's future. When that palled, I thought some more about Elena Konstantinovskaya. Chukovskaya was going to come back late and alone. I waited at the bridge. Then I went home, counting Leningrad's broken windows. In every way, that period marked the height of my career. The Hitlerites hadn't attacked us yet, so even I, of all people, still got to embrace an illusion or two about peace and freedom. And meanwhile, we'd finally made an impression on our spoiled darling Anna Andreevna. In corroboration, N.K. Danchenko, whom we often stationed there, reported to me that Akhmatova appeared malnourished, not that I hadn't seen that for myself, and that her face resembled the shining of a yellow dress at a window. To return to my report, by the time those two relics of bourgeois gentility took off their shabby coats and sat down facing one another at the kitchen table, I was invariably ready for them. 11. Her attempts to deceive us had become desperately pitiful by then. How many times can't I remember Akhmatova handing a new scrap of illicit poetry to Lydia Chukovskaya, who read it hurriedly and silently, memorized it, then passed it back to her hostess, who burned it over an ashtray. I was flat on my belly on the floor of the apartment above, watching them through a hole in the chandelier. "How early autumn came this year," said Akhmatova, setting fire to another memorized scrap of Requiem. I'd already noted it down. Come to think of it, we knew Requiem by heart before she'd even finished it. It's fair to say that we wrote it ourselves. Sometimes Chukovskaya used to beg her to recite something. "It's all the same to me," Akhmatova would reply. It was all the same to me, too. I'm not claiming that she didn't occasionally achieve certain effects. I'm speaking here as someone who knows art, professionally, of course. "Please don't trouble yourself if you're tired, my dear Anna Andreevna. How are you feeling?" "It's extremely good that I'll be dead soon," said Akhmatova. Chukovskaya stared at her, her eyes filling with tears. Oh, it was love, all right. As far as I was concerned, they could both go where we'd sent Gumilyev. In fact, from any practical point of view, they should have ceased to exist. Only the war saved them. Poor Lydia. When should I bring her in? Poor Anna Andreevna with her broken heel and missing teeth. I felt as an SS doctor must feel when he broods over his collection of Jewish skulls, for these two women were ghosts, gliding over the red velvet carpets of olden times. Sometimes they did nothing but stare into each other's eyes, and then I'd eat my lunch, for there's an ancient Russian custom of meals at a graveside. Sometimes she recited from Rosary, which I have always considered her weakest collection, thanks to its religious trash. I have a copy right here, and according to the title page it was published in March 1914, when I was still in what it's best to call street business. I'm not averse to informing you that my life wasn't easy in those days, but who cares about me? In 1914 I hated anybody orthodox. When we were putting the priests on trial in the 20s, my attitude hardened beyond mere hatred. I argued that possession of Rosary should be grounds for a death sentence. But something about the religiosity of those two pathetic women almost disarmed me. When we arrested Gumilyev, we found an old volume by Masaryk in his study. I don't feel embarrassed about informing you that when I was searching it for marginalia, I learned a few things about my country. On the subject of Dostoevsky he writes, "It is not Christ, but rather the Russian Christ who is his idol." Right away I understood that this emblematized Akhmatova's position also. And, frankly, even committed Stalinists such as myself are proud to be Russians deep down, although we can't always show it. The worldwide conspiracy of the priests against the people, naturally we have to stamp that out. But if Akhmatova's Christ is a Russian Christ, why not let her kiss him goodbye a little longer? If she's lucky, she'll die before he does. Masaryk also argues that Russian atheism is not positive agnosticism, but rather a kind of embittered skepticism which revels in the laceration of the soul. I do admit his point. Whenever I've been working over a priest, lacerating him, let's say, I come home in a particularly foul mood. So even when Akhmatova and Chukovskaya knelt down to pray, I didn't feel as disgusted as I would have expected. This speaks for my fairness and neutrality. Besides, I'm a lover of the arts. 13. All this is a way of leading up to the fact, which fails to embarrass me in the least, but which, for obvious reasons, I wouldn't confide to just anyone, that on one freezing December afternoon, dead black by 4 o'clock, when Akhmatova happened to be in a delicately happy mood because, on my instructions, we'd accepted her parcel that day, it was Pyotr Alexeyev's turn to take that one home, not that Akhmatova's parcels ever offered us many treats, and Chukovskaya took full advantage of that success to ask her oracle for an elucidation of At the Seashore. She seems to have heard about it from M. Shaginyan, whose file I haven't studied, but whose acquaintances seem to place her in suspicious proximity to anti-Soviet circles. A sincere joy overcame me, because that's my favorite poem. And a quarter-hour later, when Akhmatova, shivering there in her black dressing-gown with a silver dragon on the back, agreed to recite the poem, I could hardly believe my luck. Then she began. Bays wounded the low shore, and my heart thrilled. 14. In the summer of 1914, as the Romanovs, blinded by mysticism and bad alliances, led Russia ever closer to war's edge, Gumilev was in the second year of his affair with the young T. Adamovitcha, who wanted to marry him, and to whom he dedicated his next book of poems, which no one has studied more closely than I. Ever since his voyage to Africa, as I know from reading his diary, he'd had nightmares about the future. In one dream, about which I reminded him at his interrogation, he found himself condemned for complicity in a palace revolution in Abyssinia. After his decapitation, he clapped his bloody hands at the goodness and simplicity of it all. In Tanya's arms, of course, he dreamed other dreams. As for Akhmatova, left alone with their child in Slepnyovo, not that she hadn't begun her so-called friendship with N. Nedobrovo, she lay on the couch and wrote, At the Seashore. What a parasite. The notion that there is a soul which can express itself through poetry has long since been ringingly disproven. All the same, doubtless on account of my Russian nationality, At the Seashore is sufficiently beautiful to bring tears to my eyes. The first line, Bays wounded the low shore. 15. Once upon a time, when the sails all blew away, Akhmatova, or the young braided girl who might have been her, sat naked on a flat rock island. She'd interred her yellow dress back on the beach, so that it would not get wet and no one would steal it. And I'd dry my salty hair on that flat rock far from land. That was what she used to do every day before she and Russia both changed. She played with the green fish and the white bird. She experienced feelings of one kind and another, not knowing them to be happiness. And as I watched and listened through the ceiling, I wondered whether happiness is invisible until it's been lost, at which point fate, since like any decent communist I reject God, hurls it down into a pit, for instance, the mine shaft into which we tumbled the Romanovs, where it shines in the darkness like a supernatural jewel. At the Seashore is actually this sort of jewel. That our muse of weeping, who loved winter, could write such a poem remains inexplicable to me. Parts of it deserve widespread publication. Once upon a time, the braided girl rested on a wave as dark and hot as blood. She let herself be carried far away. Then she swam back to her flat rock and dried her salty hair. Not knowing that she was happy, she sang to the white bird. She swam around the rock, and the green fish kept her company. The rock was so far out to sea that by the time she swam home it was always dusk, and the lighthouse had begun to wink. She wanted to become a Tsarina who'd defend her bay with 6 battleships and 6 gunships. So she rejected the grey-eyed fisher boy who brought her roses, and waited for the Tsarevich to come. When he came, he was dead, drowned. He'd had green eyes like the green fish. Her paralyzed sister-double wept. The church glowed like an island. The bells rang for the Tsarevich's soul. That was only the beginning and the end of it. The end, by the way, betrays her attitude of religious submission, which I've already alluded to. We'll need to rewrite that. I've left out the middle so that this report won't get too long. And now the braided girl, long widowed of her Tsarevich, lived in a torn dressing-gown and had no sugar for her tea. For a moment, Such is the dangerous power of poetry, I even felt sorry for her. But it's important to remember that a personal feeling is merely a personal feeling. I shot any number of enticing women. I admit that I was overpowered. It was my Russian blood. For her part, Zhukovskaya knelt and kissed what Gumilev, in one of his saddest poems, memorialized as your cold, slender hands. 16. Then what? Then bare trees in the snow on the Moika embankment. And that night when I went home, I don't mind confessing that my head was filled with all kinds of ridiculous word rubbish, such as the moon and 6 candles, and a kiss upon her eyelashes. What was I to do? Finally I picked up the Foundations of Leninism and read 2 pages at random. That cured me. I still felt melancholy, and it's possible that I might have been sharp with my wife. But, as Akhmatova bitterly laughs in one of her earliest love lyrics, I don't cure anybody of happiness. Case White. With the mysterious lens in your eye, you will be master of the thoughts of people. If you move freely in the world, your blood will flow more easily, all gloomy brooding will cease, and, what is best of all, brightly coloured ideas and thoughts will rise in your brain. E.T.A. Hoffmann, circa 1822. In the sleepwalkers' time there were processions of tanks, SS troops, and pleading diplomats from England and France, while we prepared to push death aside forever and ever. The men who used to leap up in beer halls and shout about destiny now had regiments at their command. And so the orders for Case White got unsealed, and the regiments learned that they would be going to Warsaw, city of squat, honey-coloured churches and blue-grimed cobbles, so that they could look up the pink, sweaty legs of Polish women. Our Russian friends put on De Valkyrie at the Bolshoi, the production Jew-free to keep us satisfied. They were looking forward to Case White. We'd agreed to let them eat half of Poland. What would they do then? I seemed to see an officer's white glove, discoloured by cadaveric fluid, a rusty set of keys, a brass Polish eagle, matted, muddy scraps of green canvas, multiplied 3,000-fold, or maybe 12,000-fold, for no one ever agrees on numbers, in Katyn forest. What butchers those Slavs are. The Austrians were happy about Case White, too. They wanted to show their new Reich what they were capable of. Take your kinsman's advice, make good your old losses. That was what we told them. The Czechs and Romanians had their own hopes. In fact, who wasn't caught up by Case White? It opened the most spectacular scenario ever written. Germany can no longer be a passive onlooker. Every political possibility has been exhausted. We've decided on a solution by force. Have you ever read the supernatural stories of E.T.A. Hoffmann? He's the one who drafted Case White. He dreamed up treasures, magic lenses, monsters. If you want to remind me that Hoffmann died in the 19th century, all I have to say to you is, that just makes it better. Our regiments were going to march, with the almost maddeningly monotonous perfection of Hoffmann's handwriting, each line perfectly level and perfectly spaced between the one above it and the one below it, each letter canted at the same angle, the same courtly bow. The sea waves of Rilke's handwriting, the gentle asymmetries of Mozart's script, the ornate crowdedness of Schiller's penmanship, all these had had their day. Now it was Hoffmann's turn again, with musical accompaniment in Beethoven's grandiose scrawl, and troop dispositions drawn up in Wagner's surprisingly elegant cursive, stylized and sloped, his D's curled. And all summer, in spite of the diplomats who scuttered across her face, Europe lay as miserably passive as one of Dostoevsky's women. In the beer hall, a man said to me that of course every woman wants it. Every woman craves to be raped by the blonde beast. He'd just been accepted into Panzergrenadier Division Grossdeutschland. He bought me a draft and showed off a photograph of his wife, whom he'd married this very year, on Uncle Wolf's birthday. And when I asked him whether he'd ever raped her, he replied that some women don't need to be raped, because they're candles. You light them and they burn all by themselves. They melt and they burn. He asked me if I understood him. He wanted to know if I'd ever been with a woman. And I said that I no longer dreamed of women any more. When I closed my eyes at night, I saw a pyramid of flame. Dismissing women, he announced that Poland would not be enough. One had to consider our people's future. In Europe, everything is a performance, everything gets announced. 3 years later, the next act would stage itself above the pale faces and frozen hands of the Muscovites, who heard on street loudspeakers that the German fascists were coming. In Poland, people were going up the chimney by then.
But before that, yes, before that, summer made its loving, leafy promises.
I remember Warsaw quite well. I remember the soft yellow pillars and figures of the Church of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin. One of those statues, a prophet by the look of him, reached up to caress the pillar which was comprised of the same powdery yellow substance as he. Everything was a candle ready to be set alight. Operation Barbarossa. Therefore this young god always dies early, nailed to the tree. The maternal principle which gave birth to him swallows him back in the negative form, and he is reached by ugliness and death. Many at that moment prefer to die either by an accident or in war, rather than become old. Marie-Louise von Franz, 1995. The night before the Dynamo's game he should have been happy, because soccer was now his only escape, except for music itself. Moreover, before she went to her room for the night, Nina informed him that Shebalina, whom she'd met in a sugar queue, had whispered that everything would be forgiven. Poor Ninusha, who had always been so strong-minded, even believed that. She practically congratulated him, and he would have laughed in her face had she not been so obviously trusting that their lives would finally get, how should I say, better and more joyful. In short, he should have been happy, but that night he dreamed that Nina had no face, or rather, that her face was a black disk of bakelite, perforated by concentric constellations of perfectly round holes. In effect, his wife had become a monstrous telephone receiver, and he awoke in one of his panics, which never disturbed anyone behind the other door, because he didn't cry out, not even a moan. What was that sound? He'd write it into Opus 110. He rose and looked in on his family. What was that sound? With her throat trustingly upturned and the two small heads slumbering upon her chest, she lay snoring, piano, forte, piano, forte, her face joyless, prematurely aged. Her breath was very bad. For some weeks she'd been complaining of an infected tooth. He would rather have married E. Konstantinovskaya, but now Nina was the mother of his children, and she'd kept faith with him in defiance of his persecutors, who included everyone all the way up to, that bastard. It had been going on for 5 years now. Once they came for him, that alone would give them legal license to return for her. Nina knew that, but refused to divorce him. She loved him without understanding him, which may be the noblest love of all. Retreating to his bed, he fell back into a nightmare punctuated by electric signals, just as his life would very soon be by tracer bullets. And there was Nina again, towering over him, shouting at him in that inhuman electric voice, that singing voice. I mean that music. It must be music which issued from her round, black, cruelly bird-like face. But when he woke up, his mood seemed to have been reconfigured by a species of rotary stepping system. He felt that something tremendous and uplifting would occur. And something would. The Dynamo's game. It was only at Lenin Stadium that he could open his mouth and scream, really scream. And here I should say that only he would have thought of what he did as screaming. He never let himself go the way that Vivi Lebiev did. The most he might do was hiss out hooligans at some unfair play, but even this brought him extreme pleasure. He favored the Dynamos on account of Peki Dementiev, whom everyone called the ballerina on account of his grace. Once upon a time he'd escorted Elena Konstantinovskaya to a match of Zenith versus Spartak, which is to say Leningrad versus Moscow. The whole time she kept weeping, because he just informed her that he must remain with Nina, thanks to what proved to be a false pregnancy. They each wore the white shirt and dark shorts of the Dynamo Club. He, likewise weeping, his glasses were smeared, whispered amidst the shouts, "You see, Elena, when I looked into the mirror this morning, I said to myself, Shostakovich does not abandon his children. That's the, so to speak, situation. But if you'd rather, I'm ready to— I know a man who has a— When Pecky scored a goal so that everyone around them was screaming and screaming like kulaks being executed, he, feeling sheltered by the high level of the signal, if you catch my drift, fumblingly tried to kiss away her tears, which merely stimulated them. Pressing his teeth against her ear so that his own signal would be transmitted by bone conduction, he said, "Let's light 13 candles, Elenka, and drink a toast to— You know it's you I'd prefer to take with me." Another goal. He couldn't help it. He himself started screaming and screaming. These soccer stars would soon be employed as policemen to save them from the front line. Elenka, Elenochka, Lyalia Konstantinovskaya— well, she was finished now, so to speak, married to R.L. Carmen. To be sure, there'd been that long last night in the Luga Dasha, her tears and then his dying down, or as we say in music, morendo. After which he'd simply needed to remind himself that the feelings which came over him when he saw her face— I mean his faith in her perfect qualities, not to mention his longing to be in her company always— meant nothing, and could be induced to attach themselves to other women, darling Ninusha, for instance, no matter that her face was a black disk. In a word, Elena Konstantinovskaya wouldn't be coming with him today. He actually had 2 soccer matches to attend. I.D. Glickman, who, truth to tell, was very bored by athletic events, had agreed to come to the first one out of hero worship alone. Where were Glickman's dynamo shorts? The dear man wouldn't dress appropriately, unfortunately. Like Nina, he didn't actually care about the— "Don't look so sad, Dmitri Dmitrievich. What is it? Did you see her somewhere?" "Well, you see, well, that would be— not to put too fine a point on it— impossible," he told Glickman contemptuously, "because they're in Spain." "Be brave. I thought I'd better tell you. You see, here it is in Izvestia, page 7. The documentary Spain, whose remarkable sequences, shot at great personal risk by Roman Carmen in company with Boris Makaseyev, exposed the lies of the— Oh, don't worry, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Please, please don't worry. If I see her, I'll tell her to keep away from you." "You're correct. But can we please, if you wouldn't mind, not mention— because Ninusha would— oh dear, we'll be late. There goes the streetcar." Something inside him was broken. "Lyalka, you filled my heart until it was ready to explode, and then— oh, me." He was tired. He knew he would never get over Elena Konstantinovskaya, and therefore assumed that she, or at least her absence, must forever define him more than anything. But that very morning, just as he arrived at the stadium with Glickman, the loudspeaker said, "War." And at once he knew, somehow, he just knew that war would be the core of his life. The Sleepwalker. It is generally understood, however, that there is an inner ring of superior persons to whom the whole work has a most urgent and searching philosophical and social significance. I profess to be such a superior person. George Bernard Shaw, The Perfect Wagnerite. A Commentary on the Nibelungsring, 1898. 1. Their slave-sister Gudrun, marriage-chained to Hans on the other side of the dark wood, sent Gunnar and Hogni a ring, wound around with wolf's hair, to warn them not to come. But such devices cannot be guaranteed, even in dreams. As the 2 brothers gazed across the hall fire at the emissary who sat expectantly or ironically silent in the high seat, Hogni murmured, "Our way'd be fairly fanged if we rode to claim the gifts he promises us." And then, raising golden mead horns in the toasts which kingship requires, they accepted the Hunnish invitation. They could do nothing else, being trapped, as I said, in a fatal dream. While their vassals wept, they sleepwalked down the wooden hall, helmed themselves, mounted horses, and galloped through Myrkvith forest to their foeman's castle, where Gudrun likewise wept to see them, crying, "Betrayed!" Gunnar replied, "Too late, sister. For when dreams become nightmares, it is ever too late." When on Z-Day 1936 the Chancellor of Germany, a certain Adolf Hitler, orders 25,000 soldiers across 6 bridges into the Rhineland zone, he too fears the future. Unlike Gunnar, he appears pale. Frowning, he grips his left wrist in his right. He's forsworn mead. He eats only fruits, vegetables, and little Viennese cakes. Clenching his teeth, he strides anxiously to and fro, but slowly his voice deepens, becomes a snarling shout. He swallows, his voice sinks. In a monotone he announces, "At this moment, German troops are on the march." What will the English answer? Nothing, for it's Saturday, when every lord sits on his country estate, counting money, drinking champagne with Jews. The French are more inclined than they to prove his Bainesmen. Here comes an ultimatum. His head twitches like a gun recoiling on its carriage. He grips the limp forelock which perpetually falls across his face. But then the English tell the French, the Germans, after all, are only going into their own back garden. By then it's too late. Too late. "I know what I should have done if I'd been the French," laughs Hitler. "I should have struck, and I should not have allowed a single German soldier to cross the Rhine." To his vassals and henchmen in Munich he chants, "I go the way that Providence dictates, with the assurance of a sleepwalker." They applaud him. The white-armed Hunnish maidens scream with joy. 2. In an Austrian crowd gathered to celebrate his march into Vienna, triple-angled shadows of bodies on parade, boxy tanks, goose-steps, up-pointed rifles, a woman bays before the rest, "Heil Hitler!" Children pelt his motorcade with flowers. His tanks fly both German and Austrian flags. He drafts a law to join Austria to Germany within 24 hours. He's bringing them home to the Reich, he says, his smile as friendly as when he leans across a desk to sign another non-aggression treaty with the credulous dwarfs of Niflheim. Dwarfs indeed. With his hands raised up, he's so pale against his own ink-blot moustache, he imparts the following unalterable truth. In this world there are only dwarfs and giants, and I know who is whom. While the sleepwalker looks on, wolf-hearted Goering, his creation, explains that Czechoslovakia is a trifling piece of Europe. Brown shirts have already appeared on the premises, welcoming the sleepwalker with their chin straps, banners, wreaths. Soon they will write Jew on Jewish windows and shake their fists. In the next act, as the curtains get drawn up from the stage columns, we'll see police coming metal-headed and rigid in the tumbrils to take Jews and hostages away. Goering continues, "The Czechs, a vile race of dwarfs without any culture, nobody even knows where they came from, are oppressing a civilized race, and behind them, together with Moscow, there can be seen the everlasting face of the Jewish fiend." And Czechoslovakia vanishes like a handful of books flying into flames by night. Children in England and France begin trying on gas masks in anticipation of the sleepwalkers' marching columns. Now beneath the vast gilded eagle in the Reichstag, he sets herds of tanks browsing on the Polish meadows. Bombs fall like clashes of cymbals, arms swing in unison for his government of national recovery. 3. He hesitates again. He fears what lies before him in Mirkvith Forest. Not that hesitation's practical. Hasn't he already accepted the aliens' invitation to the contest? He dreads their spider-holes and deceits, but war's begun. He must roll honourably forth. He craves to clear his mind. Yes, the curtain's risen, but he needs to lose himself one last time within the curved black shell-decal which conceals the tunnel to the orchestra pit beneath the stage. From nothingness he came. Would he'd come from a solid wooden hall like Gunnar and Hogni? Well, he'll dream Germany solid. Homeless, amorphous, he relaxes into nothingness whenever no one can see. He needs to be a certain velvet-puddled something, but fears that that something might really be nothing. He imagines how Gunnar felt when the Huns buried him alive in the snake pit. In his dreams he sometimes becomes a black bag filled with serpents. He wakes up vomiting, but the serpents will not crawl out his throat. Gunnar had a harp. He played the snakes to sleep, all of them but one. And the sleepwalker, he masks himself in music. 4. The sleepwalker's minions have built him a dream called Eagle's Nest, an area rightly named, for doesn't he possess the droning eagles of steel which are now preying upon Poland? Each Stuka's but an emanation of his right arm cutting through the air. Eagle's Nest is reached first by way of a winding mountain road, which conveys the acolyte to the bronze portal, then by a dripping marble corridor through the rock, and finally by a brass elevator up into the heights. The shaft is 165 feet. Why, that's even taller than the chimney will reach at Auschwitz. Here he can gaze down upon his world of henchmen, kinsmen, and foemen. All the way to Poland he can see pale, flashing hands clapping, and frozen, pale faces beneath steel helmets uplifted to seek out his hoarse, loud, bullying voice. Just as at Bayreuth one finds singers and listeners sharing the same darkness, so Hitler and his vassals now dream their ways through the great night he's spider-spun out of his own fear, weaving strands of blackness ever thicker across the sky until the lights have dimmed. Indeed, just as at Bayreuth. Before Wagner, frivolous music munchers sauntered into an opera house whenever they felt like it, and illumination accommodated them, so that musicians and trappings could be seen, rendering the singers no more than human. And at his command, liegemen launch eastward his bride tokens of phosphorus, lead, and steel. 5. Shooting down come the Stukas, straight down, Polish streets spreading out before them like bloodstains. Then bombs fall. Flames take wing. People scream and run right into the machine guns. The Stukas soar, disdaining now those crooked, blackened ruins which foemen deserve, their bridges brokenly dangling in rivers. 6. His pale, alert, immobile face watches the victory parade, his eyes like a bird's. Wagner had steam engines and coloured lights at Bayreuth. He has the many-plumed smoke of ruined Warsaw. And all is as it was before. The same long columns of listeners at party rallies, long squares of people, mobile barracks drawn up to hear him shouting, warning, and exhorting his children of all ages. In come the Gestapo, drawing up new lists of names, confiscating old ones. In Austria they'd accompanied their sleepwalker's voice less obviously, in much the same way that the Wagnerian orchestra lurks in the darkness past the Schaldecke. They arrested 750,000 people in Vienna on the first day of reunification, but softly. In Poland they need not be soft. They're backed by all good Germans, down to the last Heil-smiling ladies and girls, each of whom agrees with him that his foreign adventures had better be, in his own terrifying phrase, sealed in blood. They seek themselves in the sleepwalker's pale, mute face, his wrist clasping wrist as he endures the honours on his 50th birthday, sipping at the rasping static of an infinite cheer. 7. On 23/07/40 he meets Kubizek at Bayreuth. Kubizek's his old friend from his student days, if we grant that he ever had a friend. Rejected twice for artistic studies, the sleepwalker had stolen away from the unfated other boy to become a tramp. Years he'd spent then imprisoned within the Schaldecke. His life had supplied him with no indications of scale whatsoever. He could have been a giant or a dwarf, depending on the size of the trees in the painted backdrop where the aliens, solid people, applauded far above his head. But then came a magic drumbeat, and suddenly our sleepwalker became one of the soldiers waving from the troop trains of 1914. And very soon he found himself desperately running through sharp-angled trenches, fleeing the gas bombs, against which the handkerchiefs tied over their mouths could do far less than Gunnar's harp. Kubizek might have admired him then, for he distinguished himself, but— well, now that he's the Führer, he need be ashamed of nothing any more. Troops are waving from the trains again. A huge swastika has overhung him ever since he became legal dictator. He's already promised to support the artistic studies of Kubizek's children at the expense of the state. He's taken a very kind interest, yes, he has. He's even sent Kubizek tickets to the Ring. Of those 4 operas, Das Rheingold is his favourite. The dwarfs are starving Jewish children with weary old faces, and men with pipe-stem arms. Could it be his fondness for the music which enthralls him too deeply to remember Kubizek here? Actually, he's very interested in the directing. Next comes Die Valkyrie, where, at the magic fire music, the self-willed virginal heroine gets safely walled to sleep by searchlights, like the flames inside the skeletons of French and Belgian houses, where weeping, gesturing neighbours bury the dead in deep craters. The sleepwalker has already noted Kubizek's frantic applause during the Ride of the Valkyries, a stunning, chilling, remorseless hymn to war, which, thanks to the subterranean architecture, gets necessarily softened and diffused a little at Bayreuth. Wanting to reignite the friendship, he thinks to invite him up to his private box, but just then Frau Goebbels and her husband make a scene about some infidelity. Now it's already time for Siegfried, which he wishes to enjoy almost alone with Speer, so that they can whisper in each other's ears about new buildings. At last, during the first intermission of Gotterdammerung, he finds time for the meeting. He dreads it. He wishes he'd never been persuaded into it by his own sentimentality. He has no time for such nonentities as August Kubizek. Shyly, Kubizek congratulates him on conquering France. He replies, "And here I have to stand by and watch the war robbing me of my best years. We're getting old, Kubizek." Kubizek bows and nods, not knowing what to say. "And yet," the sleepwalker says, "and yet this. You remember how we used to stand for hours on end for Wagner because we could not afford to sit? You remember how Gotterdammerung made us weep?" "Yes, my Führer. It's like a bath in steel, I tell you. After Wagner, I feel hardened and refreshed." He returns to his box to sit rapturous until the end of the final act, when the devoted woman sets everything she loves on fire, and buildings collapse like sandcastles, windowed facades slowly falling to the street, becoming dust and broken glass. Kubizek, in his humbler box, remembers how, when they were youths together, the sleepwalker once wrote a hymn to the beloved, to a tall and slender fair-haired girl named Stephanie Janssen, but never spoke to her. That is exactly how our ancient heroes fell in love too. Siegfried and Gunnar hadn't even laid eyes on the princesses they pined for. Oh yes, fair-haired. Why, she was as blonde as the smoke which now rises up from all the synagogues. Sometimes the sleepwalker had been resolved on suicide. This mood lasted for hours on end, but the trouble was that Stephanie must be ready to die with him. To the stage comes torchlight, wavering columns of light. When the sleepwalker shouts, they shout and sunder, their arms flashing up and down while his stiff boys bang drums. The sleepwalker speaks or Siegfried sings, it matters not to the rigidly attentive faces. Light gleams on the side of his face. 8. In 1941 he attacks his ally, Russia. War on all fronts. Now Germany is safely surrounded by a wall of fire. How long will it take to reduce that empire to a smear beneath his boot? 3 weeks, probably, but in this world exactitude sometimes fails. At Bayreuth, for example, the Rheingold has been performed in 2¼ hours, but occasionally it can take as long as 3. For this Russian campaign, he selects a snippet of Liszt's Preludes to be played on the radio as a victory fanfare. 9. The sleepwalker charmingly smiles as, with both his hands, he clasps the wrist of Wagner's granddaughter Verena. "Yes, Uncle Wolf," she murmurs, "I will give orders that no one is to disturb you." He enters his private box at the rear wall. He gazes down across the empty seats, which resemble the keyboard of an immense typewriter upon which he might compose any musical score he pleases. "I will not allow this war to hinder my objectives," he whispers to himself. Russia will not die. Russia is coming at him like the dragon worm which will rise up at the end of the world, bearing corpses in its claws. The aliens have tricked him, as he always knew they would. But he's raised the goblet of promise. He must continue on. 10. Another weakling. Another little shirker requests permission to report. The sleepwalker gazes at him with angry eyes. The shirker complains about certain extreme measures. What a gallows raven he is. He croaks and croaks. In the ring, don't even gods have to trick the dwarfish Jewish capitalist, and even rob him in order to save the world? The sleepwalker stares him down, but the shirker will not dwindle. "Where's Keitel? Where's Jodl? Someone should show him out." On the conference-room table there at Wolf's Lair, the shirker lays out photographs of hungry street crowds in the Warsaw Ghetto, of children's faces like weeping skulls, pale, immobile bodies on the pavement, skinny, pale people lying in crowds on hay mattresses. A typist gasps. The sleepwalker whirls to kiss her hand. "Never mind, child," he comforts her. She smiles, rushes from the room. The shirker whines on and on. He's sure that this matter was never brought to the Führer's attention before. Of course, the Jews are our misfortune, but this— And the sleepwalker, he flicks at one of the photographs with his thumbnail. The mouth tightens. 11. Another general insists on disturbing him with bad news of the Russian advance. He says that conditions are degenerating along the entire front. "Well, let them degenerate," he rages, "all the better for me." "Yes, my Führer, but our own troops are freezing to death. Just yesterday I saw—" The sleepwalker covers his ears. "Perhaps I'm too sensitive," he replies. 12. The workers have gathered before him into rectangular armies. Swastika standards begin marching in file down a long well of futurity. They shout. He waits, expressionless and dour. Long before the first blood purge of 1934, they'd seen him striding up to the dais of destiny, standing atop an immense dais with a swastika on the wall nearest his feet. Now they must all be conscripted, their factories to become still another front. He needs gold rings and henchmen. He speaks of spiritual matters. Only they can save his grey cathedrals and greatcoats from the Russian Jews, who return to life no matter how many of them he burns. The workers must build new breastworks. Aren't they all answerable to the war dead? Even women will have to labour now, in spite of all his principles. Emergencies require extreme measures. Didn't Zygmunt mate with his own sister to save the blood of their race? And the workers listen. They honour his sacrifice. They will not bereave him of his war. Like the crowd at the opera house, they offer him stormy applause. At his drumbeat comes the gorgeous flash of 10,000 spades raised upon the labour front. In his honour, German women have strung buntings from their gingerbread houses. Soon enemy bombs will tumble upon them, and he'll turn away, his face milkily shining by torchlight. 13. He always attends the first cycle at Bayreuth every year. This time again he comes early. At Bayreuth, the stage is roofless, like bombarded Stalingrad. The sleepwalker paces unyieldingly in his private box, brooding down the fan-shaped tiers of empty seats. He strokes the Corinthian columns. He unbuttons the collar of his shirt. He can almost hear the breathing of Verena Wagner outside. The Schaldeckel gapes before him, music's open grave. Like the bridegroom who longs to meet his bride beneath the linen sheets, he craves this hollow of secret repose. Only there can he hoard himself safe from the others, whom he must ever watch with turning head. His magic renews itself there. He sleeps without dreaming. And so he descends into the Schaldeckel. The old floorboards creak beneath his jack-booted tread. Cold-heartedly nervous, he grips his sweaty forelock, gibbering softly to himself, wondering where to rest. But this time, beyond the darkness, he spies the flickering fires of forecourts. Call him not afraid. He's the blonde against the dark. But it's so dark, just as it once was during the previous World War, when he was young and blinded by poison gas. He strides blindly forward. Don't his own soldiers hunker down to run through tunnels in the ruins, even though flashes of Russian rocket light and snakes of flame pursue them? The flames lunge up. A tall woman stands ahead. He scarcely comes up to her knees. The pupils of her eyes resemble sparks from the spear points of Valkyries. Jealously mistrusting, he halts, mistrusting, his own eyes glaring like twin red rings. She clenches her fist. Then he knows he's on trial. Momentarily he awakes, staring candidly at her with his wide, piercing eyes. He could win her over if he put his mind to it. He thrusts his head back, speaks from the chin. He's sombre, godlike, expressionless. Dreaming an answer to what she hasn't yet said, he tells her that in the operas Wotan's noblest striving is for his own supplanting. He doesn't care if he loses the war, if he can only keep the Jews from getting back the magic ring. "Why then, it's well for you," she replies. "What do they name you?" "Laugh at wailing." "Who gave you birth?" "Fire's my father, Doom is my mother called." "And why do you await me here?" "To tell you what you've always known, that you were born guilty and overmastered, that the nothingness you burn for refuses to receive you, that olden treasures grow corrupted at your touch." The sleepwalker screams. It's all treason. Now I know why my Russian offensives failed. That's my justification. If I was fated, then how was I to blame? You Jewish bitches have opposed me at every step, but do you think I care? Go ahead, stab me in the back. I'll annihilate you. I'll exterminate you all. You think you're immortal, but I'll test you with every poisoned acid there is. I've always been too lenient. Well, that's about to change. I'll have you broken without mercy. I know what it takes. I'll wear you down. But Laffert Wailing answers with a chuckle like a rattle of futurity, like bones jiggling inside a procession of pale coffins across the scorched earth of liberated Auschwitz. "I won't give up," cries the sleepwalker. "I don't care if it's useless." The Valkyrie stands silent. So then, in a pleading tone, he whispers, "Why did you make me? I never wanted to be made." "For propaganda, of course. It's all in your own book. How can we persuade others to be good without evil we can point to?" Mercurially calming himself, he smiles and remarks, "You might as well have spared yourself the trouble. What did you think I'd do, walk sheepishly to the gallows? Do you think I've never been judged before? I don't need opinions, little man. And you truly believe I'll deviate one hair's breadth from the course I've laid out for myself? You think you can goad me into doing anything more extreme than I would do in any case? Are you so hopeful? Why then, it's well for you." He withdraws, escorted almost into the light by goblins like Russian tanks scuttering across ruins. He's in a panic. He rushes home to Berlin, where he can closet himself with Speer and gaze down at the grand avenue of post-war Berlin, modelled at 1 to 1,000 scale. Speer's cabinet-makers have built the new opera house at 1 to 50 scale, and over here there'll be a cinema for the masses. Every edifice will be the same height. With deferential formality, Speer asks his opinion on some aspect of the central railroad station. Carefully, the sleepwalker tries out the Valkyrie's phrase, "I don't need opinions. I already see everything." Speer stares woodenly. The sleepwalker feels inspired. 14. And now what? The inclined arm replicated a millionfold, the knife-edge hand, the shouting voices of his echoers, his chin-strapped orators, all sing out to stand firm. Germany lies obediently below him, like an aerial view of fields, a corduroy of bodies who soon will fight in Russia, shivering, warmed only by the pain of their own wounds. His swastika banners are grass-blades in an infinite meadow of war. Up standards, Sieg Heil! He's guarded by grimy soldiers with deep-sunk eyes. Comes the great battle between Siegmund and Hunding. The Nibelungs fight on in the burning hall. Then long lines of grave-diggers are carting corpses 2 by 2 to the open pit. Down the chute they go. Then we paper them over, and add a sprinkle of dirt, hastily, so that we will not get into even more trouble with the Germans, who have dressed us in the striped uniforms and pale wrinkles of concentration camp inmates, and who are even now building our doom out of squat towers and barbed wire. 15. Italy falls, but the sleepwalker knows how to save her from the Jews. Parachutes as beautiful as white flowers bloom upon the skies which he's now capturing. Black columns of smoke have translated the beaches of Normandy into the stage darkness after an intermission. In the next act he must sing of retreating German troops, of dead horses and throttled light. The inky moustache in his grey face, the black, gaping mouth, and above all the raised hands of him suck new blood down the marching orchard lanes of swastika standards. Before him, beyond his warriors hunched under their caps, he seems to see a plain of faces and lights. Where might it be? Increasingly golden, this country draws him on beyond himself. Now he comprehends in his soul why Gunnar and Hogni could not resist the Hunnish invitation. Although it meant doom and sister woe, at least they'd win that brilliant if sinister moment of light when they drew near their foemen's forecourts. Futurity shone like a flame flicker reflected on gold foil. They knew they'd be greeted by raised arms and by faces more pale and numerous than raindrops. The sleepwalker mutters, as he did on the eve of the Russian campaign, "The world will hold its breath." 16. Soothed by solid rows of columns marching alongside the seats at Bayreuth, he fingers the acanthus scrolls. He helps Verena Wagner and her mother with gifts of munificent gold. Soon his ring will begin again. He'll watch it from start to finish without fail. He always keeps his promises. 17. A horizontal salute from Hitler in the clouds. The sleepwalker dreams his face away from the long line of German prisoners of war, so ragged and dirty, who march off to Soviet Arctic prisons, their jaws bound up in blankets and rags. Meanwhile, his own lines of slave workers march feebly past ruined apartments and railroad sidings. His dreams are shrivelling and scorching. His henchmen have given over running across each other's corpses in Africa. Shells and flames, tanks in snow, ice-maned horses, siege guns echoing in the wind, all these assault his dreams as the Russian frost giants come west. 18. Now he dwells within walls of smoke. Flames rush up his staircases. Chandeliers transform themselves into scorched spiders. The light excites him. In the distance he can see electric glows of barbed wire. To fight the Jews, his henchmen have built many a city of factories in the snow, whose long alleys of barbed wire are signposted by frozen, snowy corpses with outstretched arms. Heaps of jawbones, mountains of pliers mark the spots where his vassals extract gold teeth from the living and the dead. Lives blow away like waves of sand. If he can only dream this dream a little longer, they'll all be safely up the chimney. But where are his muscled heroes with their swords? Are they all dead? Snowy Russian tanks breast bluish flames and bluish snow to conquer Auschwitz, where more than 7 tons of human hair await transshipment. A parade of skinny, desiccated corpses comes forth to tell lies and inspire new Jewish conspiracies. 19. When the captive Gunnar told the Huns that he'd only revealed to them the hoard of the Niflungs, whose gold shone even brighter than the vertical gleams of sunlight upon marching SS boots, on condition that they cut out Hogni's heart, they tried to trick his rich, wrought mind by carrying to him a mere thrall's heart upon a board. But he knew his brother's heart would never quiver in terror, as that one did even in death. Helpless before his cleverness, they killed Hogni then, who laughed as he died. Then Gunnar said that since only he remained to tell the secret, he had no more fear, for tell he never would. When they lowered Gunnar into the slimy dungeon of adders, he played upon his harp so beautifully that all the serpents slept. Yet finally he wearied, and from that ball of reptiles he perforce lay upon rose up one to bite his liver, and so he perished there in the darkness of snakes. Knowing her duty, valiant Gudrun served up her own sons' hearts to the husband who'd slain her brothers. After that she razed the castle by fire. The sleepwalker in his pale grey coat, our memories of him have become so grey and grainy, craves to be another Gunnar. Isn't he a harpist, too? Hasn't he always been able to lull all snakes to sleep until now? And his Germany, she shall be Gudrun. Germany must die ferocious, burning down everything. 20. On 12:04:45, the Berlin Philharmonic presents Brunhilde's last aria and the finale from Gotterdammerung. He's seen Gotterdammerung more than 100 times. Each time his brain burns anew in flames of salmon-coloured gold. Silhouettes of hanged corpses comprise the perimeter of his now minuscule empire. A civilian hostage raises both arms. Where now his cruelly smiling pale young faces under steel helmets? Where now his myriad marchers on a hill following the swastika flag? In Siberia, or dead under mud or pale cobblestones? The radio, which once spread his words like epidemics, now pulses meaninglessly. Complete obliteration, shameful, solemn promise. The Russians have already reached Mirkwith Forest. Waves of American Jews hem them in on all other fronts. Verena Wagner decides to plan a ring without swastikas for 1946. Shadowy night crowds burn what they've worn for a dozen years, their liveries sewn and ornamented in his image. Other crowds in striped uniforms begin emerging from the lane of barbed wire. Mountains of shoes, which from a distance resemble herrings in a tin, memorialize those who will never more come forth. And the sleepwalker dreams. He gives orders to execute all the new traitors. Germany will be safe. smiling at last in his address to the schoolboys who've hopelessly fought for him against the parades of Russian tanks now entering Berlin. He speaks of their common lineage, then hands out tokens like unto the ancient rings of red gold. The boys shout, "Heil Hitler!" Closing his eyes, he remembers how 5 years ago his long lines of victorious warriors passed through the Arc de Triomphe while he paid homage to Napoleon. But the world of the old gods was corrupt. It had to be smashed. He does not tell the boys this. It is too late for any explanations. A few days later, weird-ringed by the Russian flames, the sleepwalker and his secret bride kill themselves. 21. In his very first speech as Chancellor he'd cried, "I have steadfastly refused to come to the people with cheap promises." Then he'd pointed to his heart. But now what promises has Gunnar to harp on for all these ungrateful snakes? He tires now. His music stops. Shyly he confesses, "On the day following the end of the Bayreuth festival, I'm gripped by a great sadness, as when one strips the Christmas tree of its ornaments." His music stops. His Berliners running behind mounds of rubble, flames winging out of windows. For he's lost this game of draughts which the gods once played with golden figurines. But even yet he guards hope, for Roosevelt is dead, Stalin and Churchill are falling out, and that most ancient of all Norse prophecies sighs upon the lips of the mouldy, grassy mother who periodically arises from this grave-infested earth. Some day, perhaps even in the meadows of Poland, where his herds of tanks recently gambled, the golden figures, the far-famed ones, will be found again, which they possessed in olden days. And then, beneath an even, searing light, he'll win back his city all of gold, whose monuments and plazas remain unmarred by humanity. The Palm Tree of Deborah. You know, to a certain extent I think the formula, "the end justifies the means," is valid in music. Dmitri Shostakovich, 1968. 1. Barbed wire, like music lines taught in bunches of 5, claimed either by the bass cause or the treble, for there never was nor can be a neutral instrumental zone, now embraced Leningrad, that so-called cradle of the proletarian revolution. The bass command's kettle-drum melodies of artillery would be performed by Army Group North, 32 divisions, 700,000 German fascists, Field Marshal Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb conducting. From within the city, treble, tremolo, arose the countervailing piccolo music of screams. How could I somehow possibly, wondered the near-sighted fire warden on the conservatory roof, let alone passably represent us pianissimo, before the snare drum creeps in? Because we're not pianissimo at all. We're, well, you know, that's what they'll expect, even though we also have to be the loudest. They want me to signify this into something they can feed people instead of sausage, without formalism while I'm at it. To hell with them. I can hold my own. In the opening bars of those 900 days, the chorus comprised 3 million Leningraders, but a third of them perished. Too weak to push her way through the bread queue, a widow fell in the snow. A sexless child was chewing on coffee grounds. A family was eating oil cake with celluloid on it. Comrade Zhdanov called Stalin on the VC phone, but Stalin would not answer. As for the fire warden, whose name was Dmitri Shostakovich, I can hear him drumming out the rat theme on the rim of his helmet. Although he wouldn't have confessed it, this war arrived none too soon. The explosion of rapture at his first symphony so long ago should have warned him. For in our Soviet Union, as in any besieged zone, it's unwise to stand out despicably or dashingly. But, freakish child molting into feminine-mouthed prodigy, then cigarette-twiddling hero, I mean grain beetle of subversion, he'd never succeeded in camouflage. His cue, cymbal clash, Nash, Nash. Oh, how many times other children had hurt him. Gawky, pale, weary-eyed behind the round spectacles, he watched encirclers with a melancholy consciousness of his own vulnerability, which they frequently took for submission. Indeed, surrender should have been his policy, for he exuded softness, being the larvum of a grain beetle, which is to say the proverbially pallid intellectual grub. Girls wanted to pinch his cheeks, while most boys despised him before the second beat of the overture. If one believes, as does any true Bolshevik, that the working class, destined to be the victorious class, can send advanced detachments to break through the perimeter of the bourgeoisie, why not grant that doomed systems may, in the course of their retreat, leave behind counterpoised stragglers whose smooth hands and inward aspirations betray them? They'll survive for a few measures yet. The composer need not write them out of his score so long as they keep time, but they're outmoded nonetheless. They're as prehistoric as the Tauride palace's fabled owl of gold, into which some extinct imperial craftsman, by means of clock springs and prayers, once built sentience sufficient for its eyes to roll on state occasions. They never move any more. After the revolution their mechanism ran down. As for the boy, he stared owl-eyed at the world. Why did I ever liken him to an insect? He was a bird, now that I come to think of it. Or maybe he was call him a formalist. He blinked. Then he sat down at the piano. His fingers, which appeared far more fragile than dragonflies or far-away antique biplanes, commenced their beautiful convulsions. Oh, he got attention all right. But the music itself? No less a figure than A.K. Glazunov, director of the Leningrad Conservatory, admitted that he couldn't understand such harmonies, although he offered to stand aside for them. Our Mitya, he opined, was undoubtedly the future's darling. Shostakovich ducked his head. Perhaps it's mere jealousy on my part, Glazunov continued, and the other professors laughed, to imagine that somebody as important as Glazunov could feel jealous of a student. But all the same, I don't like your latest opus. What am I saying? I know he's sincere. You're not just playing with us, are you, Mitya? And what he's attempting is so, let's say, revolutionary, that it can't be appreciated in the very first instant. The pupil smiled, fiddling with his mittens. In his view, which he would have readily defended in less intimidating surroundings, music ought to remain freely undifferentiated from any but emotional content, and perhaps even from that. This notion might not have been as new as it seemed, nor, perhaps, was Glazunov quite as shocked as he pretended to be. How natural to patronize youth in the guise of meeting it halfway. Let the boy overvalue his conceptions a trifle, thought Glazunov. Maybe once he matures, he'll come up with something important. When his teachers cited the program music of Mussorgsky, Wagner, Berlioz, and Rimsky-Korsakov, our tousle-headed young genius argued that these compositions could be peeled away from their supposed subjects without detriment. If they couldn't, they failed as music. Such being the case, why not construct sequences of notes without thematic pretense? Dmitri Dmitrievich Shostakovich stood ready to improvise using shock units, shock methods. Still and all, sighed Glazunov, discreetly sucking alcohol through a long rubber tube, you need not be so irreverent, Mitya. The boy twitched apologetically. Although it made him nervous, he needed to be noticed. One of Glazunov's agreeable qualities was an easy tolerance of almost anything. On a white summer's night, when the assistant director attacked the boy, Glazunov interposed, "Then this is no place for you. Shostakovich is one of the brightest hopes for our art." Who then dares allege that Mitya's mentors didn't want to help him? In the USSR we practiced two kinds of criticism, the merciless denunciation of bourgeois ideology and the coaxing, comradely criticism of our peers. So long as he continued to follow the well-delineated path which Glazunov had named sincerity, he need anticipate only the second variety, which never stings. Born in the antediluvian time when Leningrad was still the claustrophobic Petersburg of the symbolists, in whose nightmares fallen leaves whirled in ever-narrowing spirals, and the same red dominoes or red-eyed terrorists hounded aristocrats wherever they turned, he dwelled, like all children, at the heart of the world. I prefer not to brand him a narcissist, but people do take on the characteristics of the places where they live, and Petersburg is as labyrinthine, enigmatic, and literally self-centered as her own best poet, A. Akhmatova. Would you like more adjectives? Simultaneously ornate and impoverished, like the golden-braided drosky driver who cannot feed his own family, and, come to think of it, like Akhmatova too, Petersburg infects her most sensitive children with a desperation as noble as it is impractical. In a city whose rich aesthetes can admire the greenish tint of thawing river snow while ignoring the same hue in the faces of the starving, we must expect the red dominoes to triumph sooner or later. For Petersburg remains above all the city of Raskolnikov, who exists only in Dostoevsky's nightmares, but whose crime, murder for the sake of an idea, proves its reality again and again. Faint snare drums sound at the beginning of Mitya's as-yet unwritten rat theme. Something is coming closer. Mitya reaches for the whirling leaves, and his mittens fall off. Scoldingly his mother bends down. Time ticks, and the ticking of revolution's murder bomb can scarcely be heard because it hides so cleverly in the minister's study. Measure by measure, death's overture pulses like the black archmouths of St. Nicholas's bell tower reflected in the Kryukov Canal. Formalism's golden spire swimming like a fishtail, black orifices contracting rapidly and sexually, more alive in their distorted untouchability than the real arches which overlook them. The future's darling gazes down at that trembling goldfish, then reaches. His mother smiles, pulling him away. He was a year old when Bloody Sunday destroyed the Russian people's faith in their Tsar. When he was 9, his mother began to teach him piano. I've read that she herself had been a credible pianist before her marriage. Her shy, skinny son sat down beside her on the mahogany bench reluctantly, if family tradition can be trusted, but, proof that parents always know what's best for their children, at the end of the 3rd lesson the mother announced to the family that he had talent. The little owl's eyes rolled. The actress N.L. Komarovskaya remembers how even when he was a small, pale youth with a disobedient lick of hair on his forehead, his prankishness went against the grain. They would tell him to play a foxtrot, for example, and although he'd try, unlike generations of party activists, Komarovskaya herself remained sure that he honestly intended to be agreeable, his fingers would soon begin to gallop into an incessance completely removed from zeal. Then alien improvisations kidnapped the melody, leaving harsh, crazed chittering behind. Didn't he understand his errors? Since he remained too young to be guilty of cynicism, nobody knew whether to call him shy, incompetent, or merely bewildered. "His compositions are very good," said cousin Tanya. "Of course, some of them one cannot understand from the first hearing." He looked up, as if he heard somebody calling. In truth, whenever his fingertips settled upon a piano, the white keys took on a brilliance as lovely as icicles on a roof when the late afternoon sun touches them, while the black keys became slits in the whiteness of the world, holes which gaped from meaning all the way down to pure music. What was he to do? Lost, deliciously dazzled, he played the ineffable. A month after his 11th birthday, revolution struck. The minds of the losers learned to duck down behind frozen eyes. In the 4th movement of his life, when the Hitlerites arrived, Leningrad would get indrawn still further, within the barrier of the Circle Railroad. Cigarette-smoking, helmeted fascists would burn villages all around, kicking Russian corpses in disgust. German shells would scream proudly in, and people were more than willing to stand aside for them, but— boom! An explosion of rapture set the minister's house ablaze. Boom! The conductor's baton came sizzling down. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, you've really won a victory on the cultural front." "Thank you. Thank you," the young composer whispered. He crossed his legs and uncrossed them. Uneasy grimaces flitted across his cheeks. Even in the conservatory, as I've implied, he'd excited jealousy. Certain other students, epoch-tuned, let's call them, sought to strip him of the stipend which armoured him against outright hunger. All the same, they didn't win. His mother tried to fight them when they took away his borrowed piano, but he told her not to worry. He could hear each chord in his head as soon as he wrote it on paper. Beethoven hadn't let deafness stop him, so Mitya himself could still— well, you know. Ever since his 13th birthday, he'd consecrated himself in our revolution's unheated classrooms. His mother almost starved to feed him. Older girl students in 3s and 4s protected him, fluttering their fingers around long white cigarettes. The worst taunts of his peers, which is to say their comradely criticisms, hardly ruffled him. It's easy enough to say that he believed in himself, but that means nothing. Don't we each seek our own interest and dread being crossed? Or, as Mitya would put it, each one composes his own score, and then we all compare versions. Can't I say that he believed in the power of music? The Civil War meant this to him. Sailors from our Baltic fleet got serenaded by Beethoven's Ninth, then sailed directly to the front to fight the Whites. He was there on the quay, aged 15. He thought that the orchestra handled its task reasonably well, although the chorus was, well, one must make allowances for hungry people. And the sailors, you see, they were more than interested, because some of them even— well, how can I begin to tell you? For example, he wouldn't forget the grizzled pirate who'd clapped his hands like a child. Some of them were so happy that they cried. Their deputies said it was the first time that anyone had ever— you understand. And we had no bread to give them, not even that. All the same, they— how can I put this? They thanked us. Then they went off and— I think you can imagine. Many didn't come back. In short, Shostakovich scorned practicality. The whole revolution did, or claimed to, but in this life we find people who, no matter how zestfully they imitate Raskolnikov by murdering the old pawnbroker, only pretend to be, as the rascal convinced himself he was, one of the gods, the arbiters, the extraordinary men. Their real motive for murder, as we know quite well, is greedy gain. Shostakovich would never be one of them. Nourished by the melodies he composed, he kept up his fighting strength, such as it was. To look at him you'd think him far from formidable, his expectations guarded and comforted by the knowledge that should the pressure ever become more than he could bear, the world within the Black Keys would shelter him. "You're just a masturbator," sneered one of his rivals. "The way your music sounds, I'd bet anything you don't come from the working class." Mitya felt hurt by their malice, to be sure, especially since his grandfather had been a revolutionist in Siberia. Regardless, nobody broke through his defences. Rapidly wiping his glasses, he faced the other boys down in calm awareness of his own worth. It began to be said of him that he was an individualist. His allegiance to collective life was only a pretense. He could not overcome his addiction to the transgressive harmonies of the chromatic scale. At about the time we won the war, shot Kolchak and those scum, and established Soviet power forever, Shostakovich was playing piano for money at the Bright Reel Cinema Palace, his fingers rushing ahead of the so-called action in those silent movies whose mediocrity oppressed him into a fury. When the hero died, he'd tinkle out some merrily banal improvisation. When the heroine got kissed, he'd pound out a motif or two from Wagner's Götterdämmerung, meanwhile trying to stifle his tubercular cough. Oh, he had his fill of playing to order, thank you. It was always the same, and always would be the same, so he'd show them. Sometimes the patrons complained. More often they were so busy groping each other, or so, how should I say, ignorant, that they didn't notice. At times they even complimented him. One legless ex-colonel who came to each film half a dozen times always shook a finger at him and said, "With more feeling, my boy, make us laugh, make us cry." But yes, replied our high-pitched owl. "Next time I'll get it right. More feeling. Let me just write that down so that I can, you know." Then he'd regurgitate the tale into the projectionist's ear, laughing and coughing. Every afternoon on the way to work he said to himself, "If I'm doing this 5 years from now, I deserve to be, if you see what I mean, scorned." The tiny bare bulb over the piano almost warmed his hands. Here came Lenin to the rescue. He'd played this part 42 times. At this point he'd really better pay attention, because if you mock Lenin you might be in for it. All right, now Lenin's gone, I can cut more capers. Dmitri and Elena are parting forever, so let's play a wedding march. When the management finally let him go, after a whole month, it was a relief. Before he was even 20, his first symphony premiered with the Leningrad Philharmonic. As might be imagined, a faction opposed the debut. Objections of immaturity and grotesquerie he met with his usual implacable courtesy. "A very original approach," said the conductor, N. Malko. "From an instrumental point of view, it's as compressed as chamber music. The Philharmonic would be honored to perform this, Mitya." Our prodigy squirmed, staring rigidly down at the piano. "One small matter, however," Malko continued. "Would you mind playing the finale for me again? As I thought. You play very precisely, young man, with consideration for the notes. That's good. But the tempo of the finale is impossibly rapid." The boy smiled, rolling his owl eyes. "So you agree to alter that much, at least, Mitya? You see, it's rehearsal time, and—" "Yes, comrade conductor, I promise to take your advice in my next symphony." Without difficulty, the musicians played the finale as written. On the day of the premiere, Mitya did not show any nervousness whatsoever, aside from a tremor in his left leg. He went to the library and read about the sexual habits of insects. To his friend I. Solutinsky, with that customary half-offensive mischievousness, he proposed orchestrating a dance of shit. At the Lion Bridge, he flirted with a girl named Tatyana Glivenko. To be specific, he informed her that she was a pouting-faced liar with crab claws, and that he longed for her to pinch him while he tickled her strings. The correct approach, it would seem, for she kept him company all the way to Nevsky Prospect. After 3 kisses he checked his watch. They kissed goodbye, then he permitted her to adjust his scarf for him and button his jacket all the way up to his throat. Then he had to run, and I do mean run, to the great hall of the Philharmonia, later to be named after him, in order to avoid being late, which would have hurt his dignity. Tatyana looked after him, laughing, not quite forlorn. Needless to say, he arrived right down to the minute. Malko, to whom the boy already considered himself superior, now had to lend him his own belt and whiten up his shoes with tooth-powder. Then Mitya rushed to the mirror. He bulged his cheeks out just for fun. 27 minutes to spare. Malko kept telling him not to be nervous. Actually, he was dwelling on Tatyana Glivenko, who was really, truly— you get the idea. Malko adjusted his tie. 26 minutes. Satisfied with the impression he made, he tried to tease the orchestra by pretending that he wanted to speed up the finale even more. "Well, he certainly knows what he wants," remarked the conductor, smiling. "I'd have to say that's all to the good. Our rehearsals have confirmed the correctness of his conception." Then it was time for them all to take their positions. "It's going to be all right," said Malko, and Mitya, suddenly feeling sick to his stomach, nodded expressionlessly. Ovation followed ovation. I don't know what his mother said, but everybody else was rapturous. They had to encore the scherzo. After that, Mitya's harmonic experiments only grew more daring, almost obscene, as was the case with his first opera, The Nose, Opus 15. No accident that got denounced as a piece of formalist decadence. Boom! There's the Nose himself, wearing a top hat, singing cross-legged under a Modigliani-like nude. Tatyana laughed so hard she almost threw up. Then she pulled Mitya into bed, calling him her little genius. Perhaps she wasn't the only one. But he had to run away now. He had an interview with proletarian musician. Could he please explain his intentions to the public? "Well," giggled Mitya, "but why shouldn't I give them a little— well, when you consider Rodchenko's spatial constructions, they're like, plywood robots. So why can't I get wacky? He didn't experience any repercussions. Those so-called non-objective sculptures are really— well, there's one that raises its arm like a railroad signal, which, for some reason, gives me so to speak, hard-on." Long before dawn on a winter morning, Mitya spied them crowding excitedly beneath the stone awning of the Kirov Theatre, although naturally it wasn't called that yet. Kirov was still alive. Old ladies hobbling on aching feet, tall men in fur caps, students, intellectuals. Gazing at the schedules in the glass boxes, they waited to buy their tickets to the Nose. "Please forgive me," he said to the activists who tried to point out his errors. "The Nose was just let's call it a mere prelude. Wait till you see now that you've enlightened me, I'll follow the party line more closely in all my subsequent operas." The activists were satisfied. On the other hand, what if he were being sarcastic? Throughout Leningrad, a city riven into semi-autonomous zones by its canals, it was said that he and his friends all belonged to that faction which fetishizes the so-called freedom of the artist. Those were Akhmatova's half-wild days. Even Mandelstam was still allowed to sing. But Mitya, permeated with restless vulnerability, appeared so unself-reliant, thanks to his awkwardness, that he must be docile. His well-wishers at the conservatory continued to advise him for his own good, and thought they must be going crazy when each note remained nonetheless his own. Women committed similar errors. Because he loved so passionately, they were sure of bringing him round to fidelity. I've read that he often recollected with longing and regret his summer of free love with the nubile Tatyana Glivenko. Stretching out her arms like the double bars which lock ascending notes into a kindred beat, she called him Mitenka. In her orgasms he heard her moaning coloratura. She craved to take him brightly and forever, but, refusing to be trapped in only one key, he equivocated until she'd married somebody else. After that he kept trying to coax her back. This phase ended only when her husband got her pregnant. Then Mitya tumbled into a confused darkness. Let's call him a soloist. If he'd only lived in ancient times, and of course been blue-blooded, what a life he could have composed. Until the end of the 18th century, so I've read, any leading symphonist remained free to show off his virtuosity by improvising a cadenza near the end of the last movement. Beethoven became the first composer to abrogate this liberty. He wrote all the cadenzas himself. Lenin and Stalin composed still stricter rules, for in order to safeguard the revolution, we needed to consolidate, not deviate. Comrade M. Kaganovich sounded the theme. The ground must tremble when the factory director enters the plant. Meanwhile, proletarian musicians said that if Shostakovich failed to admit that he'd taken a wrong turn, then his work will infallibly reach a dead end. But he wouldn't understand that, even though in his interviews with the press he dutifully recited, "To be sure, I obviously, music cannot help possessing a political basis." Dark hair curled down his brow in a sea wave. The talent which bubbled so purely from his heart intoxicated him. It gave him such joy that he, poor boy, thought himself entitled to exercise his genius in his own way. But the black court carriages of the old regime had fled, and their red lanterns were dimmed forever. No dissonance before the common chord. 2. Looking out the conservatory window, he saw a troop of gleeful boys come running up Theatre Square, flying a kite which some Komsomols had made for them out of Bible pages, confiscated perhaps from the Smolny convent, whose illuminated majuscules and heavy dark characters in Old Church Slavonic took on a happy rather than ludicrous appearance in the air, larking about high over those young faces. To Mitya, who'd always considered religion a joke, there was something almost inexpressibly pleasing about this spectacle. He could almost imagine that it was one of his own orchestral scores soaring up there, which would have been quite, well, you know. And not that he wished to be torn, scattered, cut, and then glued into diamond shapes, not by any means. But why couldn't he compose a diamond-shaped concerto or trio which already flew? Wasn't this the country of the revolution, where not to innovate was to desecrate? In the years when Stalin's acolytes were busily exterminating Ukrainian kulaks by the millions, Shostakovich did his stint at the Leningrad Workers' Youth Theatre, trying to create proletarian art. Pale, boyish fingers flowed out of the dark sleeves, touched the piano, and made music happen. He really did mean well. Although he gazed steadily through his round glasses at the score, he never needed it. The musicians around him, with their violins wedged like rifle stocks against their shoulders, each gazed into a private pit of suffering, discovery, or joy. As for him, he got lost in each world he made. His tuberculosis lasted for a decade, but nobody ever heard him complain. Slender, formal, almost elegant, although he never got the hang of bowing gracefully, he produced his flawless sounds. When others sought to help him, he listened politely. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, pizzicato might be even more effective here," they'd say. Yes, he replied, with an ingratiating smile. "You're correct. Pizzicato would be a tremendous, improvement. But please keep it arco just this once." Arco was the way he'd written it. In 1929, they buried his score for the silent movie New Babylon after only a few performances. Not for political or artistic reasons, they assured him, but because it had proved too difficult for the unskilled cinema orchestras to perform. Remembering his own unhappy career at the Bright Reel, he could well believe that the standards in the movie houses were low. Moreover, his ego required only that he be able to make love to whatever muse he liked, in whatever way he liked, not that the world adore his offspring. He didn't care to sell himself. If they didn't understand him, or even spread, how should I say, false impressions, well, Mitya was still free, Mitya was happy. If they rejected New Babylon, that didn't put him out, because he could have written another score in 2 hours. Did they want him to do that? Not exactly, my dear Dmitri Dmitrievich, because, in fact, we're sorry to tell you this, there've been complaints. People prefer N.M. Strelnikov's operetta, The Peasant Girl. Our boy genius didn't care. To Solitinsky, who rarely wore a necktie and who was now his best friend, he quipped, "Overcoming the resistance of an orchestra is the work of born dictators." Cocking his cap like a sailor from our Baltic fleet, Solitinsky clicked his heels and barked, "Ja, mein Führer!" And then they both got drunk. They agreed to be dictators together. They'd never let anybody change a single note. There was a 15-year-old whom Solitinsky had heard about. She acted older. Her name was Elena, and she was a real secret weapon, I'm telling you, quiet on the outside and— But just then a Akhmatova passed by with her nose in the air, and, although they both admired her poems, they had such a fine time making fun of her behind her back that they completely forgot about this Elena. It is, I am sure, no aspersion on Mitya to remark that for the sake of financial self-sufficiency, prestige, and above all, the leisure to whirl down within the secret well of his own mind's ear, hunting for that beauty which alone defined his life, he'd kept compromising with the world. For example, he now wrote program music on occasion. How was that any different from playing the accompaniments to silent movies at Bright Reel? Besides, as Solitinsky loyally pointed out, the employment of a motif was not at all inconsistent with sophistication, or even with the outright obscurity which Mitya still found so hilarious. Even Wagner wasn't bad at times, and if we could take his leitmotifs and run rings around them, maybe play a few ventriloquists' tricks so that nobody else could even imagine that this could be Wagner, what a laugh. That was how Mitya looked at it. Although it might be irritating to him to do as others told him to do, as long as he could build secret trapdoors and escape hatches into every score so that the world beneath the piano keys hadn't been forgotten, he was still living on his own terms. Ancient masons used to wall up a live victim in each temple or bridge they built. When he was much older, Mitya would immure himself in just this way in the cornerstone of his Opus 110. But for now there was no need to be as drastic as that. He might not enjoy his audience's full comprehension, but he still enjoyed its indulgence, which, now that I think of it, is not such a bad thing to have. If I bow to Lenin's memory and then create what I please, have I been any more constrained than a poet would be by the arbitrariness of rhyme? And so Mitya could still go on thinking rather well of himself. Moreover, pontificated Solitinsky, while he and Mitya stood drunkenly pissing into the Neva, consider M. Tsvetaeva's poem of the end, whose language wheels round and round variations of the word rucha, hand. It was the wheeling around which impressed him, not the rucha. Didn't Mitya himself believe that content was irrelevant? Hadn't everything already been said? Our task was to say it in a new way, that's all. Now listen. And Solitinsky recited the first 6 stanzas, which recapitulated the writer's feelings about getting jilted by some white guardist in Prague. Forbidden fruit, thrilled Mitya, because if Tsvetaeva had slept with a class enemy, then she was a class enemy, which made her poems all the more secret, illicit, exciting. Any time she wanted, he'd certainly grant her a visa to come play with him beneath the piano keys. By the way, she was supposed to be pretty with half-lesbian tastes. If it were therefore permissible, I'm speaking in the highest aesthetic sense, for Tsvetaeva to write program music, as Mussorgsky and probably even Shakespeare had also done, then why couldn't our Dmitri Shostakovich pick up a few kopecks composing the odd cinema score, or inject a few bars of the Marseillaise into some piece of orchestral hackwork, especially if during the premiere he whispered biting quips into Solitinsky's ear to prove that he'd mutilated his creations in full knowledge, in which case it wasn't mutilation at all. Oh me, oh dear. Those nasty fellow pupils who'd baited him in the conservatory's hallways, Malco's well-meaning pompous obstructionism, these and other quantities which before now he'd only recognized in isolation, now thrust themselves upon him as the warp and woof of society itself, weighing him down like so many sheets of fine muslin which kept falling over his face. He brushed them off, and more came swirling down. Had he allowed himself to dwell overmuch on where they came from, he might have panicked. I, for one, can only pity him. All he wanted was breathing space. Nobody thinks it reprehensible to lose time in carrying out the excretory functions of the bodies in which our creativity is, for the moment, nested. Nor do we protest the drudgery of breathing, which is usually required to sustain our projects. Wasn't it excusable, then, for Shostakovich to carry out the wishes of others in certain well-delineated respects, especially since he could write music so easily, in order to gain the wherewithal to please himself for the rest of the time? He still believed in himself. Indeed, that undistinguished Second Symphony, and the public utterances which it had become advisable to make, testified to his belief. The end justifies the means. Just before he took his bow, he whispered in Solitinsky's ear, "Ruka, Ruka." He was really as pleased as could be. After every concert there'd be a party in his flat on Nikolaevskaya Street. Shostakovich playing the piano, the guests dancing, shouting out toasts and flirting with his mother, breaking glass, arguing over what was truly Russian, how to salvage something from Mussorgsky. At the end of his life, Shostakovich would reorchestrate that composer's dances of death. And while the world whirled on around him, its citizens drinking until the very last tram, Shostakovich arranged a rendezvous with the latest girl, simultaneously trotting out Solitinsky's skill at creating trilingual puns on demand. Meyerhold dropped by so that his stuck-up wife Zinaida could show herself off. Rodchenko had an idea about a new photo-collage. I.D. Glickman was there to offer his star-struck services in adjusting the composer's necktie. And I think that Lev Lebedinsky might have been present, too. His sister Maria cut up the last smoked fish and begged everybody to eat. Zinaida scolded Meyerhold for taking too big a fillet. Solitinsky told another Akhmatova joke. Shostakovich cocked his head, blinking from behind his crystal-clean spectacles, and finally they were gone. His mother snoring happily in the armchair. He closed the piano silently. Then his long fingers, which unlike the rest of him remained sober, began to spider across the sheets of music paper. Some day he'd compose a passage that was even better than the Fate motif in Beethoven's Fifth. He'd pull himself higher and higher. He didn't know cold musical tricks in those days. Music gushed out of his fingertips in orgasms of joy. What a young artist lacks in craftsmanship, he often makes up for in sincerity. Even when principle demands that he withhold, he can't avoid giving of himself. That's why the early cinema music of Shostakovich often evinces superiority to the later, no matter that neither one achieves parity with the Fate motif. In response to the Leninist slogan, "Fewer but better," he infused all the major-keyed hum-alongs now upwelling from his grimaces and grins with "over and over, louder and louder." Running along like a musical errand boy to earn his cash, he winked one owl eye. He'd fooled the world, and how happily everything rushed on. Mitya to Glickman, with the radio set to maximum blare so that no one could overhear. So Stalin, the Politburo, and all the other brass hats are riding down the Volga in a big, steamship, which suddenly, I suppose on account of a Trotskyite saboteurs, starts to sink. If it goes down instantly, who will be saved? Come on, Isaac Davidovich, it's easy. The people of the USSR. Germanic umpas, marches, good feelings all around, swelling heartbeat drumbeats sped onto the score-sheets with a newness entirely bereft of self-doubt. Our self-satisfied young composer strutted onto the stage of his own dreams, even when he was just sitting in the front row with his arms folded, a shy smile on his face. His mother was still proud of him, and his biography was clean. Glazunov, Malko, and other luminaries assured him of his virtue. Unmolested yet by what, for diplomatic reasons, we'll continue to call the world, he retained such high purity of intention that his secret bunkers of harmony remained unpoisoned by any stray gas canister. Boom! Moaning again, Tatyana Glivenko closed her eyes, hoping that her husband wouldn't find out.
As the genius lowered his face onto hers, her long black eyelashes became 12 octaves of piano keys. 3. About New Babylon he didn't care, I said. But the following year his score to the ballet Dynamiada suffered an equally premature death. On the verge of exasperation, what an innocent he still was, he tried to talk back to the activists in their dark, pig-snouted propaganda trucks. Solatinsky had taught him to smoke fancy Kazbek cigarettes. He offered them all around, but the activists frowned and refused to accept them. Why were they like that? He pointed out for the 10th time that his grandfather had been a revolutionist in Siberia, and, moreover, that if his best music was like no one else's, that was all the more reason for it to be cherished by the state. Unfortunately, Comrade Stalin had directed that only material in explicit conformity to the party line should be published. 4. His friends advised him to safeguard himself. Didn't he want to continue his ascent? They said to him, "Throw something to the wolves, even an old bone. Don't worry, Dmitri Dmitrievich, it'll be a purely rhetorical sacrifice." His former mentor Malko had now emigrated to the capitalist zone. Accordingly, he was beyond reach of the party. Moreover, Shostakovich had never respected him. Biting his cheek, he wrote that open letter to proletarian musician, denouncing himself for having permitted Malko to conduct a Shostakovich foxtrot. Such light music, he humbly submitted, ought to be liquidated utterly, for it was a dangerous bourgeois infiltration. He was ashamed, of course. How could he not be? His well-wishers reminded him that he hadn't done Malko any harm, that Malko, who never forgave him, could not understand current conditions here, and that by submitting to orthodoxy before submission was demanded, he'd avoided the worst. The worst? He inquired, pursing his feminine little lips. And what would that be? Don't even talk about it, Dmitri Dmitrievich. By the way, is it true that Nina Varza has been casting her gaze at you? She's a very determined girl, I hear. Whatever she sets out to get, she— In spite of such precautions, his Third Symphony, the prudently named Mayday, sustained an outright attack. Everybody warned him to be careful, but he ran 2 fingers through his cowlick and laughed. He still possessed deep echelons of self-faith. In 1931, he composed the music for N.P. Akimov's fast-paced film version of Hamlet, from which most soliloquies had been stripped so as to avoid distracting the masses. They say it came to him so easily that he composed most of it at half-time at Lenin Stadium. Once, when the Dynamos made some especially spectacular play, he jumped up and down so crazily that the score blew out of his pocket. He wrote it all over again in a twinkling. The phallic satire of the fruit scene, a brainchild of the composer, it said, became notorious. To amuse himself, he told the New York Times, "Thus we regard Scriabin as our bitterest musical enemy. Why? Because Scriabin's music tends to an unhealthy eroticism." Then he rushed off to bed with Tatiana Glivenko. We dynamited the Cathedral of Christ the Saviour, another victory against reaction. We put more Mensheviks on trial and demanded that they be shot. It was in all the newspapers. Counter-revolutionaries made confessions in court and then disappeared. "Well, well," said Shostakovich's friends, "maybe they're guilty after all." That same year saw the premiere of his ballet Bolt, which dealt with the theme of industrial sabotage. A critic in Rabochyi Theatre wrote that the reaction of the people to such misguided entertainment should serve as a last warning to its composer. 5. The most infallible source on this period is, of course, our great Soviet encyclopedia, which states, "In the 1930s, Soviet musical culture made notable advances. Its restructuring was essentially completed." Even now, Shostakovich refused to comprehend that he must get restructured. Against the best advice, he persisted in pretending that the judgment in Rabochyi Theatre had been only a critic's grumble, not a hint from the organs of the state. After all, how could he bear to go on living if he couldn't keep hooting his own owl songs? Meanwhile, Akhmatova was writing in her forbidden lyrics that, "In this place peerless beauties quarrel for the privilege of wedding executioners." Time to nest. At the centre of the conservatory's square spiral, where in the past he'd studied and in the future he'd teach, our pale grub enthroned himself behind a piano, sheltered on all sides by the barrels of outward-pointing tubas, trumpets, French horns. Their practitioners dwelt in turn within the collective porcupine whose quills were the bows of violinists. Then came the grey four-story walls, decorated with bas-relief wreaths and the occasional lyre. Next, the hedges. Around them, the tilted diamond of Theatre Square defined its outline segments with edifices. The Kirov Theatre, of course, where his infamous Lady Macbeth would soon premiere. The blocky mazes on the way to Rimsky-Korsakov Prospect, the canal-curving apartment fronts, and finally the walled courtyards of the Yusupov Palace, where Rasputin had met his quadruply hideous end. But all these comprised merely the inner defences of Dmitri Shostakovich. Theatre Square lies at the southwest extremity of a long island, surrounded by the intersections of the Moika River, the Griboyedova Canal, and then the Kryukov Canal, which strikes the Moika again. Nor is this all, for the island lies within the greater one formed by the confluence of two watery arcs, the Neva and the Fontanka Canal, the latter of which will take you to Akhmatova's residence. Here is the centre of Leningrad itself. The city encircles and protects us here. Some day there will be still another circle, whose inward-pointing evil causes us to black out our windows. Their 420mm railroad guns will enjoy a range of 17 miles. They'll erect posters. Hitler, the Liberator. The front line will be death's ballroom, where besiegers and besieged get frozen into a stale contradance. But these precognitions, which carry with them the sensations of perishing in an airless room, remained beyond the pale to Shostakovich. In other words, both the music which he loved so much and the utilitarian melody silk which he spun out as easily as a spider still seemed to him to coexist within the same wholeness. In his nightmares he got glimpses of things, and the music itself, the purest music at least, enkindled itself with sadness. No matter. Such was his nature. Although it got ever more frequently said that this precocious intellectual, with his elitist pretensions, enjoyed no hope of composing songs with the mass appeal of, for instance, K.I. Listov's The Machine Gun Cart. In 1932, Shostakovich's Song of the Counterplan, Opus 33, sounded continually on the lips of the people. Hearing them hum his melody on the trams made him as happy as if he were rolling his tongue to yell in concert with his cronies at football games. Ponderous, happy, military marchish, the counterplan hallooed and hurrahed as if we were all really going somewhere, sentimental woodwinds alternating with delightfully pompous brasses. The same busybodies who were always admonishing him to be careful now told him that he'd scored another victory on the cultural front. Even the capitalists liked it. They appropriated it for a Hollywood movie. That was the year he married the physicist Nina Vaza. Even then he desperately sought to persuade Tatiana Glivenko to run away with him. To Nina, who tried throughout her life to protect him from the world, he sang a lukewarm eroticon. She herself had been an amateur singer. He quickly broke her of the habit of uttering imperfect noises in his presence. They were not happy. His soft, pale face had plumped out a trifle by then, and in it there shone more confidence and purpose than ever. His eyes, magnified by the lenses of the dark round spectacles, absorbed their surroundings with a nervous awareness which sometimes reeked of sadness. Shortly after the wedding, we find his sister Mariusa writing to their aunt, "Our greatest fault is that we worshipped him, but I don't regret it, for after all, he is a really great man now. Frankly speaking, he has a very difficult character." In 1934, he was elected deputy of the October district of Leningrad. He dreamed that he'd been called to Moscow. Near the end of that year, Comrade Kirov got assassinated by the internationalist Trotskyite bloc, or according to capitalist historians, by Comrade Stalin, and the great show trials commenced. Our newlywed still believed that if he only stayed away from politics, nobody would touch him. But in spite of his naive fantasies, Soviet musical culture continued to make notable advances. The poison tide was at his feet. 6. He was marked now, although he could not perceive it. His precious vanity sunken down into a secretive spitefulness, he went on struggling to secure himself. Through his heavy spectacles he watched and watched. I've read that his baby fat protected him yet a little longer, mitigating his most sarcastic grimaces into a pallid blur, so that nothing could be proved against him. Beneath that snowy flesh armour he further fortified his innocence within the sandcastle walls of dissonant abstractions. With women he continued to, so Solitinsky phrased it, play the octave, meaning that he could sound the same note in the hearts of several conquests, just as a pianist simultaneously touches two F-sharps 8 notes apart. But he did that just to, how should I say, get by, because the secret place he lived in chilled him with its loneliness. Not even Solitinsky understood this. Glickman and Lebedinsky, who became his closest friends after Solitinsky's death, never even imagined that the world beneath the Black Keys existed. At one point he tried to make love with as many mezzo-sopranos as he could. Their luxuriant moans nourished his music into special richness. How does that Baudelaire poem go? Because since Elena and I went our separate ways, I couldn't really, since I can't read French, while she— Anyhow, there was a rhyme. I think it was measure and pleasure, something very calm, slow, sensuous, and I don't know how to— I guess it was just full of itself, like Elena's hand gliding slowly down my back. Calm, luxurious, voluptuous, I think I remember those words also. But nowadays it feels too— I'd rather not verify it. I suppose I feel— what's the right word? Disillusioned. In short, Shostakovich fell out of step with the times. His compositions weren't very— Nina, who for all her violent temper would never give up loving and forgiving him, warned him of the bad impression he made, but he really could not control himself. A melody exploded in his head, you see, and he had to write it down. His reconnaissance notes of alienness infiltrated the staffs of score-sheets like flat-capped, rifle-pointing silhouettes creeping through gaps in barbed wire. Of the songs which everyone else was being compelled to sing, he persisted in retaining only the vaguest idea. Anyway, hadn't his counter-plan won a victory? Surely they'd remember that. In 1935, when Comrade Stalin made 12-year-olds subject to the death penalty, and Akhmatova was writing that, "Without hangman and gallows a poet has no place in this world," his cello sonata in D minor, opus 40, provoked the authorities' wrathful puzzlement. All the same, Glickman's brother Gavril was commissioned to sculpt a bust of Shostakovich for the Leningrad Philharmonic. That being the case, the model reasoned, why should he get, especially since it wasn't as if he'd never experienced insomnia anyhow. They called him Music's Kandinsky. They named him Music's Rodchenko. Nina made a point of withholding from him the most frightening rumours that she heard at work. In too many respects he'd never grow out of his frail childhood. Solitinsky warned her that he was drinking heavily, and she said, "You're telling me." About Opus 40 we might note that it was written during the months of his adulterous passion with the translator E. Konstantinovskaya, and that its melodies reflect those emotional and sexual vicissitudes. She slept in his arms, he lay listening to the wind. Elena loved him without hope, although he'd already obtained his divorce from Nina. He wavered and trembled. Now for another English lesson. Let's play the kissing game. Let's pick linden leaves on the paths in Tsarskoye-Selo. All this is extremely— She gazed at him with huge dark eyes. She made him feel— how should I say— anyhow, it was irrelevant. This should never have happened, because— The more he saw her, the more painful it became, and the more he longed to see her, although of course there would be other women. He had to, so to speak, follow the score. Meanwhile he soon remarried Nina, for the sake of the unborn child. His music to the ballet The Limpid Stream got singled out for denunciation in Pravda. By then, 40,000 Leningraders had already been arrested in reprisal for the Kirov affair. Old Bolsheviks, engineers, generals, commissars, peasants, artists, doctors, students, whole families disappeared into the Black Marias. It was better not to ask about them. Glickman took him into the water-closet, turned on the taps, and whispered into his ear that he'd seen 4 Black Marias in a row, driving off in the direction of the marshes where Comrade Kirov used to go duck-hunting. The road dead-ended there. Shostakovich cupped his hands around Glickman's ear and replied, "That's called, dialectics." Truth to tell, he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. It didn't make sense that anybody could be so, Elena Konstantinovskaya got taken for a ride in a Black Maria, and no one ever knew why. She was fantastically lucky. They released her after a year. In his nightmares, she screamed and screamed, contralto. 7. At the beginning of 1936, he was called to Moscow to appear at a performance of his opera, The Lady Macbeth of the Mtsensk district. Such a summons could signify nothing less than the presence of Comrade Stalin. Shostakovich ran 2 fingers across his cowlick. He kissed his pregnant wife goodbye, took his briefcase and boarded the Moscow Express. Electric wires silhouetted themselves against snowdrifts as the train clanked southeast. The clanking could almost have been represented by padded drumbeats. His mouth twitching with enthusiasm, he thought to himself, "What hilarious stupidities I'm going to hear. Those hacks who name themselves art gods, they—" He could hardly wait to be back in Leningrad, telling everything to Solatinsky. After all, there was every reason to expect his reward at last. Earlier that very month, his colleague, I.I. Dzerzhinsky, we needn't say his rival, for Shostakovich, always generous, had helped with the orchestration, suddenly found himself at Stalin's side in the middle bars of the decidedly mediocre Quiet Flows the Don. Stalin congratulated him. And now nobody dared refrain from giving Dzerzhinsky whatever he wanted. Nina had opined that if Dzerzhinsky had any gratitude at all, he must have put in a good word. And why not? Lady Macbeth had premiered in Leningrad 2 years earlier to more than half an hour of hysterical applause. 83 performances had sold out. It had even been performed in capitalist countries. "That means nothing," he'd joked to Nina. "They're just hoping to see if it measures up to my greatest work, The Song of the Counterplan." The musicologist D. Zhytomirsky, who'd attacked the nose, was compelled to applaud Lady Macbeth's brilliant depiction of the despair of the lost soul, although he prudently kept his praises unpublished until 1990. In fact, our naive, self-satisfied Mitya, finally beginning to realize what we wanted of him, was trying to be a better artisan. That secret world of chromatic dissonance which everybody called formalism, he'd always live there and love it. He still didn't swallow the notion that music must be fettered to any content. But since his well-wishers kept reminding him that he didn't eat the people's bread merely in order to exist for himself, he sincerely aspired to be ideological, to invest his talent with feeling, and to the very end, or at least until he composed Opus 110, he would remember with haunting vividness the purity of this project. Create beauty and be useful. Beethoven for the Baltic Fleet. Who was anyone to say that that hadn't helped win the Civil War? When we first begin to awake from the stupor of useful egotism, we try to negotiate with the world, trusting that with our health and strength we can do what we wish while carrying out the world's demands. When will full communion with the world begin? We are ready. Is the world? Shostakovich had himself already met Comrade Stalin once, just last November, in fact, at the Congress of Stakhanovite Workers. Under the chandelier sat eponymous Stakhanov, that miner who'd overfulfilled his daily quota 14-fold. Beside him sat Lyudmila, the champion fish-canner. Maybe she deserved to be in an opera. In any case, perhaps she might be willing to, All those heroes and heroines were dressed in white as if to celebrate some bridal, but Comrade Stakhanov appeared particularly snowy. He gave Shostakovich a freckled smile and wished him full glory on the cultural front. Thank you, Comrade Stakhanov. That is to say, I'll do my best." At the same moment, Comrade Stalin himself, who appeared to be surprisingly short, sent the two of them a darkly complex look from across the hall. Wondering what this might signify, Shostakovich saved himself with the logical thought that, after all, a look meant nothing. Moreover, A brown-eyed young comrade who'd previously crossed and uncrossed her legs for a dazzling multiplicity of music measures, now laid her hand on his and whispered that she'd heard extremely promising gossip about him. When was he going to join the party? Oh my, she was quite the— And so Shostakovich was enthralled to certain hopes as the 8-organ pipe columns of the Bolshoi theatre loomed before him. He entered the vestibule in company with several anxious music apparatchiks. "What a great chance for you, Dmitri Dmitrievich," said the director. Shostakovich grinned inappropriately and stared away. Chandeliers glared sickeningly down on the black and white tiles, which glittered with that harsh light, glittering doubly with the melting snow which had slid off people's boots like dirty tears. They led him past the piano in the main lobby, his footsteps pianissimo, then backstage, so that he could inspire the orchestra. His mouth was dry. He could scarcely swallow. He peered up at the state box, which for all the world resembled a gilded four-poster bed. The seats, of course, were still empty beneath the red canopy. The crowd had begun coming in. The tiers of seats around him, which comprised the curving scarlet cliff, darkened with humanity. Music-loving seagulls, feathered in wool and furs, were settling into their nests. Shostakovich took his own red seat, surrounded by obsequious dignitaries, and awaited the rising of the red curtain. All went well from the very first. Around him the audience gazed with titillated horror upon the squalors of pre-Soviet Russia, a rotting house, with the onion domes of reactionary superstition bursting up behind it like toadstools. He'd refused to compose any overture. In the midst of revolution, who had time for that? Moreover, revolutionary musicologists kept telling him that overtures, being free of content, were but formalism, which the people would not understand. He didn't want to be a formalist, did he? And so the soprano began to sing, and Shostakovich's music fell down upon everyone's shoulders like a snowstorm of gloom. All his life he retained an empathy for the situation of women. This Russian Lady Macbeth of his, really, I should say, of the 19th-century fabulist N. Leskov's, had been an adulteress, thrice a murderess, and finally, spurned by the villain she'd done it all for, a suicide. To Leskov she was a predator. To Shostakovich she was beautiful, intelligent, and doomed. In Tsarist times, when girls could be sold to be the toys of brutal old merchants, how could such a person as Katerina Izmailova hope for happiness? This was why the libretto contained scarcely a word that wasn't vulgar, nasty, or bullying. The choruses of the workers had to be melodious and ugly at the same time. For example, in their farewell song to Katerina's husband, whose cadences he'd composed to convey that their sorrow was the merest pretence, derived from intimidation, how could any of them really miss their dull, cruel master? It was, in short, the opera's ideological content, not the composer's soul, which required that melody be permitted to shine only briefly, and then only in epiphanies of eroticism dragged down immediately afterward by the pig-like gruntings of the brasses. What a cultural soldier, our Shostakovich! Throughout his life his music would remain admirably unrelieved. Burning with enthusiastic pity, he'd already planned a cycle of operas about women. "And just what do you know about us?" drawled Nina with a kiss and a laugh. He'd brought his Katerina Izmailova to life and to death. His next heroine would be a brave terrorist of the People's Will movement. She also must die, he feared. Then he'd tell the story of a woman in the 1905 revolution. Would her tale be tragic or not? It all depended. The final opera must, of course, be set in our Soviet Russia of today, when, as Comrade Stalin so aptly coined it, life has become better, comrades, life has become more joyful. The heroine of that work would no longer be an individual at all, but a stylized collective female comrade, woman cement worker, woman teacher, woman engineer, all rolled into one. Do those shock worker girls really dance when they jump off their tractors at night? That's what it says right here in Izvestia. It sounds, so to speak, idiotic. They'd better not make me try to write that into my— He could almost see a stern young Russian girl in red at the wheel of a combine, with yellow wheat all around her. Better yet, proposed Solitinsky, how about a parade of female fencers on Red Square showing lots of leg? To the press he announced, I want to write a Soviet Ring of the Nibelung." He loved Katerina, perhaps because she didn't exist. Far more patient with this heroine than with anyone, even Elena Konstantinovskaya, he'd explained to Nina, who was disgusted by Katerina. All of her music has as its purpose the justification of her crimes. "So you're writing program music after all," she dryly said, and he tumbled back into confusion. Listening carefully to the bitter fartings of the trumpets, the defiant clashings of the brasses in Act I, he knew that he had truly conveyed the benightedness of pre-revolutionary vegetative Russia, and, moreover, that he'd carried the audience with him. The mezzo-soprano Nadezhda Velta, who sang Sonetka, the whore's part in that Lady Macbeth, later recalled that sometimes one was overcome with a feeling of cold fear and horror at Shostakovich's brilliant manner of offsetting the eternal themes, good and evil, the striving for freedom and the struggle with brutality. Now the workmen had trapped the cook in a barrel, and were running their hands over her, singing out, "Give us a suck," as she transchromatically wept, "Aye, aye, aye, aye." Twisting anxiously in his seat, he read on all the listeners' faces what he had hoped to find, not amusement, nor even disgust, but outraged pity. In that shocking third scene, as Katerina Ismailova slowly stripped, letting down her long hair and crooning out her yearning for a man who'd caress her pale breasts, or at least smile at her, he saw tenderness in his neighbours' gazes. Yes, he'd shown them all. There is a term called portamento, which refers to the sliding or changing of the musical voice. That was coming, but Mitya didn't hear it yet, for the strings grew sweet and heavy, just as they should, gorgeously perfumed with amorous exoticism. Came the seduction, half a rape, cold, angry, and brassy, with jeeringly lascivious oohs and ahs from the brasses, until Sergei had finished, and Katerina's desperate boredom returned with an ugly, wilting glissando. Meanwhile the music was beautiful, as smooth as the hollows of Elena Konstantinovskaya's neck. At the end, he supposed, there'd have to be an encore, and then he'd be led up to the state box. He could not for the life of him figure out what to say. Nina had told him to smile, bow his head, and murmur soft thanks. "Do you have everything you need?" Stalin would ask. Shostakovich needed any number of things, but Solitinsky, Glickman, his mother, and Nina had all advised him to reply that he possessed absolutely everything. That would please Comrade Stalin. Shostakovich waited patiently through the pseudo-Wagnerian farewell of the illicit lovers in Act II, and still there was no summons, which he found odd. In the very first words of the third act, Sergei seemed to be directly addressing his creator when he sang to Katerina Ismailova, "Why do you stand there? What are you gaping at?" She, for her part, kept staring at the cellar where her husband's corpse hid, and Shostakovich kept twisting in his seat, trying not to gaze at the state box. At the end of the third act, Stalin, Molotov, and the other luminaries arose from the state box, then withdrew in an ominous silence. Sickened, Shostakovich waited out the final act, composed his face into the death-mask serenity required by the times, and even took his bow when called upon to do so by the rapturous audience. For public opinion, reader, has its own inertia, and the opera's successes in Sweden, America, Czechoslovakia could not be instantaneously undone. He went backstage to thank the musicians, who recoiled as if he were a leper. His mouth twitched crazily. He took up his briefcase in silence. No one saw him out. He descended the portico into the blue pallor of another snowy night, then stopped. He gazed up at the rearing horses of Apollo above the colonnade, frozen horses. During the Civil War, the lucky souls had eaten horseflesh. Oh yes, that's why our sailors had eaten Beethoven. Yielding himself to the streets, he passed a policeman whose greenish shoulders were obscured by snow. A few hours before, he would have smiled at the man. Now he dared not look into his face. He boarded the Archangel-bound train, his fingertips tapping out the rousing, crazy, drunkenly leering march which seizes hold when the ragged peasant, having discovered the husband's stinking corpse, rushes off to the police station to denounce Katerina and Sergei. And Shostakovich's compartment clittery-clattered allegro as he rode away into the oddly tender lavender of a Russian winter dawn. 2 days later, Pravda unmasked the opera's bourgeois obscurantism. Expressing a quiet, well-mannered defiance, he continued the tour. Everyone was beginning to recoil from his guilt. 8. The Leningrad Union of Composers summoned him to a discussion of the charges against him, but he refused to attend. This, too, was remembered against him as evidence of unyielding individualism. Within the week, Pravda exposed his collective farm comedy, The Bright Stream, as ballet falsity. His co-author, Piotrovsky, was ostracized and eventually liquidated. Shostakovich never wrote another ballet. As for all who'd ever praised Lady Macbeth, they found themselves in much the same position as those two female parachutists, Tamara Ivanovna and Lyubov Berlin, who'd been so desperate to best each other in the recent all-Soviet competition that neither one pulled her ripcord in time. What would the praisers do in this turn-around race? Pravda had denounced their fawning music criticism. To save themselves, they must leap as far and fast as possible, leaving Shostakovich alone in the stormy skies of formalism. And he knew that. He knew the rules. He'd done it to Malko. From Archangel he sent Glickman a telegram. "Please send all the press clippings immediately, dear Isaac Davidovich." He wanted to hear each individual note in the symphony of denunciation. They must rush to earth. They must exclude him from friendship, charity, memory. Ruthless seclusion in private, ruthless conformity in public. Those were the two wires they must pull to steer themselves safely down to obscurity. Now and again one of them got taken, and the rest turned pale. But because it was dangerous to comment ever again on those who had been devoured, let alone wonder whether they themselves might be arrested at the next tick of the metronome, they struggled to prove their faith in the dictum, "Life has become better, comrades. Life has become more joyful." Because who wouldn't want that to be so? Some comforted themselves that Comrade Stalin did not realize what was being done in his name. For if that were only true, then they might not be utterly lost. Those afflicted with more knowledge than that still hoped that in regard to his growing collection of victims, Comrade Stalin resembled some bygone Russian boyar who, living luxuriously removed from the operation of his own vast power, needed to ask his stewards, should he ever, for some unlikely reason, wish to find out how many villages, serfs, and greyhounds he possessed. The truth, of course, was that night after night Stalin sat up in the Kremlin with Molotov, tallying everything, commanding everything, initialing long lists of names to which they mutually added the prescription, "all to be shot." Shostakovich secluded himself. He kept saying to Nina, "I don't understand." On the 10th of February, P. Kazhentsev, who directed the All-Union Committee for Artistic Affairs, publicly urged and exhorted this Shostakovich to redeem himself by studying tuneful folk music from each Soviet zone. Because only the first few bars of this comradely criticism had been orchestrated, there remained, at this juncture, like a canal reflection of the better, joyful slogan itself, a trembling image of hope for the composer, who might yet be proved to be no worse than an egotist who'd committed careless errors. Sing an oratorio of contrition, perform the penance demanded, carry out any subsequent expiations, and his greying life might yet again become candy-striped, like the tallest dome of the Church of the Saviour of the Blood, one of Leningrad's more picturesque edifices, which our party has now transformed into a museum of atheism. Several individuals, who so far forgot the common decency and their own security as to wish him well, remarked that the energy which he must now spend to clear himself would distract him from his apprehensions. If he only did as he'd been told, they said, the next few measures might be sunnier. Shostakovich was silent, then humbly ambiguous. He requested a meeting with Comrade Stalin. Unfortunately, Comrade Stalin did not seem to be so disposed. 9. Whispering every night with Nina, he tried to determine what had offended that bastard. Then he got out of bed. He could hardly get to sleep any more, even if he got drunk. What was that sound? He sat down on the piano bench, shivering, his shirt buttoned up to the neck, staring downward through his thick glasses, as if a score-sheet lay virgin ready in his lap. Loneliness had penetrated through his egotism first. Next, he began to feel the fear. "I'm trying, you see," he whispered, to maintain a philosophical attitude. But at the same time it would help if I knew why. I was wondering if you'd heard anything new." "Just take it as a joke," rejoined his wife with a stinging laugh. "What does it matter? Anyhow, the joke's on both of us, I can tell you." What do you mean? Are you really such a child, asking if I've heard anything new? Who's even going to talk to me? I don't have the nerve to borrow a cup of sugar anymore." He tried to be funny. He said, "This is only the first movement, Ninochka. In the finale they'll have to shoot me, so I keep saying, 'Come on, let's at least get to the recapitulation,' but it's still only the development." "Oh, keep laughing. I wonder if a person can laugh when they blow his head off. You are really beyond everything." Well, perhaps we both... But I really... Anyway, their speeches make my ears vomit." "Lower your voice, Mitya." "Tell me one thing, please. Othello is still my favorite opera of all time, and don't you still enjoy Verdi also?" "What are you getting at?" "Because Lady Macbeth happens to be dedicated to you. I thought, well, do you like it?" Slowly she came to stand beside him, resting one arm upon the upturned piano lid. Her belt was level with his face, her pregnant belly touched his cheek, and he, you know. She said, "Mitya, darling, you know I was very flattered." "That's not what I was asking. I wanted to do something important. If it's only art, in which case I didn't get it right, then maybe You see, Lady Macbeth's crimes are a protest against the life she's trapped in, the suffocating existence of the merchant class of the last century." "You haven't said a thing. What's your question exactly?" "Can music attack evil? If I were to try, really sincerely, and perhaps to suffer, and to seek out the sufferings of others, or... How could it do that?" "The Baltic Fleet." "Go take a hike," said Nina. "You don't think they would rather have had bread? So you're saying that what I wanted to do was really, impossible?" "Who cares about whether it's impossible or not? You love to torture yourself with these abstract questions. In fact, you're so busy torturing yourself that you'll never... Then they won't need to do it for me." "Please be careful, Mitya. Oh, my God, what are you saying?" "I do, for some reason, pity Katerina. As if she were actually... And if I could have made other people pity her also. Enough with the past tense. Then maybe somebody would even, come to the rescue of some woman somewhere who happens to be as trapped as she is. Stupidity. And Sergei, you see, my music strips him, so to speak, naked. I'm out of cigarettes. Through his air of slick haberdasher oozes the future kulak, who, if he hadn't been sentenced to hard labor, would have become a merchant exploiter." "Where do you get all this from? You're talking as if we're in public." No, and stop interrupting me. I sincerely... They keep telling you to apologize and apply for membership in the party. Maybe you should just do it. Hold your nose and do it, Mitya. Never mind about me. But you'll soon be a father, remember. I'm going to make a stand. When we're all dead, they'll see. My music will... Mitya, listen. I allow you your mistresses and your antisocial games, which might even be crimes. Haven't I done enough? Do I have to let you commit suicide, too?" "Anyway," said he, feebly cleaning his glasses, "they can threaten me as much as they like. Perhaps they won't actually. But regardless of their threats, I'm going to keep on writing the music I please." "Very noble," she said, gazing down at his twitching hands. "And what about your family?" "Ninusha, you know I didn't mean it like that." "What's that book you keep hiding under the cushion?" Oh, you see? Just an album of press clippings. Glickman was obliging enough to... I started keeping it last month, to see where my fault lies, so to speak. But, I can't find it." And he stutteringly commenced yet again to run through everything in the opera which might have been considered incorrect. Nina's double shadow terrified him upon the ceiling. Was it the police extortion in Act 3, which could have been construed as a dig against our security organs? Then again, Comrade Stalin, being a busy man, might have overlooked the irony of the Amen sung by the workers when Katerina's father-in-law, poisoned by her, gives up his nasty ghost. It might well be, given the earnestness of our anti-religious campaign nowadays, that one should never say Amen, even in jest. This thought just now occurred to him. Mitya had grown up at last. Turning to the music itself, he worried about the sadistic, sardonic music of the lashes striking Sergei's back, while Katerina, watching helplessly from her window, shrieks in perfect time with each stroke. Someone might misconstrue that. Perhaps the abstract chromatism of the first entr'acte should have been toned down. "Are you kidding?" said Nina. "It's the entire opera that they take issue with. But I'm glad you see," she went on sarcastically, "that the organs may not appreciate your denunciation of police corruption, and that maybe, just maybe, in this day and age, the vanguard might not be thrilled that you put in 2 priests and a ghost." "Glickman and his wife want to pay us a visit. Do you think that you can prepare something, if it's not too much for you in your... you know? I was hoping that perhaps—" "You haven't even heard my argument, and I'm going to bed. You think you know what I'm saying, so you don't even listen. I'm not against you, Mitya, you know that. But just because everybody keeps telling you to toe the line just a little— But— Oh, Mitya, please, please be careful. What would I do without you?" He dreamed that men in high, shining boots came calling for him in the night-time. 10. His former mistress, Konstantinovskaya, had just come home from the unmentionable regions. He went to congratulate her. When he departed, she turned her face to the wall. He said, "Well, Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me." But she didn't care to talk about that. She merely said, "I'm so very sorry about Lady Macbeth." "May I please tell you something, dear? In fact, Well, of course, you didn't have a chance to attend my opera when you were in that place, so you may not be familiar, if I may say so, with the final act. The adulterous lovers are in prison, and—" She had been gazing so lovingly into his face. He knew that she loved him, which he would always know. She loved him more than anyone. So naturally, circumstances prevented him from marrying her. Not that he hadn't, so to speak, considered the possibility of— Well, the truth was that every night he tried to, so to speak, compose the score of his life, which bifurcated unyieldingly between Elena and Nina, so that he'd frequently dreamed that an upper tooth was loose, and in the dream he kept wiggling it indecisively, until suddenly it came out in his hand, and with it a long, strange bone which terrified him. Oh, he didn't dare wiggle that tooth any more. And now she rose, naked from the waist down, and stood at the frosty window, lighting another cardboard mouthpieced Kazbek cigarette. And you see, I thought of us. That's why I wanted to remind the audience that prisoners are wretches to be pitied, and you shouldn't kick somebody when he's down. I was thinking of you, Elenka. Oh, yes, I was. Don't cry, Mitya. It's much too late for that. Anyhow, it's not my own suffering but your own grief that you're afraid of. What do you mean? Stay the night with me, Mitya. Please. Nina won't care. But— He sat down and fiddled with his briefcase. He couldn't stop thinking of a certain violin theme. She knows. You told me she knows. If they're watching— Of course they're watching. But I'm just back from there, and you're probably— I hate to say it, on your way there. So don't you want one more fling together? How can Nina begrudge us that? She's got everything else. By the way, are you shaking from nerves, or are you angry on account of what I've just said? No, no, he replied decrescendo, and then, I feel cold. Don't you think we both need some vodka, and maybe a little smoked fish? In my briefcase I've got 500 grams of— Please, not a word. It's a present. And I also wanted to say— Shall we each have a sample? Well, to be sure, they're all waiting for my bad end. It's— Here, Elenochka. Do you see what I have with me? Solatinsky gave me this sturgeon. I don't know where he got it. I'll make up our bed now, Mitya, she said quietly. But I can't stay all night, 11. Pitying his dear friend Solatinsky, who was being hounded for his loyalty, and already lay under suspicion in any event on account of his fluency in more than 24 foreign languages, Shostakovich gave him permission to vote appropriately. Zolotinsky thanked him in a trembling voice. Thus the resolution of the Leningrad composers to condemn the opera in accordance with the line laid down by Pravda was carried unanimously, for they dared not report the abstention of the modernist V. Sherbatov. In Moscow his colleague V. Y. Shebalin was twice invited, in accents of the utmost menace, to speak against him. Rising at last, he said, "I consider that Shostakovich is the greatest genius among composers of this epoch." As a result of this, Shebalin's music could no longer be performed. Gorky himself petitioned in favor of Shostakovich, but without success. He would soon die mysteriously, poisoned, so they say, by order of Comrade Stalin. Disregarding the peril to his famous theatre, V. E. Meyerhold, who'd employed him back in unconsolidated days, defended the composer publicly and passionately, insisting, "Experimentation must never be mistaken for pathology." Shostakovich hung his head fearfully then, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Doubtless in consequence of this and other crimes that Meyerhold was arrested 2 years later. He disappeared forever. His wife was found dead at home, with her eyes sliced out. From these events, Shostakovich was forced to form certain conclusions, one of which had to do with Lady Macbeth. Comrade Stalin, it seemed, preferred the musical Volga. 12. At the corner table of a certain glamorous bar on Gorky Street, where he used to wait for Elena, there'd once sat a man in smoked glasses and raspberry boots, who slowly drank beer and stared into his face. Pretending that he didn't exist, Shostakovich ordered a vodka. As soon as she came running in, her whole face already smiling with love, the man paid, rose and strode out, gazing over his shoulder at them. And she— No, better not to talk about that. What had it meant? Nothing. She'd been taken, but not then, nor with him, so it couldn't have been guilt by association. He couldn't be responsible. Or had her arrest been intended simply to frighten him? He wondered whether he should avoid her completely from now on, for the sake of his wife and the child in her belly. It was, so to speak, a sad situation, really. One might say almost a desperate one, but you see, I exaggerate. Once he told Glickman, who was one of the few people not to shun him in those days, "The things you love too much perish, my dear Isaac Davidovich. That's why it's necessary to, well—" Evidently he hadn't loved this E. Konstantinovskaya too much, or he would have, "Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me." So he didn't have to worry. She wouldn't perish if he failed to keep her at arm's length. He decided to visit her again, just to— well, you get my drift. But a familiar-looking man boarded the streetcar behind him and got off when he did, so— Actually, it was just as well, because— 13. The cliché runs that there are no atheists in foxholes, but in our Soviet Union, where anyone who refuses to be an atheist is either a counter-revolutionary or an idiot, the inhabitants of pits tend to call upon that living god, Comrade you-know-who. Who else could intercede? Summoning his courage, Shostakovich prevailed upon himself to disturb Marshal Tukhachevsky, with whom he'd been acquainted for more than 10 years. Scourge of Poland, butcher of Kronstadt and Tambov. His maxim for eradicating anti-Soviet banditry: one should practice large-scale repression and employ incentives. Proponent of mechanization, mobility, and operational shock, Tukhachevsky had attended 4 performances of Lady Macbeth. His favorite passage is said to have been the bewitching yet snaky string music when Katerina Ismailova promises to live openly with her lover. "Well, Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me." Rapid-spoken, clean-shaven, almost like a schoolboy, our Red Army's strategic genius was himself an amateur violinist and violin-maker. Moreover, he and Shostakovich both admired the ballerina Olga Lepeshinskaya's legs. What fun they always had together. The legs, I mean. Well, Tukhachevsky had fun anyhow. Shostakovich, for his part, never got over a sudden fear of Tukhachevsky's eyes. He arrived exactly on time, wearing his best suit, in the desperate expectation, which can hardly be named confidence, that if he supplicated punctually and receptively, then this pain, which goaded him to rush about as if his very flesh were on fire, surely must be put to rights, simply because it felt so terrible that he could continue living only by believing in its imminent cessation. And who hasn't felt the same way? The punished child, the one whose lover has just kindly, gravely announced that she's leaving him forever, the Arctic explorer perishing for want of food. How can they not keep faith with the proposition that undeviatingly following a given method will save them? Tukhachevsky, then, was the shaman from whom rain is expected. In the sitting-room, all windows remained flagrantly uncurtained. It was almost like dwelling in the drowned dream days of Petersburg, with her many lamps, ballrooms, mazurkas, and gallant cavalrymen. Akhmatova was reciting poems at the Straw Dog. Everybody was having orgies, in which poor Mitya was too young and studious to join. Then the red spiral exploded. Boom! A quarter-century from now, he'd represent that explosion in Opus 110. But where was the Marshal's family? Had Shostakovich become so unclean that they disliked being present, or— He dared not ask. Jigging his foot and grimacing in 1,000 ugly contortions, he gazed down at his clenched hands, ashamed of himself, while striving to pretend that Tukhachevsky noticed no sign of it. "I expected you'd get in some fix," the Red Napoleon was saying in a pleasant baritone, but Shostakovich felt so asphyxiated by his own terror that he understood nothing. He had imagined that his host's official car would be waiting. They'd ride out to the woods, or to the exhibition halls of the Hermitage, and then they'd stroll almost side by side, this tall, ingenuous-eyed patron half a measure ahead, talking to Shostakovich over his shoulder, exactly as he always did on their accustomed outings, when rattling off his theories about cinema, French Impressionism, German prison camps, and the most effective way to execute hostages. But the car was not there. Well, the family must have taken it, or— This divergence from the score threw Shostakovich off, and Tukhachevsky looked so strong and handsome in that new suit. "Play me the first movement of your new symphony, Mitya. I want to hear it again, because there's something in the tempo which, with all respect, deserves criticism. You haven't been criticized enough yet, they say. What a world." Why don't you join the party?" "Well, you see, Don't be bashful. The piano's right there. It's just got written up in Pravda. Do you know why?" "I beg your pardon?" "Because it's mine. When I was in London last month, a certain music lover asked me, 'Marshal Tukhachevsky, if you had to represent the sounds of war by a single musical instrument, which would you choose?' And I chose the piano, mainly to annoy him, because he was expecting me to light on something more percussive. But I do stand by the fact that there's an inhuman quality about the piano, elegant and cold at the same time, like an operational plan which will result in thousands of enemy casualties." "Mikhail Nikolaevich," he blurted out, "please understand me. I'm not here for myself. I've come to realize that I'm not deserving." "No need to feel shy around old friends, Mitya. You know how much I admire your work. Especially since they're all complimenting you now. I especially like this one." He ignored the demand of Soviet culture that all coarseness and wildness be abolished from every corner of Soviet life. When I read that in Pravda, I laughed so hard my wife almost called the doctor. "Will you autograph that one for me? All coarseness and wildness. I've memorized it, you see. Remember the time you forced that Elena, what's-her-name, to drink half a liter of vodka? That was wildness, to be sure. Whatever happened to her?" She took a holiday, didn't she?" "Well, no harm done. But from now on she'll have to be more careful in her associations, if you get my drift." "I understand," Shostakovich dully whispered. "But of course you want to make Nina Vassilievna's life a trifle easier. That's natural. How is she, by the way?" "Nina? Oh, extremely well, thank you, except that she— And when is she expecting?" Shostakovich was thinking to himself, "No matter what the outcome of all this, even if I'm completely rehabilitated someday, I'll never be what I was. When Father's hair turned grey all at once, we didn't understand how that could happen. Maria kept saying it was like some kind of spell. Why can't I concentrate? Is he asking me something right now? But I know myself now, and I don't like what I know." He's staring at me. But maybe that's a normal symptom of youth's end, to feel that the sky's greyer and that most of what I used to call beautiful isn't more than glitter. The two men disappeared into the marshal's study, to sit beneath a lamp which curved like a medical instrument. His host shut off the telephones, and they spoke in low voices, just in case. When Shostakovich emerged, he was smiling. He rushed home, sat down at the piano, and began to improvise expressions of his tremulous happiness. For Tukhachevsky had promised to write a letter direct to Comrade Stalin. Tukhachevsky had said, "We'll solve this question correctly." Tukhachevsky had assured him, "Don't worry, Dmitri Dmitrievich, I always get whatever I ask for." He waited. He aimed to retreat from his apprehensions into his prior innocent state, which Leskov would have called Russian boredom. He rushed off with Glickman to watch another Dynamos game. Pecky Dementiev made a kick which was really— Nervously his hand sketched bars on sheets of paper, then gave birth to music notes which peered from and clung to those bars. Tukhachevsky had said— Thus, almost before he knew it, he'd completed his fourth symphony, the one in C minor, opus 43. But the unalloyed congratulations of that capitalist lackey, Otto Klemperer, then visiting Moscow and Leningrad on a Beethoven tour, only increased his peril. The next day, Nina gave birth to their first child, Galina. Klemperer's name headed the telegram of congratulations. That would surely be remembered against him. None of which is to imply that he didn't like Klemperer, who drunk vodka with him in his flat, and for whom he'd played the piano. Klemperer leaning back with a rapturous expression, Mitya dreaming that it was 1932 or 33 again, and he was still the boy genius of our Soviet Union, whose song would be sung more joyfully. So what about Rodchenko? What about Ziga Vertov's experimental blendings of water sounds, machine noise, and speech? Tukhachevsky had clapped his hands and laughed. And what about Akhmatova, Mandelstam, or for that matter a certain Dmitri Shostakovich? Dear Marshal Tukhachevsky had brought them all back, for he was one of them, an unnerving man, it's true. Elena would have used her favourite English word, creepy. But all the same, how should I say, an innovator who admired novelty and brilliance. And didn't he still get whatever he asked for? Oh dear, oh my, Elena, you should most definitely have married me, because then you and Ninusha and I could have— He cocked his head, offering and receiving confidences about the compositional secrets of Mussorgsky. Klemperer was almost drunk. Mitya was almost ready to confess which chord it was which actually caused him to see rainbow icicles. Soon they'd toast him so loudly that his mother would wake up. Vivi Lebedev would order everybody present to acknowledge the perfection of his own favourite team, which also happened to be the Dynamos. Glickman sat in the corner, nourishing Shostakovich with that hero-worshipper's gaze. Nina was still in love with him. I mean, really in love. He approached the verge of his very first encounter with Elena Konstantinovskaya. Not that she would exactly— how should I make myself clear? And then it genuinely became just the way it used to be, with the guests gone. Klemperer had caught the penultimate tram, and he was alone, writing music which was perfect as it came. He believed in himself again. Beneath the piano keys there was a luminous white place with ebony shadows where— you know, and I suspect that right about then someone's long dark hair kept him warm, and someone's white face outshone the moon, and someone's red lips spiraled inwards. In this spirit he reread the score for the Fourth Symphony, and found nothing to correct, which was precisely why, at rehearsal, the scared musicians played badly, fixing on him the sad and angry eyes of Russian icons. For this composition reeked so stiflingly of formalism that their own participation might be considered provocation. And so he was summoned to the director's office. What kind of silence could have been silenter than the noiseless fear which oozed out of his orchestra at that moment? The musicians lighting cigarettes alone, shying away from their own instruments, as if from something dangerously electrified. When he returned downstairs, sweaty and ashen, he announced that he had made a personal and entirely voluntary decision to withdraw it from the program. It would not be performed until the end of 1961. He went home to tell Nina. Although she hadn't changed face when her own mother rode away in a Black Maria, she exploded into tears. 14. He dreamed that he was walking alone down a snowy street in Moscow. Perhaps it was Gorky Street. There was a fancy bar there where he used to drink with Elena Konstantinovskaya. Before him, a heavenly light shone through a window-pane. Suddenly the glass shattered terrifyingly, and light and warmth dribbled into his face. He and Nina went to the polling place to vote for the candidate for Supreme Soviet. There was only one name on the ballot. On the 6th of December, during the celebrations in honor of the new Stalin constitution, which guaranteed the rights of all peoples, he whispered to Glickman, "If they chop off both my hands, I'll keep writing music with the pen in my teeth." 15. He was now in what might be called his life's first entr'acte. When the orchestra of compulsion laid down its poisoned violin bows, and the audience, namely Shostakovich himself and all who cared for him, were momentarily permitted to leave their seats for a moment, descend the marble steps, and stand by the open window smoking cigarettes. What would happen next? Comrade Stalin had written the program, but the program was nowhere distributed. Bribe the usher as many rubles you liked. You still couldn't get a glimpse of what was coming. The bell rang. Everyone rushed back. The monsters resumed singing. They arrested his brother-in-law. They carried off his NKVD contact V. Dombrovsky and liquidated him. A Black Maria came for one colleague after the next. They exiled his elder sister in Central Asia. He went to the NKVD office on Liteyny Boulevard to plead for her, but without success. He barely had time to buy her warm felt boots. He towed the line. He went to Lenin Stadium, leaped up, and opened his mouth to cheer for the dynamos, although no sound came out. "What's that sound?" he asked himself. "I mean that sound that didn't— Where is it? When I hear it, will I scream?" Glickman rang him up to invite him to go see R.L. Carmen's newsreel on the events in Spain, because that might give him ideas. Poor Glickman. Which is to say, what a thought. All the same, he went, just to, you know. As a direct result, he wrote an uplifting score for the play Salute Spain. He also wrote music for the movie The Return of Maxim. A Black Maria came for Tukhachevsky. They tortured him and put him on trial. He is said to have asked one of his desperately self-incriminating co-defendants, "Are you dreaming?" In the interests of all peace-loving peoples, they liquidated him and buried him in a construction trench. They also shot his wife, his mother, one of his sisters, and both of his brothers. His daughter and the remaining 3 sisters went straight to prison camps. Not long after these events, Shostakovich was summoned to the offices of the NKVD to inquire into his connection with the traitor Tukhachevsky. 16. Our composer was punctual throughout his life. On the rare occasions when he was a minute late, he apologized in anguish. By the same token, if a singer or musician did not show up on time, he grew enraged. What intimidated him the most, therefore, was the way that the secret police kept him waiting hour after hour. It was a large old pre-war office, with rococo walls from the time when Leningrad had still been Petersburg, with papers everywhere, even on the floor, and the smell of freshly oiled boots. All the people who had not yet been called were required to stand. Smiling, he mopped at his forehead. There was a window through which he gazed, just to look at something, at another demonstration, dark-clad people clumped together in a long rectangle beneath the wires and bullhorns, some banners straight and crisp, some sagging. He was almost in sight of the former Army and Navy Club, where Kossovitsky had conducted Scriabin just before the revolution. His mother had liked the performance. They'd played the Ekstaz. Her tastes were, you know. But then 2 Czechists shoved him, literally shoved him away from the window, and one of them said, "Don't bother jumping, chum. You'll kill yourself, and we'll take it out on Nina. We know just what to do with Nina." He started to faint, I mean really, so they dragged him into a chair and left him there for 4 more hours. "All right, Shostakovich, wake up and go into that office. Don't be slow about it, either." They wanted to know whether it was true that he'd played violin duets together with the enemy of the people, Tukhachevsky. He confessed that it was. They inquired into the matter of musical codes, what messages might be transmitted by a violin. It's rumored that at the very end the condemned man had remarked, I would have been better off as a violinist. The composer replied, "Well, comrades, which is to say, by training I'm not a cryptographer, you know." "Stick to the point, you shit." Which favours precisely had that enemy of the people done for citizen Shostakovich? And why was that enemy of the people's portrait still hanging on the wall in citizen Shostakovich's flat? They asked him what he knew about Tukhachevsky's plot to kill Comrade Stalin. He said he didn't know anything. They said to him, "Today is Saturday. We'll sign your pass and let you go home. But on Monday you'd better be here, and you'd better remember something. This is very serious." He rushed home. Thank God Nina was at work, because if she could see his face right now she'd— you know. All that saved him was the arrest of his interrogator. 17. He stayed at home until he had stopped vomiting. To Nina he whispered, No, it's nothing but a mild case of operational shock." Then, biting his lip, he returned to Litany Boulevard. In the doorway, the two sentries with fixed bayonets sneered and insulted him yet again. Never mind. He wanted to see what he could do to help his exiled sister. "What the hell do you think you're doing coming back here?" shouted the prosecutor. "Watch out or you'll be next. I don't give a rat's ass for your so-called musical accomplishments." Again he requested a meeting with Comrade Stalin, but received no answer. 18. Subtitled, "A Soviet Artist's Creative Reply to Just Criticism," and ending as it did fortissimo in a major key, the Fifth Symphony premiered to stormy ovations in 1937, but party investigators accused him of planting applauding stooges among the audience. In Leningrad, the third movement's Largo literally excited tears. People rushed to the stage like acolytes. The conductor Mravinsky waved the score in the air. Shostakovich grew pallid and weak as the defiant applause continued. Such expressions were an insult to Comrade Stalin. In that same year we find him writing a jazz suite, part of whose melody was prudently derived from Stalin's favourite song, Suliko. He'd retreated somewhat, to be sure. He'd fallen back to his inner line. If you didn't know, you might call it, well, an agreeably stereotyped situation. Children and all that, I mean. For instance, Galina, Galia, Galochka, Galicia. What a girl she was. Her second birthday had been a star performance, although for some reason Nina had been very— never mind. From her he learned that to a child all things are pure. He envied her and felt ashamed. As for Maxim, that red-faced creature nicknamed Opus 2, wasn't quite 6 weeks old. Solitinsky said, Shostakovich knew that a father was supposed to get involved with his offspring. Well, why get overly specific? He wasn't going to wash his hands of anything. As far as his so-called career went, don't make me, laugh, his hope was that he could still write the music he chose, but only on occasion, and only if he presented it obsequiously enough. Glickman advised him to write more movie music, with lots and lots of upbeat chorus numbers. We all knew who'd like that. And if he could, so to speak, keep from being affected personally. Although he was now officially known as the enemy of the people Shostakovich, the organs nonetheless permitted him to rent a dasha near Luga, because it wasn't their way to strike always the same chord. And it was there that he slept in Elena Konstantinovskaya's arms for the very last time. It was July, so I've been told. He rose in the humid white morning to watch sunplay and leaf play, which Lebedinsky later claimed to find in his Sixth Symphony. When he came back to bed, she was awake and almost dressed. "Did I tell you, Elena, it's really quite hilarious, that Glickman tried to persuade me to write an opera. Well, more likely it would be an operetta, about a Red Army man and a priest's daughter in Spain. Because Spain, you see, is, well, with the Civil War and all, it's a crucible of world struggle. Glickman hypothesizes that Comrade Stalin might, so to speak, like that. Have you seen Salute Spain? I won't see it. Sometimes Glickman is very— Well, then I could put Lady Macbeth behind me. That's his notion, and— Elenka, dearest, why are you crying? I'm going to Spain, and I'll never come back, she said. And I've drawn a heart on the wall behind the head of the bed where they'll never see, and in the heart I wrote our initials. I don't want you to look at it. And I won't kiss you again, not ever. In the autumn of 1938, not long before the first snowfall, he announced that his next symphony would be dedicated to Lenin. Thin, anxious, pale, distinguished by a knife-sharp profile, he promised to include folk songs, too. But at the premiere, not a single reference to Lenin could be found. The critics sneered that the finale of this sixth, so-called symphony was nothing more than the recapitulation of a football match. He never, to the end of his life, forgot that humiliation, but at least his life did not feel threatened. For some reason there was a lull in the terror. Indeed, by 1941, his piano quintet in G minor, Opus 57, had, in spite of several secret denunciations, received a Stalin Prize Category 1. In the press he read that the volume of production in Leningrad was now 12.3 times higher than it had been in 1913. He read that the Kyrgyz composer A. Maldibayev's Aichbek, the Lunar Beauty, was now considered a Soviet classic. This last item reminded him of his sister Maria, still languishing in Middle Asia. He lurked out of sight with his family, which the Soviet way of life defines as a socio-biological community of people characterized by matrimonial or kindred relations, living together and having a common budget. He and Nina sat in silence together, reading the Red Evening Gazette. To Glickman, who saved all his letters and from whom he concealed much, his voicelessness was almost literally godlike. Nothing perturbed the great Shostakovich. But they kept the curtains drawn. Whenever anyone knocked on the door, Nina gasped. He tried not to betray any emotion, but his fingers remained uncontrollable. He rose to clasp Nina tight against his terrified heart. He pretended to be kissing her, so that he could whisper in her ear, "This is our life." Sometimes late at night they could hear faint volleys from the Peter and Paul fortress. Who was dying in the cellars? Galicia woke up and tried to hide. Nina worried that she would smother herself beneath the pillows. Oh, what a comic life we lead! I hold Galia in my arms and I feel better, then I'm ashamed of feeling better because she's going to grow up alone. Well, I love my daughter. No doubt that fact speaks for itself. Shunned by the righteous and the prudent, he expected that midnight knock, followed by the one-way trip in a Black Maria. Elena had told him how it went. No wonder the celebrated horror of his Fifth Symphony, which, in the words of S. Volkov, expressed the feelings of the intellectual who tried in vain to hide from the menacing outside world. And now from that outside world came bombs, murk, lights, and tanks. 19. Although it was the program music of the Seventh Symphony which would make him famous, the course of the war is better symbolized by the first three movements of his incomparably greater Eighth Symphony in C minor. An unwholesome work, to be sure, for its pessimism deviates from the party line. The opening theme truly does bear comparison with the Fate motif of Beethoven's Fifth, but whereas the urgency of the German melody is tempered by its composer's autumnal mellowness, Shostakovich's version strikes us as harshly as a Russian winter. The apples have fallen, snow is here, and destiny holds out no possibility of anything but evil. The deep, strumming resonance of the very first chord evokes a community united only by sleep. Wickedness hovers outside the frosty windows of Leningrad. This wickedness is on the march, and the Eighth Symphony, compressing time like the walls of a condemned cell, hastens its arrival. In my own dreams on the nights before the anniversaries of bad days, I sometimes see my death as a tall shadow bending over me, warning in a soft baritone voice that I'd better rise up and get ready, for it's time to leave my warm bed forever. But it's still night, and it's so cold outside. I don't want to wake into that dream. And who is this shadow? It can't really be death. How could I possibly die? Russia, for her part, couldn't perceive even the outlines of the figure which menaced her, thanks to the Nazi-Soviet pact, which Comrade Stalin had so wisely signed in 1939. No longer could we denounce Hitler as a fascist. We'd united with him against the imperialist Franco-British bloc. When Germany swallowed Western Poland, the Soviet Union upheld the interests of the oppressed proletariat and overran the East. Now only rivers and barbed wire stood between us. Diplomats called this expedient partition the Ribbentrop-Molotov line, and in military maps it was black with swastikas and arrows on the left, blood-red with stars and arrows on the right. Every general who dared to warn of military preparations on the German side, of tanks and planes massing, got threatened with death. In Berlin, that other composer, Adolf Hitler, was putting the final dispositions on the score of his 13th Symphony. Skizze B. Here is Gruppe Nord. Eigene Lager, AM 22/6/1941.
Abend.
Operation Barbarossa. Roman numerals, an hourglass flag, checkerboard flags, numerals inside circles and semicircles, all of these stood dark upon a pale grey map of Western Russia. The plural of staff is staves. His general staff were all staves and knaves stacked one above another in parallels on the music paper. His score had no end. Shostakovich, it said, could write 20 or 30 pages a day when well engaged upon a symphony. And here is Gruppe Nord, Army Group North, would make similarly rapid progress across the pale grey flatness en route to Leningrad. The other two army groups proved equally exemplary. Before their symphony was done, they'd kill almost as many high-ranking Russian officers as had Comrade Stalin himself. As any conservatory student is aware, the staves for higher-pitched voices possess the royal privilege of slithering above their lower-pitched kinsfolk on the orchestral score. In Soviet prison camps, the same rule gets followed, with our full-voiced thieves occupying the higher, warmer bunks, while the dying politicals, almost too weak to utter a sound, stretch themselves out below them on icy planks, or, if their voices are really low, on the dirty, frozen floorboards by the piss-bucket. The German conductor likewise honoured this principle. All of his generals who survived would later remember his shrill abuse, singing unceasingly above them. He, their sleepwalker, was the only soloist. Composer, conductor, and mezzo-soprano, he made the music of his dreams. Needless to say, the pages of a score are subdivided not only horizontally by the staves, but also vertically by the partitions between measures, which assure that every voice will sing to the same beat. In the symphony called Barbarossa, these bar lines were provided by a double file of tall German executioners, aiming their rifles at an evenly spaced line of civilian hostages who stood facing a stone wall. 20. So came the night of the 21st-22nd of June, 1941, when the stern, dignified melancholy of the Eighth Symphony's opening rapidly shrills into outright alarm. After a grim stretch of strings, it rises even higher into stridency, this time with a martial component. Drum beats like distant bursts of machine guns announce full war, and horns scream like air raid sirens. Barbarossa begins. 10 contrabasses, 12 violoncelli, 12 violas, 30 violins of 2 types, 4 trumpets, 4 flutes, 2 oboes, an English horn, 2 clarinets, bass and piccolo clarinet, and 22 other instruments across a front 4,500 kilometers long. The Soviet sentries come running from their pillboxes, their machine gunned down. Russia awakens far too early on that black morning, sundering herself into the brassy urgency of multiply solitary fears. A crazy, lumbering, hideous march brings the murderers closer. The Panzergruppen have crossed the bridges. Now here come the planes. In 2 days, 2,000 of our aircraft will be destroyed. In a week, Minsk will surrender. A crime for which Comrade Stalin will shoot 8 more of his generals. The symphony wails on. Not a note but reeks of gloom and horror. A terrifyingly idiotic fanfare proclaims an enemy beachhead. They've taken Riga. Or is this fanfare in fact to be taken literally as a Soviet call to arms? Or does Shostakovich hope that the organs will take it literally when it's actually excoriation of Stalin himself? Well, it's only music. Suddenly we're illuminated by a hauntingly clarion thrill of trumpets. It sounds all the more genuine because it's so sad, almost hopeless. The second movement, about which one critic says that any attempts at jollity are quickly squashed and metamorphosed into irony and causticness, could almost be movie filler music, sarcastically excreted by the young Shostakovich during his stint at the Bright Reel. Once he'd almost got fired for his deliberately absurd music for the film Marsh Birds of Sweden.
Throughout his career, ballet and movie scores were his bread and butter. When it came to his own work, he continued to expressly reject any claim to programmatic representation. Red Army men were not brass instruments, he said. I do not believe him. His trademark ambiguity infests this second movement. Does Galicia smile and try to dance? Then I've failed. I need her to... God forgive me, not that I believe in God. He made it loud, he made it angry, leaving in a half-cheerful bustling quality which alternated with marching dismalness. Then came the snake-rattle of death at the end. The third movement, the Allegro non troppo, begins in flight. The score itself, that pale, flat sheet of endlessness called the Ukrainian steppes, being half obscured by burning fields and towns whose doom has been translated musically into low strings. It's July. Their panzers will soon be here. Black tank smoke's already on the horizon. The hot sky's black with burning. And we, imprisoned by Shostakovich's genius within the fear-poisoned heart-thumps of bass viols, must impotently witness all. Children scream like piccolos. That's also how they'll scream in Leningrad. I hear us running over the plain, passing abandoned villages whose huts and tractor stations will soon serve enemy battalions. Our footfalls are violas and violins. Burned-out oil lamps hang from whitewashed walls. New fires will come. Summer is already scorching the edge of the music paper. Now they're all gone east, the ones who will get there. The rest of us are dead or hiding. Dimming down into sick expectancy, Shostakovich's symphony half illuminates sorrow's carpet. Unburnt earth, which soon will drink in blood and groaning. It's a near blank page now, a plain of trodden grass scattered with the clothing of the fled. With evil speed the last rest expires. Then what? Ask D.D. Shostakovich that question, and he'll drunkenly reply, "He who has ears will hear." So wait for death. Horns proclaim that, here they are, crawling over a low golden ridge with their guns aimed at us. Run, run, run! Now they see us. Run, run! We hide. They come. We run. They come. Very suddenly, we're them. And it's all so cheery, like the grin of a corpse. We Nazis are rolling forward and shooting, but call it a Slavic dance, if you will. Call it Stalin in peacetime, murdering Ukrainian peasants by the millions. Sempre crescendo sinal. With woodwind flourishes we're burning every house in Vitebsk. Smolensk lies afire as in Napoleon's time. Smoke, the hue of pure light, boils out of windows. Their T-34s have all run away. With violin flourishes we speed eastwards through the golden grass. Crossing that same low ridge we'd watched from the far side in that primeval epoch when we'd been us, we spy the Reds fleeing toward the horizon. Never mind. Our strafing planes will finish most of them. We're on the frictionless flatness of the score-sheet now. With Umpapas and Umpapas, our tanks cavort across this dance floor of gratified ambition, driving toward Moscow and Leningrad as easily as if we were skating. When the Russians do form up their troops at last, they're as feebly translucent as rain clouds on a horizon of pianissimo violins. Never mind their so-called Stalin line, or their Luga line. We'll grind right through both of those, hardly noticing their defensive drumbeats. We kill everything, machine gun every last charging wraith. And the Ukrainian steppes roll happily on. A crazy old Cossack comes galloping at us, and we blow his head off. He careens. He's a fountain of blood, horse-waltzing ludicrously gruesome until he tumbles. Now the music tilts again, like the upswung heads of hanged Ukrainians, and again we're us, running before those brassy, baying horns. But here they come, running us down. We should have known that the only reason that Shostakovich's nightmare restored us to ourselves was so we'd be compelled to drink the cup of anguish. It's not that we've run out of room on the page. We could flee eastward forever, the Soviet Union being infinite. But the panzers overtake us in less than 36 measures. Then, victory, victory. They're themselves, mercilessly. As gong, snare drum, and cymbals sound a triumphal fanfare of evil, they crush us under tank treads. They toast themselves by upraising our decapitated heads. 21. On the 20th of August, the Germans closed the ring around their flank objective, Leningrad. On the 4th of September, Field Marshal von Lieb raised his baton.
Air raids and bombardments began. "Don't worry, comrade," said our radio. "We've halted them at the Liegovo-Pulkovo line." On the 6th of September, an enemy communique announced that encirclement was progressing toward a victory, and 2 days later Leningrad's last railway connection was lost. On the 22nd of September, Hitler the Liberator, with his usual kindness, issued the following directive on the future of the city of Petersburg. "The Führer has decided to wipe the city of Petersburg off the face of the earth. After the defeat of Soviet Russia, there is no interest in the further existence of this large inhabited area." In his favour, we ought to note that he was worried about exposing his soldiers to epidemics. Within this killing zone remained 200,000 ill-equipped Red Army men and 300,000 citizens, hardly trained or armed at all, but gloriously enrolled in the people's militia. Pale, weary women toiled with their hair tucked up, packing explosives into the shell casings which stood in rows before them like immense metal bottles. Their counterparts in Moscow were doing the same. Everyone was ready for the future, for death. Comrade Zhdanov summoned the activists to a meeting and announced with his usual melodrama, "Either the working class of Leningrad will be turned into slaves and the best among them exterminated, or we shall turn Leningrad into the fascists' grave." The party promised to be merciless against deserters. The party warned that no selfish individualism would be tolerated. Shostakovich had heard it all before. 22. His seventh, or so-called Leningrad Symphony, was by some accounts already underway before the invasion. In August 1939, when the faithful demanded to know why, in defiance of all his promises, that undistinguished Sixth Symphony had failed to memorialize Lenin, Shostakovich twitched, slid his spectacles up his nose, smiled to the utmost of his cunningly hidden spite, and announced, poker-faced, that the seventh would be program music of a wisely sycophantic species at last. First movement, Lenin's Youth. Second movement, Lenin leading the October storm. These words got eagerly reproduced in Leningradskaya Pravda, Moskovsky Bolshevik, and such-like organs of our trusting Soviet press. The joke went further. The capitalist publication Current Biography proclaims in its last number to be published before the Hitlerites attacked Russia that early in 1941, Shostakovich completed his Seventh Symphony, dedicated to the memory of Lenin. I've also read that it was not until July, by which time Army Group North had already overrun all the pillboxes of the Stalin line, that the actual composition commenced. "The fascists are cutting all the wires," cried his colleague Yudina, but when he asked which wires and with what result, she wasn't sure. She'd heard it from a loudspeaker. Meanwhile, a certain Comrade Alexandrov has assured me that Shostakovich accomplished nothing before August. The more one studies these various assertions, the more peculiar they become. It's as if on a summer's night the many canals of Leningrad were to join together and rearrange themselves into a spiral. According to the next revision of his biography, by the end of July he'd completed only the first movement, which he provisionally re-entitled War. Does it matter which version is true? Musicologists tell me that it does. What, then, do we mean by already underway? I myself credit the formulation of that sad and angry torchbearer N. Mandelstam, based on what she'd learned from her martyred poet-husband and his muse, her rival A. Akhmatova, that the whole process of composition is one of straining to catch and record something compounded of harmony and sense as it is relayed from an unknown source. Let's suppose that her description applies to music as well as it does to poetry. Whom did Shostakovich hear calling him? A certain woman with long dark hair comes to mind. You're so lucky you didn't marry me. But I ought to suppress this fantasy, which shows utopian individualism at its worst. The allegation that during this period he was wounded by a German shell fragment which, taking up residence within his brain, gifted him with sublime melodies whenever he tilted his head, is an equally colourful falsification. Why not grant that harmony and sense descended upon him by grace alone? The pen flickered down the staves of his score-sheets, vivifying everything. Behind the blackout curtains, the candle kept shining every night in Shostakovich's study, Chords and motifs trolled between his ears like tank silhouettes probing the dark teeth of anti-tank concrete. Establishing the date of inspiration for the first movement is particularly crucial, since its infamous rat theme, the marionette in 11 variations, evokes the madness of German fascism. What indeed might it represent, had its conception occurred while we were still friends with Hitler the Liberator? Here's a hint. In the rat theme, some critics claim to find a mixture of Deutschland über alles and The Merry Widow, but there may also be a trace of Tchaikovsky's Fifth. Whatever conclusion we penetrate to, there will always remain deeper levels of meaning, undiscovered bunkers within the Seventh Symphony. Shostakovich escapes us. He'll die free. The conductor Mravinsky once wrote of him that everything has been heard in advance, lived through, thought out and calculated. 23. He dreamed that a bomb was singing to him. From far away the bomb was coming to marry him. The bomb was his destiny, falling on him, screaming. 24. In August, the leaflets raining out of enemy airplanes advised women to wear white so that they'd be recognized as non-combatants. In spite of our loudspeakers, some of them believed. Their white dresses as they shoveled in the brown anti-tank trenches made them perfect targets. But then, so did the any-coloured dresses of the housewives, who got blown to bits while they waited in bread queues. Fortunately, his wife had paid attention when he'd warned her. "Ninochka, their promises may be new, but their tricks are old. They're fascists." And Nina, wearing earth-brown, got passed over, although she came creeping home that night with her face spattered with other women's blood. History repeats itself. For instance, Comrade Stalin promised me the moon, but right after that he kicked me, metaphorically, you know, on my ass. Wasn't that a joke? And just when Elena finally felt ready to marry me, Nina announced she was pregnant, when actually, that was her joke. So that's how it is. Life calls for the highest order of deafness, then we can be, so to speak, happy. It's actually almost more than I can take. Why wasn't I, born deaf? From his rooftop post, Shostakovich could hear the strafing and the screaming, with our loudspeakers trying to shout it out. Crash and crash. The linden trees on Nevsky Prospect were falling. The screaming was new to his experience. Back in peacetime, when he and Nina had sat at home in terror, waiting for the knock on the door, they'd heard the shots across the city, but the screaming had been muffled under stone. It was now that he began to entertain the thought that a ringing shriek was at least more free than murder overmastered by silence. His music, how should I say, developed accordingly. The seventh's opening movement, which some believe shows indebtedness to Sibelius, does not scream at first. Major-keyed, yet dramatic, it resembles a sunny forest dappled with bass motifs. It doesn't develop a theme as much as gamble in one. All in all, it's a pleasant, vegetative sort of melody, eminently forgettable. As he explained in a cable dispatched to new masses, the first part of the symphony tells of the happy, joyful life of a people confident in themselves and in their future. Elena, you're so lucky that you didn't marry me. It is a simple life, such as was enjoyed by thousands of Leningrad's popular guards. Glickman wrote this for him, and he signed it. Life has become better, comrades. Life has become more joyful. Glickman was extremely useful. It broke his heart to remember the Leningrad days when Solotinsky used to ask him what he wanted to be, how he wanted his music to turn out. Because at that time he had, you see, aspirations. Well, well. Solotinsky had just been evacuated to Novosibirsk. Even Stalin likes art. He enjoys choral singing. And He contemplated what it meant to be walled in. Elena once whispered in his ear how it had been to be forced into a suffocating little compartment in the back of a Black Maria, with nothing for company but the groans of unseen fellow-sufferers, each crouching in a dark and airless room. And then someone would vomit, she said, and it had already been so difficult to breathe. No one knew where the Black Maria was going, whether to another transit prison or to a pit in the forest. He clasped her in his arms, and his mouth trembled. He longed to scream. Now he intended to make his symphony scream, because it may be true, even though Nina wouldn't believe it, Let it be true that through music one can denounce evil and thereby, so to speak, accomplish something. Naturally, many people will disagree with me on this point, but the party's with me. And so he'd compel brass to howl defiance, woodwinds to sob in despair. Why not? Nothing couldn't be turned into music. For instance, the sirens of the Stuka dive-bombers illustrated the concept of portamento, which, as we know, is the glide from one note to another on a woodwind. Late at night came the high-pitched insect songs of approaching bombers, then anti-aircraft guns roaring until the apartment trembled, and finally the bombs themselves whistling and exploding, the sounds of breaking glass, the screams— oh God, Galya and Maxim screaming in Nina's arms. But now Nina was on civil defense duty. His mother was taking care of the children. He wrote 7 or 8 arrangements for frontline concerts. 25. He volunteered for the People's Militia. When Nina heard, she screamed. 26. Gazing in bemusement upon those round spectacles, that pale schoolboy face encircled by dark hair, the tiny, slightly effeminate mouth, our party activists understood quite well that if they sent him to the front, he'd be dead in a week. Had he been anybody else, any other corpse, they wouldn't have cared. But even then there was talk of his 7th Symphony. Capitalist intellectuals liked him. We needed the capitalists now. We needed them to open up the second front. "Don't waste time," they said to him. "What is it that you want?" Well, only by fighting can we save humanity from destruction." Look at him. He even believed it. Just as so many politicals sentenced under Article 58 were now being let out of Arctic prison camps in order to fight German fascism, so Shostakovich found his previous artistic mistakes glossed over. They politely told him, "You will be called to the front when you're required." Naturally, he had to utter a speech expressing gratitude for the forgiveness of his myriad errors. Indeed he did, cocking his head with a curiously mechanical motion. An unholy light over the Gostiny Dvor resolved into new corpses and a wall of smoke. No formalism ever again, he promised. He assured everyone, "There can be no music without ideology, comrades. Music is no longer an end in itself, but, how should I say, a vital weapon in the struggle. And I myself, having overcome my, anti-people tendencies—" Having convinced himself that these words were but the tongue-tip's articulation of lung pressure in a wind instrument, flutter-tongue they call it, he gave his performance allegro, and afterward tried to forget about it. Nina was kind or tired enough not to ask him anything. They weren't at all hard on him. They had far more important things to do than crush a certain D.D. Shostakovich. They called him. At first he dug anti-tank ditches, just as Heidegger would soon be doing in Germany. He was in the Conservatory Shovel Brigade. Sometimes he worked in the same trench as the director of the Hermitage. Strung on wires like decapitated heads, the loudspeakers shouted out every clause of the Stalin Constitution. If Gogol were only alive to satirize that. Then the experience would certainly be more, I'm not very heartened. In fact, all this is really— oh well. Watching his fellow musicians roll up the sleeves and trousers of their suits, the only working clothes they had, then commence with great sweat and impracticality to move dirt, he thought to himself, if they hadn't shot Tukhachevsky, this would have been done earlier, not to mention more, so to speak, professionally. We ourselves are not professionals. This is absurd. Trying sincerely, he really did want to do something. He dug as frantically as the others, his wide grey face locked up in smiles. Finally, the party assigned him to a rooftop fire brigade. A portrait by Sof-Photo displays him on the conservatory roof, dressed in the pale slicker of a firefighter, his hands mittened in the same shiny material, a double-belted sash around his waist, a shoulder-strap emerging from beneath his collar. Beneath the pale and shiny hat, his delicate face half gazes at us through the round spectacles. The roof has a strangely confused appearance, like the set of a surrealistic ballet. From the roof of the conservatory he surveys the domes of St. Nicholas, which were once pale and rare in their gildedness, and are now grey like every muddy day. By then our alpinists had also ascended the Admiralty Tower and camouflaged it with grey paint. He'd asked Nina where she thought they'd stop. Would they grey down our piano keys next? It certainly seems as if they're getting, carried away. And here comes another German shell. Oh me, oh my, they're playing their etudes. Between air raids he sat working on his score. On other roofs he could see the anti-aircraft guns, vertical like contrabassoons. Leningrad's streets were now mostly as empty as the music paper on which his notes, conjoining into chords or beats, resembled insects scuttering over the wire. Sometimes these dying bugs possessed but one leg, to which a head, a thorax, and an abdomen yet clung. Sometimes blank stretches of wire emblematized perfect lethality. Often he made evil many-headed bugs with bristling legs, poco animato. His few friends, not yet rendered hostile or absent, congratulated him on the important work with which he'd been entrusted. Lowering his head, he replied, with his parody of a smile, I want to write about our time. Their praise only agitated him all the more, because he'd kept finding out that he was mistaken about people. He'd thought that this friend or that mistress could be trusted, only to learn that nobody was good. He couldn't rely on anyone except perhaps for Glickman, Solatinsky, who was far away and who'd soon die in an accident, Lebedinsky, Elena Konstantinovskaya, who liked to be called Lyalia, and whom it was best not to see any more because— One day, 3 well-fed NKVD men in tall, shiny boots came to his rooftop to visit. That was fine. He had nothing to do right then but gaze through borrowed field glasses at the approaching bombers. In the streets below, he could see people preparing pillboxes in the manholes and corner buildings. It was time for the daily scherzo. The loudspeakers, which were our final defense within the walls of concrete and steel, began to shout out orders to take cover. But the men in the raspberry-coloured boots didn't seem at all anxious, for which he admired them. They questioned him about this prospective symphony of his. Where did he keep the score? He told them that it remained in his head, if one didn't count these scribblings in his pocket, and they threatened him with punishment, at which he almost laughed. They were so, well. To be sure, he could increase the tempo of his— And now below them the round-faced factory girls with handkerchiefs tied around their heads were running past Lenin's statue, which they really should have done 90 seconds ago, and the anti-aircraft guns began to fire, and one of our boxy-angled tanks, which had been proudly lettered "Death to the German Invaders," attempted to upraise its guns in a Hitler salute. But just then the planes were overhead, bombs whistled down, and that tank exploded. Brown smoke. How should I represent that, musically? That's what these bastards want. I'll just write them a happy, crossword puzzle. They didn't act afraid, so neither did he. The planes flew away. From the direction they turned, he couldn't tell if they were going back to Siverskaya or Gatchina, which now were properties of Hitler the Liberator. He would have made small talk about that to the NKVD men, but it never did one any good to make conversation with them, and anyhow they started threatening him again, or at least 2 of them did, and probably they weren't even threatening, just trying to milk more music out of him in their professional way. Meanwhile, the 3rd leaned over the roof edge and spat. People were coming out of their holes now. How many dead? Usually he tried to count, but right now he was, distracted. Even when they reminded him that he was a former enemy of the people, he didn't care, at least not then. Every night he faced the same nightmare. A long line of helmeted Germans crawled toward him through a slit they'd made in the earth. So how could he fear these idiots? But that night he told Nina that he'd been visited, and she trembled. They invited him to play for them downstairs on one of the conservatory pianos, the implication being that if he hadn't composed his quota of chords, he could expect the front line, prison, or the nearest wall. Well, even in his student days he'd never failed an impromptu examination, so to hell with them. They went downstairs, past the broken window which looked out on a half-destroyed wall where a poster said, "Death to the Child Killers." They made him go first. Why not? He knew these stairs better than they. Now which piano should he? Not that one. That was the one on which he'd played Opus 40 for Elena. He'd rather— They lit their cigarettes and sat there yawning while he played the first 500 measures of his 7th Symphony. Interrupting him, they demanded to know, was there any residual formalism in it? Shostakovich swore that he no longer committed that error. "Dmitri Dmitrievich, can you put in a little more self-sacrifice, and maybe—" Don't worry, I'll do what I can," the composer murmured wearily. "And heroism. Listen up. We want to get the message across that anyone can be a hero. I really love, so to speak, heroism. I'm going to squeeze some in this very instant." Far away, our Black Sea fleet was firing. Glickman's brother Salomon had just been killed. Nearer at hand, Field Marshal Ritter von Lieb sounded the timpani. Across the street, a stinking, shadow-cheeked man clutched his handful of bread. He was there every day. If only he could write him into his symphony. He'd find a way. I was saying, maybe more optimism. Well, it would seem that— We don't believe you've taken note of how optimistic Leningraders are. After all, thousands starved here during the Civil War, but that didn't keep Leningrad down. You don't remember that, do you, Dmitri Dmitrievich? You were too protected by your privileged background. Well, please excuse me, but in fact my grandfather— We know all about that grandfather of yours. You're lucky he's dead. For example, if you rewrote a few measures in a major key— I understand, said Shostakovich with a coiled smile. That would certainly improve it immeasurably, although perhaps in this case— And then that so-called rat theme, or fascism theme, or whatever it is— Well, frankly, Dmitri Dmitrievich, there's been some concern. How long is it? How long? Let's see. I believe it's 280 bars. What does the length have to do with anything? No wonder Konstantinovskaya left him. Shostakovich, have you ever once satisfied a woman? I know why they call you a masturbator. No, that's all fine, Dmitri Dmitrievich. That's irrelevant. Our concern is that it begins too melodiously, which might mislead the masses into believing that I like rats. Always the joker. That I'm so to speak, a Hitlerite? Out of your own mouth. You ought to be extremely careful. So if you could— I appreciate your criticism. He who has ears will hear. I can see I'll have to think deeply about this, Comrade Petrov. But please, Dmitri Dmitrievich, none of this is meant to detract from the majesty of your symphony. What crap, put in Comrade Alexandrov. It's truly very striking, especially the loud parts. I'm very grateful. But you need to work faster. Can you finish it in a week? A week, perhaps, is, so to speak, somewhat— It's quite good, really. There's hardly a drop of your old individualism in it. Thank you, my dear friend. Well, our life is so full of brilliant themes just now. They recommended that he follow the example of his colleague Khrenikov, who'd always persecuted him, who would persecute him to the very end, and who, for that reason, among other reasons of a similar kind, got to be present at the capitulation of Berlin. Shostakovich accordingly promised to let himself be guided by this genius. As I used to tell Elena, I am a person with how shall I describe myself? With a very weak character. I am not certain that I can achieve happiness. The third man spat on the floor. Thanks again for that, dear friend. In every way that he possibly could, he acted as though they had triumphed over him, that he'd actually swallowed all their filth. Could any of them even name the dominant of any scale? Well, technical knowledge is surely— how should I say, overrated, especially when all you need to know is how to break bones. They reminded him, as if he could possibly forget, with the loudspeakers screaming it every day, of Comrade Stalin's decree that any soldier who surrendered deserved the supreme punishment. He didn't want to surrender to defeatism, did he? Then they appointed him chairman of the Home Guard Theatre, and in an instant he'd composed 27 popular songs. By the end of the week, nearly everybody in Leningrad was humming his Oath to the People's Commissar, which was actually very, how should I say, complicated, because the scoring, well, it only pretends to be idiotic. The organs were happy with him for that. His song ended by praising the generalship of Comrade Stalin. As he peered down from the conservatory roof, he saw a troop of Komsomol boys marching off to mine more factories and bridges. Some day his son would be doing that, if he lived. They were singing Oath to the People's Commissar in two-part harmony. In the era of total war, coddling musicians might appear to be a weakness, but our apparatchiks knew better. Music inspired harder work and distracted the toilers from dangerous thoughts. Besides, music was all we could offer just now. The 7th and 73rd Armies of the Northern Front, the 8th, 11th and 27th Armies of the Northwestern Front, 39 divisions and 2 brigades in all, they held the line against the fascists, but they were dwindling by the thousands. Many had been liquidated by the SS Death's Head Division. And those squat, propeller-driven MiG-3s in formation over Leningrad, they weren't ready just yet. First, we had to relocate our airplane factories out of Hitler's reach, and then we'd need to, so to speak, you know. Where were the T-34 tanks? Wait 2 years. We had no tank armies yet. That was why loudspeakers chanted from every street corner. Akhmatova was on the radio. That was why even along the White Sea Canal, on whose construction 100,000 people died, there had occasionally been convict orchestras huddled on concrete slabs, their horns drooping down like the beaks of perishing ravens as they played inspirational melodies. But you have to appeal to a larger audience this time, Dmitri Dmitrievich. That goes without saying, comrades. I'll follow your fraternal guidance. Late that night, when he saw Nina, he whispered that phrase into her ear, and she laughingly pretended to slap him. Then she leaped up to see if anybody might have been listening at the door. So that was how it was. 30 years later, he told his treacherous disciple Volkov, "I wrote my 7th Symphony very quickly. I couldn't not write it. War surrounded us. I had to be with the people." But by then he scarcely remembered how he had really felt. After 30 years, one becomes sentimental. 27. On the 1st of September we find Shostakovich on the radio, claiming to have finished the 2nd movement of his symphony just an hour ago. He continues, "We are all at our battle stations." At first sight, this claim of his appears propagandistically fantastic. What a coincidence. He just happened to finish that movement an hour before going on the official radio, especially since our dear little Galicia was playing with his glasses and hid them for 20 minutes. Still, it's not entirely out of the question, even though he'll later write Glickman that he completed the 1st movement on the 3rd of September, the 2nd movement on the 17th. Even if he did stretch the truth a little in order to make the party happy, I'm sure that he was almost finished. The conductor G.V. Yudin remembers a certain examination day at the conservatory 20 years before the siege. With tension and anticipation seething together in his stomach, Yudin joined his fellow students by the closed door after Shostakovich had been summoned. After a short pause while he was being told what to play, the silence from behind the closed doors was suddenly broken by a cascade of chords played at prestissimo speed. This tempo was so fantastic that we were left suspended in disbelief and awe. From 1921 to 1941, Shostakovich could only have improved his craft. Why not then suppose that he could compose a symphony at the same prestissimo pace? We have, moreover, the example of the infamous 12th Symphony. According to Lebedinsky, this supposed ode to Lenin was actually an angry satire against the founder of our Soviet Union. Realizing 3 or 4 days before the premiere that this music was practically a death sentence for his entire family, he sat down and wrote a complete new score. No matter that, in Lebedinsky's words, the music was frightening in its helplessness. In short, our Shostakovich was a rapid worker. His 7th was coming along just fine, and its 2nd movement, Recollection, might well prove the most pleasing of all, thanks to its summary lightness. 28. On the 2nd of September the bread ration was reduced for the first time, to 1/4 of its previous level. On the 4th of September the first German shells exploded in Leningrad. On the 6th of September came the first bomber attack. He had never before seen any, let's call it a exercise involving aerial explosives. Did you know that under ideal conditions, bombs can express all 8 degrees of the diatonic scale as they whistle down? Sometimes even the full chromatic scale can— well, anyhow, it distracts me from the fear. Nina was still preparing earth walls, anti-tank ditches, barbed wire emplacements, pillboxes. Every morning he said goodbye to her forever. His mother was too old and sick for anything. The bones in her face, my God, and the way she coughs. On the 8th of September, the Badyaev warehouses were destroyed by incendiary bombs. The German tanks were now within 10 miles of the city centre. On the 9th of September, during one of the worst raids, Shostakovich invited his friends and a few of their friends to his fifth-floor flat on Bolshaya Pushkarskaya Street, so that they could hear, no matter that our composition dates still don't agree, the first 2 movements of his symphony played on the piano. Nina was away digging trenches. His mother had the children. Anyway, there couldn't have been any tea. A kilo of horse meat for a bottle of red wine, that's how it was. Well, Glickman had brought wine. He was very... They sat choking on brick dust while loudspeakers shouted outside. A bomb fell, and instantly afterward they all heard the piccolo notes screeching from the victims, but no one mentioned the air raid shelter. One scream lasted for a quarter-hour. Poor tone, thought Shostakovich, lack of breath support, or perhaps the embrasure's too large now. I do hope it's not Elena. Sighing, he rose, peered through the blackout curtain and sat down again. He still couldn't tell where that scream was coming from. It went on and on. He was sure that it was Elena now. He got up again. The piano had gotten filthy with brick dust. He went to the bathroom to find a damp cloth. Well, actually, you see, to compose himself, because— "Excuse me, everybody," he said. "I apologize for this, you know." Sitting down again, he polished each key clean. In the streets of Leningrad, Elena Konstantinovskaya was screaming and screaming. Well, he cheerfully announced, one just can't get away from death. These keys, for instance, they're, how should I say, black and white, like a clothed corpse half covered in snow. I don't know if we should even— Anyway, they're clean now. Never mind all that. We're ready, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Oh well, let's get on with it. That's the spirit. Now, what do you really think of this? He asked his guests. Because we have to go on as if our suffering isn't meaningless. Do you see my point? Because otherwise— Well, this is the first movement, and here it is. And he played a theme like a field of tall flowering grass, in which consciousness and premonition browsed together like wild deer. Then his hands rushed up from the piano, the fingers twitching out the beat of silence as he played a rest as black and square as the silhouette of a pillbox. And then came what in the orchestral version would be faint snare drums, and the rat theme commenced. At this juncture, it could have been the motif of a lover or a muse, a light, flirtatious knocking, as if a certain someone whose initials were EEK had come to awake him for an hour of erotic delight in the Astoria Hotel. But what if it were the NKVD, who knocked in that same coaxing fashion out of sadistic fun, so that he smilingly opened the door dressed in his very best underpants, when he should have leapt out the window? When he stroked that first go-round out of the white keys and black keys and spaces in between, he employed all the artifices of his trademark sarcasm, which, after all, is their sadism once removed, so that it beautifully expressed ugliness, in much the same way that Lady Macbeth's most gruesome and sinister passages always occurred in a major key, or, for that matter, exactly the same way that for the rest of his life he'd refer to informers and police spies as his dear, dear friends. Precisely the same way that when he eulogized the perfect military genius of Comrade Stalin, he meant exactly the opposite. How gently he plucked it. And the rat theme's second iteration was still more open, sweet, and beautiful. But when it came around again, a woodwind lurked dissonantly beneath the high sweetness. The rat theme now assumed a brassy life, shrugging off its former tentativeness, with celli, horns, piccolos, clarinets, brasses, and xylophone creeping in en route to the ostinato. And you must believe me when I tell you that even though he had no orchestra on that day, only an out-of-tune piano whose cover had been nicked by shell fragments, he played in such a way that it was all there. This was the true premiere, even though hardly anybody was there to hear it. And now the snare drum stiffened the rat theme into martialness. The fifth repetition was like the second, but much louder, more confident. The Pied Piper had entered his stride, and for the sake of our lives, to say nothing of our musical careers, we'll call him Adolf Hitler, because otherwise we'd— you know. Now in came the orchestra's processional drums, the rat theme going national patriotic. and in the 7th go-round it was positively stern, with the snare drum sounding like a rattlesnake. Next it was childishly inane with loud xylophones, then cunningly impressionistic, aping Debussy with vague, wavish loudness. But in its 10th incarnation it grew creepy and horrid, with the moaning dissonance of air raid sirens and U-boat alarms. And in the 11th it marched and bayed in a full-throated major key, which might have seemed no worse than pompous in another context. Shostakovich said to Glickman, "I suppose that critics with nothing better to do will, so to speak, damn me copying Ravel's Bolero. Well, let them. You see, my dear friend, that's how I hear war." The 12th round changed key, because the rat theme, more determined and unstoppable than ever, was already beginning to break up into its own chaos. Fragments of it thrashed in frenetic confusion, wallowed crazily, came back to major-keyed life again, but only for a moment, then flaked, flacked, shredded, collapsed, and died. From the Lady Macbeth affair he'd learned that we never know when death will come. From those corpses on Nevsky Prospect, with their outflung arms and clenched fists, or their indrawn arms or missing arms, he'd learned that how death comes is equally secret. Now a slow, Sibelius-like dirge returned, mirroring the opening theme of the movement, until once vigilance had slipped, the rat theme cunningly resurrected itself in an innocuous sort of mountain climber's accompaniment, brave and sporty. Cymbals clashed and gnashed like monster teeth. The rat theme, already far from what it had been before, scuttled back into anti-programmatic formalism. Sad, slow, near-silent contemplation drew wisps of music consciousness through ruins, mournful woodwinds drifting smoke-like across the creeping blows of the bass. Then a reprise of the opening theme, sweet, melancholy, yet unafraid, seemed to securely close the movement. At the very end, however, amidst more creeping thumps and the rattlesnaking of the snare drum, the rat theme came back, as it always has and always will, on this occasion disguised as taps. He played utterly by memory, committing no errors, and his friend sat listening and silently weeping. So many tears. And at the end, a man he scarcely knew said to him, "Thanks to the war, Dmitri Dmitrievich, and thanks also to you. For the first time we can cry openly. Not one of us here hasn't lost somebody. Somebody killed by the fascists, or else before—" "My God!" cried Glickman in terror. "Please watch what you're saying, Ivan Borisovich." "No, I'm sorry, everybody. Of course I didn't mean it like that. Forgive me, Dmitri Dmitrievich." 29. There was a lot of shelling later on that day, and the shells seemed to go right past his ears. Around the corner was a so-called factory, where pale, skinny boys stood shaking and assembling the round magazines of machine guns. All right, so the fascists knew about that and were shelling it. It's a shame that those boys were probably, so to speak, well... He'd advanced the thesis to Glickman that a person owns many different sorts of courage stored up within himself, like fats. Most of them can be exhausted, at which point a man becomes a coward. One must feed one's bravery. It's all a matter of chemicals. His friend gazed at him with huge, sad eyes and said, "For your own sake, I beg you, try not to get cynical, Dmitri Dmitrievich." "Oh, I'm not cynical. I wonder how all this will affect us in later life, if we're allowed to have a later life." He peered over the edge of the conservatory roof. We were trying to regain command of Pulkovo Heights, and the loudspeakers were shouting. To the left, women with suspicious eyes stood around a lake of blood. To the right, a pretty, baby-faced girl in a woolen cap was wrapping up the head of a bleeding boy who kept scratching at his chest, his rifle flung down on the broken bricks beside him. Suddenly he stopped moving. Sighing, the nurse rose and turned away. "Now do you see?" Shostakovich muttered to himself, not even really knowing what he was saying. 30. On the 10th of September, General Voroshilov was removed for passivity, and General Zhukov arrived in Leningrad with an express directive from Stalin to hold the front line no matter what the cost. "Well, and why not?" said the fire warden when he heard. Nina was too tired to reply. He said to her, "Come on into the bathroom so I can tell you a joke. Don't worry, we'll turn the water up loud." "Go to hell, Mitya."
Our history books will show Zhukov's solid, close-shaven head sternly tilted as he listens to his strategic muse. Stalin will be the savior of Europe. That was the day that a shell landed on Liteyny Boulevard, and Shostakovich could hope that the NKVD headquarters had been hit. He was full of optimism, actually. Or maybe it wasn't exactly optimism, but some manifestation of concentrated anger, such as one frequently hears in the second movement of his Eighth Symphony. It definitely wasn't optimism, which might well have been impossible under these conditions. On the 12th of September the bread ration was reduced again. Hunger came as slowly as an adagissimo. Shostakovich had nothing to say about that. But soon people would be wearing gas masks against the cold and eating library paste. And the children, you see, Maxime was already crying in the night because his stomach was empty. Well, can I somehow put that into the rat theme so that they'll— Nina doesn't believe in this, but I have to believe, do you understand? When his son wept, he most frequently uttered a highly specific sound in A-flat minor. Can one do anything with this? It hurts me, of course, not that I have anything to say about it, because— But the real point is that if it didn't hurt me, it would be unconscionable to build it into my music. But since oh my God, how can I not weep when my children suffer? And therefore, it would be unconscionable not to use that A-flat minor, when it might somehow— Well, it's important to remember that each one of us has his work. Glickman had already sampled cottonseed cake. He said that it tasted pretty foul, but with a little vodka, some in the glass and just a splash on the cake itself. Anyhow, that was how Glickman's wife liked it. She was already getting weak. Oh, our fine Russian proverb, to make a cake out of shit. That's what I'm doing with this symphony. And Glickman said— Nina whispered that she'd heard the fascists had just taken Kiev. Even General Vlasov had barely escaped. Then someone knocked on the door, 2 light taps. First he thought it was the NKVD, and he vomited. But it was only that maddening Akhmatova coming around again, with her hands melodramatically bleeding from sewing sandbags, as if other people didn't also— You get the picture. She'd always thought that she was really something, and now she was on the radio all the time. I personally prefer to— how should I put it— to listen to the metronome. He granted that she was graceful, a genius and all that. She certainly knew it too. Anyhow, she promised that she'd use her pull to try to get him out of here, and he replied, My dear Anna Andreevna, there's no need. I'm where I should be, so to speak. I draw strength from— Who was that Greek protagonist who, Wait, it's coming to me. I mean Antaeus, or do I mean Lenin? The one who, so to speak, got stronger whenever they threw him to the ground. There's something about this Russian earth, and when they throw me in it, I'm going to take a big bite. By the way, Anna Andreevna, you and I had an encounter when I was very small. You probably don't remember it, but— Akhmatova closed her eyes and very slowly shook her head. She looked so engaging at that moment, so— how should I say— erotic, that he couldn't help but wonder how it would be to— Well, she was only 17 years older, that was nothing, but he pressed on. There's someone who— well, this is in a sense a delicate matter, but, someone who— I'd have to say someone far more worthy of being evacuated than I. Than your own family, Dmitri Dmitrievich? Akhmatova smiled and said, This must be love. Oh, please, he whispered in an agony, peeking around his shoulder to make sure that Ninochka hadn't come in. Shall I guess who it is? Giggled Akhmatova. There's no need, dear Anna Andreevna. No need and no reason to be overly— how shall I say— specific. I understand, said Akhmatova. In Pushkin's day one did not expose everything about oneself. Well, thank you for that. Thank you, because— I believe she's already on the list, so don't worry. But what do you see in her, you grey-eyed prince? She's nothing to me. Is she surviving? Roman Lazarevich is taking good care of her, from what I hear. Why didn't you marry her? You were very foolish. My dear Anna Andreevna, and now I must go. On the 25th of September, when shrapnel killed many citizens who were queuing by number for graves, he celebrated his birthday by candlelight, with black bread and potatoes instead of cake. Nina was angrily, proudly announcing to the guests he refused to be evacuated. 4 days later, he completed the third movement of his symphony. For those of you who may still wonder how the so-called creations of this formalist intellectual could possibly be as useful as, say, the circus acrobatics of the Koch sisters, who in 1943 distracted the masses from wartime cares with their famous Great Semaphore Act, I want to discuss this sweet and brilliant third movement, the Adagio, which contains traces of that last spring before the invasion, when Shostakovich was in the Crimea picking juniper berries with Shebalin's wife, Alisa, a woman who personified Leningrad for him now that Elena Konstantinovskaya was gone. With Alisa he lived, at least for a day or two, in a world as long gone as the hand-kissings of counts and countesses. How she laughed at his owlish little eyes. And he— well, but it was also difficult in a way, since in the night-time he woke up thinking about Elena. Never mind. We all have our, so to speak, sorrows. Not that there's any call to be sentimental, especially about Elena, who wasn't exactly— never mind. I'm thinking, for instance, of Nina. In fact, if the forest were music, we'd hear a tranquil major key theme. Say, this third movement, which he had originally entitled The Open Spaces of the Heartland, and whose cathedral-esque quality is reminiscent of Rimsky-Korsakov's Ode to Easter. Nina had said to him, "Don't fuck her so much that you forget to bring me any berries." It was Nina's fate to always give, but hurriedly and quick-temperedly, so her gifts were not received with gratitude. He, for his part, was a generous man without anything to give. Well, he filled up Alisa's apron with berries. I mean, my dear, dear lady, which is to say, they marinated the berries in vodka, but found the result too strong. They got so drunk and their tongues burned so much that they were laughing and almost missed the train home because Alisa lost an earring, and then the taxi kept getting flat tires on the boggy, stony road, so that Shostakovich became nervous unto sickness, especially because he'd confided to her, "We all have somebody to, cry over." And that night, after playing a round of cards with him, the violinist P returned to his first-class compartment and died in his sleep, as a result of which Shostakovich was interrogated and almost arrested, which definitely took his mind off Elena. And here the Pak theme of that third movement gave way to a minor-keyed Slavic dance, a wild one which suddenly took on the tramp of avengers' boots. Then the dreamy melody alit again, as beautifully as the 4-stranded bundles of tracer bullet light arising from the Maxim guns of Leningrad. 31. I fear that I have not really described this third movement very well. Let me try again. It opens, as I've said, with a stately joy equivalent to that of Rimsky-Korsakov's Grand Pack, then dims down to a frame of sternness to introduce one of the most purely beautiful themes Shostakovich ever wrote, which will be reiterated with an Asian tinge. Then comes a sort of rising, spiraling music, as if we were in a plane circling up over the mountains. Shostakovich had not flown very often in those days, nor is the area between Moscow and Leningrad mountainous. But when the plane bearing Nina, Galya, Maxim, and himself out of the besieged city— naturally Nina won that argument in the end— had bored through the black cloud edges and the white fog, they all cried out, because before them lay a perfectly flat rainbow over cloud edges the length of the horizon, muted by the clouds. This rainbow formed one of the most beautiful lines any of them had ever seen, the sky lavender above it, the sky below diffusely luminous with all colours from electric blue to yellow to peach. And when Shostakovich saw this sight, he heard again within himself those spiralling measures of that already completed third movement, which quickly grows more stern and gloomy, suddenly forceful and mechanical in a positive, martial sense, like truckloads of soldiers rolling west out of Kazakhstan, approaching the Stalingrad front. And we might note that on the conservatory roof in Leningrad he'd listened carefully to the defenders' medium and heavy mortars, trying to decide how they could best be represented. For Leningrad's sake, he was willing to make it simple, comprehensible, even vulgar. When I listen to the later Shostakovich, the real Shostakovich, whose melodies are almost completely lightless, I don't know what to believe about this 7th Symphony. 32. When he clambered down from the conservatory roof, so faint with fatigue and hunger that he was almost blind, A child grabbed him by the hand, whimpering that it didn't have enough strength to go home. Don't worry, replied Shostakovich. From his pocket he pulled out a scrap of bread. Later he felt guilty, because he should have saved it for his own children. 33. In October, the month of wet winds which thicken a sick man's cough, the fascists were bombing promptly at 7 each evening. Like Shostakovich, they adored punctuality. October was when the potatoes ran out. It wasn't until November that people started feeding on a jelly made from leather straps. October was the merest overture to the time of wide white streets slippery with packed ice, when men wrapped in scarves and hats, women in shawls and hoods, bulky, bare people, all of them, and Leningrad began to be mounded here and there with the dead. In September, the organs of our civic body still functioned well enough for corpses to get hauled away, but now our task required other measures. Those 13-year-old boys assembling artillery shells in each factory's frozen darkness, they couldn't be spared to clean the streets, not in October. October was pianissimo at first. Somewhere in the freezing darkness came the downbeat of the conductor's baton. Skizze be Heeresgruppe Nord, as performed by Field Marshal Ritter Wilhelm von Lieb. The first measure commenced. Here came their whistling woodwinds, and then the first cymbal clash struck Leningrad's stage. Pale, drooping-headed women shivering inside an unheated bake-shop, waiting to take their bread rations into a purse or a coat pocket, got illuminated into non-existence by a million mirrors of breaking glass. Some screamed soprano, but there was one bass bray which went on and on. A husband, he conjectured. If only he would please, you know. Then the loudspeaker was screaming encouragements, first screaming, and then really screaming. For an instant it sounded almost like a you-know-who, but he had to stop believing that. Late in life he told S. Volkov, "Fear of death may be the most intense emotion of all." But in those days it wasn't true. Or at least he didn't most intensely fear his own death. He was terrified that harm might come to the woman he loved. Not that he actually loved her any more, because all that would have been, so to speak, well. The next shell killed a family on the second story of the apartment building across the street. He saw it happen. And what was there to say? Perhaps music could say it. Falling walls applauded. Siege guns are nothing more than, so to speak, brass instruments, specifically Wagner tubas, which are what we hear in the ring cycle. I refuse to fear them. I may be a preposterous, useless person. No doubt I should have, but I won't fear them. And if I do fear them, I'll pretend to be brave, even if I have to hide the fear inside me where it can poison my life. What life? For an encore, the German cymbals dropped death upon a fur-capped man who was shivering and blowing on his hands as he toiled at the roofless munitions plant, and Shostakovich saw that too. He was longing for a Ju-88 to come and strafe him as he stood in furious anguish there upon the roof. Had he succeeded? Did the rat seam say everything yet? What about the sound of planks getting wrenched out of buildings in Okhta so that somebody would have firewood? He left that out. Someday he'd squeeze that into Opus 110. Oh my, those screams. And then when I come home, Nina she'll... And my children's eyes are already dead. I predict that Maxime will die first. As for me, art, if there's even such a thing, won't suffer if I... But Nina wants me to. Snare drums rattled across the trenches, and more people fell dead, gushing from scarlet holes. Now let's repeat the measure da capo. It's all program music. Entering the scratched oak doors of the conservatory, Shostakovich ascended the half-dozen steps, passed through the turnstile, and then came inner doors until he felt safe. The rooms were cold and dark again, just as they'd been in his Civil War boyhood. He didn't care about that. He was home beneath the piano keys. Hunching down, he gnawed on a scrap of oil cake until his mind cleared. Glickman said that sometimes soldiers gave him sauerkraut or other food. Their rations were better. Shostakovich was rarely that lucky. How could he possibly end the 7th hopefully, while remaining true to it? Actually, he knew that he could,
There was no fear of his betraying the music he loved so much, although life was certainly different from what he had expected. Music not only could save him, it, or she, as I should say, already had. He knew that he could die for her, and was living for her. Therefore everything had become strangely simple and good. She could speak to him through his own skinny, nervous fingers, which alone expressed her. A brilliant, clean burst of shell fragments. Now, if I were a visual artist, I might express them kaleidoscopically, because they're so— how should I put it? Anyhow, a glockenspiel might convey that sparkling, tinkling scattering, a steel rainbow coming apart, and, especially since a glockenspiel is such a, German instrument. And if I specified that the orchestra used metal mallets. Smiling in utter happiness, he ascended to the roof, wondering whether he would die today. The German fascists had been dropping incendiaries all month. The optics factory, which now made grenades and bayonets, caught fire 300 times on a single night. If anything landed on the conservatory, he was supposed to— oh, never mind. It was preposterous. Not far away he heard machine-gun fire, and then the scream of sirens. No. Leningrad's mist and stone would hide him. And all the while his brain was organizing the opening of the fourth movement. When a bluish tint came into Maxim's face, he went out by night and bought a kilogram of some unknown illegal meat from a Tartar horse-butcher, who crouched amidst many dead below a brick wall. How did buyer and seller find one another? Well, let's just call it a typical incident. Later he was appalled at the risk that he had taken. Thank God Nina never found out. She thought that once again Glickman had played the patron. He could have been shot. And that meat, well, he just hoped it didn't come from the graveyard. In the market there was said to be a sausage made from human flesh. Never mind. It's always easier to believe what we want to believe. Much easier. The mentality of a chicken, his mother always used to say, and now she kept prating about our imminent victory over the fascists. Correct, Mama, 100%, so to speak, correct. We'll be in Berlin tomorrow, and then that bastard in the Kremlin's going to retire. Ha-ha! Why be serious? Elena, you see how lucky it is that you didn't marry me. On the 13th of October, his colleague A.D. Kamensky performed Tchaikovsky on the radio. He wanted to hear it, but he had his duty on the roof. Peering over the edge, he watched 9-year-old girls dragging firewood on sledges. Are they too young to be afraid, he wondered? Or are they heroic, as the radio says? They look hungry, and that's all. My own children are afraid. It must be simply that I'm too far away from these girls to— well, after all, I have binoculars. So he tracked them with those miraculous military-quality lenses which they'd lent him for the Sov-photo portrait, and he saw that they were indeed afraid, which both saddened and comforted him. But he was not afraid. Closing his eyes, he imagined Elena walking safe and radiant along the long, shining walkway to the Smolny Institute. His fondest hope was that she could become Zhukov's mistress, or, since he was dreaming, Comrade Stalin's. But on second thought, Comrade Stalin might be more perilous to her than any German tank. On the 14th, which happened to be the 800th anniversary of the Azerbaijani poet and his army, the first snow fell. People were already eating dogs, cats, laboratory guinea pigs. A crazy woman spread the rumor that the Germans' delayed-action bombs were full of sugar, and dozens died hoping to prove it. In the morning he caught Nina in the bathroom eating hair oil. That day it was sunnier, and when the shelling began he could see quite readily those dark crowds on the far side of the street, the safe side, whose building fronts were multi-windowed and white. Everything was black and white, like piano keys, like a clothed corpse half covered in snow. The shelling stopped. The conservatory hadn't caught fire this time either. Now here came our Tommy gunners, who, in the white winter uniforms, resembled desert Arabs, especially since so many grew beards now, for warmth. And a white-wrapped corpse swam by, dragged down the white streets. Maybe it was one of those old women in shawls who'd been set to digging anti-tank trenches. It was too big to be a child. Amidst the cemetery drifts, the coffin and the coffinless awaited this new arrival. But then, right across the street, two women with snow on their shoulders stopped to gaze listlessly upon a third who'd just fallen dead. He heard the roar of a T-34 engine, and farther away he heard the MG-34s being fired by the German fascist batteries. And then shells began to fall upon Leningrad again. Dark-clad human bundles scuttled into doorways. Shostakovich, he said to himself, I will die today. He tried to be, let's say, progressive, philosophical, realistic, even, why not try again to use this word, optimistic. For instance, the streetcars fortunately still moved. They weren't yet frozen to the streets. And what must have been, in all probability, an essentially, unfounded feeling armoured him against the fear, at least for now. While flame walls as jagged as broken window panes sprang up around him, and he activated the alarm. Years later he remembered flames reflected in puddles of melted sugar, but that must have happened during the previous month, when the Baraevsky warehouses won the lottery. On the 17th he was on the conservatory roof when a black bundle fell in the street. For a long time he avoided looking, and later he thought to himself, if only I could have thought more clearly. But hunger lowered my guard, so I'm sorry. That shouldn't have— It was my task right then, for the sake of the symphony, to seek out grief. I know that. After several hours, he peered down through the field glasses at that Leningrader's closed eyes, the lips pursed almost coquettishly, the ice on the chin. Those details pressed him to alter a chord in the second movement. On the 19th, Moscow was officially declared to be in a state of siege. Nina asked what would happen. He cleaned his glasses and said, I'm sure they'll— which is to say, that bastard, you know the one I mean, he'll save us all. Tomorrow. He'll lead the, so to speak, cavalry charge. He'll choke with his— and he looked right and left, then whispered hideously in her ear, his constitution. Well, what do you know? As soon as he'd croaked that out, the radio announced a victorious counter-offensive. Then, as ever, it fell silent except for the feeble ticking of a metronome. Nina felt dizzy. She had to lie down. As for him, well, can't you guess? From the window he watched a mother dragging her son to the cemetery on his little sled. Some shivering schoolgirls were trying to drag an anti-tank hedgehog across the ice. One girl fell down, and lay there quite a while before she got up again. The others stood blankly round, not trying to help her. Finally they'd pulled their hedgehog all the way to the corner, passing the corpse with dried blood bubbles on its lips, which had lain there for 2 weeks. Thank God the snow hid it now. It made the children afraid. And Galya said, Papa, I'm hungry. Now it was night. In that chilly darkness behind the blackout curtain, Maxim was lying on the sofa, his face more pallid than before, his arms and legs as limp as the down-swinging golden arcs and crescents on the stage curtain of the Kirov Theatre, where those failed ballets, Dynamiada and Bolt, had both premiered so long ago. Why was I thinking about Bolt just now? My ballets nauseate me. I'll never write another one, I promise. I'll certainly never write another opera, because I'll be— why not joke about it? Dead. But Maxim's going to feel better tomorrow. The news from Glickman was that people had started eating cooked glue. Soon our Red Army engineers would begin dynamiting the frozen ground at Volkovo Cemetery to make mass graves. Maxim, shall I read you a story? The boy opened his eyes but did not answer. Well, but after all, the terrified father tried to reassure himself, children, especially small children, get more quickly debilitated. Not that this situation doesn't bear watching, but they also recover more quickly than we do, which isn't to say that I shouldn't somehow prepare But for instance, and here's just one of, 100 examples, when I get a chest cold I'm miserable for 10 days, whereas Galya and Maxim are as good as new after 3. Therefore— and he cleaned his glasses on his sweater, wiping away the tears, but all he did was smudge them. From the conservatory roof that day he'd seen them take another cart of corpses to Volkovo, reflections of the cartwheels shining in a pool of melting ice. And he remembered the Tatar horse butcher. Well, well, no doubt that's commonplace in our times, but I'd simply not pursued such considerations. Gazing on his wife and children, he saw, as if for the first time, long starving necks rising out of sweater collars, and winter was just beginning. The rat seam rose up in him like vomit. This situation needs watching, he said to himself. Ha! Hitler the Liberator means to slim us down. Last month, Akhmatova had confided that the city's art treasures were being shipped out by train. But that news must now be, so to speak, superseded, because the fascists had cut all our railroad lines. Perhaps to Elena this wasn't new. The Black Maria had taken her to that place, where the washwater was always frozen, and flat-chested, wrinkled girls prostituted themselves for half a kilo of bread. Why had they let her go? It must have been a random decision. Perhaps her prosecutor got arrested, and now she's— Anyhow, history can't be undone. The clock winds down and you wind it up, but when the spring, you see, gives way— I'm not talking about myself now. I'm talking about something else. You're so lucky I didn't. If Maxime died, why then Galicia would probably— What could he do now? He could tell them uplifting lies, as the radio did. Perhaps he could smuggle home a little more food. But our snowy camouflaged men on each tank, pointing black guns across the snow. They might save Leningrad, but they couldn't save his children. No one could save anyone, which is why this will someday be, how should I say, the best page of my memoirs. Sincerity, self-sacrifice, a common enemy whose name we don't have to whisper. So when Galia dies, I can borrow Litvinova's sled and— No one can do anything. That motif, like letters from a soldier which keep arriving for weeks after his death, would infect his music for the rest of his life. But that very month, despite his murmurous protests, Shostakovich and his family got flown out by special plane. The activist said, "No more objections, Dmitri Dmitrievich. Not unless it's true that you're waiting for the Germans. We've heard that you admire the fugues of J.S. Bach." The muse of Leningrad, which is to say Akhmatova, had already been evacuated. It said that she carried the original piano score of the 7th on her lap, as precaution in case his plane were to be shot down. As for Shostakovich, he had the orchestral score, as well as his much-loved child, Lady Macbeth. Romain Rolland had liked that opera. Save us from these humanists. Glickman's wife was already dying by then. And where were Solotinsky, Lebedinsky, and, you know. Get over it. His mother, his sister, and his brother-in-law had to stay behind. In short, the authorities agreed with his mother, who'd written that if the roof fell in and she had to choose whom to save, the answer would be, of course, Mitya. For this would be the duty of everyone to society, for the sake of art, disregarding all personal feeling. He said to himself, "If I ever forget that I was spared, I'll be as evil as, that bastard." The last thing he saw in the city of his birth was a half-melted machine-gun barrel in the snow, snake-twisted like the mouthpiece of a bass clarinet. 34. The fall of Moscow appeared imminent. Vlasov and those other generals hadn't yet turned the tide. How should I put it? We were gloriously falling back. Everybody was shivering, except for the NKVD men in their jackets trimmed with lambskin. It was a new era, an era of specialists. Certain people specialized in, keeping warm. Those non-specialists, the Shostakoviches, couldn't decide whether to continue all the way to Tashkent, as Akhmatova had. He'd been informed by Glickman that Elena Konstantinovskaya was there too, or to stop at the new de facto capital of Kuibyshev. Late at night they arrived at Kazan station, where women lay sleeping on every bench with their mouths open, breath steam jetting from their faces like visible snores. Kazakh men pacing, menacingly tall in their cylindrical fur hats, shouting in deep voices, while Russian grandfathers pointed and fussed, scared children coughed, teenaged girls sat on the floor holding each other's hands. Poor Galochka kept whimpering, red in the face. Every time the fascists launched a shell, she'd scream. Nina didn't know what to do with her. As for our composer, he'd kept his sense of humour. A fat woman farted, and he said in Nina's ear, a bit of, artillery preparation, so to speak. Wide-eyed and silent, Maxime clutched a piece of oil cake. They embarked at last. And so, comrades, the open spaces of the heartland. Russia is actually as blackly untidy as a page of a Dostoevsky manuscript, with its excisions, spear-pointed insertions, doodled bearded saints. Shostakovich couldn't help remembering his optimistic journey 6 years ago from Leningrad to Moscow, within the streamlined metal of the express train, with its blind, bulbous nose adorned with a star. One could have likened it to a certain kind of mole, but naturally that trope wouldn't be correct in this epoch of perfect vision. Better to conceive of it as an immense bullet inset in a jointed steel phallus, which ejaculated low V's of white steam on either side as it clittered down the tracks. Lady Macbeth was going to win him the permanent patronage of Comrade Stalin. The way it turned out was actually, how should I say, educational. On another occasion he had boarded this same train to propose to Elena Konstantinovskaya, who'd accepted with sweet hope and joy. That might have been the last time he'd ever seen her smile. Probably not, however, for most of us can't stop smiling meaninglessly. Oh me, the way she moaned that first time. An ocean of ghostly, uprising moans, each one similar to the sound which children make by racing their fingertips across the taut and slender wires within a piano, going up the octaves in a thin, metallic music of echoing ghostliness. That was how Elena had moaned, exactly that way, presto appassionato. His fingers drummed softly against the steel wall for days as he smiled desperately into space, pressing his greying hair against Nina's greying hair. He was working out the fourth movement of his new symphony. A symphony. That was nice, but that was nothing. It was only when he was kissing Elena, or deep, deep inside her, that he'd felt solace, gratitude, fulfillment, absolute peace, which he had never felt before and never would again. No, that's another exaggeration. Life isn't as fancy as that. We have to, eat whatever food gets set before us, even if it's only oil cake. Anyhow, at first he couldn't accustom himself to that feeling which Elena gave him. He distrusted it because, he distrusted everything. But she was real and steady from that very first night when she unsmilingly invited him into her bed. She didn't merely give herself to him as other women did. She gave him a home within her heart, a sweet, strong house in which they both could have dwelled until they died, if only the roof hadn't gotten blown off. And afterward, when she stood naked at the hotel window to smoke a cigarette, he felt even closer to her than he had when she was on top of him. Usually, when the act was finished, he felt, so to speak, alone, especially when the woman gazed away. Truth to tell, right now Elena wasn't looking at him at all, but the curve of her back, which still glittered with sweat, remained aware of him, and loved him. I've read that he truly was a superb lover, and for the same reason that he was a musical genius. He gently intuited harmonies and spaces. The ecstatic droop of a woman's eyelid expressed as much to him as that black piano key he'd half depressed. His body and hers became instruments on which he could play a duet for both of them. In later years, crowds of Muscovites and Leningraders wept at premieres of his death symphonies, and Elena likewise wept whenever he made love with her. She sobbed with happy lust, wept for love, then cried out, her cry a peculiar chord dominated by B-sharp, and that became his treasure, which he reverently secreted in his own greying heart, never allowing it to shine forth in any of his music. One December night, deep in the post-war decades, when Lebedetzky, a little drunk, dared to ask him what it was that he loved so much about her, he might have been remembering that chord, that secret, magnificent sound, when he answered, "He who has ears will hear." Or it might have simply been her that he meant. She remained, as she forever would, within his hiddenmost soul, emblem of his youth, strength, and bravery, not to mention the goodness he'd separated himself from, his fading, prehistoric consecration. He who has ears will hear. No sense in thinking about that. And precisely because he who has ears will hear,
He wanted to ensure that each passage of each movement would be as well wired as a German fascist entrenchment. They needed his symphony without delay, just as they needed the new Katyusha rockets. Could he still remain unerring? Why not? They drafted him in advance to oversee the rehearsals of the NKVD Song and Dance Ensemble. Meanwhile, he'd lost his 2 suitcases. A.I. Khachaturian had to give him some of his clothes. Then he lost the score of the 7th itself, which Nina had wrapped up in a quilt, but V.Y. Shibalin found it for him. He forgot to eat. He was worried about his mother. Nina begged a smoked fish from D.B. Kabalevsky, which he, in his shyness, could never have done. Throughout his life he requested favours only for others. And while he was munching at it, absently swallowing the bones, he said, "You know, Ninochka, I'm not completely sure, but since Isaac Davidovich has—" "You want to join him in Tashkent," said Nina flatly and loudly in everyone's hearing. "You want to join him in Tashkent because your other woman is waiting for you there with open arms and open legs, which is why I can't imagine what her husband sees in her. But he's away a lot, isn't he? Maybe your plan is simply to moon outside her window, which will have a blackout curtain anyway, so why bother?" On the 22nd of October they arrived in their haven, which was named after the moderate Politburo man Kuibyshev, whose mysterious heart ailment in 1935 had been so convenient for Comrade Stalin. The train stopped, recapitulating the half-strangled violin of the first movement. A beggar with a baritone voice sang a song about our Red Army. 35. A lamp's snow-white incandescence, his own pale, pudgy reflection silhouette upon the piano lid, his score glowing like a slab of light, the long, white jawbone of piano keys which sang to him who caressed it. So ran his world, which was guarded to a precarious security by the outward spiralings of squat little bombers with red stars at flank and tail, 12 planes to a squadron, 3 squadrons to a regiment, 4 regiments to a division, 2 divisions to a corps. The children were asleep. Nina came to the piano and laid her hand upon his shoulder. He gazed out the window. Since the fascists had come, the coldness between her and him no longer mattered. So perhaps it was not even coldness any more, this dissonance, chemical incompatibility. They rarely quarrelled now, for much the same reason that they almost never slept together. Necessity discouraged it, and Leningrad's agony chilled their selfishness and anger. In November, 3,000 inhabitants of that city starved to death from sunrise to sunrise. They'd cut the rations for the 5th time by then. Moscow was badly off too, of course. Haunted by thoughts of his mother cutting a hole in the frozen street to find water, of puffy-eyed children, crazed old ladies shivering, he gorged himself with semi-secret statistics which were meaningless and already obsolete. 300 barrage balloons, 900 tons of burnt sugar. He had thought that music was the most important thing in the world, but now he realized that he would do almost anything, even compromise his talent, to help Leningrad, formerly known as Petrograd, and before that St. Petersburg, which is to say city of the periodic table, city of Glinka, Mussorgsky, Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Prokofiev, Shostakovich. So what if he wrote bad music? No, he'd never— It could still be his, given sincerely and unstintingly, and also something they could use. In short, if they wanted program music, they'd get program music. He'd make it good in spite of itself. Convenient and effective was what they wanted. All right, but he actually, excuse me for saying so, loved Leningrad. So what they were also going to get in that symphony was, you know, Leningrad. Lev Oborin, who seemed very tired, came by unannounced for an hour of 4-handed piano. He was smiling. Not only had he tracked down 500 grams of horse-meat sausage, but we'd just liberated Kalinin. Galya jumped up and down, screaming, "Kalinin! Kalinin!" It was past her bedtime, actually, and she couldn't get over that cough, the Leningrad cough, they called it. Kalinin. So now I'll have to compose a— What's that sound? Oh, it's only— Moreover, said Oborin, at Leningrad we'd now gained an ice bridge across Lake Ladoga. Refugees went out and food came in, a little, not enough, and sometimes the fascists strafed our trucks. But Shostakovich couldn't help wondering at the pride and hope he felt when he read the confirmation in Pravda. Years later, when he returned to Leningrad,
Just to visit. He never lived there again. His friends told him that on some occasions people had torn bread from each other outside the bakeries, but usually they starved in silence. They didn't want to compromise either, you see. And when he heard that, he grew emotional. There were many new common graves now in Piskarevskoye cemetery. In December it got worse. Some calculated that 6,000 perished every day of that month. Others said 4 or 10. No one had the strength to count. Like ripe pears falling off trees, frozen bodies dropped out of windows into the snowy streets. Cannibals were said to be killing stray children every day. Steak meat was cut from the shoulders, thighs, and buttocks of corpses abandoned at the cemetery. On the 17th of December, the radio announced that the Volkhov Front had been formed under General Merezkov, but even the announcer failed to express much hope. Now back to the ticking of a metronome. That was all Leningrad had the strength to broadcast. Children's sleds kept getting dragged to the cemetery, with dead children on them. Poets collapsed and died from the exertion of standing upright to read their verses on Radio Leningrad. Then came the metronome again. That was why he wanted to build his symphony not out of music, but out of snow and explosions. "It's almost finished," he told his wife. "Then you'll have accomplished a great thing. And you'll tell me everything you've been thinking, or at least your music will tell me. You have so much to tell me, and you never say anything." "But it's the war, Ninochka, just the war. And Maxim never lets go of you." "I know, darling. After the war we'll be freer. Don't create illusions." Leaning out the window, he heard 2 drunken Red Army men bellowing Blanto's song, "In the Front-Line Forest." 36. At the beginning of December, the defenders of Moscow regained the offensive and began to drive the enemy back. But the siege of Leningrad went on and on. 30 degrees of frost was as warm as it got there, so he heard. He tried not to, In his heart he could see the Philharmonic's raspberry gilt and white. That was where his symphony must be performed, for his sake and he hoped for theirs. Screaming patriotic slogans, wounded Red Army men crouched in their spider holes, hoping to kill just one more German fascist. He wrote that into the third movement, beneath the floor, so to speak, where his chords took sniper's aim and fired before the ear knew they were even there. Cossacks with upcurved sabres threw themselves at bullet rain. Homes became stage sets, more avant-garde than the long-suppressed theatrical productions of Meyerhold and Shostakovich. Walls and bodies getting slashed away from bedrooms in which every knick-knack remained in place. Women and children hunkered there, waiting for the iron frost to fall on them. Their men were at the front. Bundled-up women belly-crawled through the snow between frozen tramcars, hoping to find a frozen rat or a scrap of oil cake which would give them the strength to rise. Shostakovich had nothing to give them except his symphony, whose fourth movement glittered as brilliantly as the nickel-plated door-handles of the late Marshal Tukhachevsky's automobile. 37. The last note of the Seventh Symphony was written on the 29th of December 1941, in tired, crowded Kuibyshev. On the radio, Comrade Stalin said slowly, "Death to the German fascist invaders! Death! Death! Death!" And Shostakovich arose from the music bench. A number of his well-wishers, the same who wondered why he hadn't yet hung Comrade Stalin's portrait above the piano, advised various mutually contradictory alterations to the finale, all of which he promised to insert in the Eighth Symphony. Nina had to run to the toilet to conceal her laughter. He heard the water come on. Again they urged him to join the party, because doing so would help the Seventh to be more widely understood. And Comrade Alexandrov said he agreed to take that under advisement. Maybe after he'd achieved a better comprehension of Leninism. He was a big shot again. He could stall them forever. Anyhow, they owned a more important triumph to report. The bread ration in Leningrad had just been doubled. On the 5th of March 1942, the first performance was broadcast by radio. Although the concert took place in Kuibyshev, the announcer followed orders and pretended to be at the Bolshoi Theatre in Moscow. Other sources claim that this first performance took place in Novosibirsk. We see Shostakovich cross-legged and nervous in the 6th row, with his arms tightly folded in, his suit wrapped tight around him, his dark necktie almost hidden. Nothing but reflections can be seen within the lenses of his round spectacles. The music stands of the orchestra appear as dazzling squares of blankness in this photograph. They might as well be bomb flashes. At home, number 2A Vilinovsky Street, Nina sits with the children and the neighbors, listening in utter silence. She knows that Glickman and the other members of the Leningrad Conservatory are listening in Tashkent. She supposes that Elena Konstantinovskaya is listening too. Now here comes the rat theme. At the 5th iteration she hears Panzer III's surging up riverbanks. Strange to say, on most days, and even most nights, she bears the other woman no ill will. Didn't she make Mitya happy, and even inspire his music? Nina knows her husband better than Elena ever could. She knows his selfishness, his ugly spitefulness, his narcissism. Elena only knows his penis. She may believe she knows his genius, but no one does, not even Mitya himself. He doesn't even know what makes him happy. He's not very self-aware, actually. Now he lights up another Kazbek cigarette. For instance, when he used to come home with Elena's perfume all over him, he had no clue that she noticed anything. And when Nina herself steps out, he doesn't catch a thing. Once he wore a purple love-bite on the side of his neck. For days he kept scratching at it. "Mitya, you idiot child, if only I could keep you safe." In short, he needs her far more than he knows, and that's why she's ready for anything. Of course, Mitya, for this would be the duty of everyone to society, for the sake of art, disregarding all personal feeling. Then there are the children to consider. Akhmatova is also tuned in. She's sure of it. Akhmatova's sweet on Mitya. Well, what woman wouldn't be? And Nina's got him. Lucky Nina. His grip on her life is clammy. Maybe his soccer player pals from the Dynamos have tuned in too, if any are still alive. And of course, who knows what Comrade Stalin hears? 2 violinists, seen in profile, grip the bows of their instruments determinedly, pointing them outward like bayonets. It's a grey and dreary picture. In Leningrad, the poetess Olga Bergoltz, who in due time would find herself reciting Stalin odes to her fellow prisoners, proclaimed of Shostakovich, "This man is stronger than Hitler." Stalin himself is said to have commented that the 7th was of as great striking power as a squadron of bombers. Pravda called it the creation of the conscience of the Russian people. Shostakovich's fame was as blinding as the snowdrifts iced over against Leningrad walls. I seem to see his whitish, half-boyish face blazing awfully close to pretty Bidulova's, both of them wrapped in their concert seats in 1942. Toscanini conducted the 7th in Radio City, New York. The director of the Boston Symphony proclaimed, "Never has there been a composer since Beethoven with such tremendous appeal to the masses." The émigré Serov, who seems never to have met him, rushed at a biography which begins with this justification. Today, the average American can not only pronounce that name, but even spell it. Bartok parodied the 7th with bitter disgust, a compliment of sorts. The British Dictionary of Musical Themes quoted no less than 11 of its motifs. The bourgeois critic Leighton denounced the rat theme, insisting that this naive stroke of pictorialism reduces the 7th to the impotence of topical art. In the post-war era, other intellectuals, who'd never been compelled to pitch their tents in necessity's winds, would soon disdain the 7th Symphony more loudly, hearing in it a musical battleground occupied by 2 utterly irreconcilable antagonists. Shostakovich's desire to express reality and his need to please his masters. Reader, which would you choose? 38. Although Didi Shostakovich was neither a Jew nor a Pole, Comrade Stalin himself has stated that the very concept of nationality is but a smokescreen used by the capitalists to prevent us from seeing class differences. As for the party's dictum that art must be national in form, socialist in content, that's a mere transition scheme to wean the people gently from their hidebound categories. Therefore I make no apologies for ending this fable with an extract from the 16th-century musings of a Warsaw Kabbalist named Moses Cordovero. In his Tome Devora, commonly translated as The Palm Tree of Deborah, it is written, "God does not behave as a human being behaves." If one person angers another, even after they are reconciled, the latter cannot bring himself to love the one who offended him as he loved him before. Yet if you sin and then return to God, your status is higher. As the saying goes, those who return to God occupy a place where even the completely righteous cannot stand. And so it came to pass that on the 11th of April 1942, Shostakovich received the Stalin Prize, first class. 39. At 7 o'clock in the evening of the 9th of August 1942, the day that we lost the Battle of Maikop, the 7th Symphony was performed in Leningrad. How should I tell that tale? Adoring Glickman has left us a full account of his 10-day journey from Tashkent to Kuibyshev, subsisting all the way on 20 insect-ridden meat pies. Apparently there was no easier way for the refugees from the Leningrad Conservatory to obtain a copy of the score than to send him personally. Shostakovich met him at the station, and then they walked home, because the trams were infested with typhus. To Glickman it was all, as usual, perfect, right down to the decent-sized divan on which I slept very comfortably for a month. I was happy just to be sitting near him, and to be able to shoot covert glances at his handsome, animated face. Several days later, his hero played the 7th on a piano, just for him, then said, "You know, Isaac Davidovich, to be sure, on the whole, I'm happy with this symphony, but—" Glickman gazed at him in astonishment. Clearing his throat, the host refilled both glasses and murmured— Nina and the children had already withdrawn behind their curtain for the night. "I believe that Elena Konstantinovskaya has been, evacuated to Tashkent. Perhaps you could greet her for me. Sometimes her, friends call her Yalya. Perhaps you also— No, forgive me, that would have been personal. But do send her my respects, you understand, just my— Actually, on second thought, it might be better not to. You're very— But do send everyone my best wishes and express my, apologies for the fact that this symphony isn't more, optimistic." By the middle of May, the score was safely in Tashkent. That was when Shostakovich was finally beginning to hear which of his colleagues in Leningrad had died. In June, while the German fascists launched Operation Blau, Kharkov had already fallen. Our countervailing musicians learned their parts. They arrived in Leningrad just as the first assault on Stalingrad began. In fact, the news could hardly have been worse. During rehearsals, the audience seats had been empty like rows of tombstones, because who could possibly be excused from digging anti-tank ditches? Secondary musicians were now brought back from the front, and the score, hand-copied by Glickman, runs the legend, flown in by an Li-2 airplane from Vnukovo Airport. High-ranking party members began to appear, in obedience to the will of Comrade Stalin. Radio broadcasters ran their cables between the bas-reliefed pillars. This was by no means our first such spectacle. To celebrate the anniversary of the October Revolution, we'd held a military parade in Moscow in the darkest moments of that city's siege. Such spectacles educated the world, said Comrade Stalin, who, as always, proved to be correct. Even the Americans were impressed. Why not repeat the lesson in Leningrad? Still and all, how strange it was that our slender, treacherously brilliant Mitya, whose fingers never stopped trembling like jellyfish tentacles, whose wife refused to sleep with him, whose mistress had married someone else, and whose outlook had been convicted of the crime of formalism, should have been thus elevated, when we'd all along since agreed that his destiny was as worn as the conservatory's tiled floors, that his next premiere would take place in the Lubyanka's cellars, that his so-called musical voice meant no more than the echoing farting of a tuba down the corridor. And it seemed stranger still that Leningrad, that city as mysterious, subtle, and narcissistic, hence as distrusted as her own poet, Anna Akhmatova, should be allowed so much radio time. But this only confirms our faith in Comrade Stalin, whose genius can build socialism out of the most unlikely bricks. The reactionary critic Wolfgang Dömling has remarked, apologetically in my view, that it is because of this historic aura and the immense moral stature of the work that discussions about its aesthetic value appear of secondary significance. Anyhow, for reasons best known to the organs, Mitya did not attend his own performance. The German fascist high command now stripped away most of 11th Army from an attack upon the Caucasian oil fields and sent it north to break Leningrad. Field Marshal von Manstein himself was coming, a sure sign that the sleepwalker in Berlin had actually started to wake up. Field Marshal Ritter Wilhelm von Lieb had resigned 7 months ago. He'd been unable to raise the city as ordered, and our counter-offensive had neutralized 100,000 of his men. 3 years from now, this old gentleman would be squatting in the Mannheim prison yard, tracing in the dirt each bygone trench and disposition, to prove to his fellow field marshals, Vlazovites, and SS men that in 1941 he could have rolled into Leningrad with ease, had it not been for Hitler's dilettantish meddling. That might have been true. Anyhow, he'd been replaced first by Field Marshal Busch, then by Colonel General von Küchler, neither of whom was in von Manstein's class, although the latter seemed to be a fair enough conductor, beating out many a military tattoo upon the half-broken city, which nonetheless stood firm. As our new slogan went, Leningrad is not afraid of death. Death is afraid of Leningrad. All the more reason for us to shake Shostakovich's 7th Symphony in their faces. Artillery pieces on loan from Moscow, oriented at 45-degree angles like bassoons, would hold the fascists in check for the duration, so that they couldn't destroy the great Philharmonic Hall. This proved to be a useful precaution, because General Friedrich Ferch, Chief of Staff of 18th German Army, actually ordered a cannonade when he found his men listening on the radio. The cannonade failed, thanks to us. I've read that General Ferch also listened to the radio, sitting quite still, as if he were awaiting some announcement. Von Küchler, for his part, grew very melancholy on that day, and the remainder of his war, not to mention his life, would not be happy either. And so the fascists hunched down in their trenches beneath the golden grass, with tiny sun-glitters adorning their dark helmets as they watched the sky blacken with smoke from the Soviet tanks they'd killed. Their mortars fell silent. They were low on ammunition. And it came out of Leningrad, spiraling out and out, our transmitters artificially increasing its inductance to decrease the attenuation, transforming it into pure electricity so that it might as well have been a single human voice. For instance, Comrade Stalin's, whose harmonic components had been entirely converted to analog signals, dominating over all enemy crosstalk by 35 decibels or more. The Great Hall Philharmonic, that dull yellow, not particularly ornate building, with its white-on-yellow rococo decorations, sparse and faded, this was now the brain of our national telephone. And Shostakovich had braided the subwaves of his immense signal so as to most beautifully and loudly carry the commands of the automatic central office, in a rhythm as reassuringly steady as Red Army men with up-pointed rifles, filing past our trapezoidal shelter for the Bronze Horsemen. The first movement, which is rather idyllic and slight until the rat theme, with here and there a reverie which recalls for me Novgorod's ancient towers silhouetted against the evening sky, reminded the German fascists of their own landscapes, since after all it was meant to speak to them, its softness being akin to the silence on the telephone after it has rung late at night. "Elena, is it you?" No. That pealing shrillness within the telephone's black face means that the secret police are verifying one's presence, preparatory to making an arrest. It's already too late. Shostakovich sat in Kuibyshev, listening to the broadcast. Nina was holding his hand. His silent tears were heavier than bullets. On the floor, their children played very, very quietly. In his heart he felt a crushing dissonance, or as I should say, an acciaccatura. The announcer crooned, "Listen, comrades." Many wept. Leningrad was transformed into gold. 40. The grim, stern fanfares of the fourth movement, which is called Victory, gave way first to a requiem, then bits of sunshine flickered through the clouds, like earth beginning to appear beneath melting snow. It faded back into the Easter theme of loss and resurrection, returning full-fledged in strings. Then, as so often happens with Shostakovich, it greyed and dulled back to the beginning major theme again brightened and dulled until the attacker into the finale. 41. On 23/8/42, Hitler the Liberator sent out new orders from headquarters Werwolf. Stage 1, make a junction with the Finns. Stage 2, Occupy Leningrad and raze it to the ground. But on the morning of the 2nd of January 1943, our Red Army launched Operation Iskra. 6 days later, the Nazi blockade had been penetrated 5 miles to the southeast of Petrokrepost. On the 27th of January, the siege was lifted. The 900 days ended. Now that city, which Dostoevsky likens to a consumptive girl blushing into beauty briefly and inexplicably, was free again, free to devour herself in secret claustrophobic maelstroms of fear. As for the secret German military maps, they found themselves compelled to sing Dislokation Heeresgruppe Nord nach Lager Ost, gen STDH op Abt/3B. Those crisp black pen lines superimposed on the map of the Russian landscape, which, in its faint grey rivers, place names and junctions over whiteness, most resembled traceries of dirt on snow on a dreary winter's dawn. These lines could not be made to lie outright to the Führer, but the Heeresgruppe flags and SS pennants, which once had massed together in baying chords of hunting horn themes, were now bleeding pale, black notes fading self-evidently into weary white quarter rests, which clung in frozen weariness to the music staves within their trenches, until Soviet scouts came creeping with wire cutters, and Operation Iskra blared. On the 31st of January, the fascists surrendered at Stalingrad. Even von Manstein couldn't turn our magic back. Hitler the Liberator kept chanting, "The Russians are dead." But all that summer and much of the next, his soldiers kept running away through sunflower fields, hunched low. And then they had run entirely out of our Soviet land, those who lived. By the middle of 44 we'd established a solid national democratic bloc in Romania. So who dares disbelieve in happy endings? In 1945, the productive capacity of Kuibyshev was 5 times greater than it had been in 1940. 42. Along with 93,000 others, Akhmatova got her medal for the defense of Leningrad, although we've already mentioned that she had been compelled to pass most of the 900 days elsewhere. It goes without saying that she'd written a poem in praise of Operation Iskra and many other martial odes besides. But no one ever said that her talent was as powerful as the gun of a Joseph Stalin tank. And now that we didn't need the Anglo-Americans anymore, it was high time to bring up her past. In August 1946, we expelled her from the Leningrad Union of Writers. Comrade Zhdanov had a hand in this. Digging up her old epitaph, half nun, half whore, he spread the word that she was a real chestnaya davalka, a woman who likes to fuck. He himself died under mysterious circumstances in August 1948. We should probably blame the fascist Trotskyite bloc. Thousands would be executed or imprisoned for their part in this so-called Leningrad affair. For in Stalin's symphony, we'd now reached the passage marked Abatuta, which means a return to strict tempo. As for Shostakovich, as I said, he did quite well. His hair had begun to go white a year or so before the siege was broken. Liver spots burst out on his cheeks, as if he were a very old man. These marks, or stains, or images, whatever one wants to call them, what are they but reminders of how the flesh must some day corrupt within the coffin? And Shostakovich, now he too is gone, like the German-killed lime trees of the Peterhof. It was in his 8th symphony that he first began to articulate the various danses macabres, which he could no longer prevent himself from hearing. Bones, murdered or merely perished, ought to stay silent. That's the law. But quick and shrill as a violin screech, they come back, to the terror of all who stand guilty of living. And then they dance, playing on their tomb lids as lightly as cats. But the game's evil, hateful, angry. There's no fun in being a skeleton. He dreamed that Elena Konstantinovskaya was calling out to him. Her face was milky with fear. They were taking her away, and she was screaming, and then a bomb began to whistle down upon the Black Maria, and she was screaming, screaming. In time, these hauntings within his ears would evolve into the terrifying Opus 110. For now, the music still had an object other than death itself. He could blame the Germans. Maybe they'd even make him a hero of the Soviet Union. Keeping all secrets hid within his maggot-writhing fingers, he crossed his legs,
huddling against Aram Khachaturian's deliciously braided wife, while the three of them, that is, Shostakovich and the two Khachaturians, went over the score of the Eighth Symphony. He smiled anxiously, his glance hid within the sockets of his wounded eyes. Untouched. Freed from the constraints imposed by the policy of adventure of your intellectual governing classes, you will fulfill your duty of working to the best of your ability, and you will fulfill it under the powerful protection of great Germany. All will earn their bread by working under domination. That will be fair. On the other hand, there will be no place for political agitators, dishonest profiteers, and Jewish exploiters. Governor-General Hans Frank to the Poles, 1939. 1. At 15 o'clock, a Kampfflieger bestowed gifts upon Warsaw. The bulky-shouldered pilot's beret askew, his head sunk deep down into his neck as he hovered within an immense wheel through which the close-packed, steep-roofed Polish houses began to go up in smoke. At the center of the wheel hid an inner wheel, dissected into quadrants. That was the site of his strafing gun. The wheel was Poland's clock, from which the bullets ticked. Each bullet not a moment, but a moment's end for another Pole bewitched into a blackened, grimacing corpse, face down in the mud beside its scorched rifle or pram. At 16 o'clock, the Kampfflieger sported over a river, and magically created from nothing a canted Polish cruiser, the magic enacted by the pull of a black lever, by which time Case White had been nearly accomplished, with mushroom-headed Germans planting the swastika flag atop the ruined bunkers of Westerplatte. Ceasefire, armistice, Frank's proclamation, the first Jewish action. Each of these marked another hour on the great clock face. At 21 o'clock, a reconnaissance plane passed by, and with all cameras clicking, harvested aerial views of the brown smoke which was Warsaw. By 22:15, the most perfect exemplar of these, still moist from the last darkroom tray, arrived by special courier in Berlin, so that it too could be counted, recognized, preserved. In the official military history of our Polish victory, one finds this very photograph, which depicts ruins from edge to edge, with the pious caption, "The church is untouched." At 23:45, the Russians finished eating their half of Poland. 10 minutes later, to the second, the Ribbentrop-Molotov line had been demarcated all the way to East Prussia. How many crossings were there? That's top secret. But, needless to say, each checkpoint was instantaneously manned by one of our field policemen in his black and white striped sentry box. And 100 meters away, more or less, one of their sentries watched him, smoking a Mahorka cigarette. That was the Ribbentrop-Molotov line. By 23:47, the cleansing of our respective sectors had begun. So-called national politicians, bourgeois Democrats, Polish chauvinist elements, intellectuals, kulaks, officers, and Jews were rendered harmless. Then, with a ringing chime, came midnight, and the thick folder which still lay open on the sleepwalker's desk, a folder ominously snow-hued like forthcoming Russia, received its last checkmark and eagle stamp. Case White was closed. Next came the folder for Operation Barbarossa. One of his secretaries laid it timidly on the edge of that great desk. "Thank you, my dear Trudel," said the sleepwalker, offering her a little round cake. The folder was still quite thin at this stage. Its only document was an architectural drawing, very correctly rendered, yet not without a certain mood, which conveyed a notion of how Europe Central might be altered into a courtyard of cobblestones as white as light, with a rigid double line of black silhouettes waiting to enter a black doorway 2 by 2. They'd never come out. "After all," said the sleepwalker to himself, "I'm compelled to act decisively. I've got to make it all tank-proof. A lunatic or a Jewish cancer cell could eliminate me at any time, and then who knows how all this would turn out." And so Operation Barbarossa was opened, with our nightmares all double-censored like the postcards home of death's heads. The telephone rang, requesting verification from the field echelon of Section L. Steel began to clitter-clatter from Germany into Russia. 2. Leningrad remained almost untouched, unfortunately. Army Group North had nibbled her around the edges, the best that we could do. "We've got to get hold of this rail junction," muttered the sleepwalker, glaring at one of his maps. The folder for Operation Barbarossa was thicker now. It would soon be infinitely large, which is to say exactly the same size as Russia. Already it came up to the sleepwalker's head. All his secretaries together couldn't trundle it about, even in a 10-shelved cart. Just as an iceberg carves off towering chunks of itself into the deep, so Operation Barbarossa spawned Operations Blue, Wilhelm, Shark, Edelweiss, Fredericus, Heron, Sturgeon, Winter Storm, Thunderclap, Northern Lights. These folders, with their accompanying subfolders, had now formed themselves into rows of bound volumes on tiers of steel library shelves, whose aisles receded infinitely. As for the fundamental issue, Barbarossa itself, no matter how much he hacked off, he couldn't touch it. It kept swelling like a gravid corpse. Long past midnight, when the chattering of his fellow old fighters had sunk deep down into dreams, the sleepwalker sat alone in the chancellery, unrolling those white maps of Russia on which he sought to overlay his own blueprints. Draw another spearhead up here. The emblem of our 14th Panzer Division is the arrow-headed rune Ogal, which means possession. Superstitiously, the sleepwalker always aimed it eastward. And 19th Panzer, that we indicate by reversing the lightning rune Yera, death, and slashing it with a horizontal line. Death to all of them. He longed to incise it into the whiteness multiply, but resisted. 17th Panzer is a Y, a vulva. Keep that close to home. 23rd and 22nd are both arrows. We'll aim them each at Moscow. Now tie off another satellite territory down there. That's right. Tie it off with ligatures of barbed wire. Cauterize its ghastly red blood vessels. Weigh it down with edicts and triumphal thoroughfares. Subdivide it into German farms. Now it's been neutralized. This little matter of operational command is something that anybody can do. All the same, it didn't seem to matter how immense he made his reinforced quadrangles, how elongated his arteries. Barbarossa surpassed them. He massed armies and injected them into Barbarossa, where they expanded into rectangles, arrows, and artillery-bristling hedgehogs. Barbarossa diluted them into linelets more insignificant than eyelashes on the white maps. He ran out of space on his desk, so he had to unroll more maps on the floor. He tried to paper them over with all the documents he had. These pages gave off a chill and made him sleepy, a state which he feared more than anything. Here came the courier now, bearing more bad news about Operation Barbarossa. He steered his motorcycle between the long double line of shiny, beetle-backed limousines on the Wilhelmstrasse. Another diplomatic reception was in swing, and showed his pass to the guards. It was already 17 o'clock. The courier must be in the Mosaic Hall now. Soon he'd be in the Rundesaal. No. Already the sleepwalker could hear his jackboots echoing louder and louder as he came down the marble gallery. The sleepwalker wanted to be at Wolf's Lair. He was returning there tomorrow. Then it would be more difficult for bad news to reach him. He rose, walked to the door, where the two sentries clicked their heels, and he said to them, "I mustn't be disturbed. Don't let anybody in, unless it's for the anti-Comintern pact." "Yes, my Führer." Turning his back on them, he closed the door. The Russian army was essentially annihilated. He sat down at his desk and waited for the telephone to ring. 3. At 20 o'clock precisely, we buried the panzers in straw-coloured holes at Millerovo, so that they'd stay untouched by Russia's freezing cold. But mice ate the wires. Operation Barbarossa had burst out of its folders in a great white explosion, and now those snowy pages began to swirl down out of the sky, burying us alive in maps. We couldn't understand them. At 2010 I caught hold of a top-secret Soviet document whose nested hexagon diagrams and inverted Y insigniae strangely resembled the sketches of the abstract sculptor Rodchenko. It might have explained everything, so I delivered it to headquarters with my own hands. Unfortunately, the courier plane, which was supposed to convey it from headquarters to Wolf's Lair, got shot down, so— At 2020, the sleepwalker sent us a message by teleprinter from Wolf's Lair. He said, "The attack's not as serious as all that. I'm definitely keeping these forces right here. If we could just be certain that the West Front would stay untouched for 6 to 8 weeks. 4. He'd promised us that the Reich would never be touched. But after Dresden, Berlin, and all the rest, what were we to make of that? By 21 o'clock, the Foreign Office, number 76 Wilhelmstrasse, was a war-gnawed shell whose facade had been death-licked here and there right down to the white dusted skeleton, and whose serene, round, curly-haired stone face above the double doors would soon be punched out by a Russian rocket. On the other hand, even the Russians would prove limited in what they could touch. Even after we'd lost everything, that stone face's twin would still gaze meditatively out on those of us who survived to walk with downcast heads along the ruler-straight worm tracks between rubble piles. From the sleepwalker's point of view, everything remained untouched and perfectly proportioned, at least in the universe of potentiality. Dr. Morell prescribed 2 tablespoons of Bromnervicet before bedtime. Decades ago he'd memorized the map of Vienna's Ringstrasse. Berlin's Triumphal Arch and Nazi meeting hall would dwarf all that. Goering's new ministry would get what Goering longed for, the greatest staircase in the world. He'd better lose a few kilograms if he wanted to climb it. Dr. Goebbels would get a new ministry too. I'm told that he was still intimate with the Czech movie actress Lida Barova. Unrolling Speer's latest blueprint and pinning down its corners with anti-tank shells, the sleepwalker knelt over his soldiers' hall, which would house Germany's greatest treasures, the crypts of our emperors, Führers, field marshals. Meanwhile, the plaza of the nascent Central Railroad station would be adorned with captured enemy weapons. His cinema, opera houses, hotels, and electric signs already existed as cabinet-makers' models. They'd be ready for the World's Fair of 1950. Himmler guaranteed to supply the granite blocks for everything. Oh, but the sleepwalker built well. In the occupation years, our Zuflack Tower would defeat the British victors. They planted 20 tons of TNT beneath it, and it was still untouched. They had to drill it full of thermite charges. Or what about Berlin Cathedral, where Hermann and Emmy Goering got married? An honor guard of 200 warplanes flew over their heads at the end of the ceremony. Berlin Cathedral was certainly still undamaged. It wouldn't be firebombed until 1945. Meanwhile, and we're back in wartime now, the tall windows of the Schauspielhaus, the coffee houses of the Kemperplatz, the Stone Eagle and twin sentries of the Chancellery, weren't they all still there? At 21:40, an aerial bomb set the cupola of the French cathedral on fire. But by 22:45, Berlin was back in operating condition. At 23:15, the Russians still hadn't overrun Wolf's Lair. Until nearly midnight, Dr. Goebbels' propaganda ministry remained untouched. At 1 minute before midnight, I myself was saved by a woman whose pubic hair was as soft as the reddish brick dust upflung in the Tiergarten's very last explosions, when the Reich came to an end. She let me hide inside her womb, and the Russians never found me. As for the sleepwalker, some say he closed the hatch upon himself and vanished forever. This reminds me of the Norse legend of the serpent of Midgard, who swallowed his own tail. I myself tend to suspect that he's waiting it out inside that cuckoo clock over there. A Russian bullet stopped its hands at 10 seconds to midnight. Far and wide my country stretches. Seeing this film, involuntarily one clenches one's fists in wrath. This film incites one to fight, and inspires one with the certitude of victory. Roman Carmen, 1942. 1. Europe is Europa. Europe is a woman. Europa's names are Marie-Louise Moskov and Berlin Lyubova. Europa is Elena Ekaterinburg and Konstanza Konstantinovskaya, not to mention Galina Germany, Rosa Ruskaya. Europa encompasses all territory from Anna to Zoya, not omitting the critical railroad junctions Nadezhda, Nina, Fanya, Friedel, Koka, whose formal name was Elena, Katyusha, Verena, Victoria, Kathe, Katerina, Berta, Brynhilde, Hilda, and Heidi. Above all, Europa is Elena. She was as delicious as the white Vyazma gingerbread which they used to sell during Palm Week in Old Petersburg, and she almost remembered the taste of it. Thanks to her police file, I'm aware, as she would never be, that until she was 3 years old and our revolution ended Palm Week, her mother used to break off a piece and put it in her mouth. That is why sometimes when she was very happy she could almost taste gingerbread. I repeat, she was as delicious as white Vyazma gingerbread, and she didn't even know it. Nor did so many others. No exegesis of her exists but mine.
No matter what they say, she wasn't blonde. She had dark hair. She died in 1975. I do agree with that. She was too modest to wear her Order of the Red Star very often. The apparatchiks for whom she interpreted failed to recognize her face if they passed her in the street. Her colleagues ignored her. Her students never saw beyond her spectacles. Search the index of any Shostakovich biography, Kateva's excepted, and you'll find the meagrest references to her, never a photograph. And yet she was the most perfect of us all, as white and sweet as gingerbread. In Shostakovich's illicit operas, she was the flash of light in the troubled skies of chromatism. It was R.L. Carmen who got her next. Born in the same antediluvian year as Shostakovich, he was the one who even in his youth had a habit of standing with his legs apart like a heavy old man, the one who summed up his lifelong role, "We were soldiers, armed with a camera." Unlike Shostakovich, his disposition was fundamentally cheerful, forward-looking. A laughing man dances, clutching at the bottles on a rope ladder, while an accordionist gazes lovingly up at him. Thus runs one famous sequence of the movie Volga, Volga, which derives from Comrade Stalin's favorite musical. More than one of us, particularly women, have compared Roman Carmen to that laughing man. Auntie Olga down the hall used to tell me that something about his likeness, which occasionally appeared in his vesture, used to make her feel resolute. For good reason, she dropped dead of liver failure in 1964. Carmen really must be considered an outstanding example of our successful Soviet man. He received the State Prize of the USSR in 1942, 1947, and then again in 1952. Oh, he knew how to smile and laugh. That smile of his, and the equanimity with which he agreed to commence, abandon, or alter his projects, as we suggested, gave rise to the supposition, highly beneficial to his career, that he accepted his place in a world whose cinema is as blandly necessary as the long petrol hoses entering the shiny square hoods of cars. Roman Carmen has been called a great artist. And was he? In the year 2002, when I telephoned the University of Chicago film expert Yuri Tsivian, the following verdict came down. He's, well, let's say he's an official classic, but he's not remembered as a great filmmaker. If he filmed the surrender at Stalingrad, that wasn't because he was a great artist, but because he was a trusted official. He was brave and reliable, but not anyone I would admire. Poor Carmen. And yet, what if Professor Tsivian were wrong? For that matter, even if he were right, how was Carmen supposed to act? All we can do in this life is our best, and if we believe in ourselves, if our best pleases us, haven't we followed the correct line? And who's to say that cinema isn't gasoline? I know a lady who decides which movie to see as a result not of the subject matter, but of which time is most convenient for her. Somebody's got to pump her gas. Somebody's got to defend her mind. We were soldiers, armed with a camera. Aged not quite 15, he arrived in Moscow in the same year that Lenin suffered his first 2 strokes, and Comrade Stalin became General Secretary of our party. His most treasured possession was the camera bequeathed to him by his martyred father. He sent photographs to Ogonyok magazine, and received his first press card in 1923, when we find him interviewing Vasil Kolarov, the Bulgarian hero. In his anxiety and inexperience, he used too much magnesium oxide. The flash filled the room with black smoke. The negative was blank, so he went back to Kolarov's hotel in the morning. Perhaps it was his smile, perhaps his honesty, or simply his desperation. In any event, the young photojournalist succeeded in getting both picture and caption published. For years he was haunted by the ironic gentleness of Kolarov when he granted the youth another chance. With his customary readiness to reveal himself, he told this embarrassing story to Elena Konstantinovskaya, who laughed lightly. For some reason, all his embarrassment flooded back. He couldn't understand why. He'd issued this anecdote so many times that it was scarcely new-minted. It was not until he was old that he understood not only why the tale humiliated him before her, but also what had brought it out of him in the first place. Her gentleness. Oh, her gentleness. He photographed Lenin's corpse lying in state, and captured many emotion-laden scenes. But the full power of images first impressed itself upon the young Roman Carmen later on in that same year, 1924, when he passed by an exhibition of German art arranged by Otto Nagel. Amidst the other flotsam hung The Sacrifice by Kathe Kollwitz. How can I describe this woodcut? The mother's black cloak is open to reveal her breasts as she offers up her baby to death. In the same folio, which was called War, Carmen, stunned and riveted, saw The Parents, a black woodcut of a man mourning, supporting the hand in which his face is buried upon the back of his wife, who mourns in his lap. This couple comprise a dark mass of mourning, silhouetted against a white background, and their outlines printed negatively in white. These two prints moved him to tears. But when, now scanning the walls almost ferociously in his determination to find every scrap of paper by this artist, he discovered Hunger, which would become leaf number 2 of most versions of her great Proletariat folio of 1925, the emotion which overcame him was anger. Anger against an order which made people suffer in this way. And how strange it was that he was moved, for he had known hunger himself, and his father had suffered at the hands of the White Guards. This was the moment when he understood that the representation of reality can be more real than reality itself. I've seen a photograph of Carmen in a cocked sailor's hat, smiling sweetly, his white teeth peeking up around one edge of that accordion-like instrument his father left him. It is 1926, and he stands before a banner for the cause of the German workers. A moment before the picture was taken, he had just praised Kollwitz's Hunger once again. In 1927, when an exhibition specifically of the works of K. Kollwitz took place in Moscow, Carmen succeeded in photographing the artist, but by then she excited him somewhat less. He was living across the street from a billboard designed by Rodchenko. It advertised macaroni for Mosselprom. He used to study this billboard every day. It seemed to him that in this image every element was perfectly synchronized. Rodchenko not only conveyed information, he also defamiliarized it in the manner of the Russian formalists, who had not yet been ruled alien to our Soviet culture. Furthermore, without in any way distracting us from his mission of selling macaroni, Rodchenko added whimsicality, even humor, a quality which our dear friend K. Kollwitz lacked. At the end of the decade, we find him in every periodical, from Projector to Wziermirnaya Illustracja to Mayakovsky's Lev. He'd begun with a still camera, but it was really motion which seduced him. Rodchenko would have been content to photograph a single short-haired Moscow athlete whose Red Star badge proclaimed her ready for work and defense. Roman Carmen showed us walls of athletes' legs actually flashing beneath icons to Lenin and Stalin on Red Square. He captured Dmitrov, Gorky, Alexei Tolstoy, the interplanetary enthusiast theoretician Tsiolkovsky, and even the first American ambassador, William Bullitt. In his inspirational films of this period, long tables of children bow over their studies. Smokestacks vomit blackness above banner-hung posters. Mongolian-looking men in their autonomous folk costumes blow abnormally long horns which resemble the smokestacks. Thanks to the benevolence of our Soviet state, he'd succeeded in attending the State School of Photography in the malachite-columned hall of the former Yar restaurant. Among his talents was the supernatural one of meeting all the people he needed to meet, and avoiding the unwholesome. Eisenstein himself is said to have gazed upon him brightly, all the while clutching a briefcase in his armpit. But a canniness entirely alien to, for instance, Shostakovich, kept the young man from accepting too many blessings from this god, whom one would have thought to be eternally anchored to his pedestal. Instead, he became a protégé of the rival Pudovkin. He became friends with Elo Arnstam, who'd left Meyerhold's theatre at the last possible moment, in 1937, when Meyerhold and his wife disappeared. Arnstam not only didn't get taken, but kept right on making movies for Lenfilm. He and Carmen were inseparable. From Dziga Vertov, who was already suspect on account of the formalism in his man with the movie camera, Carmen kept personally clear, although he is known to have seen a number of the man's newsreels. This scrupulous neutrality undoubtedly served him well in his later years when he taught at the All-Union State College of Cinematography. In the cutting room, even the scratches on film leaders enthralled him, wiggling past his eyes like the light streaks of Moscow trams in the night. Soon we began to associate him with the neoclassical pillared facade of Lenfilm Studio in Leningrad. One catalogue gushes, unusual angles, the most incredible positioning of the camera, the play of light and shade, composition. It was all new, unheard of, and unique. The curator had evidently never heard of Rodchenko. In 1930, when his future with Elena was as tiny as a bomb which is still far overhead, and he hadn't even graduated from the State Institute of Cinematography, Vladimir Yerofiev invited him to be assistant cameraman on our first Soviet sound film, Far Away in Asia. And so, far away in Asia we find him, in collaboration with the renowned and slender Edward Tise, recording the Karakum expedition. Our new Soviet trucks will pass the test. The temperature reaches 160 degrees Fahrenheit. Carmen films the last drink of water. Here's a photograph of Carmen on a camel's back, with a turbaned guide behind him. He's wasting no time. He's filming. In China, wading a river with his cine camera lashed to another camel's back. In the ice-covered rigging of the Sedov, with his camera clutched against the breast of his parka. In besieged Leningrad, leaning over the hood of a ruined truck to establish his position. With his camera at his eye in a New York penthouse. Panning the Kino eye across a long S-shaped column of captured French soldiers in Vietnam. That was how he would spend his life. A film every year, and often more. Simonov remembers him as always working, even bandaged, sick or exhausted, no matter what his mood or how dangerous the conditions. He sincerely tried to film not only the essence, but the hope. When he produced his sound newsreels about the exemplary shock workers Nikita Izotop and Ivan Gudov he filmed at his lathe. Izotop he filmed trying to study geometry. Did Izotop become a geometer? Not exactly, but thanks to his dedicated productivity he'd won the chance to try, as he never would have under capitalism. Now any worker had that chance. This is what Carmen wished to show us. Can such a strategy be called art? Roman Carmen didn't care. He was no formalist, not he. In 1933 he made a film called Parade on Red Square in Moscow. In 1938 he made Mayday. In 1948 and 1952 he made two films, each of which was called Mayday on Red Square. No one can say he neglected the home front. In 1938-39 we find Carmen shooting the newsreel series Embattled China, his sheepskin collar opened, his sheepskin hat high on his forehead so as not to occlude visibility, aiming a cinecamera which curiously resembled a metal butterfly, or perhaps the wind-up key of a clock, at a burning tower. He repeatedly advised his colleagues to link all points in any temporal order, a credo which he had long since forgotten that he derived from Vertov. But no harm done. After this bout of dynamism, Carmen invariably linked all points in the order A, B, C. More impressive than the arrangement of points is the undisputed fact that the film team travelled 25,000 kilometres. Upon his return, he wrote A Year in China, which, measure of his industriousness, he both started and finished in November 1939. This book achieved immediate publication. Its author was accepted into the Soviet Writers' Union. 2. In 1936 he lay flat on his back during an Italian air raid and filmed straight upwards, with Ethiopian women and children dying all around him. He was always lucky, if you want to call it that. The resulting documentary, Abyssinia, undercut and embarrassed the fascists. Almost immediately he began to film the 22 installments of our newsreel on the events in Spain. I've been told that it happened like this. Carmen wrote a personal letter to Comrade Stalin, took it himself to the guards at the Kremlin gates, and waited a week. It's like some old parable, and then he and his fellow cameraman Boris Makasayev got called to the Central Board of Cinematography. Next morning they were both on a plane to Madrid. Roman Carmen had all the luck. On the same day, Shostakovich trembled at home in Leningrad, waiting to be arrested. Two panzer troopers with cocked berets rolled toward Madrid, the great gun between them pointing up at the sky. Somehow, Roman Carmen is hiding in a trench and filming them. In the words of K. Simonov, as we watched the films sent in by Carmen from far-off Spain, we young poets were consumed with a burning envy of that man we did not know, that man with the camera who was now on the front line of the fight against fascism. Street fighting in San Sebastian and Irun. Women building fortifications on the outskirts of Madrid, as they soon would be doing on the outskirts of Moscow. A bullfight in Plaza de Torres of Barcelona, after which the bullfighters and spectators went straight to the front. And here's our clean young man, his dark beret not covering his ears, gripping the long lever of his cine-camera, leaning forward and down in the direction of its snout. Dziga. The filmings in Spain represent an indisputable achievement of Soviet cinematography, and reflect the great efforts of Makaseyev and Carmen. No matter that Makaseyev has been listed first. Their lens is now focused on the real, the direct and heroic aspect of the struggle. In each of those 22 newsreels he warned us that this was merely the beginning of fascist aggression, that another great war was coming. The most dangerous and terrifying sequences of the documentary, Spain, were shot by him alone. For when it came time for Madrid's fiery doom, even Makaseyev departed. Roman Carmen was the only cameraman brave enough to stay. One of his newsreels from 1936 really got to her. The famous one with the close-up of the resolute young girl who raises her clenched fists. Other youths behind her stand up for Spain with their hands and their rifles. And so Elena went to Spain. That was brave, absolutely. Of course, I've also heard that she was experiencing some kind of love trouble at that time. What was going on inside her? None of us will ever know, Elena. She's as closed to us as any German. But she must have been captivated not only by the brave passion of these films, but also by the man himself. Sergei Droboshenko remembers him as a man filled with energy and elegance, the antithesis of the helpless, rumpled Shostakovich. 3. Back at home, Shostakovich and Glickman went to see every installment of the events in Spain, watching the loyalists smile proudly beneath their triangular caps, which resembled folded cloth napkins. Shostakovich was anxious about something. Oh me, very anxious. From the screen of the Kino Palace, the loyalists stared out at them, gripping their rifles. And Shostakovich, whose smile was somehow as irregular as the icy streets of Leningrad would be during the siege, said that he was very, happy for Elena. No doubt he wasted many nights wondering how it must have been for Elena Konstantinovskaya and Roman Carmen in Spain. I know I have. Of course, I've seen that photograph of Elena wearing her Order of the Red Star. She always achieved whatever she set out to do, except in one case, of course. So she got Carmen. It's possible that she had set her sights on him years earlier, when he made that gripping newsreel of the Arctic pilot Farik, shot at the snow-covered airport. Elena always liked flyers and rocket men. All the same, anyone who writes about her quickly finds himself at a loss. She's unknowable. What about Carmen? He said little about their time together, perhaps because, as a certain classical slaveholder once wrote, nothing is more painful than days of joy recollected in days of misery. So we'd better limit ourselves to external evidence, by which I don't mean official photographs. We see him smiling mirthlessly and boyishly beside the American bourgeois romantic writer E. Hemingway, both of them wearing the dark Basque fighters' caps. He clutches his camera in his lap. Hemingway looks bored. This I will say. Roman Carmen always meant well, and his films praised and elevated us in all sincerity. His anger on our behalf was a loving, constructive anger, like Lenin's. He raged against the fascist murderers. He hated ignorance, exploitation, poverty. His heart was good. The most wonderful aspect of the revolution was that we felt impelled to do things which were really beyond us. Take the revolution itself, and every so often we succeeded. Shostakovich's experiments, and Rodchenko's, Vertov's, Tsiolkovsky's were all of a piece. We were dreamers together within the grand red dream of Comrade Stalin. And Carmen went beyond himself. Is it cruel to call him a mediocrity? I don't think so. A man without legs is a legless man, and it's never unfair to say what's simply true. He's not to be blamed for lacking legs. And is it Carmen's fault that he's not listed more prominently in the Great Soviet Encyclopedia? Now to Spain. There's a certain sequence in his newsreels, a shockingly powerful sequence, which shows an old lady in black with her child, who's also wearing black, held in against her lap like something out of Kollwitz. The child looks sideways, The old lady looks straight at us with a scared expression. Then a boy gazes at us from farther away. Nearer, a young woman sits sideways on a blanket, gazing inscrutably at us. They are all sitting on the ground, and in the foreground lies a figure on its side, facing away from us, outstretching its white hands at these others. There is a bundle beneath its head, and at first we cannot tell whether it is living or dead. In another print of the same film, our Kollwitz mother and child aren't black at all. We can see more detail. Everything's lighter and greyer. These people are refugees. The fascist bombers are coming. And here Carmen has somehow found the ability to do artistic justice both to his subjects and to his heart. Why now? Perhaps because he is in love. It is precisely at this juncture in his career that we discover Carmen gradually moving from shots of groups to shots of individuals. Again I wonder why. The same answer comes to mind. The feelings he had for Elena were such that he finally understood with all his soul that one of us can represent us all just as well as the all contains the one. No doubt it was their passion, which rapidly flowered into marriage, which distracted him from filming the departure of Madrid's gold reserves for Moscow, or our just and necessary liquidation of the Trotskyite Andres Nin while he sat in his Spanish prison. Another sequence from the events in Spain. A long line of helmeted soldiers with crossed bandoliers, some with binoculars, munitions at their feet. They gaze rigidly ahead. Suddenly the camera zooms in on a woman with long dark hair. 4. He was in Spain for 11 months. Within days of his return to Moscow, he flew to the Arctic in search of Levanevsky's plane, that relic of the failed polar flight to America. He then spent a year in the Arctic, on what the Germans call Rudolf Insel. That same year he took the responsible step and joined the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. By that time we trusted him sufficiently to give him the resources to direct his own films, The Set-Off Men in 1940 and In China a year later. The Set-Off Men was his respite. The stranded crewmen lined nicely up for him against their ship's patchwork of black and white frozen steel. But he could feel the evil rising up everywhere, even out there in the polar sea. He could hardly sleep. He had to get to China. Long after it's all over, K. Slavin will define Carmen's credo thus: I must always be there whenever fighting breaks out. And so I see him lurking with 2 Chinese insurgents in a cleft in a boulder, the soldier ahead sighting in, ready to snipe at the Japanese fascists, while Carmen very carefully begins to upraise the movie camera over the man's shoulder, careful not to let the sun glint on the lens. Touching Elena was far more difficult than this. Through 11 provinces, and I've already cited that figure of 25,000 kilometers, he recorded for all time the fraternal heroism of the Chinese workers, peasants, and fighters. In the happy time of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, we find him at ease amidst his team as he films the Ukraine's streets, always leaning forward, ready for something sensational to happen. The camera pans across skinny, grinning worker boys, who bear a strange resemblance to Carmen himself. They are clutching shiny silver cylindrical items which might be mechanical parts, shell casings, or trophies. A Ukrainian engineer weeps for joy. He's just been given a job in our Soviet Union. And Roman Carmen is here to film it. This film, A Day in the New World, employed not only Carmen, but 96 other cameramen. I proudly inform you that it won the state prize of our USSR. 5. No footage seems to be available of Comrade Carmen's married life, not even a framed photograph of the young couple together. I do have a copy of that famous image of him posing in a line with 5 other war correspondents, all in uniform, some holding cigarettes, and behind them a plane whose tail boasts the white-bordered red star of our Soviet Air Force. The date was 1943. I am informed that Elena kept this picture with her throughout her life. Public-spirited Soviet woman that she was, she preferred to see her husband in the company of his peers. In the autumn of 1940, Elena discovered that she was pregnant. She continued to work at the Leningrad Conservatory as well as in Moscow. Carmen left Moscow to join her in Silver Grove on the day that she was due to give birth, the 22nd of June, 1941. 6. Unlike the rest of us, when Carmen heard the news on the radio, he believed it instantly. He rushed back to the studio. We find him on a military train 2 days later, bound for the front in company with his favourite cameramen, Litkin and Scheer. At Velikie Luki, the train was halted by a German fascist attack. His very first footage of the war, shot from a machine gunner's trench, recorded how our troops fell and died in the hopeless counterattack. By field telephone in that ruined city, he was informed that Elena had given birth to a daughter. Following Akhmatova's songs, we called ourselves a family in grief. Roman Carmen panned across a line of dead horses who lay against a brick wall. A Soviet cavalry division galloped crazily on white horses with their sabres upraised against machine-gun fire. They all fell. Roman Carmen was there filming it. Litkin shouted. A bullet had passed through his shoulder. Trying to comfort him, Carmen said, "How precious this footage will be for all of us, these first images in the chronicle of our great patriotic war." Then he aimed his lens at Litkin, who grinned back as bravely as he could. There was no doctor. 7. Our nervously smiling Russian boys in the greatcoats they'd now wear winter and summer for half a decade, they were truly his heroes. His News of the War features for Sovkinojournal singled out ordinary people, compelled by emergency and coercion into laying down their lives, and transformed them into volunteers. Well, weren't they? He heard through Elena that even Shostakovich had volunteered. He filmed our retreats and did his true-hearted best to portray them as victories. We see him wearied and pale, yet still cheerful as he stands in a forest clearing on our western front, resting one hand on his tripod, glancing at us engagingly, while beside him a pair of soldiers offers an opened map to our gaze. Carmen touches a point on its blankness, all the while continuing to look with sweet earnestness at us. Shostakovich made us hear corpse sleds scraping across the ice of the Kirovsky Bridge, with whited-out smokestacks in the distance. Comrade R.L. Carmen showed us new T-34s creaking and rasping down the white streets, turrets open, guns straight ahead. He posed us in indomitable lines, holding our rifles. On the radio he heard that anguished lyric of Akhmatova's, "The Leningraders, my heart's blood, march out even-ranked, living and dead. Fame can't distinguish them." And at once he decided to make a feature on the women tram drivers of Leningrad, so that the whole world could love and admire them. What is truth? Plato says that the actor's mask becomes his face. Our squeamishnesses differ, as do our necessities. An act which one of us defines as the crowning proof of love, another rejects with the words, "If you love me, you won't make me do this." And each lover's conception of devotedness remains unassailable, at least to himself. Whatever Carmen's definitions might have been, they hardened when he saw the gallows at Volokolamsk. It is one thing to film violent death in China or Spain. It is quite another to record the invasion of one's homeland, and still another to witness the mass torture and murder of innocents, some of whom might be one's friends. I have not been able to ascertain whether he saw the famous corpse of Zoya Kosmodemyanskaya with his own eyes, but he was acquainted with the photojournalist Lidin. Carmen knew everybody, and it was Lidin who made her death famous. Now his desire to serve humanity exploded into vehemence, and he understood with his whole heart, not merely intellectually, what Gorky had meant when he spoke of the love which created and sustained Lenin's hatred for class enemies. The Germans must not be regarded as human any more. Remembering those women and dead children by whom he'd been so moved at the Kollwitz exhibition so many years ago, he now vindictively delighted in their suffering. If only he could have killed every German man, woman, and child. In a single night he sketched out his own screenplay portrait of Alexei Surkov's Scout Pashkov, who gets caught by the fascists, tortured, shot, and buried, then comes back to us and leads us behind the lines to blast them down. He bent over the field desk. There'd be a nurse named Lyuba, whose long dark hair would resemble Elena's. A Kazakh camel would pull the artillery wagon. His aspirations were as long as the 37mm cannons of our Sturmoviks. Stalin ordered Comrade Voronov to rename his anti-tank artillery battalions into regiments, for the sake of morale and authority. Roman Carmen captioned his newsreels appropriately. The snowy feet of a corpse in Leningrad. What would Kollwitz have done with those? Roman Carmen knew what to do. He had neither doubt nor time for doubt. Even then there remained in his work something of the spatial constructions of Rodchenko, the pathos and occasional sentimentality of Kollwitz. Just as in Shostakovich's view, the science of pitch demands the notation of every scream between the two barbed wire zones, so for Roman Carmen, objective cinematic work requires depiction of the strange angles which appear in starving faces. He was with Boris Makaseyev again, shooting Defeat of the German fascist armies near Moscow, leaning on the panning lever as naturally as does a workman on his shovel. How he longed to see us deal the enemy a crushing blow. He caught a pale worker in a hard hat who was snarling with hate at the next oncoming fascist salvo, and he filmed that man. He rescued him forever. Then he told another joke to Makaseyev, next to whom he always looked especially dapper and well turned out. An enemy shell screamed toward him. Laughing, he stood up and lit a cigarette. Makaseyev had to drag him down to safety, there amidst the sandbagged bookstalls of Kuznetsky Most. His lens isolated a schoolgirl among schoolgirls in a half-dug anti-tank trench, saw her better than she saw herself, remembered her forever, and gave her back to us as an angel of victory. In 1944 he was in the Ukraine, whose Nazi Gauleiter had proposed killing every male over 15 and keeping the females solely for breeding stock. As evidence of his presence, I submit that jolly photo of the Kino group of the Second Ukrainian Front. A thatched hut is their backdrop. They're all smiling, posing around a jeep, with R.L. Carmen at the wheel, and beside him, but standing, not sitting actually at his side, a hard-faced brunette whose uniform is buttoned up to the throat. And here's his close-up of the dead German fascist soldier, who's curled around a dictionary of Russian verbs, as if something between Uspekt, Verhältnis and Zeichen will save him. Die Vollendaten und die Unvollendaten formen die Verben. He was the first journalist to film an extermination camp, in this case the facility of Majdanek. Save for 1,000 living corpses saved by the Red Army, no inmate escaped alive, he informed the world. His footage was admitted as evidence against the chief war criminals at Nuremberg, and I once heard him say that what he was most proud of in his career was his contribution to getting those men hanged. Link all points in any temporal order, advises Dziga Vertov. So I'll now project for you the dark sequences of R.L. Carmen's Judgment of the Peoples, 1946, the fascist war criminals whispering with their lawyers, surrounded by white-helmeted military policemen as they sit awaiting doom beneath the war-damaged columns. It is those white helmets, which from this angle and distance are almost the size of faces, that we notice first and last. The fascist faces are a dull, feeble mid-grey. The columns are darker. The recess of the open door within them is pitch black. I was there. I saw Carmen and his assistant cameramen standing in the shadows, each of them touching the tripod as if it were something magic, Carmen leaning against a blackened pillar with his other hand as he gazed into the courtroom, waiting for the next sensation to happen. He later told me, since everything in that court followed a strict consequential logic, the final version of my film expressed the same unyielding logic of life. 8. Some of his most suicidal footage was shot in 1943, when we smashed the enemy's Operation Citadel. K.M. Simonov, who was one of his few front-line colleagues still alive at this period, reports seeing Carmen rise coolly out up from one of our deep anti-tank ditches, which had been camouflaged by grass, and a Tiger tank instantly fired a shell directly at him. Carmen ducked, then rose up again. Upon viewing Battle of the Oriel, we learned that he had continued shooting as he fell backwards into the trench, so that there's a crazy, grainy lurch of sky with the shell speeding across it all. The Tiger roared closer. Carmen filmed it head-on, and when one of our 122mm howitzers took it out, Roman Carmen got that on film. After that, we regarded him with awe. At the same time, a few of us wondered if he might be unhappy to use his life so recklessly. It was one thing to receive an order and charge into certain death, as our soldiers did, but Carmen was never given any such order. At the same time, we were well aware that his senses were acute, and his abilities to interpret, organize, and improvise were simply expert. He could tell from a great distance whether our Katyushas were loaded with M13s or M30s. When the German fascists opened up with their 88s, his prescience about where the shells would fall was astonishing. Once I asked for his secret, and he said, "It's all in the sound, Comrade Alexandrov." Of course, he went on, and his modestly joking grin strangely resembled a grimace, I don't have the acoustical abilities of a Shostakovich. He was in the subterranean brick bunkers of Poznan. He filmed the crazy old men of the Volkssturm and the Germans hiding in haystacks as we came. Finally, he was in besieged Berlin itself, which, in V.I. Tyukov's words, rained rivers of red-hot steel on us. He filmed the capture of the Reichstag. On Adolf Hitler Platz there was a scorched flat filled with books, which our healthy-minded Red Army men were busy trampling on and tearing into bits. Carmen took a leather-bound volume from the shelf, opened it, and read aloud in an ironic tone of voice. One day he heard tell that in Burgundy there dwelt a maiden of ideal beauty, and from her, as it happened, he would gain both great joy and great sorrow. What perverted bourgeois trash! Let me dispose of it, Roman Lazarevich. And the healthy, tanned young cadre began ripping all the leaves out of that bad old book, laughing like a child at play. Carmen knelt down, rescued a torn page, and read to himself. They improved the time with any number of entertainments, although, truth to tell, again and again he was stung by the love with which that princess had afflicted him, and which would eventually drag him to a sorry doom. He felt very uncomfortable. He didn't know why. All the same, this was more interesting than filming the mechanized food preparation procedures of our giant state farm. 9. Now for his best-known accomplishment. When the Battle of Stalingrad began in the summer of 42, Roman Carmen characteristically longed to go there. To see the defeated Paulus, he kept laughing. That's every Russian soldier's dream. Strange to say, although he shot the most crucial parts of Varlamov's seven-reel documentary, Stalingrad, this achievement receives no mention in the Great Soviet Encyclopedia, which pays tribute to his existence in volumes 11, 12, and 19. "Run to the warehouse," shouted the staff officers, who were all his friends. And so he managed to be the person with the camera in the doorway when Field Marshal Paulus surrendered, or, as I should say, when the surrender got officially reenacted. He had already distinguished himself by taking innumerable risks during the course of Stalingrad's defense, and we did not overlook this. Every day he had a new joke on his lips. "Did you hear what Rokossovsky said? We'll let you be the first one to photograph Paulus if you're the one who captures him." Grinning, he aimed his camera at oncoming tanks. He liked what Germans call the heiße Punkte, the hot spots. We see him from the side, wearing a Red Army uniform and beret, raising his Argus-eyed machine pistol of a camera to his eye and aiming it upward into the distance, in parallel with the long gun of the T-34 tank beside him. Behind him stand the ruins of the Krasny Oktябrь Stalingrad metallurgical works. Although the enemy advance, mated in the soundtrack to the rat theme of Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony, appears mainly through the medium of captured German footage, much of the most daring footage in Stalingrad is Carmen's. The soldier's mouth gaping in a toothy shout as wide and round as his helmet, the dark-clad woman standing over snowy ruins, the blurred Red Army soldiers waving their bayonet-fixed guns, and then the enemy coming straight toward us, closer and closer, until the mouths of their gun barrels take up the entire frame. Little wonder that a fellow traveller calls this film simple and heroic in the finest sense of the word. It was to Roman Carmen that all the film canisters got entrusted on that special flight of the 2nd of February, 1943. It was still dark when the Sturmovik took off. In the northern pocket, the starving fascists of 11th Corps wouldn't surrender until 1600 in the afternoon, but it was definitely over. Carmen couldn't stop smiling. It was his intention to kiss and hopefully make love with Elena in the grey blush of a Moscow winter noon, but Elena wasn't there. So he celebrated with his colleagues at Central Newsreel Studios, all of whom embraced him. At the studio, we see him posing with many reels of film, frowning abstractedly into the bouquet of film frames he grips with both hands, while gleaming stacks of reels tower before him and behind him. Why then was he omitted from the credits? 15 other cameramen got listed. Had the notorious vanity of Varlamov written Carmen out? In any case, no one ever heard Carmen complain. No doubt he knew he was luckier than his colleague V. Grossman, who was retained in the credits, but whose commentary was deleted on account of its ideological deviation. Unlike Dziga Vertov, he does not appear in Wakeman's World Film Directors. I'm pleased to report that the great Soviet encyclopedia entry on filmmaking does give him 2 respectful nods. One for his prize-winning Tale of the Caspian Oilfield Workers, made the year of Stalin's death, and the other for Flaming Continent, 1972, which, I haven't seen it, so I'm relying on my colleague Pyotr Alexeyev's description, depicts the struggle with imperialism.